Grand Chuan Kingdom, Chuanjing City, Imperial Advisor's Mansion. Li Fan was holding his wine cup, looking at the civil and military officials who had come to celebrate his birthday in the hall. Even though he was now old, he could not help but feel smug in his heart. It should be noted that today, 9 out of 10 court officials packed the Imperial Advisor's residence. To think that Li Fan was just a poor scholar when he first came into this world. Over the past 50 years, he had gone from having nothing to being an immensely powerful official. His story would be enough to write a novel with millions of words. When life is like this, what more could one ask for? Li Fan stroked his beard and drank the wine in his cup. To the birthday of the Imperial Advisor, the crowd of officials present congratulated in unison. Li Fan's pride swelled. Just then, a burst of discordant exclamations suddenly came from outside. Quickly look, what is that? Streams of fire are falling from the sky. This is auspicious. Quickly go tell the Imperial Master. How come it seems to be flying towards our Imperial Master's residence? Hearing the clamor outside the manor, Li Fan frowned. The lobby, which was still somewhat lively, abruptly quieted down. Li Fan got up and took the lead to walk out. However, before he had the chance to scold his subordinates and express the dissatisfaction in his heart, he was captivated by the scenery in the sky. Far away in the sky, 2 silver-colored lights, one after the other like meteors, were speeding towards the manor. Li Fan froze. The 2 meteors arrived above Chuanjing City in the blink of an eye and abruptly stopped. At the same time, a voice like thunder descended from the sky and exploded in everyone's ears. Dao Xuanzi, do not overstep your bounds. The people present were horrified. A few people even called out, Immortal Master, and directly fell to the ground in obeisance. And a word that had been suppressed in the depths of his memories and was almost on the verge of being forgotten was suddenly popping out of Li Fan's mind. Cultivator, immortal cultivator. Li Fan was stunned and muttered, how is this possible? The 2 immortal cultivators in the sky obviously didn't care what the crowd of mortals below thought. Only another voice rang out, Ku Hong, do you think I will let you go just because you escaped to this land of immortal extinction? Hand over the technique you obtained that day, or I won't rest until you're dead. Ridiculous. It's because of the lack of a golden core technique that I've been trapped in the foundation stage for nearly 100 years. I'm about to turn into withered bones. My end is approaching. However, I have now finally obtained a golden core technique. How could I possibly hand it over to others? Ku Hong snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. Indeed. Dao Xuanzi sighed, a golden core technique with no other practitioners, an irreplaceable treasure. Although many golden core techniques exist, innumerable cultivators are stuck at the foundation establishment stage. Dao Xuanzi's tone suddenly turned ferocious. In that case, now that the gate to longevity is in front of me, how could I possibly let you off the hook? And how could I possibly not overstep my boundaries? Ku Hong laughed out loud. It's just a single technique. It's ridiculous that despite how you and I have been brothers for 100 years, we're now fighting to the death for a chance of survival. Dao Xuanzi laughed coldly and did not reply. Ku Hong suddenly said, I know I'm no match for you, and I'm sure I won't be able to escape today. But there are so many mortals here, and I don't know if you can withstand such a concentration of mortal miasma. Dao Xuanzi immediately changed color. Ku Hong, what do you want to do? Ku Hong laughed madly. I'm just seeking a ray of hope. Listening to the conversation between the 2 immortal cultivators above his head, Li Fan felt dread in his heart. However, before he could react, he saw a crimson flame explode above Chuanjing City. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening rumbles erupted in Li Fan's ears, and his sight instantly turned blood red. A moment later, he fainted. It took some time for Li Fan to wake up. At first, he was a bit dizzy. It was only after a long time that he remembered what had happened. Li Fan coughed and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, trembling as he climbed up and looked towards his surroundings. It was still nighttime, and the formerly luxurious Imperial Master's mansion had already become a ruin. The surrounding air was full of the unpleasant smell of burnt corpses. The civil and military personnel of the dynasty, who celebrated a few moments ago, were all dead. Li Fan's wives, concubines, and 5 sons were not spared either. Li Fan's aged face betrayed no emotion. His gaze was dull. After standing in place for a long time, he dragged his weak body out of the Imperial Master's mansion. Chuanjing City, which was incredibly prosperous and lively a few moments ago, had become a hell of blood and fire. There were broken bodies and collapsed buildings as far as the eye could see. The people who survived the calamity must have been less than 1 in 100. All this was because of the 2 immortal masters who suddenly came down. Li Fan lost his strength and casually sat down in a broken wall corner. His hearing had long been destroyed in the violent explosion just now. However, it mattered not. At this moment, he only wanted to laugh. How could there be immortal cultivators in this world? Ever since he became an official, he had used the power in his hands to search for traces of any immortal Dao that might exist. After he became an imperial master and ruled 10,000 people, he rummaged through the entire world. His rule extended as far north as the Ice Sea, as south as the Great Ocean, as east as the Ruins Abyss, and as west as the Lion Shan Mountains. There was no trace of an immortal's existence in the entire Grand Xuan, but today, several years after his hope had died, two immortal cultivators descended from the heavens and came to him. Without a second thought, they twisted everything he possessed to pieces. Is this immortality? And where do immortals come from? The anger and unwillingness that filled his heart turned into endless bewilderment. Heaven's will was wrong. At the same time, Li Fan felt incomparably fortunate. He was glad that before he died, he finally confirmed the existence of immortals. Otherwise, wouldn't he have to waste another 50 years after he started his next life? That's right. How was he, a mere mortal, able to go from being a humble scholar to being an imperial master? How could he not have something to rely on? This was also the reason why he was able to survive a narrow escape from the immortals. Truth, Li Fan murmured in his heart, and the scenery around him suddenly dimmed. It was murky and hard to see, as if a thick water curtain separated them. Truth to lies, reality to dream. 6 prominent words lit up in the darkness, then quickly dispersed, turning into a curtain of light. Charging complete. Virtualize the current scene and return to the initial anchor point. Small letters appeared one after another. At the same time, images appeared one after another, spreading over the entire light screen rapidly. It was the 50 years of Li Fan's life in this world. Li Fan froze for a long time as he looked at himself in the various images. Truth. That was the name Li Fan gave to this rare treasure he carried with him. It had only one function: transforming truth into falsehood and reality into emptiness. The so-called transforming of the real into the imaginary meant transforming everything that Li Fan had experienced into a simulated illusory experience, causing Li Fan to return to the anchor point he had initially set up when he had just traveled to this world. In fact, this timeline was Li Fan's second life. Although Li Fan had great aspirations in his first life, he could not achieve them because of his lack of talent. After failing to pass the imperial exams repeatedly, he finally quit studying to become a merchant after turning 30. He ran a small business, became an ordinary rich man, married, had children, and lived a normal life. It was only when he was dying of old age that he finally awakened truth. This was Li Fan's second life, an unstoppable journey towards success. It was a pity that it was ruined now. After pondering momentarily, Li Fan did not choose to end this life immediately. Before that, he still had a few things to do. Turning off the light screen and returning to reality, Li Fan steadied himself and dealt with the aftermath of Xuanjing's heavy damage. After gathering the people who had survived, Li Fan stabilized the people's hearts through his years of prestige. Even though Li Fan could not hear, he could still find a pen and paper. Although communicating was a bit troublesome, it did not hinder Li Fan's orders from being conveyed. First, Li Fan ordered his garrison battalion outside the city to come to Xuanjing City as soon as possible to maintain order after the disaster. Then, he sent orders to the neighboring towns to transfer food, provisions, and officials to Xuanjing. Most of the buildings in Xuanjing were destroyed, and after the garrison battalion took over Xuanjing, Li Fan stayed in the barracks to preside over the aftermath. Li Fan's decree constantly transported materials and talents from the neighboring cities towards Xuanjing City. After a month, the ruined Xuanjing City had slightly recovered some of its lively atmosphere. Only after the Grand Xuan Kingdom had finally recovered from the strike by the Immortals did Li Fan begin to order the people to collect information about the two Immortals that appeared that night. This included where they came from, where they traveled to, and whether they had any other conversations. Unfortunately, after several months of investigation, nothing else was found besides knowing that the two Immortals seemed to have appeared from the direction of the Ruins Abyss in the east. Li Fan's hope of profiting from both Immortals dying didn't seem to happen. Shouldn't have expected such a thing. Li Fan sighed in his heart. In that case, nothing is left for me in this world. Standing in the newly built Imperial Master's mansion, Li Fan again turned on truth, virtualized the current scene, and returned to the initial anchor point. Li Fan no longer hesitated and chose yes. On the light screen, countless lifelike images stood still simultaneously. Subsequently, this life's glory and wealth shattered like an illusion, transforming into countless streaks of light that flew into Li Fan's mind. Scene after scene flashed before Li Fan's eyes like a flickering lantern. Finally, the stage was fixed on the two immortal cultivators facing each other on top of the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Dao Xuanzi, Ku Hong. Li Fan softly recited the names of the two. 50 years later, I will be waiting for you here in Xuanjing City. Riches and wealth are but meaningless pursuits to me. Li Fan's consciousness gradually became blurry, but his will remain stronger than ever. In the next life, I will capture immortals. The light in his mind gradually disappeared, and Li Fan slowly fell into a deep sleep. In the darkness, a line of small glowing words appeared on the screen. After returning to the year of anchoring, you acted abnormally due to your ecstasy. This led to you almost being drowned by your aunt in holy water from the village witch. when there was still half a year before the countryside examination, you studied hard at home from dawn to dusk. Since you already knew the questions, you were full of confidence. Although your aunt complained about you, she always supported you in your studies. The village chief's brother coveted your family's ancestral fertile fields and secretly plotted to take them. Your aunt attempted resistance but failed. You managed to solve this matter with a little trickery. Your aunt looked at you in a different light from then on. Half a year later, you took the provincial examination. Despite ranking below 30 others, you finally succeeded in becoming a scholar, honoring your ancestors. After being anchored for 2 years, you traveled to Xuanjing City to take part in the imperial examination. You were prepared for the test questions and naturally excelled. You performed admirably in the imperial examination and claimed the place of the second-class scholar. You traveled around Xuanjing City and finally achieved your goal by being assigned the post of the magistrate of Wen County in Jiangnan. In the 3rd year, you picked up your aunt at home and assumed the post of Wen County magistrate. You began to secretly develop a network of trusted subordinates. In the same year, you led your men to discover precious mineral deposits in the deep mountains that you remembered from your previous life. In the 4th year, you successfully made a batch of explosives and muskets. Your musketry team was able to eliminate a nearby mountain bandit camp with little effort. In the 6th year, you were promoted to the governor of Jiangnan province. In the same year, you married the daughter of the minister of personnel. In the 7th year, there was a locust plague in Jiangnan province, and the grain harvest was in short supply. Only those under your rule were minimally affected. In the same year, your wife gave birth to a son for you. In the 8th year, your men succeeded in making flintlock pistols. In the 10th year, Lady Langya gave birth to a son. You personally came to offer congratulations and presented a well-prepared gift. In the 15th year, the emperor was struck by a sudden illness. Before he died, he summoned the Prince of Langya to the capital and passed the throne to him. The Prince of Langya succeeded the throne and changed his name to Emperor Xuanjing. In the 16th year, Emperor Xuanjing summoned you to the capital and promoted you to Minister of War. In the same year, there were simultaneous rebellions of various sizes in various places. Emperor Xuanjing ordered you to lead the army to quell the rebellions. In the 18th year, you traveled all over the world and swept away the rebels. After returning to the capital, Emperor Xuanjing revoked your military power and granted you the position of tutor of the crown prince. In the 20th year, the empress was suddenly caught in a witchcraft case. Emperor Xuanjing was furious and exiled her to the Winter Palace. When the crown prince privately sought your help, you decisively agreed. After a private investigation, you found evidence that consort Zaifei framed the empress, proving the empress's innocence. Emperor Xuanjing slaughtered consort Zaifei and her family, but did not release the empress from the Winter Palace. In the 21st year, someone secretly accused you of treason and submitted evidence of your private mining and secret armed forces. You were anxious and wrote a letter of apology. Emperor Xuanjing dismissed you from the post of minister, but allowed you to still tutor the crown prince. In the 23rd year, Emperor Xuanjing was on a spring hunting trip and decided to go back to the Langya royal residence in Jiangnan province to have a look. In the 24th year, Emperor Xuanjing visited Jiangnan and ordered you to accompany him. You also visited a few mines which you had previously secretly exploited. In the 25th year, Emperor Xuanjing went to Jiangnan for the 3rd time. This time he did not bring you. 3 months later, you secretly received news that someone had denounced you for privately traveling to the Winter Palace to visit the empress. In the same year, Emperor Xuanjing was assassinated on his way back to the capital. When the news came back, the capital was shaken. The officials invited the empress out of the Winter Palace, and the crown prince succeeded to the throne with the name of Emperor Kangning. In the 26th year, you were appointed as the imperial advisor and became the chief minister of the parliamentary court, achieving the highest position. The young emperor was highly dependent on you. Taking this opportunity, you established your influence in the court. In the 27th year, your aunt passed away. You once again thought of seeking immortality, so you sent people to explore the traces of the existence of immortals in various places. In the 28th year, the emperor came of age, but your power never stopped growing and the court became your own. In the 30th year, the world only acknowledged the imperial advisor and hardly knew the emperor. In the 31st year, the Empress Dowager became pregnant and urgently called you to the palace to discuss. With great joy, you secretly took the Empress Dowager back to the imperial advisor's residence to take care of her. In the same year, the Empress Dowager gave birth to a son for you. In the 33rd year, when you entered the court alone, you were surrounded by the guards secretly trained by Emperor Kangning. Luckily, with the help of a special treasure, you managed to save your life. You were furious and wanted to kill the emperor and establish your rule. However, under the Empress Dowager's desperate plea and the persuasion of the ministers around you, you refrained from taking action. You purged all of the emperor's close ministers. After that, Emperor Kangning only held the name of emperor, losing all power. In the 38th year, Emperor Kangning died in a state of depression. you made your eldest son the emperor and changed his name to Emperor Longcheng. In the 40th year, the Empress Dowager died of illness. Your desire for immortality grew more intense. In the 45th year, your wife died. In the 46th year, your eldest son died of illness. In the 48th year, after decades of fruitless searching for immortality, you gave up. After being anchored for 50 years, 2 immortals came west from the ruins abyss, destroying Xuanjing City. You miraculously survived. The simulation ends. You can choose one of the following options to keep. 1. An item possessed by you during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation level in this simulation. 3. The simulated memories of a person close to you in this simulation. These memories can be inherited by that person. 4. Abandon the above choices to accelerate the recharging progress. Li Fan regained consciousness and found himself back in his humble study. Taking in the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery, his past decades of experience crossed his mind one by one. Li Fan couldn't help but feel emotional. Was reality transformed into simulation? Or is everything already a simulation? Or perhaps is there no boundary between reality and illusion at a certain level? However, Li Fan would not waste his time on things he couldn't know. Soon, he settled his mind and focused on the 4 options. The first and second items were nothing to write home about, though if Li Fan were to embark on the path of cultivation, these 2 items could definitely help him greatly. Unfortunately, he was only a mortal in his last life as well. There was no cultivation realm to keep it all. As for the most valuable item in his own possession, it would undoubtedly be the Imperial Jade Seal. It was likewise useless and would only invite disaster. As for the third item, to let someone also remember the memories of this simulation. This was something that made Li Fan's heart race. For a while, several figures flashed through Li Fan's mind, but in the end, he still shook his head. After all, hearts were the most difficult to gauge. No one knew what a person would become after getting decades of memories. Right now, truth hadn't recharged yet, and he was still a weak scholar with no power or capital. Therefore, everything should be done with stability, so there was only the 4th option left: accelerate the recharge progress. Truth's transformation of reality into a simulation required recharging. According to Li Fan's experience in his previous life, this charging progress could only grow naturally with the passage of time. It would take about 20 years to recharge. The recharge progress would no longer increase after reaching a maximum of 200. Moreover, when Li Fan was hit by a fatal blow, Truth would consume recharge progress for automatic body protection. This was also the reason why Li Fan was able to survive several narrow escapes in his last life. Hence, the 4th item was the most prudent choice. With his thoughts settled, Li Fan no longer hesitated and decided silently in his mind. Immediately, a line of small glowing characters scattered into light spots and then quickly reformed into several new lines of characters. Name: Li Fan. Cultivation realm: mortal. Physical age: 2086. Mental age: 166, 1056. Charging progress: 30. 3 lifetimes as a human: 166 years. It turns out that I've already lived for so long. However, I remember the upper limit of mental age only being around 900 years in my previous life, but now it has increased to 1,000 years. It seems that it will increase with my accumulation of experience, which reduces the anxiety in my heart. Just as the body's lifespan had a limit, a certain limit existed for the mental capacity to endure. After carrying too many memories, a mental burden would form. Once this burden became too heavy, it would completely crush a person's soul. This was called the wear and tear of time. However, the upper limit of the mental age would increase as mental cognition increased. For now, Li Fan did not need to worry about this. As long as I step onto the path of immortal cultivation, everything else is not a problem. Now that I'm starting over, glory, wealth, and beauties are no longer my pursuits. I only want immortality. The pain after the beloved relatives and friends around him in his previous life faded away one by one, and the powerlessness and trepidation brought about by his own body's old age all made Li Fan's mind more determined at this moment. The goal of this life is to learn the secrets of cultivation from those 2 immortal cultivators. 50 years later, they will descend on Xuanjing City. With enough planning and preparation, even if they are the so-called foundation stage powerhouses, I might have a chance of winning. Perhaps what I can rely on, aside from gunpowder, is the immortal mortal miasma they speak of. Also, during these 50 years, I can't just wait. They came from the eastern ruins abyss, so perhaps I can send someone deep into the bottom of the ruins abyss first to search. The worst thing in life was having no purpose. In his previous life, Li Fan would often wake up in the middle of the night from the Empress Dowager's bed and feel an overwhelming sense of emptiness and meaninglessness. In that life, he had stood at the very pinnacle of ordinary people. He was the master of the emperor and held the world's army in his hands. Nearly every minister in the court was a trusted aide of his. He was able to abolish the emperor's rule at any moment, and even the Empress Dowager was at his beck and call. He couldn't reach any higher. In this next simulation, should he do the same? In that case, what was the point of reincarnating from one life to the next? Power and pleasure always tasted the same after enough repetition. Perhaps, if there were no other variables, after a certain reincarnation, Li Fan would voluntarily give up and choose to end his life. But the appearance of those two immortal cultivators allowed Li Fan to see a whole new set of possibilities. Allowing Li Fan to see a world of unfamiliar but tempting opportunities beckoning toward him, it ignited a great ambition and goal within him. He wanted to cultivate immortality. He wanted to live forever. No one could stop him. Li Fan pushed open the door of the house and walked out with his head held high. Time seemed to accelerate as Li Fan prepared for the 50th year during his third life. Li Fan implemented his plan in a meticulous and step-by-step manner. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, everything went smoothly. He retook the imperial examinations. This time, however, with the additional decades of experience in governance, the essays he wrote were naturally far superior to his previous life. Whether it was the county, provincial, or imperial examination, he always ranked first, becoming renowned throughout the world. Subsequently, despite his youth, he was appointed as an official in Wen County. After being anchored for 3 years, he came to Wen County once more. This life, gaining control, was much more efficient than the last. With his considerable reputation and thorough knowledge of local officials, he easily took control over Wen County. Then he began to promote and cultivate the trusted aides he had in his previous life and continuously strengthened his influence. At the same time, he drafted designs of flintlock pistols and ordered craftsmen to produce them, while assisting them with all the difficulties in production he knew about. After that, he ordered people to go around and privately recruit skilled craftsmen, striving to develop more advanced weaponry. The mountain mines were not forgotten either. Li Fan swept away all the mountain bandits near Wen County and forced them into work in the mines. Relying on the mine resources, he established many workshops in the deep mountains to mass-produce iron weapons. At the same time, he organized trade caravans to travel around the world and accumulate funds. After 4 years, Li Fan secretly searched and finally found the body double of Emperor Xuanjing. It was the existence of this double that led to the near failure of his assassination plan in his previous life. Luckily, he had always been cautious, and with his many backup plans, he was able to avoid failing in his endeavors. Li Fan personally trained the double to flawlessness in half a year. After 5 years, Jiangnan suffered a severe drought. Li Fan ordered his subordinates to pose as refugees and attack the Langya prince's residence. On the surface, Li Fan spearheaded the rescue attempt, but in secret, he commanded his people to kill the Prince of Langya and his family. At the same time, he revealed his trained double. Since then, Li Fan took control of the Langya prince's estate. The news of the killing of Langya prince's family, with the sole survivor being the Langya prince himself, shocked the whole country. The emperor was furious and sent troops to suppress the refugees. As a reward for his efforts, Li Fan was promoted to governor of Jiangnan province. Li Fan's power further expanded. However, after this, he became more cautious. Instead of continuing to expand, he kept a low profile and developed technology. In the 7th year, the locust plague came as predicted. Li Fan had prepared for it, and naturally, Jiangnan province remained virtually unaffected. He also petitioned for the imperial court to open warehouses and release grain to assist the victims. The court agreed. In the 9th year, the wedding of the Prince of Langya and the granddaughter of the chief grand secretary was held as scheduled. That night, Li Fan broke into the bridal chamber at night, scaring the Langya prince's consort half to death. After learning that Li Fan had killed the Prince of Langya and used a double to take over, she even angrily denounced Li Fan as a traitor. Li Fan instead laughed and asked her to write about this appalling incident in a letter. With this letter, Li Fan posed as the Prince of Langya's messenger and secretly sneaked into the capital to see the chief grand secretary. With a calm demeanor, Li Fan revealed that he controlled the entire Langya estate. The chief grand secretary, though shocked, remained calm and asked Li Fan what he wanted to do. Li Fan confidently explained that because the imperial advisor had held power for so many years, he had garnered many enemies. Furthermore, because his several sons were incompetent, it would be difficult for the imperial advisor's family to maintain its wealth and status after the death of the chief grand secretary. As long as the chief grand secretary could step in at a necessary time to help Li Fan with a favor, Li Fan would protect the future safety and prosperity of the chief grand secretary's family. The chief grand secretary pondered for a long time and finally asked what the favor would be. Li Fan laughed and only said it would be known to him in time, and then left. After 10 years, Lady Langya gave birth to a son. Obviously, this was Li Fan's child. Li Fan wrote a letter to the chief grand secretary to report the success. After 15 years, the emperor finally became seriously ill. After receiving the decree summoning the Langya prince, Li Fan took his trusted aides, traveled by night and day, and entered the capital. After the Prince of Langya succeeded the throne, Li Fan borrowed the emperor's power to control the courts and develop his people. With the chief grand secretary's secret cooperation, no concerns were raised as Li Fan took complete control. After 16 years, rebellion rose everywhere. Li Fan took the opportunity to integrate his trusted aides into the army and took advantage of their military success against the rebels to grant many promotions. In just 3 to 4 years, the army was firmly under Li Fan's control. After 20 years, the world gradually recovered from the turmoil of the emperor's death. Li Fan decisively poisoned the fake emperor at this time, killing the last possible threat. After supporting his own son to become the emperor, Li Fan appointed himself as the imperial advisor, moving from behind the scenes to the limelight once more, holding immense dominion and influence. After this, the Grand Xuan Kingdom's technological development greatly accelerated due to Li Fan's will. In the 35th year, the imperial advisor's mansion. Li Fan looked at the secret letter handed over by his men. After reading it carefully for a moment, he could not help but frown. So you're saying that the mists over the ruins abyss will disperse for half a day every 15 years. Reporting to the imperial advisor, this is exactly the case. Our immortal seeking battalion was ordered to station beside the ruins abyss and observe it day and night. Finally, a few days ago, there was a harvest. The immortal seeking official kneeling on the ground recalled the scene at that time, a look of awe still remaining on his face. After the fog cleared, there was a faint light shining out from the bottom of the abyss. We used telescopes to observe it and discerned all sorts of wondrous sights. Although what each person saw was not the same, the sights included a mountain range with thousands of peaks rising and falling, with majestic buildings scattered throughout. Vaguely visible, there were towering cities situated on the plains. With no less than 1 million people each, there is even a city in the sky enveloped in radiant light, and all kinds of rare birds and exotic beasts were flying in between. It was really the immortal seeking official paused before expressing the feelings in his heart. It was truly incredible. They really were from the ruins abyss. Although he had suspected this for a long time, now that it had been personally confirmed by his subordinate, Li Fan was still a little excited in his heart. However, his many years of experience had long since tempered his self-control. He asked indifferently, "Can you find a way to get down to the bottom of the abyss?" The immortal seeking official's breath stuttered, and then his face turned a little white. He quickly kowtowed and said, "Subordinate is incompetent. We tried various methods, but as soon as we descended to a certain depth, we were cut to pieces by an astral wind. The astral wind is so powerful that even our toughest armor cannot resist it for a moment." Upon hearing this, Li Fan did not look disappointed. After waving his hand and letting the immortal seeking official leave, Li Fan muttered to himself, "It seems that I still have to wait for you guys." 50th year Grand Xuan Kingdom, Xuanjing City, which used to be incomparably lively, was now silent and somewhat eerie. The vast majority of the people of Xuanjing had been forcibly relocated to the neighboring cities a month ago under the decree of the imperial advisor, who claimed that it was in order to avoid a calamity. This ridiculous excuse was met with heavy skepticism. However, the imperial advisor did not go too far and force those who didn't want to move, only suggesting that they build underground shelters to hide. These warnings were mostly treated as jokes. When Li Fan got the report, he did not bother. He had already done his best. In the streets and alleys of Xuanjing City, ambushes were waiting in place consisting of the special troops that he had carefully prepared over the years to use against the two immortals. Now that everything was ready, all that was needed were the protagonists. At night under the bright moon, the two immortal cultivators arrived as expected. "Dao Xuanzi, don't you oppress people too much." Ku Hong's angry shouts spread throughout Xuanjing City. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Countless tongues of fire suddenly lit up, and tens of thousands of bullets poured forth like waterfalls, suddenly bombarding the two immortals in unison. The two immortal cultivators high in the sky were caught off guard and were hit directly in the face. There was no scene of blood and flesh flying. Around them there were only concentric ripples in the air. An invisible force was blocking the tidal wave of bullets. What kind of artifact is this? Facing the sudden siege of thousands of mortals, the two immortal cultivators were as calm as usual. Ku Hong's right hand reached out and pulled a soldier into the sky, seizing the gun in the soldier's hand to scrutinize it carefully while throwing the soldier out casually. Quite interesting, using a delicate mechanical structure instead of a spell formation, and using the explosive power of a mortal object instead of spiritual power. It can actually erupt with the power of the early stage of chi refining. Ku Hong understood the principle of the gun after only a glance. He shook his head. "I didn't expect that after a few thousand years had passed, the mortals banished to the immortal extinction land would actually be able to research such a subtle object. Unfortunately, it can only work in this land lacking the great Tao. Outside the land of immortal extinction, it's just a pile of useless copper and refined iron." After saying that, the gun in his hand instantly disappeared into thin air, as if he had casually put it away. As a mere mortal, how dare you make a move against us immortal cultivators? Originally, I still had some guilt in my heart, but now it seems that it's you guys who are seeking death yourselves. Ku Hong stood tall and looked at the unknown number of densely packed mortal soldiers in the darkness, contempt flashing in his eyes. His right hand quickly waved about in the empty space in front of him, drawing out intricate patterns. Countless sparks suddenly appeared from the darkness, like a prairie fire that had been condensed into huge fireballs. Dao Art, Fire Dragon's Roar. As Ku Hong shouted in a cold voice, more crimson flames spread from the huge fire clusters, which served as the nodes, and they burned outwards in unison. In just a few moments, the flames were like flesh and blood, connecting the fire clusters in the sky. A fearsome dragon composed of crimson flames appeared over Xuanjing City. The fiery dragon raised its head and let out a resounding roar as it stretched its body and then slammed downwards. Boom! Violent explosions rang out incessantly. Buildings in Xuanjing City were like small toys, easily destroyed without the slightest resistance, and as if the red flames had a mind of their own, they devoured and burned everything they could touch after landing on the ground. In the blink of an eye, this Xuanjing City turned into a blazing inferno. However, Ku Hong, who had caused all of this, frowned, his face in disbelief, because he realized that although the Xuanjing City below looked miserable, the vast majority of the soldiers actually survived his strike. One had to know that the fire dragon's roar that he had unleashed in a fit of rage was already his full strength. The might of a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator was not something that mortals could resist. Even if those soldiers were well trained and had taken out their protective gear and hid in the corners of the building for protection the moment they saw him casting the spell, they should have suffered many more casualties. What's going on? Ku Hong was shocked and skeptical, and in an instant he seemed to have realized something. With a wave of his hand, Ku Hong examined one of the tiny metal objects that was previously fired at him, but was easily resisted by his body-protecting aura. Ku Hong's face changed dramatically, and he then alertly swept his gaze towards the surroundings, the contempt in his gaze turning into scorn. These concealed weapons have been soaked with mortal blood, contaminated with mortal miasma. Dao Xuanzi's voice also came over, his face ugly. We just arrived at this place and were ambushed. Moreover, the other party has utilized the immortal miasma, so it's obvious that they came prepared. Could it be that behind these mortals there are immortal cultivators guiding them? The duo glanced at each other, and several thoughts immediately flashed through their minds. No matter what, this place is a trap, and we should not stay for long. Although Dao Xuanzi and Ku Hong were fighting to the death for the golden core technique, that was their private affair. Now that unexpected variables have arisen in the form of the ambush of thousands of mortals, with the 100 years of tacit understanding of the two, they both at the same time subconsciously chose to escape first. Perhaps discovering the duo's attempts, the gunfire that had stalled due to the fire dragon's roar resounded once again. However, this deepened the suspicions in Dao Xuanzi and Ku Hong's hearts. These mortals obviously had an agenda. Go. Two were about to flee when they heard a voice ring out from below. Dao Xuanzi, Ku Hong, if the two of you flee, the news that you have obtained a golden core technique will spread throughout the cultivation world. The voice came from all directions of Xuanjing City, echoing continuously in this night with unending reverberations. The voice was somewhat old, but the tone was incomparably certain and cold. Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi's figures froze in their tracks as they looked shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The matter of us obtaining the golden core technique was clearly known only to the two of us, so how could the news have leaked out? For a moment, the duo fell into a deep state of fear. The two of them ventured into a cave to explore its secrets, and then Ku Hong seized the technique and fled. Dao Xuanzi followed in hot pursuit, and Ku Hong was desperate enough to take the risk of breaking into a land of immortal extinction to seek a ray of hope. The people encountered during this period of time flashed in their minds one by one. Who was it? And just as the duo's minds were shaken in the darkness, dozens of cannonballs with fiery trails were fired from various unexpected locations and flew towards the duo. You're seeking death. Ku Hong recovered from his shock and then became even more furious. Dao Art, Inferno Explosion. A huge ring of fire was vaguely generated out of thin air. Not good, quickly dodge, Ku Hong. Right at this moment, Dao Xuanzi's voice rang out urgently. Ku Hong was stunned, but with a sweep of his divine sense, fear appeared in his eyes. He was about to dodge, but it was already too late. Dozens of shells detonated around them. There were no deafening explosions instead. There was a cloud of dark red liquid, forming a small-scale blood rain that doused the two immortal cultivators. Ah! Chilling screams immediately resounded through the sky. At the same time, the ominous aura emanating from the duo quickly diminished. Thousands of soldiers with guns surrounded them. At this moment, the current situation of the two immortals caused these specially trained death soldiers to feel chills in their hearts. Originally, Dao Xuanzi and Ku Hong were in their 20s and 30s, but after being drenched by the rain of blood, their hair had actually turned snow white in an instant. Both of them became old in a few breaths, and their faces were covered in dense wrinkles. The two men hunched over and sat paralyzed on the ground. Ku Hong looked like he was going to die, while Dao Xuanzi's cultivation seemed a little higher, being in slightly better shape, although he was still only barely clinging to life. The original high and mighty immortals had actually turned into this. Even Li Fan, who was hiding in the back and secretly commanding, heard the report from his men and felt an inexplicable chill at this moment. Two immortal masters, our imperial advisor has given an order. If the two of you surrender, you can save your lives. A soldier shouted from afar towards the duo. Surrender. The heavily injured Dao Xuanzi looked at his dear friend, whose eyes were full of unwillingness, and wanted to say something but was unable to speak. However, his friend's gesture made him suddenly let out a cold laugh. Seeing Dao Xuanzi's movements, Ku Hong had already guessed what he was going to do. He faintly shook his head, then used his last ounce of strength to pass the storage ring in his hand to Dao Xuanzi. Ku Hong opened his mouth slightly, then his head fell limp and he swiftly died. High above the sky, a strange image suddenly appeared. A red, gnarled dragon appeared in the sky. It seemed to be in great pain, struggling and roaring, as if it was trying to get rid of something. However, it was all in vain. It slowly became shriveled, and in the blink of an eye, it was left with only a layer of skin and flesh. After a few moments, the entire dragon was eaten away, with not even flesh and bones left. Only then did people see clearly that it was a brown, plain-looking branch that had taken root in the dragon and devoured it. Even though it was an ordinary tree branch, it could swallow a dragon. This magnificent sight was like a brilliant firework, illuminating the sky for thousands of miles around. All the beings who saw this scene, be they human or otherwise, had this passage naturally emerge in their minds. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Ku Hong had 205 years of mortal cultivation and achieved the Dao Foundation with the special item Gnarled Dragon Branch. In the land of immortal extinction, he was surrounded by thousands of mortals and was injured by the immortal mortal miasma. His cultivation was lost and his lifespan was reduced. Now, in death, his Dao returns to the heavens. Pain, righteousness, and the difficulty of self-reliance. Around Xuanjing City, all the living beings who witnessed this vision were immersed in emotions such as these, unable to stop themselves. The magnificent sight lasted for almost half an hour, and then finally dispersed gradually. The soldiers finally came back to their senses, and silently looked at the other dying immortal cultivator in the field. Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, our imperial advisor has no intention of fighting you to the death. If you give up your resistance, our imperial advisor guarantees your safety. The soldiers continued to shout as Li Fan commanded. Li Fan was in the dark, but he sighed in his heart, knowing that his attempt to capture immortals in this life was a failure. He simply did not expect the immortal mortal miasma to be so powerful in killing and wounding immortal cultivators. As expected, Dao Xuanzi simply ignored the shouting. He also looked up at the already dissipated vision with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Gnarled Dragon Branch. After a long time, he brought his gaze back down and tried to straighten his hunched body. Scanning his surroundings, Dao Xuanzi tried to find out the puppeteer behind the curtains. I don't know who you are, he said to Li Fan. I also don't know what exactly your purpose is. Maybe this was for this golden core technique, and maybe this was for something else. Dao Xuanzi glanced at the storage ring in his hand and said calmly, now that us brothers have been set up by you and are dead, there should be nothing more to say, but I am not convinced. Dao Xuanzi spoke coldly. To be able to follow us all the way and know our affairs like the back of your hand without being discovered, I'm sure your cultivation must not be low. Despite such power, you don't dare to fight us head-on. To actually plot and scheme like this, hiding behind mortals, and even using the immortal mortal miasma, an underhanded thing that all immortal cultivators disdain. Dao Xuanzi took a deep breath. My brother, Ku Hong, did not deserve this death. Dao Xuanzi slowly rose into the air, once again towering above, looking at the crowd that was instantly on guard with no sadness or joy on his face. You have already seen my brother's foundation building wonder. Now I invite you all to take a look at mine. With the wonders of heaven and earth, I will build my foundation. Dao Xuanzi chanted loudly. My foundation is named Dao Xuan. A massive broken iron sword appeared in the sky above Xuanjing City. All living beings under the shadow of the giant sword felt their minds dull and slow like rusty machines. I have a sword, please witness it. The heavens and earth suddenly lit up, and everyone in Xuanjing City seemed to fall into absolute stillness. Subsequently, like cracks appearing in glass, the entire Xuanjing City shattered to pieces in an instant. Truth. The charging progress plummeted, and in the split second before his consciousness disappeared, Li Fan silently recited in his heart. End of simulation. Li Fan, who had regained his consciousness, was still immersed in the power of Dao Xuanzi's sword. That was a foundation establishment cultivator. Li Fan's heart was filled with shock. Previously, Ku Hong's ability to destroy Xuanjing City alone had already made Li Fan marvel, but Dao Xuanzi's final sword had made Li Fan deeply feel his own insignificance. Like a cricket facing a tsunami, from Li Fan's point of view, he was unable to even comprehend that sword, let alone grasp its entirety. Even if it was just a glimpse, it was enough for Li Fan to understand the gap between a mortal and a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Without the immortal mortal miasma, I'm afraid that even if I reincarnate for 100 lifetimes and devise countless strategies, I still wouldn't be able to pose a threat to them. Li Fan was secretly happy in his heart, but at the same time, he also felt deeply puzzled and alarmed. What is this immortal mortal miasma? Aren't immortal cultivators all mortals originally? How come the blood of mortals has such a terrifying restraining effect on immortal cultivators? The hidden meaning behind this could not help but make Li Fan's mind wonder. However, soon Li Fan suppressed his many thoughts. First, let's summarize the gains and losses of this life. Watching the scenes that flashed across the light screen, Li Fan pondered in his heart. The ambush of Dao Xuanzi and Ku Hong was basically within my expectations. First, I used the blood-soaked bullets of the death row inmates to consume their strength, followed by using the golden core method to disrupt their hearts and minds, and then I used the blood rain to deal a finishing blow, capturing the two of them alive after they were weakened to the extreme. What I didn't expect was that the immortal mortal miasma's restraint on cultivators was so powerful that it directly led to Ku Hong's death. What was even more surprising was that I originally thought that the 100-year-old brotherhood they spoke about was just a casual remark. I didn't realize that the relationship between the two was indeed extraordinary. When attacked, Dao Xuanzi took the initiative to speak out to remind Ku Hong, and when Ku Hong knew that it was difficult to escape death, he gave the technique to Dao Xuanzi on his own initiative. Furthermore, when Dao Xuanzi saw Ku Hong die to the ambush, he gave up his chance of living and made a suicide attack to avenge Ku Hong. All of this shows that there is indeed an exceptional friendship between the two. Since this is the case, how could the two of them kill each other because of a golden core technique? Li Fan's mind became more and more puzzled. Suddenly, he recalled the scene when he initially met the duo. A golden core technique with no other practitioners. Li Fan was suddenly puzzled. Immortal laws can't be practiced together. With such close brothers fighting to the death over a single technique, what would the cultivation world look like? Li Fan had a premonition that the cultivation world might be completely different from what he expected. No matter how dangerous it is, I will not falter. What's more, with the help of truth, as long as I'm careful enough, no predicament will be able to hinder me. After faltering for a moment, Li Fan's resolve was renewed. In this so-called land immortal extinction, if I want to seek the immortal Dao, I still have to find a way to do so through Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi. Last time I chose to attack the two of them at the same time, but this time I can perhaps choose to divide them. With his mind racing, Li Fan thought of several ways to deal with them in his mind in the blink of an eye. Although the other party consisted of towering foundation establishment cultivators, Li Fan wasn't very intimidated. In fact, he didn't treat them as formidable opponents at all. It wasn't that Li Fan was arrogant, but instead that the function of truth to be able to start over again and again was truly heaven-defying. How could a mere foundation stage cultivation compare to 50 years of foresight and countless opportunities for trial and error? After the simulation was over, Li Fan still chose the option to speed up the progress of recharging. Name, Li Fan. Realm mortal. Physical age 2086. Mental age 216 1080. Charging progress 30. This time the upper limit of mental age has only increased by a few decades, so it looks like it's almost at the upper limit. Li Fan had also been mentally prepared for this, so he didn't particularly care. If I count the one before transmigrating, this is already my 5th life. The path to immortality is so difficult. Li Fan sighed. I hope that these 50 years will not be wasted. Li Fan once again began the 50-year plan. As if following a set program, everything proceeded step by step. Take the imperial examination, win the examination and become a scholar. Become the county magistrate, mine minerals and make guns. After killing the king of Langya and replacing him, Li Fan was finally a bit anxious. Waiting 10 years to control the country was too long, and he would always have to be cowering in a place like Jiangnan. If he had 10 more years to mobilize the power of the entire world, he would have a much greater chance of success at capturing the immortals. Thus, Li Fan decided to send a trusted confidant to sneak into the palace and secretly administer chronic poison to the emperor. Who would have thought that it was this decision that stirred up waves? Although Li Fan's poisoning was not found, the emperor was young and strong, and the strange weakening of his body caused him to be increasingly suspicious. He suspected that someone secretly harmed him, and the chief object of suspicion was none other than the one he trusted the most, Prince Langya. This led to the emperor passing on the throne to the carefree Prince Runin instead of Prince Langya when he passed away in the 7th year. The good news was that Li Fan's insider in the palace sent out the news in time, and Li Fan acted immediately after hearing the news. On the one hand, he sent his men to assassinate Prince Runin. On the other hand, in the name of Prince Langya, he claimed that the courts had betrayed the emperor and ordered the assassination. Under the banner of Prince Langya, Li Fan took his well-developed army to the capital, and before the people could react, he attacked, forcibly taking over the imperial court and declaring martial law. Such drastic means naturally had many consequences. The first was that the ministers in the court were not convinced. The emperor's posthumous edict was to pass the throne to Prince Runin. Was the ascension of Prince Langya not rebellion? The ministers could not openly rebel under Li Fan's oppression. However, they were still able to do so secretly, passively resisting and harming bureaucratic processes. There were even some who secretly contacted feudal lords, trying to invite them to lead their troops into the capital to set things right. Li Fan was not merciful, and after killing dozens, he managed to deter the rest. Furthermore, there was also the help of the chief grand secretary in stabilizing his position. However, these few months had already ignited upheaval throughout the land. Feudal lords set up territories of their own, declared independence, and ignored the court's orders. Thus, Li Fan could only send troops to eliminate them one by one. Although the firearms were powerful, they were limited in number. Combined with the country's vast lands, it took a considerable amount of effort. Between battle and politics, Li Fan was very busy. It took until the 22nd year to completely resolve the internal and external problems. Due to this, he was a few years late in controlling the world than if he had patiently followed his previous lives. I still need to be cautious and patient. After everything settled down, Li Fan could only helplessly learn a lesson. A slight difference could lead to drastic effects. If there are too many variables, my advantage of foresight will shrink greatly. Luckily, everything was just a slight ripple and did not affect the big picture. After things gradually got back on track, the gears of time flew forward, and in the blink of an eye, year 35 arrived. In this year, Li Fan left Xuanjing City and traveled thousands of miles to personally visit the Eastern Ruins Abyss. The Ruins Abyss, located in the easternmost part of the Grand Xuan country, were so deep that one could not see the bottom, and there was a thick fog shrouding it all year round. If one were to accidentally lose their footing and fall, they would certainly end up completely annihilated. No one knew what lies beneath the Ruins Abyss. Even the birds were absent, and it had been a forbidden area to humans for many years. Li Fan, on the other hand, through his last simulation experience, knew that the dense fog above the Ruins Abyss would disperse once every 15 years. Today, he had come to the Ruins Abyss to witness it with his own eyes. After all, if his guess was correct, the two cultivators, Dao Xuanzi and Ku Hong, likely arrived to this land of immortal extinction through the Abyss ruins. Li Fan stood silently, watching the endless abyss, patiently waiting. After an unknown period of time, the thick white mist that emitted an ancient aura finally changed. Whoosh! What seemed to be an ancient beast's roar came faintly from below. Only as the sound gradually became louder did the crowd realize that it was the sound of the wind. The dense white mist was stirred, creating ripples upon ripples. Then the wind became stronger and stronger, and a large amount of white mist was forcefully expelled from the ruins abyss like a reverse waterfall rushing straight into the sky. Such a gale lasted for half an hour before the heavy fog dispersed. Li Fan's face was grave as he took out his telescope and looked towards the bottom of the ruins abyss. At first, the bottom of the ruins abyss was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. Gradually, a little bit of light appeared. After a long time, the bottom of the ruins abyss shone brightly, and a mirage-like, upside-down scene was reflected in Li Fan's eyes. According to the information, the scene that appeared at the bottom of the ruins abyss were different for each person. However, the scene in front of Li Fan's eyes shook him to his core. There was a dilapidated mountain gate with collapsed buildings everywhere. The ground and walls, full of cracks, were filled with marks left by sword strikes and magical attacks. There were even a few areas that seemed to be drenched in blood, taking on a sinister dark red color. The corpses and weapons scattered all over the place spoke of a catastrophe that had happened many years ago. Filled with shock, Li Fan shifted his gaze and saw 5 large words engraved on the smooth wall of a cliff. The immortal Tao is dead. The 4 words were dark red, seemingly written in blood. Even from a distance, Li Fan could feel the unspeakable fear and despair contained in these 5 words. The immortal Tao is dead. What on earth happened here? And what has happened in the entire cultivation world? Li Fan was immersed in it for a long time. The fog only dispersed for half a day and began to coalesce again. Li Fanrui returned to Xuanjing. After that, time flowed, and soon it reached the 50-year mark. On this day, Li Fan celebrated his 70th birthday while thousands of soldiers in Xuanjing City stood awaiting orders. Dao Xuanzi, don't you overstep your bounds. Ku Hong turned around and shouted angrily, flying and stopping over Chuanjing City. However, before Dao Xuanzi could respond, a voice came from below first, resounding through Chuanjing. Ku Hong, we have been waiting here for a long time by order of Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi. Following the announcement came bullets that covered the sky. Caught off guard, Ku Hong was struck with a barrage of gunfire. How is this possible? Did Dao Xuanzi already know that I was going to escape here? When did he become so scheming? Ku Hong was shocked and furious. And immediately after, Ku Hong was aghast to realize that his spiritual energy was being consumed at a rapid pace as he resisted against the barrage, and with a sweep of his divine sense, Ku Hong instantly understood. Immortal mortal miasma. Dao Xuanzi, you are so despicable. Ku Hong looked at Dao Xuanzi, who had subsequently arrived, with eyes filled with disbelief, as if it was the first time he had truly seen his dear friend of 100 years. At the moment, Dao Xuanzi was dumbfounded. What's with these mortals? Why did they attack Ku Hong under my banner? And they would use the immortal mortal miasma. Caught off guard, Dao Xuanzi froze for a moment. However, looking at furious Ku Hong, Dao Xuanzi suddenly became alert. There is something wrong here. Ku Hong, these mortals were not instructed by me. Dao Xuanzi hurriedly explained. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. Ku Hong laughed mockingly. Or are you afraid that if word of your use of the immortal mortal miasma gets out, you'll be hunted down and killed by all the cultivators in unison? Or are you more worried about tarnishing the good reputation you've built for over a century? Dao Xuanzi was familiar with his brother's temper and knew that Ku Hong had lost his mind and wouldn't listen to anything he had to say. Dao Xuanzi vaguely felt that he was caught in some kind of trap. The bizarre aura of this place even made him feel a sense of crisis. It was not wise to fight with Ku Hong at this moment. Thus, he still patiently explained to Ku Hong, "You've known me for 100 years, when have you ever seen me lie? This is indeed not." However, before he could finish his sentence, an old voice suddenly came from all directions, cutting his words short. Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, how can you go back on your word? Wasn't it agreed that as long as we assisted you in killing Ku Hong here and seizing his golden core technique, you would lead my clan out of this land of immortal extinction? The voice was aggrieved and also carried a touch of indignation. Golden core technique. Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi's faces changed at the same time when they heard this. Still saying it's not you. Other than you and I, who else in this world knows about this matter? Ku Hong's hair stood on end, furious to the extreme. This person actually knows about the matter of the golden core technique. Dao Xuanzi's heart completely sank. The voice continued to speak from below. Consider that by using the immortal mortal miasma for you, we have incurred widespread resentment. Now that the world is seething with public discontent, if Immortal Master doesn't his word and fails to lead us out, I'm afraid that it won't be long before my clan will die without a burial place. Being falsely accused, Dao Xuanzi only felt increasingly frustrated and shouted, "Shameless villain, shut up." He flew towards the source of the voice, trying to find the mastermind, but he only saw a strange rectangular object. It was the object from which that sound was emanating. And countless more of these objects were spread throughout the entire Chuanjing city. To actually be so cautious, Dao Xuanzi was helpless to the extreme. Could it be that Immortal Master wishes to kill and silence us now? Listening to the somewhat mocking words continue to come out from within, Dao Xuanzi clenched his teeth, crushing the object instantly. In Ku Hong's eyes, it looked as if Dao Xuanzi was infuriated after being exposed and wanted to kill to cover up his secrets. Ku Hong raised his voice and roared to the sky, "Dao Xuanzi, you and I have known each other for 100 years, but I seem to have completely misjudged you. Even if you wanted to get the golden core technique, why do you need to use so many underhanded tactics? I'm not going to run any longer, so come and get it if you have the ability." Dao technique, Fire Dragon's Roar. A furious fiery dragon surrounded Ku Hong and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The fire dragon then looked angrily ahead and spat out a crimson blaze from its mouth, which headed straight for Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi sighed helplessly, and with a soft chant, a flying sword appeared out of thin air from behind him, transforming into a white light that met the red flames head-on. The crimson flames clashed with the white sword aura, creating violent explosions that reverberated through the air. Chuanjing City below was caught in the aftermath, engulfed in a sea of fire. The battle between the two did not last long. Ku Hong's cultivation was originally inferior to Dao Xuanzi, and he was also weakened by the immortal mortal miasma attack from before, so he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Dao Xuanzi showed no mercy despite this, as his sword techniques pressured Ku Hong relentlessly. Just then, the old voice sounded once again. "Dao Xuanzi is fickle and vindictive. If we let him win, there is no way for us to survive. Soldiers, obey my order and help Immortal Master Ku Hong deal with Dao Xuanzi." Ku Hong was overjoyed when he heard this. He hastily distanced himself away from Dao Xuanzi, watching as Dao Xuanzi was swarmed with bullets. Triumphant, he shouted, as the saying goes, "You reap what you sow." I never expected that despite your veneer of righteousness, you would resort to betrayal and suffer a tragic backlash. Dao Xuanzi was already frustrated by the scheming of the hidden puppeteer, and when he heard Ku Hong's words, he was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. You stupid fool. He couldn't stand it anymore and cursed at Ku Hong. At last, your true colors are emerging. Ku Hong did not show any weakness and counterattacked. You've always prided yourself as being particularly clever, but look at you now. You've been forsaken by the very mortals you controlled and manipulated. Your clever plan has backfired spectacularly. Dao Xuanzi heard this and was left speechless. Unable to argue any longer, he simply ignored Ku Hong and instead launched deadly sword attacks, reaping the lives of the mortal soldiers who dared to attack him. However, these mortals were like locusts, their numbers seemingly endless. No matter how many he slaughtered, more would swiftly take their place, putting tremendous pressure on Dao Xuanzi, especially since he also had to be wary of the immortal mortal miasma. Because of this, he could only use energy-consuming ranged attacks to avoid being infected. As a result, the battlefield entered a strange stalemate. At this critical moment, that old voice echoed again relentlessly. Immortal Master Ku Hong, my clan's soldiers are on the brink of being wiped out. After Dao Xuanzi kills all of us, will he spare you? If you don't make a move at this time, when will you? The voice conveyed a tone of anxiousness and fear. Ku Hong was awakened by this voice and instantly came to his senses. He looked at Dao Xuanzi with a solemn expression. You're right. Dao Xuanzi, you and I have been friends for 100 years. Although we have turned against each other because of this golden formation technique, we're only both pursuing the path to longevity. I'll give you one last chance. If you give up the technique and flee, I won't bother you anymore. If not, I'm afraid that only one of us will survive. Dao Xuanzi sighed softly, but he did not say a word, responding by raising his sword and facing Ku Hong. Very well. Recently, as I was fleeing, I comprehended a new Dao art. It's only fitting that I use it to end this. Ku Hong said sternly. He then performed a hand seal. Dao art, imprisoning dragon. Flames formed into fiery shackles that surrounded Dao Xuanzi in all directions, forming an intricate formation that created a massive cage, trapping Dao Xuanzi within. Break for me. Dao Xuanzi, who felt an enormous pressure suddenly weighing on him, carried a grave expression. He took a deep breath, and the shadow of a rusty iron sword faintly emerged behind him. Under the sword's shadow, the sword aura he unleashed seemed to be empowered. As he struck the fiery cage, the originally blazing flames instantly came to a standstill before rapidly fading away. Ku Hong seemed to have anticipated this outcome as he laughed. Dao Xuanzi, you and I have been friends for 100 years, and we have fought together side by side countless times. Others say that my cultivation is inferior to yours, and that is indeed the case. However, cultivation is cultivation, and combat is combat. If we were to truly fight to the death, it is still uncertain who would win or lose between us. Since it's come to this, you don't have to hold back anymore. Let me see if your Dao Xuan sword is more formidable, or if my Dao arts are superior. In Ku Hong's eyes, endless battle intent erupted. Dao art, heaven-devouring dragon. The flames that had previously faded away suddenly went out completely. On the contrary, Dao Xuanzi's face changed drastically with the disappearance of the flame cage. It turned out that hidden behind the flame cage was a gnarled, dragon-shaped branch, waiting for the right moment to strike. After the flames suddenly extinguished, the branch shot towards Dao Xuanzi with a thunderous momentum as even darker flames began to grow around the branch. In an instant, the flames formed a massive, blazing dragon that was about to devour Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuan. At the moment of life and death, Dao Xuanzi did not panic despite his shock. In the sky, the giant shadow of the rusty sword was completely revealed. The gnarled dragon branch paused momentarily as if it had encountered a formidable foe, but then, as if provoked, swept towards Dao Xuanzi in an increasingly ferocious manner. Dao Xuanzi swung his sword, and the shadow behind him mirrored his movement. The space ahead solidified like a water surface freezing. The fiery dragon collided with the enormous Dao Xuan's sword for only a moment before being forced back. The heaven-devouring dragon shattered into crystalline fragments. Despite its appearance, it was no match for the Dao Xuan sword. The carefully prepared Dao art proved to be fragile in the face of the giant sword shadow flying towards Ku Hong, but he neither panicked nor dodged away. Dao art, dragon's rebirth. Under Ku Hong's furious shout, the crystalline fragments that had scattered upon the previous defeat instantly ignited once more. They then coalesced together, forming a brand new blazing dragon. Its flames burned brighter than ever before, and its prominent horns signified its proud heritage. Like a sharp sword, the newly formed dragon surged relentlessly towards Dao Xuanzi, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Dao Xuanzi's eyes flashed with a trace of appreciation, but the Dao Xuan sword above him showed no sign of retreating. In a life-and-death struggle, whoever was more decisive and ruthless would come out on top. However, at this crucial juncture, the old voice sounded out once more, like a lingering specter. Immortal Master Ku Hong, we shall lend you our aid. Before the voice even faded, long cannonballs with fiery trails bombarded Dao Xuanzi from all directions and erupted into a rain of blood. Caught off guard, Dao Xuanzai let out a miserable scream as his imposing aura plummeted. The shadow of the Dao Xuan sword also became dim, and the blazing dragon was able to take this opportunity to overcome the Dao Xuan sword, breaking through the distorted space and piercing through Dao Xuanzi's body. On the other hand, the sword shadow wielded by Dao Xuanzi was at the end of its line, only forcing a few mouthfuls of blood out of Ku Hong before dissipating. I. Dao Xuanzi coughed miserably, desiring but unable to express his final words. In mere moments, swallowed by the heaven-devouring dragon, Dao Xuanzi's body turned into a pile of bones. Above the vast sky, a strange phenomenon formed. A gigantic sword, forged through 1,000 trials, had been abandoned in the shadows for millennia, forgotten by all. As the years passed, its blade was no longer bright, its edge was no longer sharp, and it was covered in rust. However, a wave of anger and unwillingness suddenly arose. Even as the corrosion of rust became more and more severe, the divinity and majesty of that huge sword likewise increased with each passing day. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Dao Xuanzi cultivated the Dao for 201 years, achieving the Foundation Establishment through the extraordinary artifact Rust Sword Dao Xuan. In the land of immortal extinction, he fought to the death with others, and eventually fell at the hands of Foundation Establishment cultivator Ku Hong. Now in death, his Dao returns to the heavens. The brilliant scene illuminated the sky for thousands of miles like fireworks. Dao Xuanzi. Ku Hong watched the magnificent scene and seemed completely stunned, unable to stop murmuring to himself. All the soldiers present also looked up at the sky and froze. I am Li Fan, and I greet the immortal master. Right at this moment, an old man with white hair and a walking stick walked tremblingly to Ku Hong's side. Ku Hong paid him no mind, but Li Fan was not in a hurry, patiently waiting while signaling the soldiers to stand by. Only after a long time, with the heavenly visage dispersing, did Ku Hong turn to look at Li Fan. Are you the leader of the mortals here? Ku Hong's tone was harsh, and it was obvious that he did not have a good impression of Li Fan. That voice that rang out everywhere before was you, right? They were petty tricks and are not worth the immortal master's attention. Li Fan cupped his hands and avoided discussing the matter directly. Instead, he bowed respectfully. I beseech the immortal master to be merciful and save the lives of my clan's thousands of people. Mercy, Ku Hong sneered at the request. In my battle with Dao Xuanzi, we both relied on our own abilities, and our life and death were determined by fate. You, a mere mortal, actually interfered in the battle between us cultivators. He looked at Li Fan, his words dripping with killing intent. Although Dao Xuanzi and I fought to the death over the golden core technique, he was still my brother of more than 100 years. Now that you have killed him, shouldn't I avenge him by killing you? Unaffected by Ku Hong's threat, Li Fan just laughed bitterly. I'm just seeking a ray of hope. As I mentioned before, if Immortal Master loses, my clan will definitely be unable to escape death. When Ku Hong heard this, his face loosened up. He sighed, what a way to seek a chance of survival. You're right. In this harsh and cruel world, who isn't struggling for that glimmer of hope? Seeing that Ku Hong's tone had softened, Li Fan hurriedly jumped at the opportunity and said, previously Dao Xuanzi, the Immortal Master had promised me that if, before Li Fan could finish his words, Ku Hong frowned and interrupted, if it's this matter, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Dao Xuanzi probably had no intention of honoring his promise to begin with. Li Fan froze. What does Immortal Master mean? Ku Hong laughed mockingly. For 100 years, Dao Xuanzi has presented himself as an upright and righteous figure. I can't believe he turned out to be unscrupulous with no bottom line, even deceiving mortals in his actions. He paused, watched Li Fan's expression, and continued, the great formation of immortal extinction is so dangerous that the two of us were only able to break in with a healthy amount of luck. It would take a lot of effort for us to leave on our own, so how could we possibly take a mortal away? What? Even Immortal Master doesn't know how to leave this place. Li Fan's heart and mind shook drastically, and his face became extremely ugly. With over 100 years of anticipation and hopes being ruthlessly crushed by the immortal cultivator in front of him, Li Fan's mind almost collapsed. With that, he led Ku Hong through the ruins of Xuanjing City to an underground bunker. Earlier, when Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi were fighting, the soldiers in the city were hiding in these bunkers. In Xuanjing City, there were hundreds of similar bunkers, both large and small. Although the bunkers were deep underground, they were illuminated with lights and were still as bright as the surface. There were even ventilation ducts connecting to the outside world so that the bunker was not suffocating. Ku Hong surveyed the lights on the ceiling with interest and complimented. No wonder Dao Xuanzi sought cooperation with you mortals. To be able to restrain and utilize the power of lightning, it seems that over the thousands of years, you mortals of the immortal extinction land have developed greatly. There was also the projectile weapon from before, which was quite powerful. Immediately afterward, he shook his head again. It's a pity. Only in this land which lacks the great Tao are these magic artifacts somewhat useful. Outside of here, under the oppression of the laws of the great Tao, all of these things would be useless. Speaking of which, when did Dao Xuanzi find you and ask you to ambush me here? The timing doesn't match up. Could it be he mastered the art of existing in two places at the same time? Ku Hong suddenly remembered and asked suddenly. Li Fan remained composed and was about to answer before being cut off by Ku Hong, who had immediately lost interest and waved his hand. Forget it. What's the point of dwelling on this matter? After death, all things are meaningless. Finishing his words, he collapsed onto a chair, his expression gloomy. He seemed to have been deeply affected by Dao Xuanzi's death. It is best not to continue this matter lest I reveal some inconsistencies, Li Fan thought to himself. He then inquired with an anxious expression before Immortal Master said that he was unable to take mortals out of this immortal extinction land. Is this matter really true? Ku Hong snorted. You are just a mortal, so why would I lie to you? Perhaps a golden core stage cultivator could protect a mortal while breaking through the immortal extinction formation, but if it's just my foundation establishment stage cultivation, it's absolutely impossible. Of course, if you don't mind ending up as ashes, I am willing to give it a try. Ignoring Ku Hong's less than amusing jest, Li Fan asked persistently, could it be that there is no hope for mortals like me to leave this world? Ku Hong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. If you want to leave the land of immortal extinction, you must break through the immortal extinction formation. A mere mortal body has no chance of breaking through. Any attempts would be akin to seeking death. Moreover, at your age, you already have one foot in the grave. Why are you so obsessed with leaving this place? Wouldn't it be nice to be a local ruler? Ku Hong had a disdainful look on his face. Even though I wouldn't mind dying, I still wish to leave some hope for my descendants. Li Fan's persistence did not end, and he asked again, if my descendants can cultivate to the foundation establishment realm like Immortal Master, would it be possible to leave this place? Ku Hong burst into laughter, even ignoring the complete lack of spiritual energy in this place, making cultivation impossible. How could a mortal here, completely tainted in miasma, cultivate the immortal way? Ku Hong sneered, I advise you to give up on such hopes. Immortals and mortals have been eternally separated. Even if you mortals wanted to cultivate, you'd have to reform your bodies and cleanse yourselves of mortal miasma in the outside world. Otherwise, even if the path of immortality was right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to even touch it. With each question, Ku Hong's denials grew stronger, and Li Fan seemed to finally give up. Immortals and mortals are eternally separated. Eternal separation. Li Fan muttered in a daze, so there is really no way. There really isn't. Watching Li Fan's mood sink so far seemed to amuse Ku Hong. There really isn't. Ku Hong repeated again. As the Immortal Master said, immortals and mortals have been eternally separated. Li Fan let out a long sigh. Indeed, Ku Hong nodded repeatedly. As if he were defeated by this cruel fact, Li Fan excused himself and left, his expression dazed. The moment he walked out of the bunker, the door slammed shut with a bang. Ku Hong's face changed, an uneasy premonition welling up in his heart. However, it was already too late. Rolls of mist containing the immortal miasma gushed out from every corner of the room. Ku Hong let out a miserable scream before he was drowned in the dense fog. Outside the bunker, Li Fan's gaze turned deep as he slowly said, since immortals and mortals cannot coexist, then how could I, a mere mortal, dare to fully believe what you say? Li Fan gazed at the confession on the table, feeling disheartened. Ku Hong hadn't lied to him. He truly didn't know how to help mortals leave this isolated realm, the land of immortal extinction. After 5 cycles of reincarnation and 300 years of anticipation, all his hopes had turned into unachievable dreams. With his hopes of immortality shattered, Li Fan seemed to have aged overnight both physically and psychologically. Land of immortal extinction. He once again recited the name in his mind. An endless unwillingness welled up in his heart. Why did I have to be reborn in such a place? If I had been reborn in the cultivation realm outside, with the power of truth, I would have had a genuine chance at immortality. But fate had to place me in this land of immortal extinction. The information in Ku Hong's confession once again crossed Li Fan's mind. The so-called land immortal extinction, as the name suggests, is a place where immortals are extinct. Thousands of years ago, the ancient immortal cultivation world suffered a great change. At first, it was just a plague that swept through the mortal realm, and no cultivators paid it much heed. However, after a cultivator was accidentally infected by this mysterious plague, things began to spiral out of control. After infecting the immortal cultivator, the plague seemed to have been inexplicably strengthened, becoming able to spread amongst cultivators. The medium of transmission was none other than the spiritual energy that cultivators relied on for their cultivation. Through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the plague quickly spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Cultivators infected with the plague would regress in their cultivation, while the less fortunate would lose their cultivation overnight and become no different from mortals. Within only a few days, they would die and return to heaven. With the deaths of a large number of cultivators, a wave of despair began to spread among the cultivator community. In desperation, some cultivators vented their anger on the source of it all, the mortals. Thus, a mass slaughter began. Facing the towering cultivators, the mortals had little power to resist and could only be slaughtered. But it wasn't long before this slaughtering was forcibly terminated, not out of a guilty conscience, but because of the horrific discovery that the plague didn't dissipate with the deaths of the mortals. Instead, the plague was released into the world, infecting the currents of spiritual energy that pervaded heaven and earth. For a while, the concentration of the plague within the cultivation world skyrocketed. This led to the fall of even more cultivators. Helpless, cultivators gave up their slaughters of mortals. However, sitting back and waiting for death was obviously not cultivators' style of action. On the one hand, a group of cultivators began to develop treatments to resist this plague, and on the other hand, cultivators came up with the infamous Great Migration Plan. Although this plan was opposed by a significant portion of cultivators at the very beginning, most eventually agreed for the sake of their survival. The so-called Great Migration Plan was based on the following considerations. Since mortals couldn't be killed and cures were nowhere in sight, the plague would only spread more and more as mortals reproduced. But because the plague relied on spiritual energy for transmission, a logical solution was formed: banish all mortals in the cultivation realm to small realms, broken pocket dimensions, and other places without spiritual energy. Then formations would be used to isolate them forever, forbidding the mortals from returning. In this way, the plague of mortals would be contained, allowing cultivators to slowly study cures for the plague. Moreover, the world was filled with countless undeveloped pocket dimensions, so there were no concerns about running out of space for the exiled mortals. Thus, under the arrangement of the unified will of the entire cultivation world, all mortals began their centuries-long migration. The question of how many mortals would die during this century-long migration was not within the consideration of the cultivators. In the face of the strength of cultivators, mortals had no room for resistance. In this way, after hundreds of years of migration, the mortals of the entire cultivation realm were dispersed across various small worlds. It took nearly 1,000 more years for the plague's concentration to finally decrease to a manageable level. During these 1,000 years, cultivators finally found a way to purify this plague after continuous research. However, despite purification, the plague would still remain latent within mortal bloodlines, much to the dismay of cultivators. Even if there were no more mortals in the world at that time, not every offspring between cultivators had the aptitude for cultivation, and more mortals would be born over time. Inside these mortals lay the threat of the plague. Furthermore, because the plague was especially lethal to immortal cultivators, mortal offspring wishing to cultivate had to first purify themselves of the plague. Over time, this plague became synonymous with the divide between immortals and mortals, so it was named the Immortal Mortal Miasma. In order to prevent the resurgence of the Immortal Mortal Miasma, cultivators agreed to avoid places where mortals had been banished. Over time, these places became the so-called lands of immortal extinction. There were countless lands of immortal extinction, both big and small, but the number of cultivators willing to risk their lives to enter these places was very few. It was already a blessing for Li Fan to stumble upon 2 of them. Now, these cultivators did not have a way to bring mortals out. How could Li Fan expect another cultivator of a higher cultivation level to break in? What's more, as a mortal, his lifespan was limited. Even if he could constantly simulate reincarnation, it would only be repeated within his lifespan. This year, he was already 70 years old, and the upper limit of his physical lifespan was 86. The possibility of meeting another cultivator within those 16 years was basically zero. Since this was the case, how could Li Fan not feel despair? Though he had glimpsed the path to cultivating immortality, in the end, it proved hopelessly distant. Could it be that he could only repeat the life of a mortal over and over? Li Fan was truly unwilling. The road to immortality was right before him, seemingly within his reach, yet it was impossible to take the first step. Thinking about everything he had experienced in his several lifetimes, his nearly 300 years of bitter anticipation, Li Fan wasn't resigned to giving up the path to immortality. Was there really no way? Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning cutting through fog, Li Fan thought of something he had overlooked. How had a large number of mortals migrated thousands of years ago? Although the land of immortal extinction and the cultivation world were adjacent, they were separate realms. Surely these mortals didn't come here on foot, right? There had to be some means of transportation, right? Perhaps those means were still around today. If he could find those means, could he use them to travel to the cultivation world? Even if it was just a slim, almost negligible possibility, it sparked a glimmer of hope for Li Fan. His excitement surged, and he immediately headed to the prison cell where Ku Hong was being held. He wanted to consult Ku Hong on the feasibility of his idea. How did the mortals during the Great Migration Plan come to the land of immortal extinction? Perhaps he had never thought about this before, as Ku Hong directly froze after hearing Li Fan ask this. Thousands of years have passed since the era of the Great Plague, and we're not sure what exactly happened during that time. Regarding the various things that happened back then, I've only heard rumors. Ku Hong shook his head after thinking for a moment. What, you still haven't given up? Ku Hong looked at Li Fan and couldn't help but mock. Even if you get out, what could you do? Still wanting to cultivate immortality at the age of 70. He was halfway through his sentence, but when he saw Li Fan's icy cold eyes watching him as several trained soldiers stood beside them, he couldn't help but shiver and snapped his mouth shut. Ku Hong had long been released from his prison by Li Fan. After being trapped in the secret room and baptized by the immortal mortal miasma by Li Fan, his cultivation had regressed drastically, falling directly to the early stage of qi refining. Unable to use any of his Dao techniques, he was now just a slightly stronger mortal. After being captured, he had originally cursed and raged, but after a few rounds of severe torture, Ku Hong became obedient. It turns out that high and mighty cultivators, after losing their cultivation, are no different from us mortals. In fact, they have even less backbone than us, a soldier on the side said mockingly. Yeah, this one didn't even last an hour under us. Another soldier chimed in. Ku Hong was very frank, better to be alive than dead. Besides, in the cultivation realm, death is common. Although you are just a mortal, your skills and determination are not bad. I can't complain about you ambushing us as you proved superior. Don't you hate me? Li Fan was a little curious. Hate, of course I do. Ku Hong aggressively drank a mouthful of the wine Li Fan had prepared for him, but what can I do about it? Now that you're the knife and I am the meat on the chopping board, how could I threaten you? Wouldn't that be a death wish? You are quite open-minded. Li Fan smiled. It's just surviving by any means necessary. Ku Hong snorted coldly. If you could return to the cultivation world, would you still be able to continue your cultivation? After a moment of silence, Li Fan suddenly asked. What? Ku Hong didn't react immediately. If you can help me find a way to travel to the cultivation realm, maybe I will take you with me. Li Fan promised. You treacherous villain, you still want to swindle me. Ku Hong was furious, but he soon calmed down and looked at Li Fan fiercely. Li Fan's face was calm. Truth or falsehood, it's still a glimmer of hope for you. Are you willing to give up on your life and just die of old age in this tiny place? Hearing Li Fan's words, Ku Hong fell silent. His face changed intensely, and it was obvious that his heart was struggling deeply. After a long time, he finally let out a long sigh. Fine, I agree. Don't worry, I Li Fan have always kept my promises and have never gone back on my word, Li Fan said reassuringly. The henchmen on the side carried solemn faces and lowered their heads. In the entire court, who didn't know that the current imperial advisor was a man of his word? If he said he would kill your entire family, he would. No need to paint a rosy picture for me, as I am already willing to help you if only to gamble for a slim chance of survival, Ku Hong said coldly. Hearing this, Li Fan didn't bother to explain further. Instead, he directly raised his speculation. If my guess is correct, back then, cultivators should have used a magic artifact similar to a flying boat or shuttle to migrate the mortals. In ancient times, when the cultivation world was flourishing with numerous sects and schools, this kind of transportation-type artifact was very popular. Unfortunately, later on, the world underwent tremendous changes, and cultivators became wary of each other. They started to act alone, and these flying boats and shuttles became rare sights. Ku Hong slowly responded. Are you referring to the catastrophe caused by the mysterious immortal mortal miasma? Li Fan asked. Although the immortal mortal miasma was bizarre, it couldn't shake the foundations of the cultivation world. In fact, the reason why the immortal mortal miasma was able to run rampant was because the vast majority of the cultivators in heaven and earth had already fallen victim to a great calamity. The strength of the cultivation world plummeted, which is why it was unable to effectively deal with the immortal mortal miasma. Ku Hong shook his head, his complexion somewhat grave. A great calamity. Li Fan suddenly recalled the scene of the crumbling mountain gate that he had seen in the depths of the abyss ruins previously, and he could not help but feel his heart trembling. Could it be that immortality techniques cannot be practiced together? Ku Hong glanced at Li Fan in surprise, unsure of how he came up with the idea. Indeed, practitioners of the same technique cannot coexist. Ku Hong let out a long sigh. In the ancient times, there was no such restriction. At that time, a countless number of great cultivation sects opened their doors to the world, recruiting disciples and teaching them their techniques. Cultivators had masters to guide them, and when they encountered difficulties in their cultivation, they could ask for advice at any time. They could also spar and learn from their fellow disciples who practiced the same techniques. Back then, the entire cultivation world flourished vibrantly, Ku Hong said, unable to hide his longing. Unfortunately, the heavens and earth changed drastically. Immortal cultivators suddenly realized one day the efficiency of their cultivation was greatly reduced. While cultivating, they would know in their minds how many people in the entire cultivation world were practicing the same techniques as them. They discovered to their horror that the more people that practiced the same techniques simultaneously, the lower the cultivation efficiency would be for everyone. Kuhong spoke slowly in a dark voice, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. In the beginning, everyone maintained restraint, trying to find a solution to the problem. However, in the following decades, countless cultivators were stuck in place, unable to advance their cultivation. Eventually, they reached their limits and could no longer hide the killing intent within their hearts. A catastrophe that swept through the entire cultivation world began. Anyone who practiced the same technique became an obstacle to all the others. Former masters and disciples, senior brothers and junior sisters, all became mortal enemies in an instant. Even if someone's heart was not willing to kill, how could they be sure all other parties thought the same? Who could guarantee that the other party would not eventually ambush them? All cultivators were plunged into endless suspicion, and the only people they could trust were themselves. At that time, all sects became hell overnight. Those scattered cultivators hiding in deep mountains and secret realms trying to take refuge were not spared either, because cultivators who practiced the same technique would also sense each other's location. Massacre, endless massacre. I don't know how long it lasted before it gradually subsided. By then, the once thriving cultivation realm had become incredibly desolate, with all the sects ceasing to exist, leaving behind only solitary cultivators. Kuhong narrated this ancient calamity in the cultivation world with great detail. Li Fan listened intently, his emotions rising and falling as more questions formed in his heart. Since immortal practitioners of the same technique could not coexist, how did cultivators practice now? What did the cultivation world look like today? In today's world, a mortal who wants to cultivate immortality has no more than a few options. Kuhong patiently explained. One is to join the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance is a loose alliance formed by many cultivators where one can earn contribution points by taking on and completing quests or trading with others. With the contribution points, one can then exchange for cultivation techniques and resources from the alliance. Second is the Five Elders Association. The Five Elders Association is an organization created by 5 top-tier powerhouses, and it wields significant influence. As long as one has the qualifications to cultivate, one can voluntarily join and choose a cultivation technique. The price is that one needs to sign a sole contract and serve the Five Elders Association for a certain amount of time. The third is to choose to join the local forces around the world. Although these forces can't be compared to the previous two, the local forces tend to be more cohesive and generally don't involve dangerous missions, which is more suitable for those with laid-back dispositions. As for certain other chaotic organizations, they are not very reliable, so let's not mention them. Kuhong slowly explained the general situation of today's cultivation world. Li Fan frowned at his words and was a bit puzzled from your description. Why does it seem like cultivation techniques are not that scarce in the cultivation world? Kuhong snorted coldly. That's because the techniques obtained through these organizations are all incomplete. Incomplete. Li Fan stared blankly, then suddenly realized. If you want to obtain a higher level technique, you have to continue to sell your life for them. Not bad, Kuhong replied bitterly. All techniques have been crippled by major factions in recent years, and cultivating them to the peak of foundation establishment is the limit. If you want to break through to the next realm, you have to switch to a higher level technique every further realm you reach. Switching techniques. If one has to replace their cultivation technique and cultivate from the beginning every realm breakthrough, wouldn't that mean that all the previous efforts were in vain? Li Fan was shocked. That won't be the case. Kuhong shook his head. Ordinary cultivators must cultivate the Tai Shang primordial scripture. It is rumored that this sutra was the highest scripture of the Tai Shang sect and served as the foundation of their sect. After the Great Catastrophe, the Tai Shang sect was annihilated, leaving behind only fragments of the Tai Shang primordial true scripture in the world. This scripture isn't a cultivation technique, it's instead more like a secret art. It allows the person practicing it to freely convert their spiritual energy without significant loss, and be able to quickly catch up to the original realm after dispersing his or her original technique and switching to a new one. There is actually such a miraculous method, Li Fan marveled, but the appearance of this remnant was quite timely. Only this way would the countless cultivators become able to accept constantly changing cultivation techniques. Li Fan laughed coldly. In my opinion, this Tai Shang primordial scripture has likely been preserved as far more than just remnants. I'm afraid it's just that the person behind the scenes is only willing to release this part to control the cycle of changing techniques. Kuhong sighed longingly. Who doesn't understand this logic? But what can be done? True techniques are hard to come by, and although being exploited is regrettable, at least there is a visible goal and means to achieve it. I'm not willing to be controlled by others for the rest of my life, but I'm not willing to risk my life. Those who despise control and are willing to risk their life to search for opportunities in the various secret realms and ancient sects are only a minority. Li Fan nodded, gaining a rough understanding of the situation of the cultivation world today. It was completely different from the carefree, single-minded pursuit of immortality he had imagined. Instead, it had become slightly similar to his previous world. Thinking about all this, Li Fan couldn't help but sneer. Ku Hong didn't notice the difference in Li Fan's mind. He sighed involuntarily. Dao Xuanzi never knew that the reason why I grabbed the technique and ran away was not because it was a golden core technique, but because it was a genuine technique that could lead to the realm of nascent soul. If it really was a golden core technique, I still would have been able to control myself. But it was, after all, a true nascent soul technique, Ku Hong lamented repeatedly. When Li Fan heard this, his heart stirred, and he touched the ring he was wearing on his hand. Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi's items had already been seized by him and stored in this storage ring. Perhaps it was because he had gone through many reincarnations, and his mental strength was far beyond that of normal people, but the storage ring that usually required divine sense at the chi refining stage to function was usable by him as well. However, if he couldn't find a way to leave the land of immortal extinction, these things would be completely useless to him, so he didn't have the heart to examine them carefully yet. Next, Ku Hong introduced Li Fan to the common knowledge of the cultivation world, such as how the fall of a cultivator would invoke a heavenly vision to all within a certain range. Finally, he returned to the topic of leaving and discussed Li Fan's hope for flying boat legacies from the Great Migration Plan. Perhaps there is indeed such a possibility, Ku Hong thought carefully before affirming. I've heard rumors that for the past thousands of years, there have been occasional reports of mortals banished to the immortal extinction lands who then secretly return to the cultivation world. It's just that most of it is just hearsay without any solid evidence. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Sometimes rumors contain the truth of the matter. Li Fan's heart perked up. After all, mortals and cultivators are inextricably linked. It is normal for some cultivators to leave a path for their mortal families to return. I think these mortals were able to return through the backup methods left by these cultivators. Ku Hong was not very optimistic. Even so, thousands of years have passed. This realm is also quite vast, and the possibility of being able to find these hopes is very slim. As long as there is a ray of hope, I will not give up, Li Fan said firmly. I really don't know why you, a dying old man, remain so attached to this, Ku Hong muttered in a small voice. Li Fan pretended not to hear and said solemnly to Ku Hong, as long as you help me find a way to travel to the cultivation world, not only will I release you and allow you to come with me, but I'll also return all of your and Dao Xuanzi's belongings, including that nascent soul technique. Truly, Ku Hong raised his head violently, a strong trace of hope emerging in his eyes. Of course. Li Fan nodded his head. Good. If this is the case, I will do my best to help you. Ku Hong gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Although he had been deceived by Li Fan several times and did not know how trustworthy Li Fan's promises were, he was just like Li Fan. As long as there was even a sliver of hope, he was unwilling to give up. To be trapped here for decades and die of old age was definitely not what he, Ku Hong, desired. Next, with the help of Ku Hong, Li Fan collected history books and classics of the world, trying to find clues about the Great Migration Plan from ancient records. At the same time, Li Fan also used the army to excavate ancient tombs, trying to find some clues from them. Although it led to a lot of public grievances and hundreds of officials writing letters to admonish him day after day, they were all forcibly suppressed by him. Unfortunately, too much time had passed since the Great Migration Plan, and his remaining lifespan in this world was too short. 16 years later, in the 66th year, Li Fan's end was approaching, but he still had nothing to show for it. Ordering that Ku Hong should be released, Li Fan came alone to the underground chamber of the Imperial Advisor's mansion. With a movement of his divine mind, Li Fan took out all the items in his storage ring and laid them out in order. First, Li Fan focused on the jade slip that emitted a faint golden glow. It was the nascent soul technique that caused Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi to turn against each other. Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra, Nascent Soul Technique, current number of cultivators 0. Li Fan picked up the jade slip, and a message naturally appeared in his mind. Nascent Soul Realm, huh? Li Fan's heart was filled with longing, but it was a pity that right now, he was still just a mortal without a hint of divine sense. Although he could use the storage ring, he could not do anything with this nascent soul technique, and could only look on with bated breath, unable to learn its content. Owning a treasure but being unable to access it, Li Fan could only look at it greedily for a few more moments before finally putting it down with reluctance. Li Fan then looked at a rusty iron sword beside it. It was none other than Dao Xuanzi's foundation establishment treasure, Rust Sword Dao Xuan. According to Ku Hong, if a qi refining cultivator wanted to break through, he needed to use a treasure of heaven and earth as the basis to establish their foundation. These treasures were unique, and only those with destiny could find them. Furthermore, once a cultivator establishes their foundation through the treasure will become inextricably tied to the cultivator. If the cultivator falls, then the natural treasure will fall with them, losing their extraordinary properties and becoming an ordinary object. Li Fan stroked the unusual iron sword in front of him with his hand, but his attention was focused on the information that suddenly emerged from truth. Charging item found, Rust Sword Dao Xuan remnant. Consumed to recharge. Li Fan pondered for a moment and chose yes. The rusty sword in his hand silently disappeared, and with that, a line of small words appeared in Li Fan's mind. Current anchor recharging progress 1. Current number of anchor points 1. Li Fan's heart stirred according to the feedback from truth. When the anchor charging progress reached 100, a second anchor point will be opened. In the future, everything will be virtualized, and when choosing to return, one could choose to restart from any one of the anchor points. If the second anchor point can really be opened, it would be incredibly convenient, Li Fan thought, looking forward to it. For example, he kept repeating his reincarnation in these lifetimes in an attempt to get the cultivation method from Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi. The previous 50 years had been a repetitive ordeal for him. Moreover, uncontrollable variables sometimes arose. If he could start his reincarnation directly from the time he became the imperial advisor and took control of the world, then each attempt would be much more efficient. Thinking further, he was only immortal, and each reincarnation would last only 50 years. Although it was long, Li Fan was able to accept it. However, once he embarked on the path of cultivation, where progress could take hundreds or thousands of years, starting over would be devastating. The thought made concerns rise in his heart. However, if more anchor points could be opened, then Li Fan would have many more opportunities for trial and error. It was not impossible to keep trying step by step to find the perfect path to immortality. As for the initial anchor point, it could also be used as a last resort. Although heaven and earth treasures are hard to come by, the cultivation world is incomparably vast, and treasures will be abundant. As long as I can leave this land of immortal extinction and escape my shackles. With these thoughts in mind, Li Fan's desire to leave this place grew more passionate. After absorbing the Rust Sword Dao Xuan, Li Fan didn't pay too much attention to the other things in the storage ring. It was nothing more than some standard spirit stones, low-grade spiritual weapons, and other such things. Standard spirit stones, which were jointly manufactured by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance and 5 Elders Association, had different grades and were the recognized currency of the world of cultivation. Each spirit stone had a unique anti-counterfeiting seal that could not be imitated by others. In fact, the reason why a standard spirit stone was valuable was because it was recognized by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance and the 5 Elders Association, and could be exchanged for cultivation techniques. On the other hand, privately made inferior spirit stones and natural spirit stones dug out from various spirit mines were all worthless. This was because in today's cultivation world, what bottlenecked most cultivators were not resources such as spiritual qi and spiritual stones, but instead cultivation techniques of each realm. It was because the 10,000 Immortals Alliance and the 5 Elders Association controlled the vast majority of the world's cultivation techniques that they could become behemoths spanning the entire cultivation world. As for those low-grade spiritual weapons, they were mostly used as consumables in fights. Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzai were not particularly wealthy, so the spiritual weapons on their bodies were common goods that had little value. After storing away the items in front of him, including the nascent soul technique, one by one into his storage ring, Li Fan had become exhausted. His body was already so frail, like a candle in the wind, and it would completely fall apart at any time. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan closed his eyes, as if he wanted to engrave his weakness at this moment firmly in his heart. Afterwards, Li Fan no longer hesitated and called out truth, ending this life. In the darkness, scenes of his previous life flashed by rapidly, and eventually a few familiar lines appeared in the field of vision. The simulation ends. You can choose one of the following options to keep: 1. An item possessed by you during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation level in this simulation. 3. The simulated memories of a person close to you in this simulation. These memories can be inherited by that person. 4. Abandon the above choices to accelerate the recharging progress. Li Fan chose the first item this time. Unfortunately, his attempt to be clever by placing all of his items in the storage ring in his last life failed. Items such as the storage ring, nascent soul technique, spiritual stones, spiritual weapons, and so on appeared in Li Fan's mind in turn. Li Fan naturally chose the nascent soul technique. What surprised him was that after he chose the cultivation technique, he could take it out and put it back into truth at any time. Moreover, the technique was already bound to himself in a sense. This technique already completely belonged to him, and even if he did not choose to bring it back in the next life simulation, it would still exist in truth, ready to be brought out at any time. With this, many more plans have become available. Li Fan took out the golden jade slip and played with it in his hands while pondering over his course of action in this lifetime. Thousands of years have passed since the Great Migration era, and the relevant clues have long been buried deep underground. Mass excavation of ancient tombs is too sensational, and despite the strong control I had over the court in the previous life, this matter sparked significant opposition. With such little preparation, such a matter would undoubtedly be difficult to sustain. However, if I start laying out the groundwork from the beginning and spend 20 years, it may not be impossible to transform the mindsets of people in the world. Name, Li Fan. Cultivation realm, mortal. Physical age, 2086. Mental age, 282, 1109. Recharge progress, 0. Anchoring charge progress, 1. Current number of anchor points, 1. Bound items, Jade Cosmos 1000 Variation Sutra. As time passed, Li Fan's sixth life began. Everything progressed according to the established trajectory, but under Li Fan's discreet influence, many subtle changes occurred in the world. After 3 years, rumors that immortals were descending into the world spread out one after another all over the Grand Chuan Kingdom. In the 5th year, the School of Ancient Wisdom suddenly emerged. This school brought with it several volumes of ancient texts, which were so extraordinarily rare that they shook the entire world. The names of the ancient scrolls were Yijing, Dao De Jing, Nanhua, Lunyu, and Daxu. 1. One famous literature from China. You might recognize Lunyu the Analects as one of the core writings of Confucianism and Dao De Jing as foundational to Taoism. Xuanjing City Scholarship Abode. A group of scholars gathered together to examine the volumes of ancient books that had recently caused the world to tremble. Ever since the ancient books appeared in the world a few days ago, the city's bookstores have been printing additional copies without stopping. Even so, the demand for the published books exceeded the supply. These scholars also managed to obtain a few volumes today with great difficulty, so they invited a group of friends to come here to enjoy it together. Supreme benevolence is like water, benefiting all things without hesitation. Wonderful, wonderful. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. In just a few words, it instantly feels infinitely profound. This scripture is truly extraordinary. In my opinion, these 3,000 words are worth more than all the literature I've read before. I feel the same way. No, in my opinion, the subtlety of that volume of Yijing is even higher than that of Dao De Jing. Although the words are obscure and cryptic, they are so well written that they seem to contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Precisely, the way of heaven is to benefit others, and the gentleman is unceasing in his self-improvement. It speaks to the heart of my generation. The scholars were discussing enthusiastically, looking mesmerized. At this moment, one of them suddenly sighed. I never expected that such an exquisite text has been buried thousands of years underground without anyone knowing about it. Every time I think about it, it pains me deeply. These words also caused the crowd to echo in agreement. Yes, our late master loved reading the most during his lifetime. If he had been able to read these few volumes of scriptures, I wonder how delighted he would have been. It is unfortunate that all the world's past scholars couldn't read these scriptures. However, these scriptures were written by previous generations, lost due to war, and preserved in ancient tombs as fragments, right? As I read the Nanhua and the Lunyu, I noticed that none of the people and events in them are recorded in the history books. Among the crowd, a voice abruptly interjected. The crowd was quiet for a moment, but then they came to a firm conclusion. It must be so. There is absolutely no possibility of forgery of such texts by modern people. Existing history books only detail nearly 3,000 years of history. Before 3,000 years ago, there were basically no detailed records. I think these classics are the product of that time. I heard that the School of Ancient Wisdom claimed that in ancient times, there were hundreds of competing schools of thought, and the classics that were born were as numerous as the stars in the sky. These few volumes of scriptures that we are reading today are but an insignificant part of them. This statement immediately caused a gasp of surprise in the restaurant. There is actually such a thing. The thought that there are still so many classic texts buried deep underground, unknown to the world, makes me incomparably heartbroken and unable to sleep at night. I wonder what the rest of the classics are like. But after all, these ancient texts are deeply hidden in various ancient tombs. What the School of Ancient Visitors has said about the massive excavation of ancient tombs in search of the lost classics is really against human decency. The crowd of scholars instinctively wanted to speak out in agreement, but once they thought of the countless classic texts still waiting to be unearthed underground, their tone became less resolute. Didn't the leader of the School of Ancient Wisdom say that what they are doing is a matter of protection and rescue of classics, and not tomb robbing? That's right. I heard that every time they excavate an ancient tomb, they don't wreak havoc like previous grave robbers who only take gold and silver. Instead, they carefully take out all of the objects and keep them properly. If there is any damage, there is also someone responsible for repairing it. Indeed, one cannot simply compare them to grave robbers. However, there were still quite a few people in the crowd who held opposing views. But that's just a nice way of putting it. What's the difference? Who here doesn't have an ancestor? If your family's ancestor's tomb was excavated like this, how would you feel? The precedent of this matter is absolutely unacceptable, or else the consequences will be endless. We must do our best to dissuade it. Exactly. There were still some people who did not voice their opinions, acting as peacemakers. The emperor and the ministers in the court will definitely have made their decision on this matter, so we don't need to worry too much about it. Let's wait and see, let's wait and see. As the Tao Te Ching spread throughout the world, heated debates erupted all over the Grand Chuan Kingdom. There were countless scenes similar to the one in the scholarship abode today. Li Fan knew that wanting to change the minds of the people of the world in such a short period of time would definitely not work. Right now, it was just the beginning. But Li Fan wasn't worried at all that things wouldn't work out. In the current world, it was the scholars who held the power of speech. With countless classics as bait, Li Fan was not afraid that these scholars would not fall into line. While secretly plotting to control the world, Li Fan was also gradually increasing the influence of the School of Ancient Wisdom in the secular world. In the 6th year, the emperor was suddenly stricken with a serious illness and was bedridden. All the doctors were at their wits' end. At this time, the School of Ancient Wisdom brought forth a pill, claiming that this elixir was found in an ancient tomb and was suspected to be left by an immortal with the power to revive the dead. The emperor did not pay attention at first, but with his body slowly withering away, he reluctantly took it as a last resort. Surprisingly, the pill worked wonders, and the emperor returned to full health after only a few days. The court was shocked and the ministers discussed. The emperor even sent out an edict to summon the leader of the School of Ancient Wisdom into the palace and ask about the immortal. For a few days, he did not go to court. Since then, the emperor wholeheartedly believed in the existence of immortals. He secretly authorized his army to cooperate with the School of Ancient Wisdom to look for traces of immortals in the ancient tombs. In the 9th year, the School of Ancient Wisdom held an exhibition in the city of Chuanjing, inviting the ministers of the imperial court and the princes and nobles of the capital to watch. Although these people were very rich and knowledgeable, after seeing the rare treasures in the exhibition, they were all stunned and could not extricate themselves from the wonders. After this, the School of Ancient Wisdom even loosened its restrictions so that ordinary people could enter the exhibition as long as they purchased a ticket. Chuanjing City was suddenly in an uproar. Countless people lined up, wanting to enter the exhibition to get a glimpse of the treasures. The number of people was so large that it caused the roads in the capital to be blocked. Fortunately, the emperor issued an order to have the garrison battalion hold formation to maintain order, and only then was the excitement gradually suppressed. The spectacle lasted for more than half a month. After this, instead of closing, the exhibition began to tour around, visiting each part of the Grand Chuan Kingdom. In the 11th year, Jiangnan Prefecture uncovered a vicious grave robbing case and captured a grave robbing group of hundreds of people. This group had gone on a rampage, excavating ancient tombs in the deep mountains and causing incalculable damage. According to the law, all of them should be sentenced to death. However, the number of people involved in the case was so large that the governor of Jianghuai Prefecture did not dare to make the decision on his own and sent a letter over 800 miles to Xuanjing City to ask the emperor to make a decision. Some ministers were outraged and wrote a letter asking for the death penalty. However, surprisingly, the vast majority of court officials remained silent at this time. The emperor also ignored all the memorials that were sent and did not take a position. It was only after a month that the emperor's decree arrived. Instead of capital punishment, they were only sentenced to slavery and were to be brought to the capital. Few ministers in the court wrote a letter of opposition. Li Fan looked at the edict and smiled slightly, knowing that the situation had already been decided. After 13 years, ancient texts such as the Shangshu, Shi, and Li Wan emerged, and scholars across the world yearned for that lost history more and more. In the 15th year, the emperor became seriously ill. In a desperate attempt to renew his life, he sent more than 100,000 troops to excavate ancient tombs and look for traces of the elixir of immortality. Although some ministers gave many criticisms, the court did not submit a large-scale petition against it. Unfortunately, the elixir remained elusive. Even though hundreds of tombs were excavated, no trace of it could be found. At the end of the year, the emperor died with regret. Before he died, he passed on his throne to the Prince of Langya. At this point, Li Fan finally regained control of the world. Under the influence of Li Fan, the trend of exploring ancient tombs continued to grow. After 17 years, a mountain hunter stumbled upon an ancient tomb, pleasing the imperial advisor and receiving a noble title as a reward. Since then, the people of the world have become even more enthusiastic and obsessed with exploring ancient tombs. No matter how remote the mountains and forests were, one could see groups of tomb explorers. Time flowed, and we arrived at the 23rd year. Li Fan stood in the imperial advisor's mansion, reviewing the summary of clues obtained from official and private tomb explorers over the past few years. Before this, there were only 3,000 years of historical records in this world, totaling 23 dynasties. With the excavation of ancient tombs, the previously lost history was also gradually filled in. Before these 23 dynasties, there were 16 more dynasties, dating back to about 6 or 7,000 years ago. The earliest one that could be found was named the Qi dynasty. 6 or 7,000 years, it almost matches the Great Migration era, Li Fan thought to himself. With that, he ordered his men to focus on excavating the ancient tombs of the Qi dynasty. He even offered a reward to the world, claiming that anyone who could find the ancient tombs of the Qi dynasty would be granted a noble title. As soon as the news came out, people all over the world rushed to share the news. Countless young people embarked on the road of tomb exploration. No matter how obscure history was, it couldn't withstand such enthusiastic excavation by people from all over the world. After 25 years, the tomb of the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, Yizing, was finally found. Upon hearing the news, Li Fan led his trusted advisors to the scene in person and blocked off the perimeter. In the past 10 years or so, the techniques for excavating ancient tombs in the Grand Xuan Kingdom had developed by leaps and bounds, leading to a set of extremely effective plans for opening tombs. Even though the tomb of the first emperor of this realm was huge in scale and had countless mechanisms, with the efforts of all the people from the Tomb Exploration Battalion, a passageway leading to the main chamber was chiseled through in just over a month. After all obstacles were removed, Li Fan entered the interior of the tomb while surrounded by a crowd. The main tomb passage stretched for hundreds of meters, and the walls on both sides were filled with lifelike murals. Although thousands of years had passed, they were still clearly visible. Li Fan paced slowly, glancing over the murals along the way. The murals were divided into several parts. In the first part, the main character in the painting, the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, Yizing, was sitting on top of a mountain. Above the wispy white clouds, several immortal trails were leading to him. In the second part, a dark calamity descended. The red color of blood spilled over the earth. Led by Yizing, the people who survived flew through the vast sea of clouds into one large ship-like construct, and after encountering countless ferocious dangers, they arrived at a vast plain. Since then, the people have settled down here. In the fourth part, there were all the trivial things that happened during Yizing's reign. After examining the murals, Li Fan came to the main tomb chamber. The tomb space was 40 to 50 meters high and thousands of meters in length and width. The top of the tomb seemed to be modeled after a starry sky, inlaid with thousands of night pearls. Inside the tomb chamber, the layout resembled a mountain gate, with peaks rising amidst a sea of clouds. It was unknown how this sea of clouds was created, nor how it remained fixed in the tomb over thousands of years without dissipating. There were invisible paths connecting the various mountaintops, and the people all marveled as they journeyed along. It really is an immortal's means, Li Fan said in his heart. At the highest peak was a simple grass hut, surrounded by abandoned farmland. It was only after the crowd walked in that they realized that the thatched grass of the grass hut was actually made with endless amounts of fine golden thread. Obviously, this cottage was Yizing's coffin. At Li Fan's signal, the crowd opened the door of the thatched cottage. To everyone's surprise, there were actually no remains of Yizing inside the house. There was only a wooden tablet that stood quietly inside. Written on the tablet were a few golden characters: Tomb of Yizing, outer disciple of the Tai. Other than that, there was nothing else. It seems that although this person joined this sect called the Taiyan sect, he was just an outer disciple who failed to embark on the immortal path. In the end, he was banished to this place by other cultivators. Before he died, he still couldn't forget about his sect, and instead of his position as emperor, he referred to himself as an outer disciple of the Taiyan sect. It's just that according to Ku Hong's previous statement, the world sects should have been dispersed in the calamity before the Great Migration era. Now, it seems that there may be hidden secrets. Li Fan kept pondering in his mind. This Yizing should have been entrusted by the cultivators of the Tai Yan sect to take charge of the Great Migration to this realm. I wonder if I can find the flying boat that was used for the migration. The search in the main chamber was fruitless, so Li Fan ordered the Tomb Exploring Battalion to excavate the perimeter, trying to find clues from the surrounding accompanying tombs. A few days later, a piece of bad news came that made Li Fan both furious and helpless. It turned out that the people of the Tomb Explorer Battalion had found a record of the flying boat in the list of burial items in one of the surrounding burial chambers. Unfortunately, this burial chamber was actually stolen from earlier, and based on the traces of destruction, the theft was also 1,000 years ago. It's like this again and again. Every time I see hope, it ends up escaping my grasp. Li Fan seethed with fury. The people around him remained silent. It was only after a long time that Li Fan calmed down his mind. He still ordered the Tomb Explorer Battalion to excavate ancient tombs and look for traces of the immortal boat, but he returned to Xuanjing City, lacking much hope. After another 10 years, the time came to the 35th year, but things took a turn for the better. This day, Li Fan received an urgent report, discovered a tomb of the immortals. Li Fan was a bit stunned, then rejoiced and inquired carefully. Turned out that over the years, although Li Fan was a bit disillusioned, the people's enthusiasm for exploring ancient tombs had not declined at all. Countless ancient tombs were dug over the Grand Xuan Kingdom, and as those large ancient tombs were dug up, people turned their attention to those small ancient tombs that were previously ignored. A few days ago, a group of young men were digging an inconspicuous tomb when they were suddenly injured by an inexplicable force, resulting in heavy casualties. Those who survived immediately reported the matter to the officials. It should be known that in the decades that Grand Xuan had been exploring ancient tombs, although there had been casualties, most of them were caused by traps. It was the first time that someone had encountered such a mysterious incident before they even opened the tomb. The Tomb Exploring Battalion didn't dare to slack off and sent people to investigate immediately. Although many experienced veterans and heavily armed soldiers joined hands, they could not break into this small tomb. Shocked, the people hurriedly reported the matter to Li Fan. Li Fan rushed to the scene after hearing the news, and after utilizing the immortal miasma, he finally destroyed the unknown power surrounding the tomb. Upon entering the tomb, amongst the array of burial objects, a small wooden boat was found. One more famous Chinese literature. This tiny wooden boat was none other than the flying boat that Li Fan had been longing for. Through a message that the tomb owner had carved on the wall of the tomb before he died, Li Fan finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the tomb owner's name was Qian Hong, and he was a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. More than 3,000 years ago, he was hunted down by his enemies, and in desperation, he hid in this immortal extinction land. He wanted to hide for a while and then leave, but he didn't know that there was no spiritual qi in the land of immortal extinction, and he was a poor cultivator who had few spirit stones on his body. It didn't take long for him to run out of spirit stones. Without the means to replenish his spiritual energy, his cultivation deteriorated. After failing to break through the immortal extinction formation and becoming seriously injured, Qian Hong knew that he was trapped. However, this person was also a resilient person and did not give up. He guessed that when mortals were banished to this place 1,000 years ago, they might have left 1 or 2 flying boats. So he made many inquiries, and after spending several decades, he finally found Yixing's tomb. There was indeed a flying boat present in the tomb, but what made him despair was that the core formation array inside the flying boat had been damaged, and because he was not good at the art of formations, he could not repair it. Moreover, even if the flying boat was repaired without spirit stones, he would not be able to provide it with enough power with his cultivation at that time. At this point, Qian Hong finally gave up on this immortal extinction land. After that, he went incognito and lived an ordinary life as a mortal. Before he died, he carved his life onto the wall of his tomb, hoping that in the future generations, if any cultivator broke into his tomb, they would bring his bones back to the cultivation realm. The few things he left in the tomb would be considered his payment in advance. The first was the source of the power that guarded Qian Hong's grave and caused the deaths of dozens of tomb robbers previously, and the reason why Qian Hong was convinced that anyone who could break in must be a cultivator. The mystical artifact, Stone Tablet of Prohibition. It was a half-broken stone tablet on which the word stop was vaguely visible. Li Fan touched the steel, and there was no response from Truth, disappointing him. Previously, in order to break into the cemetery, he had used a large amount of immortal miasma, and because of this, the monument was corrupted by the miasma and had already turned into an ordinary stone. However, Li Fan didn't care too much, since he knew where Qian Hong's tomb was and could come back for it in his next life. The second thing left by Qian Hong was 2 jade slips. The jade slips contained the techniques that he had painstakingly exchanged from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Minor Heart Resolve, Qi Refining Stage Technique, current number of cultivators, 1 record of Clouds of Water, Foundation Establishment Stage Technique, current number of cultivators, 1. Picking up the jade slip and receiving the information coming from it, Li Fan's heart jumped violently, thinking that Qian Hong was not dead and that this place was a trap set by him. But a moment later, Li Fan realized the truth. Over 3,000 years had passed, and even a golden core cultivator would have turned into dust. As for why these techniques were being practiced today, Li Fan understood after a little thought. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance must have the original archives of the techniques. If they saw the number of people practicing the techniques change to zero, they would know that the cultivator who exchanged the techniques before had already died. After this, it was natural to take these techniques out and let people redeem them again. In these 3,000 years, these two techniques likely had changed owners numerous times. How profiteering. Li Fan was speechless for a moment. After some lamentation, Li Fan turned his gaze to the third item, the Taiyan boat. This item was exactly the tool that the Taiyan sect used to migrate mortals. Perhaps it was because this flying boat was broken that it was left behind. After thousands of years of twists and turns, it had finally fallen into Li Fan's hands, becoming his hope to jump out of this immortal extinction land. Holding the Taiyan boat in his hands, Li Fan's heart surged. After hundreds of years of anticipation, he had finally achieved his goal. As for the Taiyan boat being damaged, Li Fan was not worried at all. Qian Hong could not repair it, and neither could he, but someone else could. 15 years later, the 50th year after the anchor point arrived, and Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi visited Xuanjing City once more. Dao Xuanzi, do not overstep your bounds. Ku Hong, do you think I will let you go just because you escaped to this land of immortal extinction? Hand over the technique you obtained that day, or I won't rest until you're dead. Ridiculous. It's because of the lack of a golden core technique that I've been trapped in the foundation stage for nearly 100 years. I'm about to turn into withered bones. My end is approaching. However, I have now finally obtained a golden core technique. How could I possibly hand it over to others? Indeed, a golden core technique with no other practitioners, an irreplaceable treasure. Although many golden core techniques exist, innumerable cultivators are stuck at the foundation establishment stage. It's just a single technique. It's ridiculous that despite how you and I have been brothers for 100 years, we're now fighting to the death for a chance of survival. The two of them were about to fight to the death, but they heard a burst of bold laughter coming from Xuanjing City below. Is a mere golden core technique worth the two of you fighting to the death? Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi simultaneously changed expressions and looked downwards. Who are you? How presumptuous, arrogant. The two both spoke, but their expressions were on guard at the same time. The two of you might as well come down for a moment. They saw a silver-haired elder shouting loudly from the Imperial Advisor's mansion below. Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged glances, and while staying on guard, landed in the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Haha, please. The silver-haired elder seemed to be very happy as he led the two of them to the lobby and sat down. After ordering his subordinates to prepare wine and food to entertain them, he said with some emotion, back then, when my ancestor was on his deathbed, he had said that in the future there might be two people who would come from the Abyss ruins and fly to the capital, and that would be the opportunity for my clan to escape this place. For thousands of years, the people of my clan have been both believing and doubting it. Now, I have finally found confirmation. The old man laughed out loud and drank from the wine cup in front of him. Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi, on the other hand, looked at each other in disbelief. I don't know what the elder's name is, Ku Hong asked, his tone much more polite. Li Fan, he replied with a smile. According to your words, your ancestor had foreseen that the two of us would come here thousands of years ago. What did he mean by the opportunity to escape this place? Dao Xuanzi frowned and sized up Li Fan. Li Fan seemed to be a bit unhappy at his words. What? You two don't believe me? Ku Hong laughed and shook his head. This matter is too mysterious. The two of us have traveled the cultivation world for 100 years, and we have never heard of any deduction technique that can predict thousands of years into the future. Dao Xuanzi followed suit and shook his head. Li Fan straightened up, looked disdainfully with his head held high, and asked, I wonder if the two of you have ever heard of the Taiyan sect. Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi looked at each other with some shock. Could it be that this was the sect that was famous for its art of deduction in ancient times? Li Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded his head lightly. My ancestor was a member of the Taiyan sect. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into the distance with a nostalgic expression. In the beginning, when my ancestor entered the Taiyan sect, he did not like to cultivate and was instead obsessed with the art of deduction and calculation. Originally, this wouldn't have been a problem, but who would have thought that the world would go through great turmoil and mortals had to be migrated? With my ancestor's chi refinement cultivation, he would not be forced to migrate. However, my ancestor's worldly affairs were not yet settled, and seeing the panic spreading among his family, he took responsibility for the migration of mortals. After that, he stayed here with my family. Li Fan spoke eloquently with great emotion. Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi both nodded slowly, finding that Li Fan's words seemed to align with the legends they had heard before. Ku Hong even wondered, the Taiyan sect still existed during the Great Migration era. I heard earlier that all the ancient sects were destroyed in the previous upheaval of the world. Li Fan was first stunned, then shook his head. It's just a rumor. Although after the Great Catastrophe, immortal laws couldn't be practiced together, the Taiyan sect had as many techniques as there were stars. Distributing one technique to each person was not a difficult task. At first, the sect suffered a small loss, but it was far from being destroyed. Li Fan's words were filled with pride, especially with the claim that the Taiyan sect had as many techniques as there were stars. His words left Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi in awe. Immediately after, Li Fan suddenly asked, "Judging from your words, it seems that the Taiyan sect has not been active for a long time in the main world." Dao Xuanzi shook his head. Not only the Taiyan sect, but even the Tai Shang sect, the Dao sect, the Heavenly Sword sect, and all the rest of these ancient sects are nowhere to be found today. Li Fan smiled and said to himself, "The path of immortality is truly difficult. As my ancestors said, the sects have chosen to hide from the world to avoid calamity." Dao Xuanzi and Ku Hong glanced at each other and privately transmitted their voices. "I had my doubts about the extinction of the ancient sects previously. On further thought, it is increasingly suspicious. With how deep the foundations of the ancient sects were, how could they disappear in a matter of moments? It's no wonder that they would choose to stay hidden. If the news that these sects still existed were to spread out, even if they were strong, I'm afraid that numerous challengers would arrive." Two of them exchanged several sentences in a matter of moments, and then Dao Xuanzai questioned, "I wonder what you stopped the two of us for?" Li Fan sighed, "This place hasn't had any cultivators set foot in it for thousands of years. When I saw you two today, I knew that you were the people my ancestor predicted before he died, and that the opportunity for my clan to escape had come. When I saw you were going to fight to the death over a golden core technique, I hastened to speak out to dissuade you." Dao Xuanzi said frankly, "I apologize for the misunderstanding. However, you may not know that cultivation techniques are hard to come by in the outside world, and it is common to fight over one." Li Fan shook his head repeatedly. "Is it really worth it to fight to the death over such matters?" Dao Xuanzi asked tentatively, "Listening to your words, it seems that—" "Exactly. My ancestor passed down a technique before his death which directly leads to the Golden Core realm," Li Fan proudly said. Dao Xuanzi took a deep breath. "I wonder what you are asking for." Ku Hong was even more delighted. "Great. If you, Dao Xuanzi, can obtain this technique, we brothers will not need to fight anymore. My ancestor's lifelong wish was to be able to return to the world of cultivation and reunite with the Taiyan sect. Before he died, in addition to this golden core technique, he also passed down an artifact called the Taiyan boat. Although it has been damaged, the ancestor had used the art of Taiyan to calculate that after a number of years, there would be two cultivators that would come to this place, one skilled in swordsmanship and one skilled in refining. They would help future descendants repair the Taiyan boat and escape from this place." Li Fan sipped his wine and said slowly. Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi were both astonished. "My brother, Ku Hong, is intoxicated with the way of refining, while my specialty is precisely swordplay. This art of Taiyan is truly incredible." Dao Xuanzi was shocked beyond words, and it took a long time before he came back to his senses. To have such inexplicable might with only a chi refining stage cultivation is unimaginable. Ku Hong was also stunned. Li Fan smiled, and after a moment he added, "Words alone are not enough. I would like to invite Dao Xuanzi to take a look at my ancestor's cultivation technique." Dao Xuanzi was pleased, and he got up to follow. Seeing that Ku Hong also wanted to follow over, he immediately became a bit wary. "Brother, you have already obtained a golden core technique, so why would you be interested in another?" Ku Hong awkwardly responded, "All right, I won't go over." Dao Xuanzi snorted coldly and caught up with Li Fan. Seeing that Ku Hong did not follow him as expected, Li Fan finally sighed in relief, knowing that this lifetime's plot was already half successful. He led Dao Xuanzi down to the underground secret room of the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Dao Xuanzai was about to enter the secret room when he suddenly felt a bone-chilling sensation, causing him to halt. After carefully scanning the surroundings with divine sense, he said in shock, "Immortal mortal miasma." Along every side of the chamber ran mechanisms filled with immortal mortal miasma. Its thick presence made Dao Xuanzi's heart tremble with fear. Li Fan laughed. "One must always be cautious. For mortals like us, we can only act in such a way in order to guard the family's greatest treasure." Dao Xuanzi managed a strained smile but refused to take a step forward. Instead, he retreated a half step. Li Fan did not say anything and walked into the secret room. From a box, he took out a jade slip. He didn't leave the secret room and only held it up so that Dao Xuanzi could see it. This jade slip was none other than the Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra that he had obtained from Ku Hong in his previous life. That's right, Li Fan was gambling. According to Ku Hong's description in his previous life, Dao Xuanzi had never seen the true form of this technique. Li Fan used it as bait, hoping that both Dao Xuanzi and Ku Hong would help him repair the Taiyan boat, and if his gamble was incorrect. Several suicide soldiers had long been arranged within the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Even if they were defeated, Li Fan just had to change his approach in the next life. Li Fan smiled in his heart when he realized that Dao Xuanzi had been completely captivated by the golden jade slip in his hand. The Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra. A nascent soul technique. It's actually a nascent soul technique. Dao Xuanzi's breathing became heavy, and a dangerous look even flashed in his eyes. However, Li Fan's smiling appearance and the faint sense of crisis coming from the immortal mortal miasma made Dao Xuanzi instantly sober up. Well, is what my ancestor said true? Li Fan asked with a smile. Earlier, in front of your brother Ku Hong, I only said that my ancestor had passed down a golden core technique to prevent any malicious intentions. Your cautiousness is admirable. Dao Xuanzi looked deeply impressed. He then added in excitement, don't worry, fellow Taoist, Ku Hong is proficient in the art of refining. I will definitely persuade him to do his best to help you repair the Taiyan boat. Li Fan laughed, in that case I will count on you. After this is accomplished, I will definitely hand over this technique to you. With the prospect of longevity in sight, Dao Xuanzi couldn't wait to enlist Ku Hong and start working right away. Watching reluctantly as Li Fan stored the nascent soul technique and closed the secret room, Dao Xuanzi couldn't wait to find Ku Hong immediately. In that case, Li Fan's words are true, and he really does have a golden core technique. In the Imperial Advisor's mansion, Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi transmitted their voices to each other. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Dao Xuanzi nodded. Can we take it by force? He's only immortal. Ku Hong's face turned ferocious. Dao Xuanzi hastened to dissuade him. Although this Li Fan is only immortal, he belongs to the Taiyan sect. You have also seen that terrifying prophecy technique he used before. If we forcefully rob him, we can't guarantee that he will have any more tricks up his sleeve. We're just helping him repair a Taiyan boat. It's not like it's a difficult task. Why bother with any more complications? Of course, Dao Xuanzi was mainly afraid that if they robbed Li Fan by force, Li Fan would be forced to reveal that the cultivation technique was actually a nascent soul technique. Only after Dao Xuanzi's discouragement did Ku Hong extinguish the idea of theft. The two of them secretly discussed the distribution of benefits for a while before finally agreeing to help repair the Taiyan boat. On the second day, the two of them saw the Taiyan boat that Li Fan was talking about. Ku Hong was delighted at the sight of it and hurriedly took it over for a closer look. A true Taiyan sect artifact. The skillful craftsmanship and the intricate formations are far beyond what I have learned. The more Ku Hong looked at it, the more he rejoiced. If I can restore it, my path of artifact refinement will surely improve. In that case, I'll leave you two to it. Feel free to mention whatever needs you have, and I will definitely fulfill them. Li Fan said solemnly, you may go, don't disturb me. Ku Hong waved his hand, already immersed in studying the Taiyan boat. Time was of little consequence to cultivators. Despite its seemingly small size, it took Ku Hong nearly a year to repair the Taiyan boat. On this day, after hearing that the Taiyan boat had been repaired, Li Fan hurriedly found the two of them. After taking the Taiyan boat from Ku Hong, he was overjoyed. Ku Hong said with some pride, the core power array, size shifting array, and purification array of the Taiyan boat have been completely repaired, and only the defense and attack arrays had to be simplistically repaired due to material limitations. It'll have no issues breaking through immortal extinction formation, but it'd be difficult to defend against an attack from cultivators. Li Fan did not care about this, no matter. As long as we escape the immortal extinction formation and return to the cultivation world, my ancestor's token will guide us to the Taiyan sect. Ku Hong's eyes flickered for a moment before he enthusiastically introduced Li Fan to the operation methods of the Taiyan boat. This Taiyan boat is powered by spiritual qi and needs to be maneuvered with divine sense. There are 3 sizes which can be changed on demand. The smallest is only 10 meters long and 2 or 3 meters wide and can carry about 10 people. The medium size is 100 meters long and can carry hundreds of people. And when it is brought to its maximum, it is 1,000 meters long and can carry tens of thousands of people. The two of us don't have many spirit stone reserves, but the ones I've inserted as fuel will be enough for you to leave here in the second form. However, piloting the Taiyan boat requires a minimum of foundation establishment divine sense. Do you need us to do it for you? Before Ku Hong could finish his sentence, he saw the Taiyan boat slowly growing larger under Li Fan's control, turning from a tiny toy into a real boat. Li Fan couldn't wait to step inside the Taiyan boat. The 10-meter form of the Taiyan boat was very simple with only one layer. The front deck was nearly 2 meters long, and behind it was the control cabin and living cabin. Li Fan stood inside the control cabin, his divine sense connected to the Taiyan boat. Soon, he felt an intuitive sense of how to control the ship. Under his maneuvering, the Taiyan boat rose steadily into the air and floated in mid-air. Li Fan then flew the Taiyan boat up and down, left and right around for a while before suppressing the excitement in his heart and returning to the ground again. Fellow Taoist really has extraordinary means. Even though he is immortal, he is able to maneuver the Taiyan boat, Ku Hong praised. Li Fan's words were said with sincerity. Although Ku Hong was curious about how Li Fan could maneuver the Tai Yan boat without divine sense, he saw that Li Fan avoided talking about it, so he could only let it go. On the contrary, Dao Xuanzi was already a little impatient. Now that the Tai Yan boat has been repaired, I wonder. Dao Xuanzi was energized by Li Fan's words and hurriedly followed. The two of them had already agreed that Ku Hong would not follow them and instead wait in place. A few moments later, Dao Xuanzi came back with a smile on his face, clearly having obtained the technique. Li Fan, Dao Xuanzi, and Ku Hong were all very satisfied with the transaction. In order to express his gratitude to the two of them, Li Fan held a large banquet for them. The wine and food flowed ceaselessly, and the singing and dancing continued for 3 days. 3 days later, Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi bid farewell to Li Fan. Fellow Taoist, we don't have many spirit stones left. If we stay in this immortal extinction land any longer, we risk losing our cultivation. That's why I've come to bid you farewell today, Dao Xuanzi said to Li Fan. Li Fan was a bit regretful. There are still a number of matters that my clan has settled yet, so I cannot leave with fellow Taoists. Ku Hong, on the other hand, said enthusiastically, there is no harm. If you fellow Taoists escape, you can come to Lingtian City in the Kongyun Mountain Range to look for us. With that, Ku Hong handed over a map to Li Fan. This is a map of the area near the exit of the Immortal Extinction Formation that I drew from memory at the request of fellow Taoist. There are no blank jade slips here, so I had to use pen and paper. Li Fan gratefully received the map and thanked him again. After that, the three of them exchanged pleasantries, and Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi finally turned into two streams of light and left. After dismissing the crowd, Li Fan came to the underground chamber alone. Placing the map and the Tai Yan boat together, Li Fan's heart was suddenly flooded with innumerable emotions. 6 lifetimes of reincarnation, more than 300 years of painstaking planning, had finally come to fruition at this moment. These 2 items were the key to escaping this immortal extinction land and journeying towards immortality, Ruins Abyss. Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi stood in the air, looking back in the direction of Xuanjing City. Previously, when I broke into this immortal extinction land, I thought that even if I didn't die on this trip, I would be seriously injured. I didn't expect to encounter this opportunity hidden by misfortune, Dao Xuanzi said quietly as he sensed the nascent soul technique in his storage ring. Ku Hong also nodded his head in agreement and then expressed some regret that Li Fan's heart is not bad, he has strong willpower. It's a pity that the end of his lifespan is near, and even if he can return to the cultivation realm, he will only have a few years left to live. Immortality is an unmatched goal. Weren't you and I fighting against each other precisely over the hope for immortality? Dao Xuanzi said indifferently. Speaking of which, what exactly is the golden core technique that Li Fan handed over to you? Ku Hong was suddenly a little curious. Dao Xuanzi didn't answer. Instead, he smiled and said, it can't be the same technique as the one in your hands, right? Don't worry, after I go back to my seclusion and break through to the golden core stage, I will definitely not forget the 3 things I promised to help you with. Ku Hong then also stopped asking more questions, and was a bit excited after I break through as well with the 2 of us brothers together, who in the Kongyun Mountain Range will be our opponent. The formation mist has yet to dissipate, but I wonder if brother would still dare to break through. Dao Xuanzi watched the fog above the ruins abyss before suddenly flying into it. Obviously, he couldn't wait to return to the cultivation realm and cultivate the new technique. Why wouldn't I dare? Ku Hong let out a loud laugh, then also followed suit and dove in head first. Li Fan didn't care about how Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi would react when they returned to the cultivation world and realized that they were actually practicing the same technique. At this moment, he had already taken care of everything in the mortal realm and had piloted the Tai Yan boat to the ruins abyss. According to common sense, one should wait until the white mist dispersal day every 15 years before exploring the ruins abyss. However, Li Fan was already 71 years old, and he would have to wait another 14 years until the next clearing of the white mist. By that time, he would be 85 years old and would be at the end of his life. It would be hard for him to even walk at that point, not to mention piloting the Tai Yan boat. It would therefore be better to explore the immortal extinction formation earlier. Anyway, there was nothing left for him in this life, and he could start the next life at any time. Maneuvering the Tai Yan boat, Li Fan slowly descended towards the bottom of the ruins abyss. Without any divine sense to probe the path ahead, he could only use his sight to navigate. The thick fog shrouded everything, creating an extremely surreal sensation. The surroundings were also extremely silent, and only the sound of his own breathing could be heard. With his attention highly focused, he continued to fly downwards. Suddenly, as if he had collided with something, the body of the Tai Yan boat began to shake violently. Li Fan instantly tensed up. It was as if a huge invisible force was pressing down against him, and a metallic grinding sound came from outside the Tai Yan boat. Fortunately, the defense formation was activated in time, and a faint golden curtain of light enveloped the Tai Yan boat. The body of the boat gradually became smooth, and that somewhat creepy noise also disappeared. However, the constantly distorting protective light screen indicated the horrifying pressure coming from the outside world. After the astral wind layer would be the illusory light layer. Li Fan recalled Ku Hong's introduction to this immortal extinction formation. The immortal extinction formation was mainly designed to prevent banished mortals from returning to the cultivation realm. The astral wind layer was strewn with strong winds. The wind blades could easily tear apart a mortal's body, and even foundation stage cultivators had to protect themselves with their spiritual energy and deal with it carefully. Below the astral wind layer was the illusory light layer. Iridescent lights flowed like satin at this layer of the abyss. When mortals saw it, they would fall into endless illusions. Under the illusory light layer was the inversion layer. Upon entering this layer, one would feel that the heavens and earth would reverse, leaving them unable to distinguish between up and down or left and right. In addition, the surrounding area was shrouded by fog. Mortals with no divine sense to recognize the direction would certainly get lost. After the inversion layer was the flowing fire layer. Tens of thousands of flying stars and streams of fire flew at high speeds in this layer of space without any regularity, smashing everything in front of them to smithereens. There was also the thick white fog as cover, making it difficult to predict attacks. Below the flowing fire layer was the arcane ice layer. Starting from this layer, the fog gradually thinned out. There was nothing in the arcane ice layer besides an extremely low temperature. If there was no means of protection, one would be frozen into ice as soon as they entered. Below the arcane ice layer was the thunderstorm layer. 10,000 thunderbolts emanating a destructive aura roared momentarily in this layer of the abyss. Finally, there was an empty space that was several times more expansive than the previous 6 layers combined. According to Ku Hong, there was no danger in this layer, and it was just an eerie pitch-black area. After passing through the final layer, one would be able to leave the immortal extinction formation and enter the cultivation world. Li Fan carefully controlled the Taiyan boat and spent half an hour before finally crossing the astral wind layer. As soon as he entered the illusory light layer, Li Fan was caught in a heavy illusion by the illumination of the flowing lights that overwhelmed his eyes. In the illusion, he had successfully escaped the immortal extinction formation, and after arriving at the cultivation world, he coincidentally obtained a rare cultivation technique in a fortuitous encounter. In only 100 years, he was able to cultivate into the Golden Core realm. After that, his cultivation journey was smooth. After 1,000 years, he was able to achieve the realm of Tao Ascension. In the world of cultivation, Li Fan started as the lowest-ranking immortal official and eventually became an immortal emperor who dominated the immortal world. Afterwards, Li Fan broke through the spatial barrier of the immortal realm and ascended to the divine realm. He started out as a miner in the divine realm, and after 10,000 years, Li Fan became a god king, becoming the most powerful existence in the divine realm. After that, Li Fan cultivated for thousands of years and ascended to the supreme god realm, becoming a low-level gatekeeper. And again, he painstakingly started from scratch. Such was the nested reality that Li Fan experienced countless times. Finally, the illusion collapsed. Li Fan came to his senses, and all of his previous experiences quickly faded from his mind like an ebbing tide, leaving only some shallow traces. A little speechless about his previous encounters in the illusion realm, Li Fan stabilized his mind and continued on. His brain suddenly felt dizzy, and Li Fan knew that he had come to the inversion layer at that moment. Surrounded by endless white mist, the Taiyan boat was like a drop of water in the ocean, with no way to distinguish directions. Originally, he thought that his journey of exploring the formation in this lifetime would end here, but Li Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that a guidance system appeared in the Taiyan boat, telling him where to go. Li Fan followed the guidance of the Taiyan boat, and it didn't take long for him to leave the inversion layer. Next, having tasted the ease of the guidance system, Li Fan did not deliberately maneuver at all, and only provided the power for the Taiyan boat to fly through this immortal extinction formation on its own. Flowing fire, arcane ice, thunderstorm layer. These places seemed vicious and dangerous, but the Taiyan boat's unhurried flight always managed to narrowly avoid one destructive crisis after another. With little danger along the way, Li Fan arrived at the last layer, the void of darkness, very smoothly. Of course, this Taiyan boat was specialized in migrating mortals 1,000 years ago. The Great Migration era lasted for hundreds of years, and this flying boat surely wouldn't have made only one trip. Judging from how broken it is, perhaps the migration work didn't stop for 100 years. It must be that the cultivator in charge of this matter felt that it was a laborious thing to personally maneuver every time, so he left an automation system inside this Taiyan boat, allowing it to automatically pass through the immortal extinction array. Li Fan suddenly realized why his trip had gone so smoothly. The Taiyan boat quietly moved forward through the total darkness. Thinking of the cultivation world that he had been looking forward to for hundreds of years, Li Fan couldn't help but be excited, despite his usually composed demeanor. Suddenly, in the incomparably silent darkness, an inexplicably strange and distant cry rang out. This odd sound spread throughout the entire layer of darkness in an instant, echoing continuously through it. Li Fan's heartbeat instantly stopped, as if he had encountered a formidable enemy, and the blood in his body instantly became ice cold. The eerie cries were getting closer and closer, and in the blink of an eye they surrounded the tiny Taiyan boat coming from all directions. Suddenly the sounds disappeared. It became silent again. The surroundings were still pitch black, but the darkness was different from before. Li Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that the Taiyan boat had been swallowed by some kind of existence. Boom! The Taiyan boat's protective light shield shattered in an instant, and the Taiyan boat's body began to disintegrate. The charging progress began to plummet in this instant. Looking deeply into the darkness of the outside world one last time, Li Fan silently chanted, "Truth." End of simulation. Li Fan regained consciousness. He stared intently at the scene of the Taiyan boat shattering on the screen, a thick fear lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. What exactly was that? Li Fan was puzzled. When Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi traversed the Immortal extinction formation earlier, they did not encounter this entity in the dark layer. Why was his experience different? Could it be that his luck was simply bad? Li Fan didn't think so. The dark layer of this Immortal extinction formation was vast. The small Taiyan boat was like a drop in the ocean within it, yet this unknown entity found him with such precision. Most likely, it's a method targeting mortals. It seems safer to wait until the mist clears and light shines at the bottom of the abyss before exploring. Although the last attempt failed, the gains from the previous life were indeed beyond expectations. Li Fan pondered to himself, then decided to preserve the Taiyan boat. Name: Li Fan. Realm: Mortal. Physiological age: 2086. Mental age: 333, 1113. Progress in Qi condensation: 0. Progress in anchoring Qi: 1. Current anchor points: 1. Bound items: Jade Cosmos 1000 Variation Sutra, Taiyan boat. Looking at the increasingly limited upper limit of his mental age, Li Fan also felt a sense of pressure. Fortunately, the realm of cultivation was within reach. As long as he left this place, the sky was the limit. In this anticipation, Li Fan's seventh life began. Before truth had recharged, Li Fan was determined not to take any risky actions. So he still planned to live through the first 20 years according to the script he had experienced several times. In the third year, Li Fan returned to Wen County, Jiangnan. In the fourth year, he secretly arrived at Qian Hong's tomb with his trusted subordinates. This time, he slowly eroded the tomb using mists filled with immortal mortal plague, gradually weakening the stone tablet of prohibition until it was too weak to penetrate steel armor. Li Fan, wearing armor, entered the tomb and placed his hand on the stone tablet. Detected chargeable item, stone tablet of prohibition damaged, consumed to recharge. The prompt from truth popped up as expected. Unfortunately, it's a bit damaged. Li Fan sighed, choosing yes. The stone tablet of prohibition gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared, and after absorbing the halting script, the progress of anchor creation in truth directly increased by 25. Just 3 more times and I can unlock the second anchor point. Li Fan rejoiced, but also had a vague feeling it wouldn't be so simple. Speculating too much is useless, I'll know in the next life. The other things in Qian Hong's tomb were of no value to Li Fan now. After instructing someone to seal the tomb again, Li Fan left. After 5 years, Li Fan finally couldn't hold back and went to the ruins abyss. Let's just take a look and not go down, Li Fan told himself. Gazing at the endless sea of mist, his vision seemed to penetrate the infinite space barriers, reaching the bottom of the ruins abyss. Standing for a long time as the strong wind howled, the dense fog gradually dispersed. The once treacherous Immortal extinction formation now seemed less threatening. At this moment, if I were to pilot the Taiyan boat, I could smoothly reach the realm of cultivation, right? A thought suddenly popped into Li Fan's mind and could no longer be restrained. It rapidly expanded, swiftly occupying all of Li Fan's attention. Yes, I've waited for so long, do I have to wait another 15 years? What does it matter if truth hasn't completed its charge? Hesitating like this, how can I achieve the great Tao? In the last life, I tried it once. As long as I carefully avoid that unknown creature in the dark layer, I can leave this accursed place. Voices chimed in Li Fan's ears incessantly, and his eyes gradually lost focus, becoming bloodshot, seemingly ensnared by these voices. Li Fan continued to move forward step by step, getting closer to the ruins abyss. Just as Li Fan was about to be drawn by the ruins abyss and crushed to pieces, at the bottom of the ruins abyss, a burst of light suddenly erupted, breaking through the immortal extinction formation and reflecting into Li Fan's eyes. The red, frenzied state was temporarily suppressed. The words "the immortal Tao is dead" suddenly appeared in Li Fan's vision. Boom! All those fanatical thoughts in his mind, the desperate desire to pursue the path of cultivation, and even the impulse to leap forward, all dissipated in an instant. What's going on? A now clear-headed Li Fan was startled. In his eyes, the calm abyss suddenly turned into a lurking beast, its huge mouth open, ready to devour him. Li Fan turned around immediately and fled without looking back. After a long while, the dense fog recondensed. At the bottom of the abyss, a faint, angry roar could be heard. 15 years later, in the 20th year, truth finally completed its charge. With newfound confidence, Li Fan returned to the ruins abyss. Recalling the scene from years ago, even though much time had passed, Li Fan still felt a lingering fear. It seems my guess was correct. That creature in the dark lair truly harbors great malice towards mortals. Perhaps its mission is to devour any mortals approaching this place. Although it was dangerous, Li Fan was not one to give up on the path to immortality. Without hesitation, Li Fan piloted the Taiyan boat and smoothly arrived at the thunderstorm lair. He didn't descend further instead. He stopped just above the dark lair, patiently waiting. Woo! The strong winds began to blow. The raging thunderstorms, affected by this unknown strong wind, began to subside and gradually weaken. They slowly faded away into speckles of light. Li Fan didn't look at this wonder instead. He sought to find the lurking monster in the darkness while making use of this precious and brief light. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Seeing the light about to fade, Li Fan gritted his teeth, no longer hesitating. He drove the Taiyan boat at full throttle and rushed towards the bottom of the ruins abyss. The strange cry sounded again, and in an instant, it was right beside him. At this moment, Li Fan completely changed the direction of the Taiyan boat's charge. After drawing a beautiful curve, the Taiyan boat, which was originally charging straight down, now moved at a speed several times faster, continuously flying upwards, upwards and upwards. The Taiyan boat was at full power, and amidst a roar of fury, it soared back into the thunderstorm lair. Utilizing the last wisp of disappearing light, Li Fan, now positioned high above, finally saw the true appearance of the creature lurking in the darkness. It was an enormous whale beyond description in words. Even from this far away, Li Fan couldn't fully see its whole form. Even just its open, huge mouth filled Li Fan's entire field of vision. The whale, frustrated at its prey returning to the thunderstorm lair, roared angrily but could only return to the darkness lair. After a few roars to vent its dissatisfaction, it reluctantly closed its mouth and disappeared into the darkness. Li Fan piloted the Taiyan boat and returned to the top of the ruins abyss. What on earth is that? Li Fan's face turned somewhat dark. Although he had used some tricks to see the true form of the creature, he had no idea how to escape its sight and successfully traverse the dark lair. That whale is so huge, and the Taiyan boat is so small. Every time I pass by, it always manages to find me like a cat finding a mouse. Thinking about this, Li Fan was a bit frustrated. I can only try other methods. Fortunately, I still have plenty of attempts left. Li Fan sighed in resignation. 15 years later, in the 35th year, Li Fan had infiltrated the thunderstorm lair. During these 15 years, he had attempted to forcefully break through the dark lair several times. However, in these attempts, the whale found him significantly quicker. Considering the Taiyan boat's flight speed, he was unable to escape. He could only return in a sorry state after struggling to evade the whale each time. On the day the white mist disperses, the whale seems to be delayed by something and takes a while to notice me. With this extra bit of time, perhaps I can fly to the bottom of the ruins abyss. This time, Li Fan decided to take a gamble, speeding through the dark lair before the whale could react. The strong wind picked up. The Taiyan boat was at full throttle, bursting at an astonishing speed. The illusory scenery grew closer and closer. He was about to arrive, but the terrifying roar of the whale resounded once again, and it was approaching swiftly. Only about a quarter of the distance left, not enough time. Li Fan made a judgment. He squinted, and a fierce determination was ignited within him. He decided not to fly to the bottom of the ruins abyss this time. Instead, he turned around and charged fiercely toward the direction from where the whale's roar came. Unfortunately, being fierce didn't help. Without a collision, Li Fan only felt darkness all around, knowing he had been swallowed by the whale again. Not again. Li Fan roared angrily. End of simulation. Li Fan sighed in frustration. Taking a long time to calm his emotions, this time Li Fan chose to accelerate the charging progress. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 2086. Mental age, 368. 1116. Mental age had reached its limit and would not increase further. Fortunately, I still have 748 years to spare. Li Fan could only console himself this way. The 8th life. After 4 years, Li Fan once again opened Qian Hong's tomb in this life. Detected chartable item, stone tablet of prohibition damaged. consumed to recharge. Seeing Truth prompt, Li Fan's mood finally improved a bit. At this moment, the charging progress for the anchored charge had reached 51. At least I haven't come to this life in vain, Li Fan said somewhat self-deprecatingly. In the 5th year, the white mist dispersed. The charging progress for the virtual absorption was approaching 90. However, if it wasn't 100, it didn't make much difference for Li Fan. He could only choose to wait patiently. In the 20th year, Li Fan tried and failed. In the 35th year, Li Fan tried again but still failed. However, these attempts were not completely in vain. At the very least, he became more proficient in controlling the Taiyan boat and began enduring longer under the whale's pursuit. In the 50th year, Li Fan didn't choose to forcefully break through the dark layer again. He had grown old, and his reactions and spirit had significantly declined. It was impossible for him to succeed. So he chose to meet 2 old friends and see if he could get any clues from them. On Li Fan's 70th birthday, Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi arrived on time. Dao Xuanzi, do not overstep your bounds. Li Fan listened and suddenly felt a bit nostalgic. Using the lure of a golden core technique, he brought the 2 to the Imperial Advisor's mansion. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Fan brought out a scroll. The painting seemed to have some age, describing a terrifying and huge whale hidden behind the darkness, only revealing its fierce mouth ready to devour people. Have you 2 seen such a monster? Our ancestors said before his death that if we have a chance to escape this perilous place in the future, we need not worry about the rest. With our Sex Taiyan boat guarding us, we'll be safe. Only in the last layer there is a lurking whale. We should be cautious, Li Fan asked. Such a fierce beast in that pitch-black vast space. Ku Hong looked at the painting and frowned slightly, showing disbelief. Why haven't I seen it? Could it be? Dao Xuanzi seemed to remember something. Oh, fellow Taoist friend seems to know about this beast, Li Fan asked expectantly. Dao Xuanzi shook his head. I've only read some related records in an ancient book. It is said that in ancient times there was a sect called the Beast Control Sect. The Beast Control Sect didn't have any profound techniques, but with a skill called Beast Control Art, they could control the beasts in the world to fight for them. When the Beast Control Sect was at its peak, it was said to rival the top sects like the Tai Shang and Da Dao sects. Unfortunately, during the calamity of heaven and earth, the Beast Control Sect, which only cultivated one technique, perished the quickest. Among the most famous beasts controlled by the Beast Control Sect, it seems there was this kind of whale. You mentioning it reminds me. It seems to be called the Void Ripper whale. Ku Hong snapped his fingers and quickly said. Li Fan's mind stirred and he hurriedly asked, do you 2 know how to avoid this Void Ripper whale? Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi smiled somewhat awkwardly. We've only heard a few fragmentary descriptions. As for such a beast, it has disappeared from the cultivation world for thousands of years. How could we know its habits? Li Fan couldn't help but feel disappointed. In the end, he would have to rely on himself, wouldn't he? Handing the Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra to Dao Xuanzi. After sending the 2 away, Li Fan chose to end this life. Name Li Fan. Realm Mortal. Physical age 2086. Mental age 418 11 16. Ninth life. In this life, Li Fan once again opened Qian Hong's tomb, wanting to absorb the stone tablet of prohibition for charging. Unfortunately, Truth didn't react at all. Although he felt disappointed, Li Fan was already mentally prepared. Thus, the charging progress for Truth's anchored charge remained at 51. In the 20th, 35th, and 50th years, Li Fan tried various methods but couldn't rush through the dark layer under the whale's watchful eyes. In the 65th year, Li Fan was already 85 years old, nearing the end of his life. This time, he didn't choose to end early because he didn't know how many attempts he would need to break through this obstacle. Having one more try was always better. Unfortunately, he was already too old this time, and his thinking had become slow, and his reactions sluggish. Unable to match wits with the whale anymore, Li Fan didn't force it. He completely gave up controlling the Taiyan boat and let it sway towards the bottom of the ruins abyss from the beginning. The nebula layer, illusion layer, inversion layer, flowing fire layer, arcane ice layer, thunderstorm layer, dark layer. Li Fan fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up, he was shocked to find that the Taiyan boat was almost reaching the bottom of the abyss. What's going on? Why didn't the Void Ripper whale appear this time? Li Fan was completely baffled, but it didn't stop him from accelerating and speeding towards the faint lights appearing below. But as Li Fan accelerated, the roar of the whale suddenly appeared. Why did it suddenly notice me again at this moment? Li Fan frowned deeply. Then, as if a lightning bolt illuminated the night sky, Li Fan suddenly understood. So that's why the Void Ripper whale tracks me based on my acceleration. As long as I maintain a constant speed, I can safely pass through this immortal extinction formation. Realizing this crucial point, Li Fan couldn't help but laugh heartily. At this point, the last shackle to leave this immortal extinction formation was completely unlocked. Amidst Li Fan's laughter and the whale's roar, the Taiyan boat broke through the crack between the 2 realms and was about to return to the cultivation world. The surroundings became blurry, as if crossing the distance of several worlds in an instant. Suffering from tremendous pressure, Li Fan suddenly groaned, blood flowing from his nose and eyes. But he didn't care. Looking back at the place he came from, because it was too far away and the perspective was infinitely high, Li Fan saw a scene that he would never forget in his lifetime. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of void ripper whales. They formed groups and ceaselessly opened up patches of pitch-black space in the void. And the place where Li Fan came from, the Immortal extinction formation, was getting farther and farther away as he headed closer to the cultivation world. This is the cultivation realm. After breaking through the Immortal extinction formation, the Taiyan boat appeared within a continuous mountain range. Below was a deep abyss emitting a breath similar to the ruins' abyss, seemingly bottomless. The mountains rose and fell, shrouded in clouds and mist, presenting a magnificent sight. On the tallest mountain range, a vast and enormous city stood towering. Li Fan wanted to laugh heartily, but he couldn't help but cough, continuously spitting out blood. He was already too old. Originally, he was already at the edge of life and death, and the pressure brought about by traversing the Immortal extinction formation completely destroyed his vitality. However, being able to glimpse the cultivation realm before dying, this life was not lived in vain. Truth, the simulation ends. After the darkness, Li Fan's consciousness gradually recovered. Recalling his efforts in his previous life, when he tried various methods to successfully pass the Immortal extinction formation, only to accidentally discover the way to break it, Li Fan couldn't help but feel the unpredictability of life. What he couldn't forget was the scene where he looked back at the group of void ripper whales. How much did the cultivators of that era hate ordinary people? They not only banished them all and sealed them with the Immortal extinction formation, but also arranged so many void ripper whales. No wonder the dark layer is so vast, larger than all the previous layers combined. It seems that over the thousands of years, it has been opened up by these void ripper whales. The distance is getting farther and farther. In the future, the land of immortal extinction might completely detach from the cultivation realm. Various thoughts surged in Li Fan's mind, but he suppressed them one by one. Replacing them was an uncontrollable joy. After 9 reincarnations, nearly 500 years, he finally touched the threshold of cultivation. It could be foreseen that the road ahead will be even more difficult, but Li Fan's desire for immortality remained unchanged, unwavering through countless lifetimes. Back in the present, facing the choices after the simulation, Li Fan was unusually hesitant. According to his previous plan, Li Fan intended to choose to accelerate the charging progress. The sooner he completed the charging of truth, the sooner he could go to the cultivation realm. Yes, even though the path to the cultivation realm was now smooth and there were no dangers, Li Fan still decided to wait until he had a chance to start again before setting off. After all, the path of cultivation is difficult, and this cultivation realm doesn't seem too friendly to ordinary people. Stability comes first, without a doubt. However, after seeing the list of available items, Li Fan hesitated, because he saw the stone tablet of prohibition among the selectable items. After some contemplation, Li Fan decided to choose to keep the stone tablet. He wanted to use this to verify a certain guess in his mind. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 2086. Mental age, 483. 1116. Charge progress for the Void Ripper Whale, 0 second anchor point. Charge progress, 51. Current anchor points, 1 bound items, Jade Cosmos 1000 Variation Sutra, Taiyan Boat, Stone Tablet of Prohibition damaged. Li Fan's 10th life began. During the 20 years of waiting for the charging to be completed, Li Fan followed the established historical trajectory, doing only a few things that didn't affect the course of history, preparing for his journey to the cultivation realm. After 3 years, Li Fan arrived outside Qian Hong's tomb. After contemplating for a moment, he chose not to use the immortal miasma to break the tomb, but instead took out the stone tablet of prohibition directly from truth. The stone tablet he brought from the previous life underwent a strange change once it appeared in the world. A soft white light enveloped the stone tablet, making it look somewhat illusory. After a while, it started to dissipate like ice in the scorching sun. Unsurprisingly to Li Fan, the power of the stone tablet of prohibition within Qian Hong's tomb had just become much stronger. As I thought, cultivation techniques cannot be practiced together, and the same goes for natural treasures of heaven and earth. There should never be 2 identical treasures in the world, but I used the power of truth to create another identical one out of thin air. The result is that the 2 wonders spontaneously fused and eventually returned to one. As for which one disappears and which one remains, of course the strong one will survive and the weak one will not. Li Fan then commanded his men to forcefully attack Qian Hong's tomb. As expected, the strengthened stone tablet of prohibition was remarkable. Even when using the immortal miasma, it took considerable effort to reduce its power. Wearing armor, Li Fan entered Qian Hong's tomb and looked at the stone tablet of prohibition. Its appearance had not changed much on the outside, it just seemed slightly less damaged. Truth still couldn't absorb it, indicating that it was only a quantitative change and had not reached a qualitative one. Li Fan squinted and ordered his men to move the stone tablet out of the tomb. When the strengthened stone tablet of prohibition was removed from the tomb, the destructive force surrounding it suddenly disappeared. With this, Li Fan's experiment ended. He stored this enhanced stone tablet of prohibition in the Taiyan boat to be used as his asset for the journey to the cultivation realm in the future. In the 20th year, Truth was about to finish charging. Li Fan mercilessly executed a group of corrupt officials and landlords, confiscating the wealth accumulated by their families for generations. Because after going to the cultivation realm, he would still have to deal with mortals, so it was necessary to prepare wealth in advance. In addition to money, food was essential. However, food was the foundation of the country, and Li Fan was asking for too much at once. Officials and even merchants in the capital heard about this and seized the opportunity to raise grain prices, attempting to make a fortune. Li Fan didn't hesitate during the morning court. He controlled the Taiyan boat at its largest size and hung it in the sky above the imperial palace. The huge Taiyan boat floated over the capital like a dark cloud. Countless citizens, upon seeing this, knelt down and kowtowed. The civil and military officials, witnessing such supernatural means from Li Fan, changed their expressions and showed enthusiasm, even actively helping Li Fan prepare food. With the active assistance of the officials, combined with the elimination of a group of corrupt merchants, the Taiyan boat was finally filled to the brim. With everything prepared for millennia, Li Fan had no more concerns in the mortal world. He steered the Taiyan boat and once again arrived above the ruins abyss, freeing his mind and allowing the Taiyan boat to drift automatically at a constant speed. Although it only took a few hours in total, to Li Fan, it felt longer than the hundreds of years he had experienced before. After a long wait, Li Fan finally traversed the Immortal extinction formation and arrived in the cultivation realm. Getting used to the tearing sensation brought by crossing two realms, Li Fan looked excitedly outside the Taiyan boat. However, after seeing the surrounding scenery clearly, Li Fan became somewhat dumbfounded. In contrast to the continuous mountain ranges seen in the previous life, Li Fan found himself currently situated over a vast, endless expanse of ocean. What's going on? Why is this place different from before? Li Fan was somewhat stunned. He took out a map he had drawn based on memory from his pocket and attempted to find the location of the ocean on it. But after a thorough comparison, he couldn't find it at all. Never mind, I'll just take one step at a time. Not knowing where the mistake occurred, Li Fan put away the map and sighed. Fortunately, I have the Taiyan boat for transportation. Otherwise, I might have been stranded here. I just don't know if I can find a place where people reside before the spirit stones in the Taiyan boat run out. He wasn't one to blame himself. Li Fan quickly sprang into action. Choosing a direction, he piloted the Taiyan boat while searching for traces of a city in the surroundings. The ocean was truly boundless. Li Fan flew for 7 days and nights, yet saw no signs of human activity. Fortunately, the Taiyan boat was well stocked with food, so he didn't have to worry about survival. After more than 10 days passed, the speed of the Taiyan boat began to slow down, indicating that its energy was nearly depleted. At this desperate moment, Li Fan finally spotted a faint silhouette of a ship on the ocean's surface. Li Fan was overjoyed and slowly lowered the Taiyan boat's altitude to approach. However, as he got closer, he was rendered speechless. It was indeed a ship, but it was a ship that was on the verge of sinking. It seemed to have suffered some kind of attack, with a large hole in the hull and 2/3 of it submerged in water. Around the ship, dozens of people struggled in the water, who were obviously the ship's crew. Most of them were not skilled swimmers and were barely clinging to pieces of wreckage, preventing themselves from sinking. Li Fan was hesitant about releasing the Taiyan boat to save them, but then he heard one of the survivors, a man struggling to shout, "Don't be afraid, I've sent a signal to the Immortal Master. He will come to rescue us soon. Everyone hold on a little longer." Hearing this, Li Fan was moved. He stored the Taiyan boat and jumped into the sea, quietly swimming towards these people. Silently blending into the crowd, Li Fan pretended to be struggling for survival, gasping for breath and barely keeping himself afloat. After a while, a streak of light flew over from a distance and stopped above the group. "Immortal Master, save us! Immortal Master, save us!" The people saw hope and began calling for help. Noisy, the voice belonged to a man, but his attire and features were obscured as if by a veil, making it hard to discern. With a disdainful snort, the man seemed to cast some spell, and Li Fan suddenly found himself unable to produce sound. The crowd fell silent instantly. The Immortal Master then flew to the side of the sinking ship and effortlessly lifted it from the water, repairing the gaping hole in the hull with a burst of light. He then looked at the struggling people in the water and snorted, lightly waving his hand forward. Li Fan and the others felt themselves lifted by an invisible force and flown towards the repaired ship. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the rescued people were thrown onto the ship like dumplings by the Immortal Master's rough handling. Unable to speak, they could only emit muffled sounds, but all of them had expressions of awe and joy for being saved, not daring to show the slightest complaint. Once everyone was rescued, the Immortal Master flew above them. "Stern tone," he said, "who sent the distress signal?" The man who had comforted the others earlier immediately knelt down. The Immortal Master waved his hand, removing the spell from the man. While kowtowing, the man said, "This humble one is Su Changyu." The Immortal Master interrupted him directly. "You know the rules, right? After arriving, everything is unrelated to me. I have never seen you, nor do I know who you are. Understand?" Su Changyu nodded repeatedly. "This humble one understands. When we came, our family elders had already instructed." He stopped speaking halfway, his voice silenced. It turned out that the Immortal Master was satisfied and had silenced Su Changyu. The Immortal Master paid no attention to these mortals and flew to the bow of the ship. He cast a spell, and the ship swiftly sailed in a certain direction. Witnessing this scene, most of the people on board were filled with awe. Some seemed to have not recovered from the previous disaster, sitting on the deck trembling, curling up as if silently weeping. The ship fell into an eerie silence. This lasted for most of the day until it was dark. Finally, in the distance, a faint shimmer of light became visible. It was an island that appeared quite prosperous. Though it was still some distance away, faint sounds of human activity could be heard. Docked at the island's pier were hundreds of large ships, a magnificent sight. However, the ship Li Fan was on did not head towards the main dock, but circled around the island, arriving at a less populated area at the back. Quietly, the ship entered a natural cave. After maneuvering through the narrow cave for a while, it finally came to a stop. Once the ship was anchored, several robust men in black attire came up to assist. However, they seemed to completely ignore the Immortal Master, merely using weapons to drive the people off the ship. Not a word was spoken. They escorted the people to a spacious hall. A black-clad man finally spoke. "You will rest here tonight. Food has already been prepared in the hall. Help yourselves. Tomorrow, someone will take you to arrange your identities. Also, no unnecessary noise." He glanced around threateningly before turning and leaving. The hall fell into silence. After a long while, the Immortal Master's silencing spell wore off. Subsequently, the people in the hall began to discuss in groups. "This time, our luck was really bad. We were actually attacked by sea monsters. There were nearly 100 of us when we set out, but now less than half remain. What's the use of seeking the Tao and cultivating as immortals? Sai, I don't know what my father was thinking, insisting on sending me to this vast world for cultivation. If you ask me, cultivating immortality isn't as enjoyable as listening to music. That's right. Back home, at least I was the son of the Southern King. I could enjoy all kinds of wealth and splendor. What's good about this place?" He was interrupted halfway. Only the sound of sobbing remained, as his quick-witted companion quickly covered his mouth. At this point, Su Changyu, the man who had spoken earlier, said, "At this juncture, what's the point of saying these things? Didn't every family spend a great price to send you here? Instead of complaining, why not be patient and cultivate from now on? If you can truly become a cultivator, not only is there hope for a long life, but there's also a chance to return to our hometown and bring our family members out." Hiding in the shadows, Li Fan listened to the people's conversation, and he vaguely understood their identities. These people were probably like him, ordinary mortals banished to a land of immortal extinction. However, it seemed that in the places they were in, the existence of the cultivation realm was not a secret. Moreover, they had even developed a mature smuggling route. Li Fan stroked his chin and fell into thought. While Li Fan was lost in thought, a slightly chubby young man approached him not far away. The young man patted Li Fan's shoulder. "Somewhat familiar. Brother, you seem unfamiliar. May I ask what position you hold in the Great Li, or are you a wealthy merchant from another region?" Li Fan swatted the young man's hand off his shoulder and looked at him coldly, saying nothing. The chubby youth felt like he was being stared at by a venomous snake and shivered. Though he felt a bit embarrassed for being scared by just a gaze, the chubby youth was quite perceptive. Li Fan seemed ordinary, but there was an aura of authority about him, and it was obvious he had been in a high position for many years. He's no ordinary person. The chubby youth quickly reached this conclusion and wisely left. Others saw this and understood that Li Fan wasn't very approachable. From then on, nobody tried to strike up a conversation with him. In the flickering light, the voices of the crowd gradually faded and everyone fell asleep. A quiet night passed. On the second day, before dawn, everyone was awakened. A middle-aged man with a long beard, dressed in a green robe and hands behind his back, walked up to the crowd. "I will take you to register in a moment. After obtaining the registration, you will officially become a member of Liulai Island," the middle-aged man said coldly, surveying the surroundings. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the crowd showed excitement. "Remember, don't speak what you shouldn't. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety," the man squinted his eyes, adding. The crowd understood that what they were doing was clandestine, and they all nodded. Then, following the middle-aged man's orders, Li Fan and the others changed into shabby clothes. Later, they were taught a unified script. You are all residents of the western Great Gorge Island. Due to a natural disaster, the island was destroyed, so you fled here. If anyone asks, this is what you say. Everyone agreed. Afterwards, led by the middle-aged man and monitored by 4 or 5 black-clad men, they left the cave through a secret passage and arrived on the surface. After traversing through the residential area of the city, circling around for an unknown duration, they finally arrived at a mansion. Li Fan noticed that although their group of several dozen was not small, most of the island's residents only glanced at them casually and didn't pay much attention. It was clear that they were used to such occurrences. They didn't enter through the mansion's main gate. After a servant entered to report, he quickly returned and led the group through a side door on the left to a hall. The hall was quite spacious. Even before Li Fan and the others arrived, there were already 2 or 3 groups totaling over 100 people gathered. However, it didn't seem crowded. The middle-aged man gestured for everyone to wait patiently. Soon, it was Li Fan's group's turn. Steward Zhao, the middle-aged man, called out, "Are these the disaster victims who have come to register?" Steward Zhao, who looked to be in his 50s or 60s, appeared somewhat aged. However, his eyes were exceptionally sharp. After sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he said with a half-smile, "Sun Zhang, these disaster victims seem to be of high status." Sun Zhang remained calm and sighed. Yes, they were all from wealthy families on the Great Gorge Island. Unfortunately, without the protection of a cultivator, a natural disaster struck, and all their wealth and glory turned to nothing. Now they have come far and wide to seek refuge on our Liulai Island. Having said that, Sun Zhang took something from his pocket and handed it to Steward Zhao without a word. Steward Zhao glanced at it, accepted it, and sighed again. The recent storm wreaked havoc, and even our Liulai Island was affected. The islands in the west suffered even more. It is said that over 200 islands were razed to the ground, and countless mortal souls returned to the sea. Sun Zhang was delighted and began to flatter him. Steward Zhao listened and then started to handle the registration for everyone. Not long after, it was Li Fan's turn. Steward Zhao looked at Li Fan with a trace of curiosity. "What is your name?" Steward Zhao asked. Li Fan answered truthfully. "Come, drip a drop of your blood on this." Steward Zhao wrote Li Fan's name with a pen dipped in blood on a rectangular object that seemed like jade but was not actually jade. He then handed it over. Li Fan pricked his finger, letting the blood drip. Afterward, as if imbued with life, the blood seeped into the 2 characters Li Fan. "Keep this spirit symbol well, it will be your identity proof from now on. Whenever you need to receive work, distribute food, or go through inspections on the island, you must show this spirit symbol. Do not lose it," Steward Zhao emphasized, more friendly towards Li Fan compared to the others, and gave additional instructions. This drew the attention of Sun Zhang and the others. Li Fan didn't say many words of gratitude, and after nodding, he put away the spirit symbol and walked to the side. The distribution of registrations was efficient, and soon, everyone had obtained their Liulai Island household registration. The crowd was excited. After leaving that place, they didn't return to the previous cave, but were led by Sun Zhang to the courtyard of a house. "Now that you have obtained your household registration, shall we sign the contract?" Sun Zhang said to Su Changyu and the others. Su Changyu took out a thin piece of paper from his pocket carefully and then pricked his finger to write his name with blood, solemnly and respectfully. After signing, the paper self-ignited without fire, turning into a wisp of green smoke, drifting away, and no one knew where it went. After the 3 contracts, only one more remains. "When we settle down completely, I will sign the final contract according to the agreement," Su Changyu said calmly. "Humph, it's troublesome dealing with you exile refugees. If not for the sake of the immortal master, our heavenly treasure house wouldn't engage in such a loss-making business." Sun Zhang snorted, somewhat dissatisfied. However, he didn't say much afterward, but proceeded to explain the things they needed to pay attention to on the island. All residents of Liulai Island can obtain a residence using their household registration spirit symbol. Although it is in a remote area at the northernmost periphery of the island, at least you will have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Apart from that, for the first year after registering, you can receive a certain amount of free rations every month. Of course, if you are used to delicacies and can't tolerate this welfare food, you can spend your own money to dine on the island. After saying a lot, Sun Zhang's mouth was dry, and he paused for a rest. Suddenly, he heard Su Changyu ask, "I am wondering, how can we cultivate?" This was exactly what Li Fan was concerned about. He pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Sun Zhang glanced at Su Changyu and patiently explained, "For ordinary people to cultivate, they need to cleanse the miasma within their bodies. The concentration of miasma in the bodies of those of you who have returned from exile is far higher than usual, so without purging the miasma, it's impossible to cultivate." Su Changyu furrowed his brows and said, "We are well aware of this, but how can we remove this miasma? There are several methods to remove the miasma, replied Sun Jiang. The first is using the pure body spirit pool on the island. Soaking in the pool for a day and a night can completely remove the miasma from the body. Unfortunately, the materials needed to open the spirit pool are astonishingly high. Although we are wealthy on Liulai Island, we can only open it once every 3 years. The last time it was opened was a year ago, so it'll be almost 2 years until the next opening. Moreover, the quota to enter the spirit pool is limited, and the competition is fierce. As outsiders without a foundation, it's unlikely for you to outcompete the island's residents. Sun Jiang shook his head. What about the other methods? Su Changyu continued. The second method is to practice the cleansing heart mantra along with specific medicines and diet. Over time, this can change your physique and gradually eliminate the miasma. Although it takes a long time, often 5 to 6 years of effort, it's stable and doesn't require any special costs. The mysterious yellow cleansing heart mantra and the corresponding elixirs can be purchased at the island's pharmacies. 5 to 6 years, Su Changyu murmured softly, then persisted, are there any other methods? The third method is to become an experimental subject, Sun Jiang said. At this point, his face turned somewhat unpleasant, seeming to struggle to suppress his fear. But he continued to answer Su Changyu. Experimental subject. Su Changyu was somewhat bewildered. That's right. Some immortals are very interested in the miasma within us mortals. Every year, they select volunteers from the mortal population on the island to serve as experimental subjects. Using special methods, they continuously extract the miasma from the research subjects. In a matter of a few months, the miasma within the experimental subjects can be completely extracted. Seemingly recalling something, Sun Jiang's face turned a little pale. However, this process is extremely painful. It's akin to being on the edge of survival, unable to live and unable to die. Most people can't endure until the moment when all the miasma is completely extracted and end up going insane. I don't recommend you to use this method. It's truly unbearable for an ordinary person. It was unknown whether Su Changyu paid heed to Sun Jiang's advice. He remained silent for a moment and asked, are there any other methods? Sun Jiang shook his head. It said that the direct descendants of those immortals can reshape their bodies using celestial treasures, not only eliminating concerns about miasma, but also improving their cultivation aptitude. However, this method is beyond our imagination. Even our Liulai Island can't grant this privilege. That's all I know. If you truly want to cultivate, think about it carefully in the days to come. After speaking, Sun Jiang noticed Su Changyu looking somewhat distraught and couldn't help but console. I know you've all been through a lot to return from exile, and you all have a heart inclined towards cultivation. Who wasn't like that in the beginning? Unfortunately, cultivation is truly difficult. Even if you manage to purge all the miasma from your body, very few can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even fewer can draw it into their bodies. Why bother? Being an ordinary person is not a bad thing. Sun Jiang seemed to be consoling Su Changyu and perhaps himself as well. With the invisible nourishment of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, even if you can't cultivate, you can live longer than in the land of immortal extinction. It's not in vain that your family paid a great price to send you here. Instead of tirelessly pursuing cultivation, it's better to enjoy life and live in the moment. Sun Jiang finished his speech and then left. The people present showed various expressions. Some looked joyful, taking Sun Jiang's words to heart, and finding an excuse for indulgence. Some couldn't accept the arduousness of cultivation, and burst into tears. Some wore worried expressions, unsure of what to do. Only Su Changyu had a determined look on his face, seemingly having made some kind of resolution. Observing everyone's reactions, Li Fan felt deeply that in this world, every person had their own unique circumstances. And each person's choice determined their vastly different fates in the future. Without meddling further, Li Fan took advantage of the distracted crowd and quietly left. After inquiring, he found the place to receive a free residence on the island. Li Fan presented the spirit token and was then led by a designated person to the residential area in the north of Liulai Island. Here, countless houses were densely packed, some empty and some already occupied by people. Most of these houses had only one room, but fortunately they all had a small courtyard enclosed by walls, preventing them from feeling too bleak. The seventh of the sixth row, this is it. The impatient person handed the key to Li Fan and hastily left. Li Fan opened the courtyard door, walked in and closed the door behind him. The room was very simple, with only a bed and a few tables and chairs, making Li Fan quite uncomfortable. However, he didn't care much about these external things. After a simple cleanup, Li Fan rested and contemplated his future plans. With this lucky start, settling down didn't require much effort. I have to thank those exiles for this. Unfortunately, this group, except for Su Changyu, seems to be ordinary individuals without the heart for cultivation, unlikely to become great talents. This place of residence is a bit simple, but the safety is guaranteed. I inquired earlier, there's an immortal overseeing Liulai Island, and troublemakers have not dared to act out for a long time. The primary goal now is to purge the miasma from my body. Although the quota for the pure body spirit pool is precious, I've stored countless treasures in the Tai Yan boat. It shouldn't be difficult to obtain a spot. The downside is drawing too much attention. Concealing one's wealth is essential. As an outsider with no foundation, suddenly displaying so much wealth will surely attract prying eyes. I need to plan carefully. Suddenly, a knocking interrupted Li Fan's contemplation. Who is it? Li Fan was instantly on guard. It's me. The voice was somewhat deep and sounded familiar. Li Fan remained calm, took out a sharp dagger from the Tai Yan boat and hid it in his sleeve. He opened the door slightly and saw the person clearly. It was the fat man who had tried to strike up a conversation with him before. Li Fan made a decisive choice and closed the door. Wait. The fat man quickly blocked it and whispered, "You're not one of us from the land of immortal extinction, right?" "What?" Li Fan was puzzled. The fat man took the opportunity to slip in. He observed Li Fan with malicious intent and said, "What kind of person are you? What's your purpose for sneaking into Liulai Island?" "How do you know I'm not from the land of immortal extinction?" Li Fan asked back. The fat man looked disdainful. "When I fell into the water, I vaguely saw your suspicious figure. At first, I thought it was an illusion. After seeing your performance last night, I became more and more suspicious. So I kept an eye on you. Seeing you urgently look for a residence, I secretly followed you to test the waters. Indeed, as soon as I tried you, you revealed yourself," the fat man said proudly. "From the looks of it, you're quite shrewd and attentive," Li Fan nodded. "Of course, besides me, those fools wouldn't notice a stranger had entered," the fat man boasted. "In that case, apart from you, no one else noticed this, right?" Li Fan asked. "Of course not. How can those idiots be compared to me?" The fat man's words were abruptly cut off, because a sharp dagger had pierced his chest. Watching the fat man falling to the ground, Li Fan's face remained expressionless. Term change: Heavenly Treasure House, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Dragging the fat man's corpse into the Tai Yan boat and cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground, Li Fan then casually returned to his room, acting like nothing had happened. "Truly ignorant," Li Fan commented. The fat man clearly hadn't figured out the situation. Relying on a bit of cleverness, he thought he could threaten Li Fan, maybe trying to obtain some benefits from him. But did he ever question whether Li Fan had actually infiltrated Liulai Island? This group of exiles, weren't they the same, obtaining their status by posing as disaster victims? Once they acquired the household registration of Liulai Island, they truly considered themselves native inhabitants. Li Fan saw this clearly. Previously, the immortal who concealed his face and came to pick them up, as well as the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion where Sun Jiang was, were very cautious in their actions, afraid of being discovered. Obviously, their identities as mortals from the land of immortal extinction were not something they wanted others to know about. Because of this fat man, who had no understanding of the situation, came to threaten Li Fan, and Li Fan killed him without hesitation. He didn't believe that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the group of exiles would make a big fuss about this. Furthermore, even if they investigated that the fat man had visited Li Fan before disappearing, now that they couldn't find the body, as long as Li Fan insisted he hadn't seen him, they couldn't do anything to him. After all, if the matter escalated, it would not benefit either party. And if Li Fan hesitated and didn't take action, leaving the fat man alive, it might actually lead to various troubles. So Li Fan decisively chose to nip any potential threats in the bud. As Li Fan predicted, a few days passed, and besides Su Changyu asking about it once, the mysterious disappearance of the fat man didn't attract any attention from anyone else. This incident was just a small episode in Li Fan's island life, quickly pushed to the back of his mind. During these days, Li Fan inquired about various affairs on the island while planning how to use the treasures in the Tai Yan boat in a reasonable manner. Gradually, Li Fan gained a general understanding of the Liulai Island he was currently on. This sea area was called the Kongyun Sea. The Kongyun Sea was vast and scattered with tens of thousands of islands of various sizes. Liulai Island was located in the central southern part of the Kongyun Sea and was of medium size. The island was named after the delicious and tender liu li fish one abundant in the surrounding waters. The liu li fish was not only popular among the common folk of the surrounding islands, but was also occasionally used by some immortals to refine elixirs due to the liu li pearl that would occasionally form in the fish's body. Hence, the island needed an immortal to oversee it, and a certain amount of liu li pearls had to be collected annually. Immortals generally did not intervene in worldly matters, making it difficult for ordinary people to see them. The day-to-day affairs of Liulai Island were usually managed by the Liulai Mansion established by the island master. Island residents could obtain a job within the Liulai Mansion. The higher the risk of the job, the higher the reward. Among these jobs, fishing for liu li fish was the most popular. Apart from being relatively safe, the rewards were considerable. Moreover, when the harvested liu li fish were handed over, only 70 of them needed to be turned in, while the remaining 30 could be sold privately. So this fishing job was quite appealing. However, fishing required a large ship, and the schools of Liuli fish were elusive. Specific spirit guides from the island were needed to locate them. These spirit guides were only issued by the Liuli mansion during fishing expeditions and had to be returned after returning to the island. Private fishing was impossible. If caught, the penalty was direct execution. Therefore, this fishing for Liuli fish was only allowed under the permission of the Liuli mansion. Those who could go fishing were highly regarded by the island's residents. A few days ago, a fleet that had gone fishing not only had a great catch of Liuli fish, but also encountered a sunken ship. This ship was said to have escaped with the family to avoid a disaster, so it carried more than a dozen boxes of gold, silver, and jewels. At this moment, the fleet had made a fortune. Regarding the salvaged items from the sunken ship, the island's rules were the same as for Liuli fish. They could keep 30 for themselves. So when the fleet returned to the port, half the island was buzzing with excitement. Even the island's treasurer and money manager personally came to inspect. Seeing the fleet members almost grinning from ear to ear, many people on the island were envious. They began to privately seek connections, wanting to obtain the qualification for the next fishing trip. In Li Fan's view, he could slowly launder the countless treasures on the Tai-Yan boat using a similar method, with relatively low risk. The only difficulty lay in how to obtain the qualification for a solo fishing trip. The existence of the Tai-Yan boat must never be exposed. Too many people on the island wanted to join the fishing fleet. After inquiring casually, Li Fan learned the key information. Among the 3 trusted subordinates of the island master, Zhao in charge of personnel matters, Kyan in charge of financial matters, and Zhou in charge of public security, most of the fishing fleet quotas were in Kyan's hands. Zhao and Zhou had always wanted to intervene, but the quotas were firmly controlled by Kyan, and they only controlled 1 or 2 fishing fleets. Where there were people, there was conflict. Li Fan remembered Zhao's reaction when he saw him on the day of registration. He thought maybe he could meet this Zhao. However, Zhao wasn't someone Li Fan could easily meet now. Li Fan decided to follow Sun Zhang's approach with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. After inquiring about the location, Li Fan arrived at the door of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, wanting to meet Sun Zhang. However, he was turned away. Go away, our senior son has a distinguished status. Do you think you can just see him whenever you want? Hurry off. Several big, intimidating men at the door looked at Li Fan malevolently, as if they were ready to act. Seeing this, Li Fan had no choice but to leave for now. He found it somewhat strange. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was a place of business after all. How could they just turn people away without seeing them? Moreover, these big men made decisions without seeking approval, as if they already knew who Li Fan was. It must be that they received orders and intentionally avoided me, Li Fan concluded. He guessed that something had happened on the exile's side that made Sun Zhang turn hostile and not recognize them. After some inquiries, Li Fan finally learned what had transpired. It turned out that Su Changyu, in order to quickly get rid of the miasma in his body, chose to become an experimental subject for the Immortals. Before leaving, Su Changyu signed his name on the final contract. Now the 3 contracts were completed, and the final contract had completely dissipated. There was no longer any connection between the exile group and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. No wonder they suddenly turned hostile and deliberately avoided us. I just didn't expect Su Changyu to be so determined, Li Fan sighed. We tried to advise him, telling him not to be in such a hurry, but he wouldn't listen. The person who spoke was also familiar to Li Fan. It was Xiao Heng, who had claimed to be the son of the Southern King in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion cave. Xiao Heng seemed to have a very good relationship with Su Changyu and was extremely dejected at the moment. If it weren't for his terminally ill sister, brother Su wouldn't have fought so desperately. Hearing this, Li Fan was lost in thought. Although Sun Zhang chose to avoid seeing him, Li Fan wouldn't give up so easily. Judging from the day, he couldn't help but console Su Changyu. This person was at least not treacherous. The reason for his cold attitude was probably to avoid too much involvement with mortals from the immortal extinction land. Compared to ignorant people, Li Fan preferred dealing with the knowledgeable. So Li Fan came back to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Why are you back again? Are you looking for trouble? The black-clad man at the door looked at Li Fan warily and said menacingly. Li Fan smiled slightly. I'm here to do business with your Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. You won't even talk and just want to drive people away. Is this how you treat guests at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Li Fan intentionally raised his voice, drawing the attention of the people around him. The big man was instantly enraged and was about to attack, but was stopped by the person beside him. After consulting for a while, the big man reluctantly led Li Fan inside. Arriving at a guest room, a maidservant brought in a cup of tea. Li Fan tasted it unhurriedly. As the tea went down, he felt a warm stream flowing from his stomach throughout his body. In just a moment, Li Fan felt as warm as if he had basked in the sun for half the day in winter, even feeling a bit feverish. Good tea, Li Fan couldn't help but praise. Great Yuyan dragon tea, which grows around the underwater volcanoes near Great Yuyan Island. There are only a few of them. Now, with the destruction of Great Yuyan Island, Great Yuyan dragon tea has temporarily become a rare item. A person with a smile on his face walked in and said slowly. It was Sun Jiang. When Li Fan put down the teacup, Sun Jiang narrowed his eyes and asked slowly, "The matter of transportation is over, and there should be no more entanglement between us. Why have you sought me out again?" Sun Jiang's tone was not friendly, and there was a hidden killing intent in his eyes. It seemed that if Li Fan's answer didn't satisfy him, he would take action and kill. Li Fan didn't care about Sun Jiang's aggressive questions and replied with a smile, "Elder son, you misunderstood. I really came to discuss business." "Business? With you?" Sun Jiang was initially surprised, then sneered while looking at Li Fan. Li Fan remained unfazed and silent. Seeing Li Fan so assured, Sun Jiang gradually became serious. "What business? I wonder if the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is interested in the slots for the sea expedition fleets," Li Fan said slowly. "Every time a fleet sets sail, aside from occasionally salvaging precious treasures, just the liu li fish and other marine specialties are enough to make a lot of profit. If you say that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is not interested, that's impossible. But the slots for the fleet are firmly controlled by Steward Kyan. Not to mention the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, even Steward Zhao would find it extremely difficult to occupy an extra slot. As a newcomer, what ability do you have to covet it?" Sun Jiang stared at Li Fan, seemingly trying to read something from his face. "If I can meet Steward Kyan, I have my ways to convince him," Li Fan replied confidently. Seeing Li Fan so determined, Sun Jiang hesitated. "Then let him meet Steward Kyan. It's not a difficult matter. If things don't work out, just chop him up and feed him to the fish in the sea." At this moment, a somewhat lazy voice came from outside the room. Li Fan's eyes condensed, and he saw a woman wearing light yellow clothes and a veil walking in. The woman sounded like she was only 17 or 18 years old, but her well-proportioned figure exuded a mature and tempting charm. "Greetings, manager." Sun Jiang stood up immediately upon seeing the woman, respectfully greeting her. "You seem to have some confidence. You don't seem like someone who speaks empty words." The woman sat across from Li Fan, tilting her head slightly, looking curious. "I have always been a man of my word, and I never go back on my promises," Li Fan said frankly. The woman in yellow lightly laughed out. "If this matter really comes to fruition, my Heavenly Treasure Pavilion may have to extract the corresponding benefits. According to the rules of the island, each time you go out to sea, you can keep 30 of the harvest for yourself. I don't want any of this 30. Half of it will be given to Steward Zhao, and half of it will be handed over to your Heavenly Treasure Pavilion." Li Fan nodded his head in agreement and spoke shockingly. The woman in yellow froze. She resumed and carefully sized up Li Fan for a few moments. "That's strange in that case. What do you want after going to such great lengths?" "I only want a quota to enter the pure body spirit pool," Li Fan said frankly. "Huh." The woman was really shocked at this time. She looked at Li Fan several times as if to make sure she hadn't heard it wrong. Li Fan locked eyes with her, his gaze firm. The woman laughed lightly, as if she had heard a particularly funny joke, and burst into laughter. "Come on, uncle, you're quite old, and you want to learn cultivation from others." After laughing for a while, she struggled to stop and managed to say a sentence before bursting into laughter again. Sun Jiang looked at Li Fan, also full of disbelief. Li Fan just looked at the woman calmly, without speaking. The woman's laughter grew fainter. "Ha." In the end, she laughed dryly and returned to normal, "But seeking immortality at your age." "That's funny," she said with a smile, tapping her chest, seeming a bit relieved. "But if I seek longevity, I will not regret it even if I die," Li Fan said indifferently. The woman in yellow did not say anything for a long time. "Good, I shall accept this matter." In the end, she clapped her hands and said, "I will send someone to inform you when a date has been set. In that case, it is so agreed. I live in the 7th house of the 6th row outside the city, so you may go there to look for me." Li Fan arched his hand and turned to leave. Only the woman in yellow and Sun Jiang remained in the room. After a long silence, Sun Jiang couldn't help but say, "Manager, that pure body spirit pool quota. Although the quota for the pure body spirit pool is highly contested on the island every year, it's not as if our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion doesn't have the strength to fight for it. What's more, if he can really secure a fleet of ships to go out to sea, it will only take 5 years or so for the profits brought in by the fleet to be enough to cover a quota. This matter is a steady investment." The woman in yellow was unperturbed. Rather, she frowned her eyebrows, looking in the direction Li Fan had left and muttered to herself. "What?" Sun Jiang couldn't help but ask. That person's eyes were a little frightening. The yellow-clothed woman patted her chest, seemingly a little shaken. Sun Jiang was stunned for a moment. On the way back, Li Fan stopped at a pharmacy and bought the Clear Heart Mantra and the corresponding medicinal ingredients. Even if everything went smoothly, it would still take 2 years for the net body spirit pool to open. Such a long time couldn't be wasted. Why not cultivate the Clear Heart Mantra first and see its effects? Maybe Li Fan had exceptional talents and could eliminate the miasma in his body in less than 2 years. In the following days, Li Fan stayed at home practicing, waiting to meet with Steward Zhao. Little did he know that before he could meet Steward Zhao, Li Fan heard some shocking news. Su Changyu was dead. Su Changyu didn't make it in the end. In just 7 or 8 days, Su Changyu couldn't hold on any longer and passed away. When his body was brought back, Li Fan went to take a look. Only a twisted mass of flesh remained, no longer resembling a person, looking rather horrifying. Occasionally, the flesh would twitch inexplicably, sending shivers down one's spine. These people who arrived on Liulai Island were newcomers, struggling even to gather enough money to buy a plot of land for burial. Originally, they planned for a sea burial, but Li Fan couldn't bear to see it and used some money to arrange a proper burial for Su Changyu. Everyone was very saddened. Among them, Xiao Heng cried the most miserably. Li Fan didn't have any particular feelings, just a sense of sorrow. After nearly 300 years of reincarnation in the mortal world, Li Fan had a set of skills for judging people. In his view, Su Changyu behaved decently and had a rather firm determination. Although he couldn't be considered an exceptional talent, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Among the people who came to Liulai Island, he thought Su Changyu was the most likely to make a name for himself. This person couldn't even pass the prerequisite of cultivation, the dispelling of miasma, and silently passed away. The path of immortality was difficult. Li Fan sighed even more. During the process of practicing the cleansing heart mantra in the following days, Li Fan's perception of this deepened. As it turned out, Li Fan was not talented. For nearly a month, Li Fan stayed in seclusion every day. Besides receiving a job to conceal his activities, he hid at home, practicing the cleansing heart mantra. Generally, after half a month of practice, ordinary people would experience obvious effects such as improved energy and faster thinking. But a month passed and Li Fan felt no change at all. Li Fan guessed that it might be because his mental strength, after several reincarnations and hundreds of years of tempering with truth, had far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Therefore, the cleansing heart mantra didn't have much of an effect on him. However, Li Fan wasn't in a hurry. He treated it as a daily practice routine. After another half-month, Li Fan finally was contacted by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. After following a messenger, Li Fan saw Steward Zhao in a courtyard owned by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Steward Zhao, long time no see, Li Fan greeted, arching his hand. Steward Zhao glanced at Li Fan and went straight to the point. I've heard from the people of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion that you want to request a spot for an expedition fleet. Quite ambitious. What do you rely on? You know, I have only 2 quotas available. I don't even have enough for my subordinates. Why should I give one to you? Fleet expeditions are for profit. I wonder, Steward Zhao, how does the profit from catching Liu Li fish compare to the direct loot from shipwrecks at the bottom of the sea? Li Fan smiled slightly. It seemed that Zhao, the steward, didn't think Li Fan was bragging. He seriously considered it for a moment and asked, some days ago, the fleet unexpectedly obtained dozens of boxes of jewelry. According to the calculation by the government, the gains were enough to offset several routine fishing expeditions. But how could such good luck happen every time? In my more than 10 years on this island, I remember only a few major gains. He paused and continued, listening to your words, you. Li Fan nodded. If I take charge of a fleet, I can guarantee that every time the fleet goes out to sea, it will bring back a certain amount of treasure. Zhao the steward had a strange light in his eyes and stared at Li Fan for a few moments before saying, you surprisingly didn't lie. Now it was Li Fan's turn to be surprised. I indeed spoke the truth. But I wonder, how did Steward Zhao figure that out? Zhao the steward chuckled. I was born with peculiar eyes that can recognize capable people and distinguish truth from falsehood. When you spoke just now, I only saw a soft white light emanating from you, proving that what you said was true and without any ill intent. If there were dark clouds, it would indicate you had other motives. Is there such a strange ability? Li Fan was suddenly astonished. On the day you joined, the attitude of Steward Zhao seemed slightly different from others. But what did you see? He asked. I can only see a general idea, not everything. I only saw that you will be very wealthy and have shed much blood. Clearly, you are not an ordinary person. That's why I treated you more politely, Steward Zhao explained with a smile. The will of heaven is unpredictable. Who knows how many rich and noble people like you end up stranded on our Liulai Island? Some people only lurk for a few years and then rise again, some just fade into the crowd and eventually rot away. Li Fan listened and thought of something, so when we joined that day, did Steward Zhao realize that what Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Sun Zhang said was untrue? So what if it's true or false? Sometimes being too honest may not be a good thing. My duty is only to ensure that there are no traitorous individuals on the island. It doesn't matter where you come from, as long as you keep to yourself. I won't treat you badly, Steward Zhao said dismissively. There is an immortal cultivator on the island, so we don't fear any trouble. Moreover, gathering the disaster victims was also the command of the immortal master. If Sun Zhang can lead so many disaster victims to our Liulai Island, why would I make things difficult for him? Steward Zhao explained. Li Fan listened and gained a rough understanding of Steward Zhao's approach, so the topic of the two returned to the fleet of ships going out to sea. Since Steward Zhao can see that what I have said is true, can you consider the matter of the quota? Li Fan asked. Steward Zhao tapped his finger on the table a few times before saying, "You're a newcomer with no roots, so if I were to risk handing over the fleet to you, it would definitely cause a lot of dissatisfaction. How about this, the next time you go out to sea, you can follow along. If you really manage to salvage treasure every time you go out to sea, then it won't take more than a few times for the crew to be convinced of you. At that time, you can then take over the fleet in name. Even if your harvest is large enough, it's not impossible for me to persuade the island master to distribute a quota from Steward Kyan over to you. Steward Zhao is considerate." Li Fan had no objection, so the conversation between the two of them proceeded smoothly. The details of their conversation were unknown to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, but when they heard that Li Fan had convinced Steward Zhao and obtained a spot for the next sea expedition, they were shocked. Could it be that the man didn't lie and he really has the confidence to command a fleet? In the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the manager muttered, her eyes flickering. "I wonder what he relies on." Sun Zhang was also very puzzled. No matter how he looked at Li Fan, he was an ordinary middle-aged man. "Send the land deed of the vacant small courtyard on the eastern street of the city to him," the manager suddenly said. Sun Zhang did not react for a moment. "Manager, this doesn't seem good," Sun Zhang lamented, feeling a pang of sorrow. "We acquired that yard with a hefty sum, intending to bribe Steward Zhao. We can't just give it away so easily to this lad, can we? If we are to give it to him, we should wait until he helps us seize the fleet." The woman in yellow garments replied, "Do what you're told. If we wait too long, I'm afraid the gift will be much bigger than a courtyard." Muttering to himself privately, Sun Zhang ultimately dared not defy the orders of his superior and obediently sent the land deed to Li Fan's hands. Li Fan didn't refuse. There was no need to move anything either. He moved into the eastern street courtyard that very day. Compared to the slums outside the city, the surroundings of this yard were significantly better. At the alley's entrance, official personnel from Liulai Mansion maintained order and security. The small courtyard was also more spacious than the previous residence, comprising a main house with 3 rooms and 2 wings on each side. Although not overly large, it was sufficient for Li Fan's single occupancy. Turning down several maidservants sent by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Li Fan settled down in the courtyard and patiently awaited the fleet's next departure. He initially thought it wouldn't take long, but an unforeseen event postponed the departure indefinitely. A calamity approached a tempest. Li Fan had heard numerous discussions about storms on Liulai Island during conversations among its residents, but he hadn't paid much attention. He thought it would be similar to typhoons or hurricanes he had encountered before crossing over, just a larger storm. However, when the tempest actually arrived, Li Fan realized he was sorely mistaken. On that day, while Li Fan was practicing the cleansing heart mantra as usual in his home, he suddenly heard booming sounds outside. The strange and shrill sound dominated the island's sky, quickly spreading across the entire Liulai Island. "Quick, get back home. The tempest is coming. May the Immortal Master protect us, protect us. Mother, where are you? Come home quickly." Chaos erupted on the island, with panicked and fearful cries filling the air. Li Fan was momentarily puzzled. Suddenly, he saw a blue curtain of light in the sky above Liulai Island. The light screen resembled an inverted giant bowl, spanning the entire island and covering everything within. "The island protection formation has been activated. No need to panic. Stay at home and don't go out." A clear female voice accompanied the appearance of the light screen, spreading across the island. "May the Immortal Master be merciful." Listening to the chorus of voices around him, Li Fan looked up and carefully observed the island protection formation. The blue light flickered, isolating the island from the outside. On the light screen, obscure characters unfamiliar to Li Fan occasionally appeared, looking extraordinarily mysterious. Like the cries of ghosts, the howling winds gradually started, resonating in the air. The ripples on the light screen rippled, blocking the fierce wind. Inside the light screen, it was calm. The sky began to pour down torrential rain. The raindrops were so dense they almost formed a line, striking the light screen. Ripples spread on the light screen, deflecting all of the torrential rain. Outside, the storm roared, but inside it was tranquil. "So this is the power of an immortal," Li Fan admired secretly. Although he had witnessed the destructive power of Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi, who could both obliterate an entire city with ease, seeing this island protection formation still made him eagerly yearn for it. The tremendous waves continued for nearly half an hour. Gradually, the rain subsided and the wind diminished. Just when Li Fan thought the tempest was about to end, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The sky not only didn't clear up, but darkened further. Countless dark clouds appeared from nowhere, layer upon layer, seemingly endless, pressing down towards the island. In an instant, the heavens and the earth turned pitch black. The thick dark clouds seemed within arm's reach, almost tangible. The clouds appeared to be brewing something, plunging Liulai Island into a brief silence. The silence was soon shattered. Boom, a thunderous sound exploded near Li Fan's ears. Boom, 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 deafening roars like thunder erupted from all directions, incessant and unending. Like an endless symphony without a conclusion, it reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In the midst of this tremendous sound, Li Fan felt his head spinning, eyes dazzling and chest pressed as if by a massive boulder, making it difficult to breathe. Touching his nose, he realized fresh blood was flowing. Li Fan was alarmed, planning to rush back into the house for cover, but suddenly he felt the ground violently shaking beneath his feet. As the world spun around him, Li Fan quickly lost balance and fell to the ground. It seemed like being continuously struck by something. The earth trembled violently. Looking up, Li Fan saw a sight that almost took his breath away. A wall of water of indeterminable height occupied his entire field of vision. Under the assault of the roaring winds, it descended towards Liulai Island with a force that could shatter anything. The monstrous wave was about to fall, burying everything beneath it. Li Fan couldn't help but raise his hands instinctively to shield himself. Boom, the wave crashed against the blue light screen. The light screen distorted for a moment as if it was going to shatter. However, after a burst of blue light, the light screen returned to normal, like rocks by the seashore standing firm amidst the huge waves. Unable to engulf Liulai Island, the furious sea seemed to be infuriated. Wave after wave relentlessly assaulted, a tempest of the last days. Li Fan, lost in this chaotic scene, felt as if an era had passed. When the tempest finally subsided after what seemed like an eternity, survivors on the island knelt down, weeping in gratitude. Li Fan, under the incessant discussions of the islanders, received even more astonishing news. This tempest experienced by Liulai Island was considered relatively small in scale. 15 years ago, the tempest's might was several times stronger than this one. At that time, the island protection formation almost couldn't hold, forcing it to shrink its protective range. Thus, after the tempest, the areas not protected by the formation were ravaged. The island's size was reduced to a third of its original size. In the following decade and a half after the tempest, Liulai Island gathered survivors and slowly began to recover. A tempest. So this is what a tempest is. Li Fan was profoundly moved. The power of nature was truly terrifying. In the days following the recent storm, all residents of Liulai Island received instructions to inspect the protective barrier for any damage. The method of inspection was quite simple. Liulai Mansion provided a spiritual talisman to each household. They were instructed to hang the talisman in their homes for a couple of days and watch for any red light emissions. For more remote and secluded areas on the island, dedicated individuals were assigned to ensure the barrier's integrity. Under the will of the Immortal Master, and for the sake of their own safety, all activities on the island were temporarily suspended to prioritize the maintenance of the protective barrier. In the past, the Immortal Master oversaw the maintenance of the barrier, but this time, the Immortal Master had to return to the 10,000 Immortals Island to obtain more spirit stones, as they had been nearly depleted. Li Fan also received a spiritual talisman and hung it in his home. By carefully sensing it, he could faintly perceive an invisible ripple emanating from it. After expanding outward for a certain distance, it seemed to encounter some obstacle, causing it to return. As it returned, the talisman emitted a blue light for a moment before going dim. A few breaths later, the blue light went out. The fluctuations continued to be generated again. The cycle began again and again. If there is no red light emitted, that must mean this node of the protective formation is fine. Li Fan recalled the other party's instructions in his mind when he was handed out the spirit talismans. This protective barrier is so vast yet incredibly intricate. It's hard to imagine how it was constructed. 10,000 Immortals Island is said to be the gathering place for the majority of cultivators in this Kongyun Sea region. It's shrouded in mystery, and even Steward Zhao knows little about it. All I know is that once the common people on the island cleanse themselves of impurities and cultivate their inner energy, an immortal master will descend and take them to 10,000 Immortals Island. It seems like that's my goal in this world, but there were steps to be taken, and the first was to secure a spot in the expeditionary fleet, which would provide the opportunity to enter the pure body spirit pool and purify his body. Li Fan had waited for hundreds of years. A little more patience wouldn't hurt. Time passed quietly amidst the anxious prayers of the island's residents. 5 days later, the long-awaited news arrived. The protective barrier remained intact. With the return of the Immortal Master, who had brought sufficient spirit stones, the island's residents finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Life on Liulai Island gradually returned to normal. Over the next few months, survivors from other islands came to Liulai Island seeking refuge. Only a few of them survived the recent storm, as most of their island's inhabitants perished. Upon learning that Liulai Island had an immortal master in residence, these refugees couldn't hide their envy. The Kongyun Sea was vast, with countless islands of various sizes. Only islands with special resources had immortal masters. During these months, Li Fan remained diligent. He practiced the cleansing heart mantra every day, and finally, he began to see some results. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 4188. Mental age, 504, 1119. Both his physical age and mental age had increased again, albeit not by much. Still, Li Fan felt encouraged by the progress. From then on, Li Fan practiced even more diligently. Besides eating, he spent most of his time practicing the mantra. After another month of consistent practice, Li Fan received the news sent by Steward Zhao. The storms in the Kongyun Sea had finally subsided, and the next expeditionary fleet was about to set sail. 3 days later, at the Liulai Island dock, Liulai Island's ships were even larger than the Taiyan boat's second form, measuring a staggering 200 to 300 meters in length. Over a dozen of these massive ships were lined up on the sea, creating a spectacular sight. Due to the recent storm and the outstanding debts owed by Liulai Island, the island's master ordered the entire fleet to set sail this time. This was an extraordinary event because, for safety reasons, only 1 or 2 fleets typically set sail at a time. The dock was filled with residents who had come to witness this grand occasion. Occasionally, they spotted familiar faces among the crew and enthusiastically waved to them. Li Fan followed Steward Zhao's people onto a ship named the Kangyuan. Among the crew, many were like Li Fan, setting sail for the first time. Their faces were filled with excitement and the hope of sudden wealth. However, the seasoned sailors appeared quite the opposite. Instead of excitement, their faces were marred with worry, and they couldn't stop complaining. I don't know what got into the island master's head to make us undergo this assessment. If our fleet has the lowest harvest this time, we'll be marked as unqualified and lose the right to set sail in the future. What are we going to do? It's all because of that storm. I heard that Coral Island in the south was flattened because of a damaged protective barrier. And now we have to pay the tribute that Coral Island owed. What a mess. How are we going to survive in the future? I heard it's only temporary. We just need to make up for the previous debts. The sailors lamented and the atmosphere on the ship became gloomy. Look at you all moping around. Why not think about the positive side? There are rewards for the top performers, you know. The share of the harvest has been increased from 30% to 50%. 50%. Do you realize what that means? If we make a big catch, we won't have to set sail for the rest of our lives. Just as the sailors were discussing, a dark-skinned man walked over and scolded them. Captain, do you have a plan? The sailors asked eagerly. They were clearly familiar with this man and trusted his leadership. Don't worry, this time we have someone capable on board this time. I guarantee we'll return with a full haul, the captain said proudly, pointing at Li Fan who stood behind him. Looks so clean. Has he ever been out to sea before? The sailors looked at Li Fan and shook their heads in disbelief. Are you all blind? Don't you recognize talent? This person was specially invited by Steward Zhao. He's going to take over our ship soon. Be more respectful. The captain scolded them angrily as if he were truly upset. Hearing the captain's words, the crew on the Kangyuan erupted into discussion and skepticism, with many of them showing disbelief. This young man, is he capable? He looks inexperienced. However, the dark-skinned captain, with a satisfied smile on his face, turned to Li Fan. It seemed his scheme had succeeded. Heiabo, you've been the captain of the Kangyuan for almost 10 years. How can you just agree like that? You saved my life, Heiabo. If you want to leave, Liu-san will be the first to object. Exactly. Why not throw him into the sea to feed the fish once we're out at sea? It's perfectly normal for someone to die at sea. The crew on the ship was stirred up, and Li Fan seemed to have become a public enemy. The man used his hands to pacify the crew, saying, "Calm down, everyone. Although I, Zhang Heiabo, know everyone holds me in great esteem, the Kangyuan is Steward Zhao's property, and we are all just working for him. Now that Steward Zhao says he wants a change, what can I do?" Saying this only made things worse. Zhang Heiabo's words further infuriated the crew. Their eyes turned red, glaring at Li Fan with murderous intent. Li Fan sneered inwardly. He could see through the tactics used by this man named Zhang Heiabo. They were far too feeble to escape his notice. Praising Li Fan on the surface was to incite distrust among the crew towards Li Fan. Speaking for Li Fan on the surface was to stir up dissatisfaction among the crew. Expressing his powerlessness on the surface was to encourage the crew to unite against Li Fan. Hypocrisy at its finest. These were just petty political maneuvers. Li Fan, with a fearless face, walked in front of the crew, standing tall and loudly declaring, "If you all don't trust me, do you not trust Steward Zhao's judgment? Moreover, we are about to set sail this time. Just watch my methods. I will definitely not disappoint everyone." Li Fan's voice was loud, drowning out the clamor of the crowd. The crew, seeing Li Fan's extraordinary momentum, were momentarily suppressed, and no one stepped forward to argue. Li Fan didn't give them a chance. After bidding farewell, he took the lead and entered the cabin alone, leaving behind the crew with wide eyes and a sullen-faced Zhang Heiabo. The group whispered among themselves. Could that kid really have some skills? Perhaps. It's possible. Steward Zhao's eyes are extraordinary. He rarely makes a wrong judgment. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. What, you believe that every time we go out to sea, you can lead us to find treasure? I don't believe it. You're obviously just using connections to snatch the position of captain of our fleet. Do they think I'm ignorant? Since he's already said it, I want to see how he'll end up. Zhang Heabo was secretly resentful, looking at his subordinates who were taken in by Li Fan's words, feeling even more frustrated. Sail, head out to sea, he shouted angrily. The Kangyuan set off without wind, leaving the port and heading into the open sea. The Kangyuan didn't rely on wind or manpower, but a set of miniature formations powered by spiritual stones. The ship was equipped with spirit detectors. When a nearby area showed signs of a school of liuli fish, the detectors would emit signals. However, the sea was vast, and the range the detectors could sense was limited, so experienced sailors were needed to first find the approximate area where the fish might be. In a typical year, the activity areas of the liuli fish were relatively regular, making them easier to catch. But if there were raging storms and the fish migrated, all previous experience became useless. It was like finding a needle in a haystack, purely relying on luck, and it seemed like the Kangyuan wasn't very lucky this time. Half a month passed, and apart from catching some ordinary fish and finding some common sea minerals, there was not much of a significant catch. Not only were the crew members all frowning, but Zhang Heabo was also getting anxious. After all, there were penalties for the last place this time. Compared to other jobs on the island, the work of the sailors going to sea was low risk and high reward. No one wanted to lose out like this. The island's rule is to return within a month. We've only caught this little this time, it's very likely we'll have the least catch. Let's hope for a turning point in the next few days. May the immortals bless us. Zhang Heabo looked at the calm and deep sea, feeling helpless. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, Zhang Heabo saw Li Fan walking towards him. What, are you finally willing to come out of the cabin? If it weren't for the fact that you still eat every day, I would have thought you were dead in there. Since they set sail, Li Fan had been staying in his room and not communicating with anyone. Zhang Heabo was in a bad mood and didn't have a good expression towards him. Li Fan didn't pay attention to his impolite words. Instead, he gazed into the distant sea with a serious expression. He just stood there not saying a word. Zhang Heabo saw Li Fan's strange behavior and felt a bit uneasy, looking in the direction he was staring at, but saw nothing unusual on the sea's surface. Li Fan's expression became even more serious, yet he remained silent. After a while, Zhang Heabo couldn't bear it and asked, "What are you looking at?" Li Fan was startled and turned around, full of regret, staring at Zhang Heabo angrily. "What are you pretending for?" Zhang Heabo was a little guilty but persisted. "I want a small boat." Li Fan didn't answer him but turned his head and said in a deep voice, "I've sensed treasures." "What?" Zhang Heabo was a bit confused at first. "What?" But he quickly reacted and exclaimed, "Are you not kidding? Quick, prepare a boat for me. I've seen treasures shining in the deep sea, waiting for me to salvage," Li Fan said solemnly. Zhang Heabo was hesitating, but then Li Fan said, "The opportunity is fleeting. The brilliance of the treasures is dimming. I'm about to lose its position." Zhang Heabo immediately woke up. "Hurry, prepare the boat." The Kangyuan was equipped with several small boats, generally used to explore narrow passages or venture into unknown and dangerous sea areas. And when the small boat was ready and lowered, Li Fan sailed away alone. It was only when the small boats were put down and Li Fan was driving away alone that Zhang Heabo suddenly came to his senses. He didn't know how he could have believed Li Fan's words just now. Sensing treasure buried under the deep sea, how could that be possible? He was about to say something when he heard Li Fan shouting from afar. "Why?" Zhang Heabo couldn't help but shout and ask. "You are too noisy. It's easy to interrupt my detection." Li Fan responded. The corner of Zhang Heabo's mouth twitched, but recalling the scene just now when Li Fan glared at him, he seemed to think that perhaps the other party had not told a lie. Time passed and 2 hours had passed since Li Fan left in his boat alone. Maybe he ran away alone. A crew member asked anxiously as he looked in the direction Li Fan was leaving, unable to help himself. "What nonsense are you talking about? The sea is vast and he didn't bring any provisions. Where could he possibly go?" Zhang Heabo scolded the crew member and was about to say more when he saw a red signal in the sky from a distance. "Quick, move the ship there," Zhang Heabo immediately ordered. The Kangyuan activated its power and quickly arrived at the location of the signal. There, Li Fan stood on the small boat, looking exhausted. "The treasures are right here," he said to everyone. Zhang Heabo and his men looked at each other, unsure if it was true or not. A while later, Zhang Heabo gritted his teeth and said, "Get into the water, release the nets." Amidst the doubt of everyone, 1 crate, 2 crates. A total of 16 crates of gold, silver, and jewels were slowly hoisted up. Under the clear moonlight, all the crew members on the Kangyuan ship had red eyes and were panting heavily. Until now, they all seemed as if they were in a dream. 16 large boxes filled with gold and silver treasures were quietly placed on the deck. Some were still not at ease and pinched themselves. Feeling the pain, they stared at the treasures on the ground, unwilling to shift their gaze for a moment. Li Fan didn't actually brag. He really returned with a full load. However, the extent of this full load far exceeded everyone's imagination. Various jade ornaments, gold and silver, jewels, and other treasures filled the boxes, dazzling everyone. They had spent half of their lives making a living by fishing at sea. Even in the most beautiful dreams, they had never seen such a surreal scene. As for Zhang Heabo, his mind was completely blank. It's actually true. That guy can really find treasures sunken at the bottom of the sea. Such ability, such ability. Having lived on Liulai Island for over 20 years, Zhang Heabo naturally knew that aside from the immortals, there were some ordinary people in the world who possessed incredible abilities. For example, communicating with the birds in the sky, foreseeing disasters in advance, being able to breathe underwater for extended periods, or seeing through lies in the case of Steward Zhao. However, these extraordinary individuals were few in number. They were either entrusted with important tasks on various islands, or were taken as servants by the immortals and brought to the island of 10,000 immortals. They were truly rare to come by. Unexpectedly, this Li Fan was also one of these extraordinary individuals. Suddenly, Zhang Heabo thought that Li Fan had recently moved to Liulai Island. Could it be that he had been forced to move here because his original island was destroyed by a disaster? It made sense. He was a newcomer, so no wonder Steward Zhao regarded him highly, even though he was just a new resident. Everything made sense. At this moment, Zhang Heabo regretted deeply. Zhang Heabo, oh Zhang Heabo, you had a rare opportunity to encounter a benefactor. Not only did you fail to seize it, but you even mistakenly thought that the other party came to steal your little ship fleet. The more Zhang Heabo thought about it, the more regretful he felt. He wished he could just slap himself. No, I must apologize quickly. Immediately, right away. Such extraordinary individuals are honored guests wherever they go. If he gains power and bears a grudge against my actions from a few days ago. Zhang Heabo gave himself a shake and was about to go to Li Fan's room to apologize. Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like these boxes haven't been submerged for long? Weird, we didn't see the sunken ship when we salvaged them. It's probably drifted here along the seabed currents, right? Or maybe it was blown up to the sky by the wind disaster and then fell into the sea here. Why worry about all that, as long as these treasures are real? In the whispers of his subordinates, Zhang Heabo hurriedly left. In the room, after Li Fan had politely sent Zhang Heabo away, he stretched his weary body. Naturally, those 16 boxes of treasures were thrown down by him. He came alone to a deserted area, unfurled the Taiyan boat, moved a small part of the treasures he had plundered from Dakshuan into the boat, threw them into the sea, and finally sent the signal, allowing the crew of the Kangyuan to come and salvage them. The boxes were indeed heavy. If it weren't for him constantly practicing the cleansing heart mantra over the past few months, coupled with the invisible nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his strength wouldn't have increased significantly, and he would probably not have been able to handle it alone. Even so, after the matter was finished, Li Fan felt like he was falling apart. For the first time, I made a big splash. I won't need to throw this much in the future. Li Fan calculated in his mind. As for Zhang Heabo, Li Fan didn't care about him at all. For Zhang Heabo, the position of the fleet's captain was the foundation of his life. If someone suddenly wanted to snatch it away, it would be strange if he didn't react. Moreover, the tricks he used were childish to Li Fan. In Li Fan's eyes, Zhang Heabo simply didn't matter. He didn't have that kind of importance at all. In the end, he was just a simple fisherman. For Li Fan, the fleet he valued was just a small stepping stone in his plans. Ants do not know the aspirations of humans. Li Fan shook his head and dismissed the thought, focusing on practicing the cleansing heart mantra. After obtaining the treasure, the Kangyuan no longer fished. They immediately turned the bow and headed back to Liulai Island. After all, the harvest this time was so significant that the crew wouldn't feel at ease until they safely returned to the island. Full throttle was engaged, and in just 2 days, Liulai Island was in sight. After returning, let's not dock immediately. Liu San, quietly get into the water and then go to inform Steward Zhao at his residence. Let him personally send someone to count. Zhang Heabo instructed the crew solemnly. If there were no surprises, they should have the most significant share of the harvest in this expedition. According to the rules, they were entitled to 50%. When it came to an outsider counting, who could guarantee there wouldn't be any withholding or intentional omissions? Losing even a little would be deeply distressing for them. They couldn't trust anyone who wasn't part of their crew. The crew nodded one after another, watching the routine counting ship approaching the island, immediately becoming alert. Zhang Heabo, what do you mean, not letting us on the ship? It seemed that there was some conflict between the other party and Zhang Heabo, and there was a hint of anger in their words. However, Zhang Heabo didn't pay any attention. Seeing Zhang Heabo's lack of response, the other person became more mocking. Judging by your ship's draft, I'm afraid you're returning empty-handed this time. It seems your tenure as a captain is coming to an end. If you really can't make it, come to my ship. I guarantee I won't let you starve. The crew of the Kangyuan, hearing their leader being insulted, became furious and was about to retort. but Zhang Heabo stopped them. Regardless of what the other side said afterward, Zhang Heabo acted as if he hadn't heard, waiting for Steward Zhao's representative to arrive. It seems that Zhang Heabo's ability to hold on to the position of the Kangyun ship's captain is not without reason. He's not as pitiful as I imagined, but his background and experiences have limited him. Li Fan nodded to himself after witnessing this scene. The commotion on the dock attracted quite a few onlookers, and people were pointing and discussing the Kangyun ship. Fortunately, the standoff between the two sides didn't last long. Soon, Steward Zhao personally arrived with his men. As the 16 boxes of riches were unloaded in full view of everyone at the pier, the entire dock was abuzz. You see, the last time a fleet had such a huge harvest was, no, it was just a few months ago. When did salvaging treasure from the depths of the sea become so easy? Or perhaps had the waters near Liulai Island become so rich that treasures were abundant everywhere? The people on the island were deeply skeptical. Soon, the excitement intensified. Who wouldn't want to become rich overnight? Countless excited individuals rushed back home to share what they had witnessed at the pier. They too wanted to set sail, they too wanted to salvage the treasures from the sea floor. Thus, the news of the enormous treasure gained by the Kangyuan sailed like wildfire and quickly spread across the entire Liulai Island. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The woman in yellow was meticulously appraising a new batch of items when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Innkeeper, innkeeper, Sun Zhang burst in without a greeting. What's going on? The woman in yellow was somewhat puzzled. Treasure, more than a dozen boxes. Kangyuan, Sun Zhang gasped, his words disjointed. The woman in yellow was unimpressed. It's just a dozen or so boxes of treasures. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? To digest these things on the island, they'll have to go through our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's channels. While the woman was speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Wait, did you say Kangyuan? The ship that uncle named Li Fan is staying on. Sun Zhang nodded repeatedly. The woman in yellow was stunned for a while before she regained her senses. No wonder that guy was so confident in convincing Steward Zhao. He was absolutely certain that he could find treasure as long as he set sail. That's right, that's right. This ability of his is just like our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's manager. Sun Zhang said with envy and admiration. Luckily, you, the manager, had the foresight and gave him a small courtyard before. You've established a relationship with him. When he returns from this sea voyage, he will surely become famous. If we want to win him over again, it will probably cost us a lot. The woman in yellow interrupted Sun Zhang and instructed, go arrange it immediately, see when you can arrange a meal with him. Also, send someone to deliver the land deed to him. Sun Zhang was taken aback, but this time he didn't say anything and hurriedly went downstairs to handle it. In the room, only the woman in yellow was left speaking softly. Treasure Seer Physique. The rumored Treasure Seer Physique could sense the presence of rare treasures within a certain range of oneself. The manager of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Yin Yueting, the elder sister of the woman in yellow, possessed this special physique. It was precisely relying on this heaven-defying ability that Yin Yueting established the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, a large commercial organization that spanned across the Kongyun Sea, from nothing in only 10 years. Li Fan had no idea that he had been mistaken by the people of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion as a Treasure Seer Physique. At this moment, he was in the residence of Steward Zhao. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Your first sea voyage resulted in 16 crates of treasures. It truly surprised me. Steward Zhao's face was full of smiles, exclaiming in admiration. Li Fan smiled but didn't answer. He knew that Steward Zhao had the ability to discern the truth, so he skillfully changed the subject. The harvest this time is indeed substantial, but it's probably going to be difficult to have this much in the future. Steward Zhao was indifferent, that's understandable. You can't have such luck every time. He then continued, however, with just the harvest from this time, it's enough for me to organize a separate fleet for you. I heard that you've been diligently trying to obtain a spot in the pure body spirit pool, Steward Zhao said suddenly while sipping his tea. That's correct. I have gone through many things in my life, and only now understand that worldly fame and fortune are fleeting. Even the richest man will turn into dust after 100 years. Only by seeking immortality and achieving longevity can one not have lived in vain in this world. Li Fan sighed deeply, feeling deeply emotional. Steward Zhao stared at Li Fan for a long time before sighing. You have the aspiration to become an immortal at such a young age. I'm not as good as you. Seemingly reminded of something, Steward Zhao's face displayed a complex expression. More than a decade ago, when I was about your age, I coincidentally saved an immortal. The immortal asked if I was willing to follow him in cultivation, but I knew I had already passed the prime age for cultivation. Even if I cultivated, success was not guaranteed. Moreover, as one grows older, the miasma within the body also deepens, and attempting to remove it becomes increasingly painful. So I chose to take up a managerial position. Now, as the years go by, I have a faint sense of regret. However, the mistake has been made, and there's no cure for lost opportunities, Steward Zhao sighed with regret. He looked at Li Fan again and praised, among the tens of thousands of ordinary people on Liulai Island, individuals like you are truly a minority. You flatter me. I wonder, Steward Zhao, about the matter regarding a spot in the pure body spirit pool. I can't help you with this. The opening of the pure body spirit pool requires an immortal to preside, and the spots are decided by the immortal master. A year before the pool is opened, the immortal master will announce the required materials. Each family collects and submits the materials according to the contribution level, determining the spots, Manager Zhao explained, shaking his head. But you don't need to worry. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has branches on various islands in the Kongyun Sea. In terms of collecting materials, there are very few on Liulai Island who can surpass them. Li Fan thought of the image of the woman in yellow and nodded. After spending some more time with Steward Zhao, Li Fan took his leave. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Sun Zhang arrived, apparently waiting for a long time. Is your manager inviting me to dinner? It was indeed a coincidence. Li Fan was just thinking of meeting her again, so he readily agreed. As for the land deed that Sun Zhang brought, Li Fan didn't accept it. He planned to meet the woman in yellow again in the evening. As night fell, the lights began to glow. Li Fan arrived at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. There was only one person in the room. However, she had changed into a purple robe and was not wearing a veil anymore. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the manager of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion on Liulai Island, Yin Yuzhen. Li Fan. Yin Yuzhen chuckled. You are indeed straightforward. I'm just a mere mortal. There's really nothing worth mentioning, Li Fan said frankly. Is the treasure seer physique also insignificant in your eyes? Yin Yuzhen looked at Li Fan with a wry smile. Oh, I don't know about the treasure seer physique, Li Fan said calmly, though he was intrigued. You mean the treasure seer physique isn't worth mentioning to you? Yin Yuzhen furrowed her brows, gritting her teeth. But when she saw that Li Fan really seemed to not know, she reluctantly explained the matter of the treasure seer physique to him. In that case, your sister also possesses a treasure seer physique. Li Fan squinted his eyes. How old is she this year? What does she look like? Where was she 20 years ago? And where is she now? Li Fan asked several seemingly inexplicable questions, leaving Yin Yuzhen a bit bewildered, not understanding why he was asking these. Suddenly, she seemed to think of a possibility, her face turning somewhat pale as she stared at Li Fan. Could it be that you are the long-lost father of us sisters? But soon she denied it herself. No, your appearance is nothing like ours. It's just curiosity, Li Fan said indifferently, not paying attention to the strange thinking of this young girl. I understand, curious about someone of the same kind. It's human nature, Yin Yuzhen said, nodding repeatedly as if she understood. Li Fan couldn't be bothered to explain further. Yin Yuzhen sighed and said slowly, we were originally from the northern Night Island. Our parents passed away due to disaster when we were young, leaving only my sister and me to rely on each other. In my memory, my sister and I could only beg for a living every day, barely managing to get by. But at some point, my sister began to always find valuable things in different places. Our lives gradually improved day by day, and later my sister single-handedly established the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Yin Yuzhen recalled. Unfortunately, I haven't seen my sister for several years, she said, full of nostalgia. Oh, where did she go? Li Fan furrowed his brow. 3 years ago, my sister caught the eye of a passing immortal and was taken away. At first, she would send messages to let us know she was safe. But later, we never heard from her again, Yin Yuzhen said, holding her chin in her hands, looking pitiful. Taken away by an immortal. Could it be that she was taken to cultivate immortality? Li Fan couldn't help asking. That's what I hope for. In the letters my sister sent back before, she used a secret code that only the two of us understood, telling me that her current situation was very dangerous. If she doesn't contact us in the future, it means she might have met with misfortune. She asked me not to look for her anymore, Yin Yuzhen sighed, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. Li Fan couldn't help but ask after hearing this, can it be that it's her special physique, the treasure seer physique, that has attracted trouble? This is also something I can't figure out. Although the treasure seer physique is indeed very powerful, being able to sense treasures within a certain range of oneself, this ability is also limited. My sister is only immortal and can sense only things that are of some value to mortals. These treasures in the eyes of those immortals are essentially equivalent to broken copper and iron. It's not like there weren't any immortal masters who sensed my sister's talent before, but in the end, they didn't take it very seriously. I don't know why, but in the end, she was still taken away by that immortal master. Yin Yuzhen sighed again, a hint of sadness showing in her eyes. Although my sister is in danger, she has left behind her foundation. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, which she worked hard to build for most of her life, must not be destroyed in my hands, Yin Yuzhen said, staring at Li Fan with big eyes. That's why I came to you today. Li Fan raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. Yin Yuzhen explained to herself, I don't have my sister's magical abilities. After my sister disappeared, the business of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion declined day by day. I also misjudged a few items later and failed to realize they were forgeries, resulting in another significant loss. The elders gradually became dissatisfied with me and even considered joining forces with outsiders to drive me out and divide the assets of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Fortunately, they still had some concerns about the Immortal who took away my sister, so they hesitated and didn't take action. So I came to Leoli Island to explore new markets and avoid trouble for a while. Originally, I thought of developing here for a few years, accumulating some strength, and then going back to settle accounts with them. But I didn't expect to encounter another treasure seer physique on Leoli Island. Yin Yuzhen was somewhat excited. With your help, I will definitely regain control of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Why should I help you? Li Fan remained unmoved. I'm not interested in the affairs of your Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. My only desire lies in cultivating immortality. Before, you promised that if I helped you profit on a fleet voyage, you would assist me in obtaining a spot for the pure body spirit pool. You're not going back on your word now, are you? Yin Yuzhen seemed to be mentally prepared for Li Fan's response as she nodded. Our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion conducts business with integrity. What we promise we will certainly fulfill. However, she paused, looking at Li Fan with a cunning expression. However what? Li Fan's face darkened. Yin Yuzhen smiled lightly. Even if you can enter the pure body spirit pool, so what? It's not an easy task to remove the miasma from your body. Almost only half of the people who enter the pool every year are successful. And the older you are, the higher the failure rate. You're not young anymore. Are you sure you have 100% certainty of success? Each person only has one chance to enter the pool in their lifetime. If you fail, you might bid farewell to cultivating immortality forever. I know that success with the pure body spirit pool is not guaranteed, but a 50% success rate is worth trying for me. However, from what you're saying, Li Fan looked at Yin Yuzhen, his eyes narrowed. That's right. Yin Yuzhen had a triumphant expression on her face, knowing that Li Fan had taken the bait. In the last letter from my sister, a pill named the body cleansing pill was sent. According to what my sister mentioned in the letter, by taking this pill, the probability of successfully removing the miasma from the body will greatly increase. Combined with the pure body spirit pool, even at your age, there's a high chance of success. With such a miraculous pill, why haven't you taken it until now? Li Fan couldn't help asking. Not everyone is as determined as you to cultivate immortality. My wish is to do good business and protect the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion left behind by my sister, Yin Yuzhen replied. Everyone has their own aspirations. Li Fan nodded slowly. So do you agree? Yin Yuzhen looked at Li Fan with hopeful eyes. Allow me to consider this. I will give you an answer in 3 days. Li Fan contemplated for a moment, not agreeing immediately. All right, I'll wait for your message, Yin Yuzhen said, somewhat disappointed but still nodded. Farewell. I hope I didn't make a mistake this time. Yin Yuzhen watched Li Fan's retreating figure, her expression becoming serious, murmuring softly. When dealing with Li Fan, Yin Yuzhen had been playing the role of a junior and a young girl. Her intuition told her that Li Fan didn't dislike her acting this way. Moreover, interacting with Li Fan in the capacity of a junior would make things easier to succeed. Yin Yuzhen wasn't like her sister, possessing the ability to sense treasures innately. However, she had her own unique traits. Apart from her sister, Yin Yuzhen was the only one who knew that she could vaguely sense the good or bad outcomes of events since childhood. It was precisely relying on her sister's treasure-sensing physique and her own ability to anticipate fortune and avoid calamity that the two sisters were able to grow up smoothly and prosper. Li Fan inquired discreetly and confirmed that Yin Yuzhen was not lying about the body cleansing pill. So 3 days later, he met Yin Yuzhen again and agreed to her request. Both parties agreed that before the pure body spirit pool opened, Li Fan would help the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion collect a certain amount of treasures every once in a while. When the pool was opened, Yin Yuzhen would give the body cleansing pill to Li Fan. Of course, to show sincerity, Yin Yuzhen brought out the land deed. Since they had an agreement, Li Fan didn't hesitate and accepted it. Thus, Li Fan moved again. The property was located in the central part of Leoli Island, surrounded by a bustling and lively environment. However, with its unique architectural structure and embellishments of vegetation, it was completely isolated from the noisy surroundings. Though in a bustling place, it felt as if it were deep in the mountains. The area of the building was several times larger than Li Fan's previous small courtyard. The artificial hills, lakes, flowers, plants, and trees inside needed care. Li Fan declined the maids sent by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and hired a few servants from the island to clean every 3 days. Yin Yuzhen was quite helpless about Li Fan's caution. Fortunately, Li Fan didn't overlook the agreed-upon matters. Over a year, Li Fan joined 3 official sea expeditions of Leoli Island, each time bringing back several boxes of treasures, astonishing the whole island and winning a fleet quota for the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Afterward, every time the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's fleet set sail, Li Fan would go with them. Over the year, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's earnings were overflowing, almost equal to the total profits of the previous 5 years. In the eyes of everyone in Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Elder Lee not only had great abilities, being able to find treasures on each expedition, but was also meticulous and decisive in his thinking. During one of the sea expeditions by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, a few crew members were tempted by the valuable items brought up from the sea. They planned to unite and kill for the treasures. Unexpectedly, Elder Lee had already sensed the abnormality and struck preemptively before they could act, executing them all. The corpses were thrown into the sea, and their heads were strung together to deter others. Privately, people said that perhaps those crew members were just boasting recklessly after drinking, and they might not have had the courage to commit murder and theft. But just because there was this slight possibility, Elder Lee didn't hesitate to kill them all. Moreover, the island's authorities not only didn't punish him, they instead praised Elder Lee for his reasonable and effective protection of Liulai Island's assets. Even when the islanders found out about it, they cursed those pirates for deserving their fate and praised Elder Lee for his decisive action. Since then, there were no crew members in Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's fleet who dared to harbor evil intentions. Lee Fan, of course, didn't care about what others thought of him. In order to completely control the fleet as soon as possible, harsh measures were necessary. He didn't have so much energy to waste on these worldly matters. During this year, whenever he had free time, he diligently cultivated the cleansing heart mantra. It was not only because it could purify the miasma, but also because Lee Fan had discovered something that delighted him. The recharging progress of truth had accelerated. Before this, the recharge progress of truth could only increase naturally as time passed. It would reach 100 every 20 years, slowly rising to the upper limit of 200 after reaching 100. In the previous 9 cycles, Lee Fan had tried various methods to try to speed up the progress, but none had succeeded. Lee Fan had left the land of immortal extinction and came to the cultivation world a little over a year ago. According to the previous pattern, the progress should be between 6 to 7. However, Lee Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that the progress had reached 15. The charging speed had nearly doubled. Apart from the cleansing heart mantra, Lee Fan did not engage in anything else that could possibly help with this. The only explanation is that cultivating the cleansing heart mantra can actually accelerate the charging progress of truth. Although the principle behind it was still unknown, this didn't hinder Lee Fan from practicing even more diligently. With the display of the truth panel, every bit of progress could be clearly seen. This also kept Lee Fan motivated, preventing him from losing motivation due to the long and repetitive cultivation. In addition to the charging progress, Lee Fan's upper mental age limit also increased significantly. Name: Lee Fan. Realm: Mortal. Physical age: 4295. Mental age: 505-1210. Virtualization charging progress: 115. Anchor charging progress: 51. Current anchor count: 1. Bound items: Jade Cosmos 1000 Variation Sutra, Taiyan Boat, Stone Tablet of Prohibition damaged. Time passed quietly as Lee Fan immersed himself in his practice. Soon there was only 1 year left until the opening of the Pure Spirit Pool. On Liulai Island, the list of needed supplies for this event was also announced. At this moment, Lee Fan was studying this list with the people from Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Everything else on this list is fine, but what is this Starry Sea quicksand? Lee Fan frowned and asked after reading it once. Having worked for Heavenly Treasure Pavilion for a year, Lee Fan had gained some insights, at least regarding the conventional ores and rare materials circulating in the Kongyun Sea. Not only was Sun Zhang at a loss, but even Yin Yuzhen, the manager of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, fell silent. The materials needed this time are all very common, except for this Starry Sea quicksand that I've never heard of. It seems that the key to competing for the slot this time lies in this Starry Sea quicksand, Sun Zhang said. I've done business for over 10 years and have never heard of this thing. Yin Yuzhen tapped the table lightly with her fingers. Looks like we need to ask the people from the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce about it. These people are very greedy. It's probably going to cost us a lot, Sun Zhang sighed. I am determined to get the Pure Body Spirit pool slot, Lee Fan said firmly. The Wanhua Chamber of Commerce wasn't a local business in the Kongyun Sea, but instead came from a distant continent. It was said that the trading company was supported by immortals, allowing them to easily cross endless seas and come to this remote Kongyun Sea for business. Yin Yuzhen established a connection with the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce over a decade ago, and the two sides have engaged in trade over the years. It was through the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion could quickly digest the large number of treasures found by Lee Fan and convert them into profits. We still have a year of preparation time. The Wanhua Chamber of Commerce's trading ship should pass through the Kongyun Sea in 3 months. At that time I can contact them, Yin Yuzhen said. We can't solely rely on the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. In the past year, Liulai Island has gathered many disaster refugees from other islands. These refugees are from various places in the Kongyun Sea, and there might be someone who knows about this Starry Sea quicksand among them. We can inquire with them. Other forces on the island are also looking for this Starry Sea quicksand, so we also need to monitor them closely. If they find anything, we can take action accordingly, Li Fan decided. With the announcement of the materials needed for the pure body spirit pool, the surface of Liulai Island appeared calm, but there were already hidden undercurrents. Even ordinary people who didn't care about this matter knew that the major powers on the island were now searching for something called Starry Sea quicksand. After inquiring covertly without results, Li Fan unexpectedly received an unexpected guest one day. It was Xiao Heng, the person Li Fan had encountered when he first came to the cultivation world. "Please have a seat," Li Fan said as he poured him a cup of tea. Xiao Heng observed Li Fan's current residence, his eyes filled with envy and nostalgia. "I wonder what business you have with me, young brother." Li Fan had a good impression of Xiao Heng and asked kindly. Xiao Heng first looked around cautiously, then leaned in and said softly, "I heard that Brother Li has also been looking for Starry Sea quicksand lately." Li Fan's eyes narrowed indeed. "I am already of an advanced age and want to cultivate, and my only reliance is the pure body spirit pool. Why, do you know about this item?" Xiao Heng swallowed nervously and nodded. Yes, when the immortal master descended to the land of immortal extinction, he promised that as long as the necessary materials were collected, a group of people could go to the cultivation world. Among them was Starry Sea quicksand. Li Fan was momentarily stunned. Afterward, he expressed his confusion. "Is that so? Why don't I have any recollection of this? I asked those people from before and they all claimed ignorance. Hence my inquiry." Xiao Heng looked a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. At that time, when it was publicly announced, several items were already omitted from the list and allocated to the major families as reserved slots. "My family was tasked with collecting the Starry Sea quicksand." Li Fan nodded thoughtfully. "Go on, what conditions do you have?" Li Fan got straight to the point. Seeing Li Fan being so direct, Xiao Heng felt a bit awkward, blushing slightly, and explained, "Back when you paid for Cheng Yu's burial, it was a favor to me. I shouldn't ask for this, but life here on Liulai Island is too difficult. I don't have the same abilities as Brother Li. I still live in a poor area on the outskirts and have to do hard labor to sustain my daily life." Xiao Heng rambled on, but Li Fan lightly chuckled and interrupted him. "No need for many words. I understand your predicament. I am determined to obtain this item. As long as you can provide clues and have any requests, feel free to mention them, and I will do my best to fulfill them." He paused for a moment, then said somewhat sentimentally, "Actually, this item is not that rare. It's just that the term used by the immortal master is different from our ordinary language. Of course, if it weren't for the attached material descriptions that came with the list, I wouldn't have known. Essentially, the so-called Starry Sea quicksand is just meteoric iron from the heavens." Li Fan listened carefully, comprehending it all. Then when Xiao Heng finished, Li Fan didn't forget his promise. "Tell me, what do you want?" Xiao Heng spoke in a low voice. "I just want a decent courtyard and a slightly easier job. Of course, it would be even better if I could have a few maids." Li Fan had prepared himself for Xiao Heng's ambitious requests, but was surprised to see how easily he could be satisfied. He chuckled and shook his head. "I didn't expect the son of the Southern King to have such modest requests. Perhaps add a little more. I still have some influence at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion." Xiao Heng declined politely. "I am aware of my abilities. Being able to live comfortably and not work so hard already satisfies me. If suddenly gaining wealth that attracts envy, it might bring disaster." Li Fan nodded and didn't insist further. After a few pleasantries, Xiao Heng took his leave. "Do you have any plans for cultivation? After all, you've come all the way to this cultivation world through great hardships. Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't make use of this opportunity?" Li Fan suddenly asked as they parted. "Let's talk about it later. I'm not really interested in cultivation. When I practiced cleansing heart mantra, I felt nothing. I have no idea how long it will take to completely dispel the miasma." Xiao Heng responded with little interest and left without looking back. After seeing Xiao Heng off, Li Fan hurried to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Meeting Yin Yuzhen, Li Fan repeated Xiao Heng's discourse about the Starry Sea quicksand. "Starry Sea quicksand is meteoric iron. It's so simple." Yin Yuzhen was somewhat surprised. "Can we trust this guy named Xiao Heng? He shouldn't be lying," Li Fan affirmed. "But we shouldn't take his word for it." Li Fan suddenly changed the subject. "Didn't you say that the caravan of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce will be passing by Liulai Island soon? When the time comes, you might inquire about it from them." "That's a good idea," Yin Yuzhen agreed. "It would be even better if we could save some money. Anyway, we still need to secretly purchase meteoric iron that meets the requirements. Not many people know about this item now, but it might change soon. In addition, when making the purchase, we need to mix it with other things to divert attention and confuse observers. At the same time, we can have someone spread fake news about Starry Sea quicksand in the market to muddy the waters. Li Fan thought for a moment and then patiently gave instructions. To ensure the allocation of the pure body spirit pool spot, Li Fan needed to plan carefully. Li Fan, you are really something. I only knew that you had a treasure-seer physique before, but I didn't expect you to have such skills, Yin Yuzhen said, her eyes filled with curiosity, seeing Li Fan's well-organized arrangements. What did you do before? Yin Yuzhen couldn't help but ask. I was just a minor advisor, Li Fan replied casually. Yin Yuzhen scoffed disbelievingly. All right, I'll leave this matter to you to handle. I need to go cultivate. Unless there's a special situation, don't disturb me. Oh, and handle the matter, I promised Zio Heng as well, Li Fan concluded and then left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Auspicious again. How could it be auspicious again? Yin Yuzhen felt dazed, watching the direction Li Fan left. Her eyes were full of puzzlement. Since meeting Li Fan, every time she entrusted a task to him, her intuition showed signs of great luck. This made Yin Yuzhen almost believe that her ability to seek good fortune and avoid calamity had failed. After all, before encountering Li Fan, she had never experienced any good omens. On the contrary, when she wanted to swallow the body-cleansing pill and embark on the path of cultivation, she felt extreme dread, as if death was certain on the road ahead. It was a clear omen of great calamity. Yin Yuzhen's intuition told her that as long as she helped Li Fan, there would be boundless benefits in the future. Although she didn't know what kind of achievements this old man would have in the future, Yin Yuzhen chose to trust her instincts and do everything she could to assist Li Fan. So under Yin Yuzhen's direction, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion began to operate at full capacity. While collecting meteoric iron, they also purchased a large number of completely unrelated items to divert attention. Other forces within Liulai Island noticed the unusual activities of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and sent people to investigate secretly. However, due to Yin Yuzhen's early preparation, they couldn't find out anything. Instead, following Li Fan's plan, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion released a lot of false information about the Starry Sea quicksand. The other forces were skeptical of its authenticity and chose to observe. However, some of them, with the idea of buy first and sell later, even if it's fake, we can sell it again, purchased a large number of things related to the rumor. Consequently, the rest couldn't sit still and joined the purchasing frenzy. For a while, prices soared on Liulai Island and chaos ensued. Li Fan, the initiator of all this, remained quietly in his home, focusing on his cultivation. 3 months later, Yin Yuzhen finally managed to contact the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Early in the morning, Yin Yuzhen and Li Fan left Liulai Island on a small boat owned by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, heading north for several tens of miles to the agreed sea area. The boat was loaded with goods for this trade, packed to the brim. It wasn't until midday that the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce finally arrived. A dot in the sky rapidly enlarged, and as it got closer, Li Fan realized that it was an airship. A flag fluttered on the airship, bearing a large word, Wanhua. Airship seemed to be half the size of the Taiyan boat in its second form, about 50 meters long. The airship soon came over their heads and gently landed on the water. Manager Yin, long time no see. After stabilizing, hearty laughter came from the airship. Yin Yuzhen was looking at Li Fan, hoping to see surprise on his face. But to her disappointment, Li Fan didn't show any surprise upon seeing the airship of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, as if he had long been accustomed to such sights. Yin Yuzhen felt a bit disappointed and more curious about Li Fan. Upon hearing the voice, Yin Yuzhen turned her head. Wu Xingzu, long time no see. Wasn't our last meeting 3 years ago? Yin Yuzhen smiled in response. Time really flies. Wu Xingzu laughed and came to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's ship. Who is this? He looked at Li Fan and asked with a smile. He is an elder from our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Yin Yuzhen replied simply. Seeing Yin Yuzhen's unwillingness to elaborate, Wu Xingzu didn't press further. Shall we take a look at the goods? After this transaction, it may be difficult for us to meet again, he suggested. Yin Yuzhen was taken aback. Why do you say that? Has something changed? Wu Xingzu shook his head. I don't know the specific reasons. Just a few days ago, we suddenly received a notice from the headquarters, instructing all trading caravans within the Kongyun Sea to cease all operations and return as soon as possible. If it weren't for the scheduled trading day we had agreed upon, I'm afraid I would already be on my way back. So this transaction cannot be delayed and needs to proceed quickly. Yin Yuzhen was a bit flustered for a moment. After all, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was thriving on Liulai Island because it was backed by the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Now, with the sudden withdrawal of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce from the Kongyun Sea, what would happen to the future business of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Could she still keep the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? And why didn't her intuition react at all this time? Yin Yuzhen was in turmoil, and she froze on the spot. Manager Yin. Wu Xingzu noticed Yin Yuzhen's stunned expression and couldn't help but remind her. Yin Yuzhen forced a smile and snapped back to reality. Entering the cabin, they began to check the traded goods. 16 pairs of jade bai, 23 pieces of coral, 46 night bright pearls. Li Fan led Wu Xingzu to walk in front of various goods, reciting them one by one. Wu Xingzu occasionally picked up an item and carefully examined its quality. Then he nodded and carefully put it down. Starry Sea Quicksand, 3 pieces. When they reached the middle, Li Fan calmly reported. Wu Xingzu's face lit up with joy and he quickly walked over to the pieces of meteoric iron. He gently touched them and then turned the meteorite over to inspect it repeatedly. Seeing this scene, Li Fan knew that Wu Xingzu was no ordinary person. These meteorites weighed at least 50 caddies each, but in his hands they seemed like toys. After a while, Wu Xingzu reluctantly put the meteorites down. Manager Yin, you're really lucky this time. You actually managed to collect Starry Sea Quicksand, such a valuable item. Li Fan and Yin Yuzhen looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They could now confirm that what Zhao Heng said was correct. This time, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion seized the initiative and acquired a good amount of Starry Sea Quicksand in advance. They should be able to secure the quota for the Pure Body Spirit Pool. After that, there were no more valuable items. Wu Xingzu was very satisfied with the goods provided by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion this time, and because they wouldn't see each other for a long time in the future, he specially invited Li Fan and Yin Yuzhen to be guests on the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce's airship. After a hearty meal, Wu Xingzu led the two to the warehouse of the airship. These are all collected by me from various islands in the Kongyun Sea. Some are invaluable, and some I am not sure of their use. I just bought them because they looked strange. If you are interested, you can choose a few from them. Wu Xingzu, who was drinking happily, said somewhat proudly, facing the dazzling array of treasures. Yin Yuzhen was excited. She had the ability to sense good fortune and avoid disaster, so wouldn't she be like a mouse in a rice barrel here? Li Fan was initially not interested, but seeing Yin Yuzhen's eager expression, he couldn't refuse. He accompanied her in strolling around inside. You have only the time of an incense stick. Wu Xingzu seemed to be very interested in this kind of game and said loudly to the two. Yin Yuzhen ignored him and was excitedly shuttling through the warehouse. Inside were thousands of treasures, and even though she could sense good fortune and roughly distinguish their value, she was still dazzled for a moment. Li Fan, on the other hand, was bored and picked up and looked at one item after another aimlessly. He had been through 9 reincarnations and 300 years of ups and downs. What kind of mundane treasures had he not seen? As long as it wasn't related to cultivation, he didn't care. Thinking like this, as his hand touched one of the items, his body suddenly froze, because a notification from Truth instantly popped up. Detected chargeable item. Consumed to recharge. Li Fan calmly examined the item in his hand. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary azure glass ball, but upon closer inspection, one could see the ever-changing light within the sphere, as if a vast blue sea was gestating within. Heavenly Treasure 1, Kanghai Pearl Initial Stage. Out of the Kanghai Sea comes life. Li Fan was utterly astonished. He hadn't expected to encounter a heavenly treasure here, and it was still in the process of gestation, not yet fully formed. Suppressing his excitement, Li Fan placed the Kanghai Pearl back in its original spot. He pretended to be nonchalant, examining the other items around. He didn't even cast a glance at the Kanghai Pearl until Wu Xingzu announced that the time was up. Yin Yuzhen felt both disappointed and excited as she walked out, clutching a few items. You're not picking anything. Wu Xingzu is being so generous. It's a rare chance you won't find another shop like this once we leave. Yin Yuzhen noticed that Li Fan's hands were empty and couldn't help but comment. Wu Xingzu chimed in, the manager is right. It's not proper to leave empty-handed after entering a treasure trove. It seems like you don't think much of me. Li Fan thought to himself, it's a good thing you both mentioned it, otherwise I would have had to bring it up. In that case, I won't be impolite. He walked over to the vicinity of the Kanghai Pearl, picked a jade statue almost at random, a statue resembling an ancient tree, and casually picked up the Kanghai Pearl along with it. I'll take these too, Li Fan said in a somewhat casual manner. Wu Xingzu praised, Elder has a good eye. This jade statue in the form of an ancient tree was found on a remote island in the farthest north of the Kongyun Sea. This jade statue has been worshipped by a primitive tribe on the island for thousands of years and possesses an air of mystery. Ordinary people, if they place it at home, can achieve a calming and fortifying effect for their mind and body. Wu Xingzu highly praised the jade tree statue, glancing at the Kanghai Pearl just once and then never mentioning it again. And what about this? Li Fan played with the Kanghai Pearl and asked, oh, this one. I acquired this from a fisherman on Flowing Cloud Island, Wu Xingzu recalled after a moment. There's nothing particularly special about it, I just found it intriguing, so I took it. Flowing Cloud Island. Li Fan firmly etched the name in his mind. Then he quickly changed the topic. Manager, what did you choose? Wu Xingzu's gaze shifted to Yin Yuzhen. Seeing that Yin Yuzhen had chosen a painting, a pair of jade bracelets, and a gemstone, he enthusiastically introduced these items to them. Li Fan listened absently, his mind focused entirely on the Kanghai Pearl. In the midst of Li Fan's distracted thoughts, the transaction between the two sides came to an end. the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce obtained a large number of treasures, while Yin Yuzhen amassed a significant amount of gold and silver. Manager Yin, we may meet again, Wu Xingzu sighed, steering the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce airship, disappearing from sight of the two. On the way back, despite the abundant gains from this transaction, Yin Yuzhen couldn't hide her worries. Are you worried about Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's future business? Li Fan asked. Yes, without the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, we lose a significant sales channel. I'm afraid Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's profits will take a big hit in the future, Yin Yuzhen lamented. I don't know why Wanhua Chamber of Commerce suddenly withdrew from the Kongyun Sea. If you have products to sell, there will be a way. There's no need to worry excessively. Li Fan couldn't think of a good solution for the moment and could only offer words of comfort. Yin Yuzhen nodded, but it was clear she didn't take much solace. Back on Liulai Island, Li Fan bid farewell to Yin Yuzhen and hurried back to his home. Closing the door tightly, Li Fan took out the Kanghai Pearl in his room. The original purpose of this trip was just to verify whether the Starry Sea quicksand is meteorite iron. I didn't expect to obtain this treasure. It's a pleasant surprise. Li Fan looked at the Kanghai Pearl in his hand, overjoyed. I just don't know what makes this Kanghai Pearl special. In Li Fan's understanding, each heavenly treasure represented a certain characteristic or rule of the world. The gnarled dragon branch represented achieving great things through small beginnings and the act of engulfing. The rust sword Dao Xuan symbolized an unyielding will and the ability to resist slow decay. The stone tablet of prohibition embodied following the inscribed laws and performing actions accordingly. What special characteristic or rule did this small azure pearl called the Kanghai Pearl represent? Li Fan held up the Kanghai Pearl and immersed himself in the deep blue color, his mind reeling. Unfortunately, despite studying it for quite some time, Li Fan couldn't discern the special feature of the Kanghai Pearl. Perhaps only cultivators can glimpse its mysteries. Li Fan sighed deeply and carefully stored the Kanghai Pearl. Should he absorb it to recharge now? Li Fan hesitated for a moment, but according to Truth's feedback, the Kanghai Pearl was still in its initial state. If consumed, it would probably only increase the charging progress by 1-2. It was essentially nothing. It would be better to wait for it to fully form before consumption. After all, the item was already in his hands. He wasn't worried about it running away. It took a long time for Li Fan to calm down from the surprise of obtaining a heavenly treasure. After settling down, Li Fan immersed himself in the cultivation of the cleansing heart mantra. A few days later, Li Fan was awakened by an urgent knocking on his door. It wasn't even dawn yet who could be coming to disturb him at this hour. Cautious, Li Fan took out a dagger, concealed it in his sleeve, and went to open the door. Who is it? Brother Li, it's me. Xiao Heng's voice came from outside. What is this kid looking for me for at this hour? Could it be that he didn't receive the residence I prepared for him? Li Fan felt a hint of doubt, but he still opened the door and let Xiao Heng in. Panic and anxiety were written all over Xiao Heng's face. Sit down and speak. The two of them entered the room, and Xiao Heng anxiously said, Brother Li, something big has happened. It's about the fact that we were smuggled from the land of immortal extinction. The news has leaked. Who leaked the news? Li Fan was somewhat surprised and asked, We don't know. But everyone on the island now knows that we're not natives of the immortal realm, and instead came here through the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It is said that the immortal master is extremely furious and wants to catch us all and kill us. Some of us were extremely frightened and fled on boats in the dead of night. The rest of us don't know what to do. They all say that Brother Li must have a way, so they asked me to come and ask you quickly. Xiao Heng explained anxiously. Li Fan listened and pondered for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Don't worry, this matter is not a big deal. Xiao Heng was stunned. Brother Li, why do you say that? Li Fan sneered. Do you think the government would announce in advance when they're going to capture thieves? If they really wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. Would they let you know the news and then allow you to escape and discuss countermeasures openly? Brother Li, are you saying this was intentionally leaked to scare us? Xiao Heng realized too, but why would they do this? He asked with a puzzled expression. In my opinion, this matter probably isn't directed at us. Li Fan suddenly stood up. Their target is likely the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. When I might have used a few different terms for Heavenly Treasure, but I'll stick with this one from now. A more accurate translation would be Heaven and Earth Wonder, but that's quite wordy and doesn't make as much sense in English. Essentially, they're just naturally formed treasures, and when a cultivator uses one to build their foundation, they'll become foundation treasures, like Ku Hong's dragon branch or Dao Xuanzi's sword. After placating Xiao Heng, Li Fan hurriedly went to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Yin Yuzhen was a bit surprised by Li Fan's sudden arrival. After listening to Li Fan's reason for coming over, Yin Yuzhen explained the ins and outs of the matter with a resentful expression. It turned out that after several months of inquiries, the various forces on Liulai Island finally figured out that the Starry Sea quicksand Liulai Island was actually meteorite iron from the sky. But when they wanted to collect the meteorite iron, they found that the Starry Sea quicksand in the area of Liulai Island had already been plundered by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. and the previous chaos in the market on Liulai Island was caused by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's manipulations. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is making a fool of everyone. In shame and anger, they went to the immortal master of Liulai Island to seek an explanation. Naturally, Yin Yuzhen eloquently defended herself, stating that her actions were justified business competition. The master of Liulai Island also believed that although Yin Yuzhen's approach was a bit excessive, the competition for the quota of the pure body spirit pool was based on individual abilities. As long as they could collect the materials needed by the immortals in the end, even if the means were slightly out of line, it was acceptable. So the island master did not punish the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, but instead reprimanded those who caused trouble. How could these people willingly accept this? So a few days later, there were rumors on the island that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was secretly involved in smuggling businesses for mortals. And as the rumors spread, it seemed like the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion would be questioned and wiped out by the immortals tomorrow. So how serious is this matter? Will the immortals really blame us? Li Fan, after understanding the whole story, couldn't help but ask. This is the tricky part of this matter. Yin Yuzhen frowned. If the punishment is unknown, then the threat is immeasurable. Smuggling mortals was never explicitly prohibited, but this matter is somewhat taboo and should not see the light. Moreover, more than a decade ago, a certain immortal happened to witness the act of smuggling, and in his anger, he killed all the mortals present. Since then, everyone has tacitly engaged in this smuggling business secretly. Li Fan listened and furrowed his brows slightly. So you mean this matter can be big or small? How it is handled depends on the mood of the immortals. That's right. If the immortals don't take it too seriously, then there's no problem. If the immortals are in a bad mood, then Yin Yuzhen didn't finish her words, but her face turned a little pale. Li Fan fell into silence. He thought of the scene when he first met Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi. In the eyes of these immortals, mortals were like ants and could be killed at will. I'd rather take the risk of being beheaded than give up this smuggling business. I think the profits involved in this must be extremely high. Li Fan sighed, that's for sure. The cost of a single stowaway requires a small world to scavenge for nearly a decade to fulfill. You can imagine how much profit is involved. Yin Yuzhen nodded. Precisely because of this, some immortals can't help but secretly join in and take a share of the profit in the end. These immortals will never admit that they are involved in these things. When they come into contact with us, they use immortal techniques to conceal their appearance, and in the end, they take away most of the profits. Speaking of this, Yin Yuzhen was also a bit helpless, so we have to deal with this matter on our own in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Li Fan thought of the immortal who guided them into the immortal realm when he first entered the immortal world and nodded. So what is the temperament of the immortal stationed on Liulai Island? What is his attitude towards this matter? Li Fan asked again. Master He Zhenghao of Liulai Island is usually reclusive, and I haven't seen him much, so I can't be sure about his attitude, but judging from his previous ways of dealing with mundane matters, he is not a soft-hearted person. Yin Yuzhen said in a deep voice. After analyzing it in his mind, Li Fan sighed in the end. Li Fan knew that even if he had many schemes, in the face of absolute power disparity, everything was in vain. Regarding this kind of time bomb-like unstable factor, Li Fan had no solution. Li Fan was reminded of the large amount of immortal mortal mist stored in a certain cabin of the Taiyan boat. If we were in the land of immortal extinction, with thousands of elite warriors, perhaps we could still put up a fight. But alas, Li Fan quickly suppressed this dangerous idea. Let's set a time and meet. This matter should not be stirred up too much. Li Fan spoke. Yes, that's what I think too, Yin Yuzhen said. They just want us to hand over some starry sea quicksand. Since we have the advantage and have collected enough, we can throw out a portion of it and let them fight amongst themselves. They will surely start fighting each other soon. Li Fan snorted. There's no unbreakable alliance in this world. 3 days later, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion met with the various forces on Liulai Island and made the following demands. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion agreed to hand over a portion of the starry sea quicksand, but required the other party to provide equivalent value in goods for the exchange. At the same time, how the starry sea quicksand would be divided among the families would be decided by each family themselves. Lastly, it must be ensured that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion would receive 1 quota for the pure body spirit pool. These conditions were not too demanding, so after some discussion, the two sides quickly reached a reconciliation. After all, the two sides did not have deep-seated hatred. It was just for the sake of contending for the quota of the pure body spirit pool. Thus, after paying the price of dozens of meteorites, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion successfully extricated itself from this chaotic vortex. Almost on the same day, the rumors about smuggling on the island disappeared without a trace, and the other forces, in order to obtain those dozens of meteorites, began to openly and secretly vie with each other, no longer paying attention to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Time flew, and the day when the pure body spirit pool would open was approaching. After the tally of the materials provided by each family, the quotas for this pure body spirit pool were finally determined. There were a total of 13 quotas for this entry into the pool, and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had secured one. With the major issues settled, Li Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He only awaited the opening of the spirit pool, where he would be able to remove the miasma from his body and officially step onto the path of cultivation. This day he had been waiting for far too long, so even with Li Fan's calm demeanor, he was starting to feel a bit excited. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 4299. Mental age, 505, 1299. Virtualization charging progress, 121. Anchor charging progress, 51. Current anchor points, 1. Bound items, Jade Cosmos 1000 Variation Sutra, Taiyan Boat, Stone Tablet of Prohibition. Damaged. Li Fan looked at the interface provided by Truth. After 2 years of cultivation, his physical age's limit had reached 99 years, with no sign of further increase. As for the limit of his mental age, due to his continuous cultivation of the cleansing heart mantra, it was still slowly increasing. He wondered what changes would occur after the baptism of the pure body spirit pool. Li Fan was looking forward to it. The day of the pure body spirit pool opening finally arrived. On this day, guided by a servant, Li Fan ingested the body cleansing pill given to him by Yin Yuzhen and entered the central array of Liulai Island. The 13 individuals entering the central array, apart from Li Fan, were teenagers of around 13 years old. They had been given instructions and didn't dare to speak lightly, their eyes filled with excitement and curiosity as they observed their surroundings. The instant they entered the array, the environment they found themselves in was completely different from Liulai Island. It was as if they had gone from a bustling city to the depths of the mountains. Lush trees surrounded them, and the air was filled with the sounds of birds and insects. In the distance, peaks and ranges intertwined, creating a picturesque landscape. A light breeze passed by, causing rustling sounds that echoed like waves. Li Fan and the others were standing at the foot of the mountain at this moment. Looking up, the mountaintop was hidden in thick clouds and mist, completely obscured from view. The group ascended ancient stone steps, climbing upwards for 2 hours without stopping. These teenagers all had impressive constitutions despite climbing for so long. They didn't even seem to breathe heavily. As for Li Fan, due to his not-so-young age and lack of recent exercise, he was drenched in sweat and could barely keep up with the group. Another hour passed, and they finally reached the mountain top. The mountaintop was only a small clearing, and the group dispersed, already feeling a bit crowded. This peak was the highest point among the group of mountains, and looking around, all they could see was a vast sea of clouds. The wind roared and the sea of clouds churned, occasionally revealing island-like mountaintops. All these teenagers were born and raised above the ocean, and they had never witnessed such a spectacular sight. At this moment, they were all staring in awe, lost in their thoughts. For Li Fan, this view was ordinary. He squinted and looked at the sun in the sky. They had already been inside the array for most of the day, but the position of the sun hadn't changed at all. It seemed to be some kind of illusion. "How's this scenery?" Suddenly, a voice rang out beside the group. The teenagers were startled at first, but then they immediately reacted. "We've seen the Immortal Master," they greeted respectfully, bowing. Li Fan also followed suit. The speaker was naturally the Immortal Master who guarded Liulai Island. He appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in a green robe. With a kind expression and a smiling face, he looked very amiable, exuding the image of a kind-hearted person. Seeing that this Immortal Master didn't seem as frightening as the rumors, one of the teenagers gathered the courage to reply, "The scenery here is excellent, truly befitting of a sacred place for immortals. I have never seen such a marvelous sight before it stirs one's heart," another youth added. Immortal Master He Zhenghao smiled and nodded, saying something that instantly silenced the young people present. "When I first came to Liulai Island, the height of this peak was one of the shortest within this mountain range, far below the clouds." The young people were stunned by He Zhenghao's words and fell silent for a while. Finally, someone praised, "Immortal Master's supernatural powers are truly unbelievable to be able to raise a mountain like this." He Zhenghao smiled wryly, "I'm just a humble cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. How could I possess such skills?" The youth who had just flattered blushed instantly, feeling ashamed and lowering his head. The rest of the people exchanged glances, unsure of the meaning behind Immortal Master He Zhenghao's words. Li Fan, on the other hand, looked at the countless peaks in the sea of clouds, lost in thought. "Do you know that the mountains and rivers in the world can gradually grow taller, just like people?" Immortal Master He Zhenghao no longer kept them in suspense and said slowly. Upon hearing this, the youths were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. "This is truly unbelievable. Is this true? Could it be that these mountains and rivers are also living beings?" Although the idea of mountains and rivers growing taller was too astonishing, coming from a high and mighty immortal like Immortal Master He Zhenghao, the youths naturally chose to believe it. However, their faces turned pale, and they had a hard time accepting it at the moment. Immortal Master He Zhenghao continued, some peaks, although they seem tall, have already reached their limit and can never progress further. Some might be just small mounds now, but they have boundless potential. Who knows, after several years, they might grow into towering peaks that touch the heavens. Just like the Mount Shaowei under our feet, it was inconspicuous at first, but in just a few decades, it has already surpassed many other mountains. Of course, most mountains are like the countless peaks below this sea of clouds, always destined to be mere decorations, silently gazing up at the peaks above the clouds. If mountains are like this, what about people? Today, you all have the fortune to step into the pure body spirit pool and rid yourselves of the miasma. Whether you can step onto the path of immortality, or even have the hope of longevity on the great road in the future, it all depends on your individual destiny. Looking at the bewildered and dazed group of youths, Immortal Master He Zhenghao sighed. No matter what happens in the future, give your best today. I've said what needs to be said now, go. Immortal Master, may I ask where the pure body spirit pool is located? Although some of the youths didn't fully understand the meaning behind Immortal Master He Zhenghao's words, they could at least comprehend that they were going to enter the pure body spirit pool. After all, they were still young at heart, so they eagerly asked. It's right there, Immortal Master He Zhenghao said calmly. Following his direction, they saw that the location Immortal Master He Zhenghao was pointing to was not on the mountaintop, but at the edge of a cliff thousands of feet high. Immortal Master, are you joking? One of the youths couldn't help but exclaim. He Zhenghao's expression changed, and with a cold snort he seemed to make no movement, but the head of that youth suddenly flew high and his body fell to the ground. Blood splattered, staining everyone nearby. This sudden scene stunned all the young people. Some were scared and wanted to scream, but they covered their mouths tightly, only trembling and pale. Some were so frightened that their bodies went limp, falling to the ground. Some immediately knelt down and kowtowed to He Zhenghao, apologizing. I'll give you another lesson in the future. When stepping onto the path of cultivation, having a broad perspective is crucial. Know who you can offend and who you cannot, what words you can say and what words you cannot. Be careful and considerate. Don't wait until you die to blame me for not warning you today. He Zhenghao, no longer the amiable old man, looked coldly at the group of youths. Li Fan watched this drama unfold, observing the varying reactions of the young people. He knew that this lesson from Immortal Master He Zhenghao would undoubtedly leave a deep impression on them. Not to mention these young people. Even Li Fan, after listening to He Zhenghao's words, felt like he had gained some insights. Then he turned and walked towards the edge of the mountain. In front of the 1,000-foot cliff, without any hesitation or pause, Li Fan, with an unchanged expression, took a step forward. But instead of falling, the sea of clouds in front seemed to be conscious, rolling and gathering under Li Fan's feet, steadily holding him up. As he took another step and stabilized himself, Li Fan was carried by the rolling white clouds, flying towards the depths of the sea of clouds. He Zhenghao watched Li Fan's figure and couldn't help muttering, excellent temperament, but unfortunately too old. What a pity. The group of youths watched as Li Fan soared into the clouds and suddenly realized, understanding that Immortal Master He's words contained no deception or exaggeration. They felt a sense of shame. The first ones to enter the pure body spirit pool will get more spirit fluid. Hurry, all of you, go. Immortal Master He's expression softened, addressing the group of young men. So the youths rushed towards the sea of clouds. Surrounded by dense clouds, Li Fan felt disoriented. The white clouds around him continued to gather, becoming denser. In an instant, they condensed into white spirit fluid, enveloping Li Fan. In the midst of the spirit fluid, Li Fan not only didn't feel suffocated, but also experienced incredible warmth and comfort. It felt like being a fetus in the womb, and Li Fan's mind gradually relaxed completely. A warm and gentle breath flowed through every inch of his skin, entering through the pores and entering Li Fan's body. His entire body and soul seemed to be soaked in warm water, almost making Li Fan moan in comfort. But soon, warmth turned into heat. Heat turned into scorching heat. The scorching heat turned into a blazing fire. Unexpectedly, Li Fan let out a howl. In that instant, he lost control of his body. He felt a scorching magma-like flow rampage within and destroy his body, tearing and piercing through every nerve. This kind of pain was beyond what a human could endure. Li Fan instinctively wanted to summon truth, but he managed to endure it. 300 years of hard pursuit, isn't it, for this moment? No matter what, I will never give up. I want to cultivate, I want longevity. In the midst of excruciating pain, Li Fan's consciousness shattered, but a strong determination supported him, preventing him from collapsing. The hot stream circulated within his body endlessly, seemingly without end. With each cycle, the level of destruction and pain deepened. Eventually, this agony reached a point where words could not describe. The pain was like knives, chopping Li Fan's soul into pieces and then chopping those pieces again, incessantly and endlessly. Even with Li Fan's strong will, he gradually lost the power to resist in the face of this level of pain. Slowly, Li Fan's consciousness began to drift. His consciousness began to dissipate. Even at this moment, the perseverance in Li Fan's heart kept him holding on, not activating truth. His consciousness became a nearly blank slate. Cultivation, longevity, dispelling miasma, spirit pool, Liulai Island, heavenly treasure, truth, all of these thoughts slowly dissipated with the fading of Li Fan's consciousness. Instinct replaced self, and so Li Fan, since he arrived on Liulai Island, had rarely stopped, tirelessly cultivating the mysterious yellow heart purification mantra. It naturally started running. Instinct replaced consciousness, and the cleansing heart mantra, which Li Fan had practiced almost non-stop day and night since he came to Liulai Island, naturally ran. As the cleansing heart mantra ran, Li Fan's consciousness seemed to have a supporting pillar, reconverging and strengthening. Although he remained in a state of unconsciousness, he gradually became like a reef by the sea, allowing the wind and waves to batter him without falling. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Among the 13 individuals who entered the pure body spirit pool, 11 had already come out. Out of the 11, only 4 had successfully rid themselves of the miasma within their bodies, while the remaining 7 couldn't endure the intense pain and failed in the purification process. Apart from the unfortunate individual who had perished, the one person who had yet to emerge was naturally Li Fan. He Zhenghao sensed the faint and elusive aura within the pure body spirit pool formation, becoming increasingly astonished. As the one in charge of the pure body spirit pool formation, he knew well that purging the immortal mortal miasma from a mortal's body was an excruciating ordeal. The immortal mortal miasma was deeply embedded in a mortal's bloodline, present since their formation in the womb. As mortals grew, the connection between the miasma and flesh became even more inseparable. The pure body spirit pool formation was created by one of the leaders of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, the Eastern Extreme Celestial Lord. It forcefully expelled the miasma from the flesh by completely destroying the body, then reshaped the body through regenerative power. This cycle continued until all miasma within the body was completely purged. As one grew older, the miasma intertwined with the flesh made it increasingly difficult to separate them. More destruction and reshaping were required to completely eliminate the immortal mortal miasma. The pain experienced during this process was beyond imagination. He Zhenghao had presided over the formation on Liulai Island for over 50 years. He had seen all of the individuals who managed to complete the purification. The oldest of them was only 31. For someone of Li Fan's age, He Zhenghao believed there was no hope of success. However, Li Fan's performance was completely unexpected. This person's determination is simply terrifying. If he can succeed in purifying his body, reaching the foundation establishment stage won't be difficult, and perhaps even the golden core stage. He Zhenghao's gaze flickered. Maybe I should establish a good relationship with him early on. At this point, He Zhenghao sent the others out of the formation, leaving only Li Fan to wait inside. 3 more days passed, and He Zhenghao, seeing Li Fan still hadn't come out, was speechless with astonishment. If he couldn't sense Li Fan's stable vital signs within the formation, he would have rushed in. Currently, there was no way to interrupt the purification formation, so he had to continue waiting. Another 3 days passed. He Zhenghao's expression became somewhat unsightly. He didn't know what kind of monster he had encountered to endure this long in the pure body spirit pool formation. Worse still, the materials sustaining the formation were running low. If the materials were insufficient, the formation would be forcibly terminated, which could lead to unforeseen consequences, possibly undoing all the progress made. Normally, even if the formation was interrupted at this stage, it would only be Li Fan's misfortune, and it wouldn't be related to He Zhenghao. But thinking of Li Fan's horrifyingly steadfast determination, He Zhenghao's expression fluctuated. Never mind, let it be. Consider this a gamble on this man's extraordinary future. After saying this, He Zhenghao used his hand to perform a technique. Items flew out of his storage ring and disappeared into the depths of the sea of clouds. Thank goodness I've been quietly reserving some of these materials each time. He Zhenghao looked at his now almost half-empty storage ring with a hint of regret. 2 more days passed, and the roiling sea of clouds gradually calmed. The white clouds frolicked and escorted Li Fan back to the mountaintop. He scanned the situation and confirmed that the miasma was completely gone from Li Fan's body. He Zhenghao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, young friend. From now on, the fetters are gone and longevity is within reach, He Zhenghao warmly exclaimed. Feeling his body in a state he had never experienced before, Li Fan was still adjusting to his new physique. At this moment, witnessing He Zhenghao's sudden change in attitude, Li Fan felt puzzled. Although he had removed the immortal mortal miasma from his body, he was still just an ordinary person who hadn't formally cultivated. He was ultimately just an ordinary mortal. Why was He Zhenghao being so kind to him? Li Fan looked at He Zhenghao with a puzzled expression. He Zhenghao understood and told Li Fan about how he had spent 11 days in the pure body spirit pool, which was much longer than he knew. What? I stayed inside for so long. Li Fan was truly surprised. At this moment, Li Fan was deeply shaken, not because of He Zhenghao's selfless dedication, but because he found an additional cultivation technique on the panel of truth. It wasn't the cleansing heart mantra he had been practicing all along. It was the venerable refining heart mantra. After purging the miasma from his body, there was a significant change in Li Fan's attributes. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 42, 120. Mental age, 505, 2053. Virtualization charging progress, 121. Anchor charging progress, 51. Current anchor points, 1. Bound items, Jade Cosmos 1000 Variation Sutra, Taiyan Boat, Stone Tablet of Prohibition damaged. The upper limit of his physical age had surpassed 100 and was still on the rise. What surprised Li Fan even more was that the upper limit of his mental age had nearly doubled, reaching over 2,000 years. This effect couldn't be solely attributed to the pure body-spirit pool. Could it be because of this inexplicable venerable heart refinement mantra? Li Fan was puzzled as to why the cleansing heart mantra had transformed into the venerable heart refinement mantra. During his time in the pure body-spirit pool, he had almost lost consciousness due to the unbearable pain, making it unclear what had transpired afterwards. However, it wasn't the time to examine this in detail. Li Fan stabilized his mind and respectfully said to He Zhenghao, "I shall never forget the immortal master's kindness. I will surely repay it in the future." He Zhenghao was waiting for these words from Li Fan, and his tone became even more amiable. "Young friend, there's no need for such words. Cultivation in the immortal path is arduous, and I'm only doing my best to help." He took out a book and handed it to Li Fan. After purging the miasma, the next step is to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and guide it into your body. If you can condense the first trace of spiritual energy within your body, it signifies the entry into the chi condensation stage. At that point, you can officially be called a cultivator. This book, 5 Spiritual Sensing Techniques, summarizes the experiences of past practitioners in sensing spiritual energy. Study it carefully. He then handed a square-shaped talisman to Li Fan with great solemnity. This is a purification talisman. Before guiding the spiritual energy into your body, you should carry it with you. Seeing Li Fan put away these 2 items, He Zhenghao explained, although you've purged the miasma from your body, it's not a one-time fix. You're still living in the secular world and need to interact with ordinary people every day. Over time, it's inevitable that you'll be contaminated by the miasma again. This purification talisman can help you resist miasma intrusion, but it can only be effective for about 5 years. But with your talent, breaking through to the chi condensation stage within 5 years shouldn't be difficult, He Zhenghao said with a smile. After breaking through to the chi condensation stage, you can come to the island to find me. By then, I'll take you to the residence of our 10,000 Immortals Alliance in the Kongyun Sea, the 10,000 Immortals Island. After arriving on the island, you can choose the appropriate technique and continue your cultivation. He Zhenghao informed Li Fan of the precautions during the process of guiding energy into the body in detail. Li Fan memorized everything carefully. After explaining everything, Li Fan politely bid farewell and left. "Hopefully, I gained something from this investment." Watching Li Fan's departing figure, He Zhenghao muttered to himself. Afterwards, He Zhenghao inspected the mountain beneath his feet and shook his head. The potential of this mountain has been exhausted. It's time to choose a new mountain. Saying this, he flew to the sea of clouds above, and with a wave of his long sleeves, he collected all the rolling clouds into them. Looking at the continuous mountain range below, He Zhenghao selected the peak that would have the highest growth in the next century. The technique He Zhenghao cultivated was called sitting on the mountain. The most significant feature of sitting on the mountain was enjoying harvest from the growth of a mountain. By choosing a peak, sitting on it, operating the technique, and spending several years, one could merge their aura with the mountain. Afterward, for every increase in the height of the mountain, one's cultivation would be reciprocally enhanced accordingly. On the contrary, if one were to choose poorly and the height of the mountain did not increase afterward, it would be tantamount to wasting more than a decade of cultivation. Apart from benefiting from the increase in the mountain's height, one could also gain advantages from helping others. For example, just like the help given to Li Fan. If Li Fan were to break through to the foundation building stage in the future, then he would also receive feedback, enhancing his own cultivation. It wasn't absorbing and stealing the cultivation of the other party, but more akin to a rising tide lifting all boats. The increase in the mountain's height would cause the trees on the mountain to reach higher. The growth of a giant would also inadvertently elevate the people on their shoulders. Of course, compared to mountains and rivers, the conditions for helping others were not so stringent. One didn't need to bind to a specific individual and could cast a wider net. However, correspondingly, the amount of effort initially invested determined the magnitude of future gains, so whenever He Zhenghao encountered promising juniors, he would never hesitate to help them. After leaving the central array on Liulai Island, Li Fan did not disturb others and quietly returned to his home. After purging the miasma, Li Fan did indeed feel a significant difference from before. It was as if he had become 10 years younger, with greatly improved vision and hearing. Moreover, he could vaguely sense the ubiquitous pure energy flowing in the heavens and earth. Is this spiritual energy? Li Fan rejoiced in his heart. After guiding the energy into his body, the next step was to become a qi condensation cultivator. Li Fan couldn't wait to start cultivating day and night, but before that, he needed to examine the inexplicable venerable heart refinement mantra. After searching his mind, there was no new way to operate it. So, Li Fan began to practice according to the cultivation method of the venerable heart refinement mantra. As soon as he initiated it, Li Fan noticed the difference between the venerable heart refinement mantra and the cleansing mantra. Previously, while practicing the heart cleansing mantra, it often took nearly half an hour to gradually calm down and rid the mind of all other distractions. But once the venerable heart refinement mantra was cultivated, in just a moment, Li Fan felt his heart becoming clear. It was as if a huge millstone appeared in his mind, constantly absorbing and crushing distractions, turning them into nourishment to enhance his spiritual sense. Practicing the heart cleansing mantra for 3 years, aside from the slight manifestations on his status panel, Li Fan had not noticed any other benefits. However, practicing the venerable heart refinement mantra, Li Fan could clearly feel that his spirit was strengthening every moment. Although the increase was very small, it was indeed growing. Li Fan was inexplicably delighted, followed by numerous doubts. Why did this cleansing heart mantra, a technique commonly used to remove miasma, turn into this extraordinary venerable heart refinement mantra for himself in the cultivation world? Was this venerable heart refinement mantra considered a cultivation technique? With his current understanding of the cultivation world, Li Fan couldn't find an answer. But Li Fan had a faint feeling that there must be a great secret hidden within. He secretly vowed to investigate it in the future when the opportunity arose. Just a step away from entering the realm of cultivators, and having unexpectedly obtained the miraculous technique venerable heart refinement mantra, Li Fan couldn't help feeling a bit elated. However, not long after, he received a letter. The message in the letter shattered his sense of self-satisfaction. Xiao Heng had successfully guided the energy into his body and had already gone to the 10,000 Immortals Island. Term change: 5 spiritual sensing techniques, 5 spirit qi sensing method. I have no interest in cultivating to become an immortal. The expression Xiao Heng had when he said these words was still vivid in Li Fan's memory. How much time had passed since then? How did Xiao Heng manage to successfully expel the miasma from his body and directly break through to the foundation building stage? Li Fan was filled with shock and confusion. Li Fan read the letter sent by Xiao Heng repeatedly, then went out to inquire about the situation before reluctantly accepting this reality. It turned out that although Li Fan had reassured him that the rumors of smuggling to the island were aimed at the Heavenly Treasure Tower, Xiao Heng remained uneasy and sleepless after returning home. Every time he closed his eyes, he seemed to see the terrifying scene of immortals descending from the sky and slaughtering every one of the refugees on the island. Xiao Heng was like this for several days. In deep pain, Xiao Heng finally made up his mind. To be able to sleep soundly and to become a cultivator, not having to live in fear every day, he seriously began to practice the cleansing heart mantra. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Heng focused, his progress was indeed astonishing. With the help of medicines, it took less than a month for him to completely expel the miasma from his body. Afterwards, he felt the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth intimately wandering around him as if it were alive. He was deeply captivated by this sight and immersed himself in it. Feeling as if he had a good night's sleep, he succeeded in guiding the energy into his body. At first, he was a bit uncertain whether he had truly become the legendary cultivator, but when he tried to get intimate with a maid at home, he suddenly felt a palpitation and instinctively slapped her to death. After this incident, Xiao Heng finally confirmed that he had indeed become a cultivator. Immortals and mortals must be separated. Although he had already become a qi condensation cultivator, Xiao Heng was at a loss about what to do next, so he went to meet the guardian immortal of Liulai Island. Unfortunately, at that time, He Zhenghao was busy presiding over the pure body spirit pool and couldn't break away. Xiao Heng could only go back home and wait patiently. After Li Fan left the spirit pool and He Zhenghao finally had some free time, Xiao Heng finally met him. Upon hearing Xiao Heng's experience, He Zhenghao carefully investigated and confirmed that Xiao Heng was not lying. He was first overjoyed, then repeatedly slapped his thigh, appearing regretful. After a while, he cheered up and was eager to take Xiao Heng to 10,000 Immortals Island. Xiao Heng asked if he could bid farewell to his friends, and He Zhenghao naturally agreed. Afterwards, Xiao Heng said his farewells to the people leaving the realm, and then left. As for Li Fan, Xiao Heng originally intended to come, but he also knew that Li Fan was committed to cultivation and had succeeded in purifying his body after more than 3 years. Moreover, he had stated in front of Li Fan not long ago that he had no interest in cultivating. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a foundation-building cultivator. Xiao Heng didn't know how to face Li Fan. Additionally, he was afraid of startling Li Fan, so he just sent a letter. Upon hearing that you had successfully expelled the miasma, I believe that your breakthrough to foundation building is imminent. Junior will go ahead and await your esteemed arrival on 10,000 Immortals Island. If on the day we meet you have any requests, even if I must die 1,000 times, I will not decline. Heng respectfully bows again. Li Fan put down Xiao Heng's letter and let out a sigh. Was this the legendary genius, being able to break through to the foundation-building stage by accident, without any help, just relying on one's own efforts? He could even feel the intimacy of the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Although Li Fan had long known that people in the cultivation world had varying aptitudes, and he knew that his own talent wasn't high, this feeling of having such a genius around him, it really made him feel uneasy. It seems that Xiao Heng's worries were not unfounded. If he had suddenly appeared in front of me just after successfully expelling the miasma, I might have lost my composure. Li Fan smiled bitterly. However, it was only a slight loss of composure. Li Fan knew clearly that his reliance was never on his own talent, but on the countless chances of starting over that truth gave him. With truth in hand, no matter how talented the individual, he had confidence in crushing them. It's just that this process might be a bit long and require careful planning from lifetime to lifetime. The cleansing heart mantra was activated, and Li Fan's chaotic mind gradually calmed. He opened 5 spirit chi sensing gifted by He Zhenghao and carefully studied it. The book recorded that in ancient times, there was a concept of spiritual roots. Back then, only ordinary people with spiritual roots could cultivate. There were ordinary spiritual roots of the 5 elements gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as unique attributes like thunder, wind, darkness, and others. For individuals with a single spiritual root, the early stages of cultivation were fast. By focusing on the corresponding elemental techniques, they could easily achieve mastery. For those with multiple spiritual roots, progress was slower. They needed to balance various attributes, often exhausting their energy without much success. However, if they were blessed with exceptional talent, having multiple spiritual roots allowed them to excel in various areas, often surpassing those with a single spiritual root in the same realm. However, these were all old challenges from ancient times. In the ancient cultivation world, they emphasized the unity of heaven and man. Spiritual roots were gifts from the heavens, and only the fortunate ones blessed by the heavens could feel the laws of the world and had the qualifications to cultivate and ascend to immortality. However, the population of the mortal world was vast, and those with spiritual roots were still a minority. For the majority, becoming a cultivator was an elusive dream. How unfair was this? Fortunately, in ancient times, there was an immortal master who taught a new Tao. 5 Spirit Chi Sensing recorded that in those times, the immortal master generously taught the path of immortality to countless hopeless ordinary people. The immortal master once said, "If I desire to ascend to immortality, why should I beseech the heavens? If the heavens do not grant it, I will take it for myself." A mortal seeking longevity didn't need to achieve harmony with heavens and earth, but instead plunder them. So the immortal master set out the clear principles and explained his path to everyone. It was also the path followed in the current cultivation world. The path to immortality was as follows: absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth to condense chi. Consume a heavenly treasure to establish the foundation. Capture a law of the heavens and the earth to refine the golden core. Seize a subworld of the heavens and the earth to form the nascent soul. Extract the marrow of the heavens and the earth to transform the soul. Slaughter the soul of the heavens and earth to integrate the Tao. Sacrifice the heavens and earth to achieve immortality. With a thud, the 5 spirit chi sensing fell to the ground. Trembling, Li Fan picked it up, unable to hide his awe. The cultivation method in this world was completely different from what he had anticipated. In fact, it was somewhat astonishing. No wonder, since he encountered cultivators in this world, he had always felt something strange. It seemed like the heavenly laws of this world held great malevolence towards cultivators. Whether it was the rule that different cultivation techniques couldn't be cultivated simultaneously, the strange phenomenon of a cultivator's body illuminating the sky for thousands of miles like a broadcast after death, or the peculiar immortal mortal miasma within a mortal's body that posed significant harm to cultivators, all these hinted at this fact. Now, at this moment, after Li Fan had come into contact with the cultivation world, the mystery was finally unraveled. Defy the heavens and the earth to achieve eternal life, Li Fan murmured slowly, exhaling a long breath. The description of the Tao of immortality in five-spirit chi sensing made Li Fan increasingly horrified as he read on. Before the golden core stage, it was relatively normal, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, consuming a natural heavenly treasure and capturing a law of heaven and earth. However, after reaching the nascent soul stage, the style gradually became more insane. Seizing a subworld of heaven and earth, extracting the marrow of heaven and earth, slaughtering the soul of heaven and earth, and even ultimately sacrificing the heavens and earth. Just reading these words would make one's heart pound with fear. The heavens gave birth to all living beings. Practitioners cultivating in this way are essentially opposing and rebelling against the heavens, defying the natural order. What does this represent? Don't these practitioners know? However, this method of cultivation advances too quickly. The book records that since the immortal ancestor taught the new Tao, a large number of ordinary people who were originally unable to cultivate became formidable in just a few decades. Cultivators at various stages, such as the golden core, nascent soul, and soul transformation, emerged one after another like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. During that time, the cultivation world was truly flourishing, with golden cores everywhere and nascent souls as common as dogs. And those who originally adhered to the ancient methods of cultivation, watching their own cultivation being easily surpassed by ordinary people, how many could remain true to themselves and not attempt the immortal ancestors' method? As a result, the traditional way of cultivation gradually declined, and the new method gradually replaced it. After the popularization of the new method, the prosperity of the cultivation world reached its peak. Unfortunately, heaven's principles are clear, and prosperity will eventually decline. Countless cultivators, like wolves and tigers, greedily plundered the resources of heaven and earth without restraint. Even the increasingly frequent heavenly tribulations could not suppress the ever-growing number of cultivators. So one day, the counterattack of the heavens arrived. The heavens and the earth underwent tremendous changes, and a great calamity descended. Since then, different methods of cultivation cannot be practiced together. The flourishing and developing cultivation world seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. In order to have a chance of survival, cultivators plunged into endless mutual slaughter. For a long time, the cultivation world seemed to be declining and decaying. It took thousands of years for things to gradually stabilize. Nowadays, cultivators have become accustomed to the malice of the heavens and the earth. They have summarized their experiences and lessons. After the great calamity on the barren wasteland of the cultivation realm, they established a new order of cultivation. With the introduction of the current origins of the cultivation world completed, the content in the book now is about the five-spirit chi sensing method. If an ordinary person, after dispelling the miasma, cannot easily guide the chi into their body, they can nurture their own five spirits, forcefully absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then refine it, breaking through to the chi condensation stage. The so-called five spirits refers to the five innate emotions inherent to every person: greed, fear, rage, hatred, and ego. These five emotions are hidden within the human heart and are inexhaustible and ever-present. The five-spirit chi sensing method utilizes these five emotions as fuel, cultivating the roots of heaven and earth in the danshan. The roots of heaven and earth connect a cultivator's danshan to heaven and earth. Once formed, cultivators can forcefully absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through it, converting it for their own use. Compared to the ancient method of cultivating based on aptitude, the five-spirit chi sensing method emphasizes stability. For those with excellent aptitude, they can cultivate the roots of heaven and earth in just one day and night, stepping onto the path of cultivation. Even those with no aptitude for cultivation can, through daily perseverance and hard work, form their own roots of heaven and earth within a maximum of 10 years. Having mastered the method of guiding chi into his body, Li Fan secluded himself in his home and practiced the five-spirit chi sensing method. Despite mentally preparing himself, Li Fan knew that his path of cultivation might not be as smooth as he hoped. Yet day after day went by and 3 years had passed, but Li Fan still hadn't successfully refined chi. Li Fan was well aware of his innate talent for cultivation. He wasn't a genius, but he certainly wasn't lacking either. The current situation clearly had another reason behind it: the venerable heart refinement mantra. Truly unpredictable, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. The five-spirit chi sensing method required five emotions as fuel to drive the formation of the roots of heaven and earth. However, Li Fan, while practicing the venerable heart refinement mantra, had very little accumulation of these five emotions. Even if he didn't consciously activate the refinement mantra, it instinctively dissipated the negative emotions in his mind. It was akin to walking with a heavy burden, which led to Li Fan's slow progress. Li Fan had also tried to guide the chi into his body without using the roots of heaven and earth. However, he obviously didn't possess talent like Xiao Heng. The spiritual energy outside his body completely ignored him. Without anyone to guide him, relying solely on his own exploration, Li Fan had no idea how long it would take him to guide the qi into his body. So Li Fan decided to patiently use the 5-spirit qi sensing method to break through to the qi condensation stage. It might be slow, but it was stable. Time was the one thing Li Fan had in abundance. In the beginning, He Zhenghao occasionally sent people to inquire about Li Fan's progress. However, when Li Fan made little progress for a long time, he stopped sending anyone. In the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, because of Li Fan and Xiao Heng, despite the absence of Wanhua Chamber of Commerce's backing, the business around the surrounding islands improved. No one wanted to offend a business that possibly had the background of an immortal master, so they tried to avoid conflicts with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion as much as possible. Thus, over the 3 years, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion expanded its market extensively and flourished. Yin Yuzhen's confidence soared, and she eagerly planned to return to Night Island to regain control of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion headquarters. Li Fan only occasionally paid attention to external matters. Most of his energy was focused on cultivating the roots of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, this matter couldn't be rushed. Li Fan estimated that barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would take him about 2 more years to succeed. He had been cooped up at home for a very long time. One day, Li Fan, feeling restless, decided to go out. Without alarming anyone, he changed into different clothes, put on a hat, and came to the marketplace of Liulai Island. Compared to 3 years ago, it seemed like nothing had changed here. The sounds of bargaining, calls to attract customers, and playful banter filled the air. Here, Li Fan felt the long-lost humanity. Various thoughts in his mind, like dry saplings, were nourished and sprouted abundantly. For just this moment, the progress of the roots of heaven and earth was greater than spending 3 days in solitary meditation at home. Li Fan suddenly realized. For ordinary cultivators, seclusion and meditation were necessary because most people were lacking in the fuel needed for the 5 spirits. Li Fan's situation was special. The venerable heart refinement mantra constantly operated in his mind, and these stray thoughts turned into strong nourishment for his spirit. However, the 5-spirit qi sensing method was obviously not as advanced as the venerable heart refinement mantra and couldn't plunder much. It could only pick up the leftovers. Li Fan couldn't change this situation at the moment. If he wanted to accelerate the formation of the roots of heaven and earth, he needed to increase the daily stray thoughts that were born in his mind. Daily seclusion wouldn't work. He needed to be in the world. Having realized this, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. It seemed that he might not need 2 years. He might step into the qi condensation stage earlier. Senior Lei. At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind. Li Fan turned his head, looked at the person's face, paused for a moment, and then remembered who it was. It was unexpectedly Zhang Heabo, the captain of the Kangyun ship, with whom he had a chance encounter before on Liulai Island. Zhang Heabo looked at Li Fan with a mix of reverence and joy. He had heard that Elder Li had already purged himself of the miasma and would soon become an immortal, revered in the eyes of many. At this moment, he was both respectful and fearful. So it's you. Li Fan had a relatively good impression of this person and smiled. It's been several years since we last met. How have you been lately? Our treatment and status on the island have also risen. Many people envy us. Halfway, Zhang Heabo paused, hesitated, and then continued. But the brothers on the Kangyuan have recently been discussing leaving Liulai Island. I also have this idea. Oh, Li Fan was a little surprised. Where do you want to go? To be honest with Elder Li, we haven't decided yet, Zhang Heabo said somewhat anxiously. Li Fan became interested. Since things are going well, why suddenly have the thought of leaving? Zhang Heabo scratched his head. Speaking of it, it's just a vague sense of unease. Unease? Tell me more about it, Li Fan ordered. Zhang Heabo was silent for a moment as if organizing his thoughts. After a while he looked around, then whispered, to be honest, we brothers have encountered strange things on the sea recently. Like what? In recent voyages, almost every time we cast our nets, we would catch thousands of pounds of fish, full to the brim. 9 out of 10 times are like this, and there are all kinds of fish. Isn't this a good thing? Indeed, it's a good thing, but I've been fishing in the sea for more than 10 years, and I've never seen anything like this before. Zhang Heabo's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt and fear. It's like all the fish in the entire seabed are fleeing, gathering together. Is there more? Li Fan pondered for a moment and asked. We brothers have lived around Liulai Island since we were young and are very familiar with the reefs around the island. But recently we found that there are more exposed rocks around the island, Zhang Heabo said solemnly. You mean, the sea level is dropping? Li Fan instantly understood. In previous years there have been changes in sea levels, but this year's changes seem a bit unusual. We are a little worried, Zhang Heabo said. We reported this to the Liulai mansion a month ago, but they didn't seem to pay much attention, saying it's just routine changes in sea levels, Zhang Heabo added. Another thing that worries us even more. In the past 3 years, there hasn't been a single storm. Not only around Liulai Island, but the entire Kongyun Sea has been like this. We've communicated with the fleets of various islands, and it's absolutely true. There have been no storms in the Kongyun Sea for these 3 years, Zhang Heabo said, afraid that Li Fan wouldn't believe him, and hurriedly continued. I don't know what this means, but we remain silent. This is too abnormal. Something big is definitely about to happen, Zhang Heabo said confidently. Perhaps it's just that the weather will be a bit hotter in the future. Li Fan thought for a moment and comforted. The island has the protection of the Island Protection Formation and the presence of Immortal Master He. Even if there is any trouble, I believe they can handle it. Senior Li's words make sense. Many of the brothers on the ship think the same way. But I still have a lingering sense of unease, and I can't let go, Zhang Heabo said with a bitter smile. So I've decided to leave, to depart from the Kongyun Sea. Zhang Heabo's gaze gradually became firm. Li Fan, seeing this, could only say, leaving one's hometown is no easy task, you should think carefully. Zhang Heabo nodded. Li Fan fell silent, and after bidding farewell to Zhang Heabo, he strolled in the market for half a day before returning home. After careful consideration, Zhang Heabo's concerns were not baseless. Various signs indeed indicated that something unusual might happen in the Kongyun Sea. Perhaps a massive storm was silently gathering its strength, or maybe a severe drought was subtly taking shape. However, none of this was a big deal. After all, Zhang Heabo was just an ordinary person. When a major disaster struck, with no means to protect themselves, they could only leave it to fate. It was normal to worry and feel fear. Li Fan had already stepped into the threshold of cultivation. As long as he could break through to the Qi condensation stage, he could go to the 10,000 Immortals Island. There, cultivators gathered, and there was no need to worry about these disasters. In the worst-case scenario, if a disaster occurred that even cultivators couldn't handle, worrying would be useless. So what Li Fan needed to do now was to focus on cultivating the 5-spirit Qi sensing technique. Furthermore, with regards to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he could notify Yin Yuzhen and ask her to prepare in advance. This short episode soon passed, and Li Fan continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Time passed. Another year went by. Half a year ago, Zhang Heabo ultimately chose to leave the Kongyun Sea with some of the brothers from the Kangyuan. This matter caused a stir on the island, and people began to worry. However, it had been calm for the past half year, with no signs of any major disaster, so people began to treat this matter as a joke. Yin Yuzhen had finally accumulated enough power and returned to Night Island in high spirits. After some twists and turns, she managed to regain the position of the chief executive officer of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. With Night Island stabilized, there were many miscellaneous matters to deal with. To prevent any mischief, Yin Yuzhen could not return for a while. She would send someone to report good news to Li Fan. He Zhenghao didn't send anyone to visit again. In his view, it took Li Fan nearly 4 years to draw qi into his body, and his potential had clearly been exhausted. It wasn't worth his effort to pay much attention. Xiao Heng would occasionally send letters to inquire about Li Fan's situation. It was said that Xiao Heng progressed rapidly and had now reached the middle qi condensation stage. Amidst the bustling world, Li Fan watched as a bystander. He patiently continued to cultivate. One day, Li Fan had a realization. Having accumulated enough 5 elements fuel, the roots of heaven and earth were finally going to take shape. A phantom appeared in Li Fan's danshan. In an instant, Li Fan felt a subtle yet incredibly close connection between himself and the heavens and earth. It was like a water wheel drawing water from the river, irrigating the parched farmland. Tiny streams of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy flowed into Li Fan's danshan through the roots of heaven and earth, quickly spreading throughout his body. In the 7th year after he entered the cultivation world, Li Fan finally entered the qi condensation stage. Upon entering the qi condensation stage, Li Fan felt the earth shaking changes in his body. The spiritual energy surged and circulated within him, silently improving Li Fan's slightly aging body. The subtle wrinkles on his face disappeared, and his skin became smooth once again. Long-lost vitality emerged within Li Fan as if he had returned to his youth, brimming with boundless energy. He was rejuvenated, and his physique was greatly strengthened. Most importantly, Li Fan could now manipulate the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. He controlled the spiritual energy, transforming it into various shapes. However, for now, he could only manipulate the spiritual energy based on instinct. To use the spiritual energy more efficiently, he would need corresponding techniques. After some experimentation, Li Fan dispersed the spiritual energy in his hand and focused on the interface of truth. Name, Li Fan. Realm, Qi condensation, initial stage. Physical age, 47, 199. Mental age, 510, 21, 69. After breaking through to the qi condensation stage, Li Fan's maximum lifespan reached the limit of 199 years. The 5-spirit chi sensing method mentioned that although the lifespan of cultivators far exceeded that of ordinary people, it was significantly suppressed compared to ancient times. The maximum lifespan of a chi condensation stage cultivator was no more than 200 years. Even foundation establishment stage cultivators could only live for another 100 years at most before nearing the end of their lives. Only by achieving the golden core stage and glimpsing the laws of heaven and earth could their lifespan dramatically increase, reaching around 500–600 years. In contrast to physical age, there was little increase in mental age. There was almost no significant change. After all, Li Fan had already greatly increased his mental age through cultivating the venerable heart refinement mantra previously, so he was not particularly surprised. Next, Li Fan took out the Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra from the Taiyan boat. He had obtained this nascent soul stage technique from Ku Hong a long time ago, but had been unable to examine it due to a lack of spiritual awareness. However, he had been keeping it in mind all this time. Now that he had finally entered the Qi condensation stage, Li Fan was eager to know its contents. Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra, a nascent soul stage technique. Current number of practitioners, 0. He picked up the jade slip, and the instructions for the technique naturally appeared in his mind. Li Fan knew that this was also a change that occurred with the advent of the heavenly tribulation, which banned multiple practitioners of the same cultivation technique. Sensing the jade slip with his spiritual awareness, countless words and images surged into Li Fan's mind like a tide. The first time he read the jade slip, Li Fan felt a bit unaccustomed. He felt like a lot of information had been forcibly stuffed into his brain, causing a slight headache. Fortunately, his spiritual awareness was much stronger than that of an ordinary Qi condensation stage cultivator, and he quickly adapted, returning to normal. He focused his mind and carefully examined this technique. After a long time, Li Fan finally had a rough understanding of it. The Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra is a technique practiced by the ancient Tianji sect. In ancient times, they emphasized the unity of heaven and man. The Tianji sect believed that all things in the heavens and earth, just like humans, had their own thoughts. These thoughts were difficult to perceive through ordinary means. However, just as a person's killing intent would permeate the air when they had murderous thoughts, all things in the heavens and earth would also emit a trace of aura from time to time. When the heavens emitted killing intent, there would be events like the withering of all things or the shifting of stars. When the earth emitted killing intent, there would be events like vast changes in the sea or the rising of dragons and beasts. By capturing and refining the various auras of heaven and earth, one could trace back to their origins, resonate with them, and achieve a state of unity. The Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra was a technique that sensed and refined these auras to use for oneself. Once the technique was perfected, not only could it utilize the killing intent of the heavens and earth to harm others, but it could also deduce and predict the future by using these auras. This technique is very powerful, but practicing it is also very dangerous. The will of heaven and earth is immense, and even a slight aura stirred up by it is thousands of times more than that of a cultivator. Casual contact with it can easily be injured by the aura itself. It might even unknowingly assimilate a person, turning them into a puppet of the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, when practicing this ancient technique, the Tianji sect would not choose to refine the aura of heaven and earth directly. They would instead seek alternative methods. They would nurture their own killing intent, extract vitality from living beings, and refine the aura from certain spirits of heaven and earth. They would gather countless auras, conceal themselves, and thus achieve the goal of confusing the heavenly will and refining the will of heaven and earth. In theory, when this method is perfected, one can merge with heaven and earth and become one with the Tao. Unfortunately, this is only a theoretical possibility. In reality, even with these clever methods, practicing the Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra is extremely difficult. The ancient Tianji sect, with a heritage of thousands of years, had tens of thousands of cultivators who practiced the Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra, but the highest level attained was only the nascent soul realm. Even back in those days, this was the case. In the present cultivation world, where malicious intent from the heavens and earth was everywhere, higher realms were even less optimistic. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan decided not to rush into choosing his main cultivation technique. He could go to the 10,000 Immortals Island first to see the specific situation of the current cultivation world and then make a decision. So Li Fan came to the central formation on Liulai Island, intending to visit He Zhanghao. As soon as he arrived at the formation, he noticed that several servants had been waiting for him for a long time. Guided by the servants, Li Fan met He Zhanghao again. At this moment, he was not on the previous towering mountain, but instead on a very ordinary small mountain. In the midst of the surrounding mountains, it was inconspicuous. He Zhanghao was currently sitting in a small pavilion at the top of the mountain. I just noticed some unusual spiritual energy fluctuations on the island and knew that you had made a breakthrough, He Zhenghao said, looking at Li Fan with a pleased expression. Although it took a bit long, you finally broke through. I have to thank Senior for guiding me, Li Fan said politely. It was just a small favor. Feeling the slight increase in his cultivation within his body, He Zhenghao smiled and said, You came to see me to go to the 10,000 Immortals Island, right? Exactly. I have no worldly concerns, so I can set off at any time, Li Fan nodded. He Zhenghao appeared in front of Li Fan with a flash and grabbed his shoulder. Don't struggle. He Zhenghao's voice came into Li Fan's ears, and Li Fan released the protective aura that had spontaneously formed around him. Led by He Zhenghao, Li Fan rose into the air and flew towards the sky. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he passed through the sea of clouds and arrived above the mountains. Lied. He Zhenghao formed a seal with one hand and pointed towards the continuous mountains below. After a moment, countless peaks in the field shot out white light, converging in front of He Zhenghao to form a huge ball of light. Open, He Zhenghao pointed upwards. The ball of light accelerated sharply, following the direction pointed by He Zhenghao, shooting straight up. In an instant, a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth was formed. It slammed into the sun above. The surface of the sun distorted for a moment, then split into two halves. In the middle, a portal was formed. Let's go. The roaring sound echoed constantly in his ears, and the scene in front of him was constantly spinning, making it hard to see clearly. After a while, Li Fan finally recovered from this unusual sensation. The first time using a teleportation array is always like this. You'll get used to it, He Zhenghao explained casually. Li Fan nodded in silence, observing the surroundings. The current location seemed to be a large square. At the forefront of the square stood a giant statue. It depicted an old man with a tall crown and a long beard. Below the statue, the square was filled with large and small stone statues of all shapes and sizes. Without exception, all tens of thousands of stone statues in the square were looking up at the old man, and the teleportation array that Li Fan came out of was in front of one of these stone statues. This is the transmission square. It was built to commemorate the preaching of the immortal ancestor. Each of our 10,000 Immortals Alliance's residences has such a square, He Zhenghao explained. Thinking of the scene described in 5 Spirit Chi Sensing Technique, where the immortal ancestor preached and connected with all living beings, Li Fan stared at the statue of the old man for a long time, silently nodding. Flight is not prohibited on 10,000 Immortals Island, but remember not to exceed the height of the immortal ancestor statue. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the 10,000 Immortals formation. Even if you are in the nascent soul realm, you may die in an instant, He Zhenghao said solemnly, cautioning Li Fan. Li Fan's heart trembled, and he remembered it instantly. Although flying is not prohibited on the island, I advise you not to fly randomly when there's no need. All the cultivators in the entire Kongyun Sea gather here, and among them are those in the Golden Core and nascent soul realms. If you fly over their heads and provoke them, you might be remembered by them. In that case, when you leave 10,000 Immortals Island, they might kill you on a whim. There won't be a chance for you to reason with them. He Zhenghao led Li Fan and as they walked, quietly explained the precautions on 10,000 Immortals Island. As it concerned life and death, Li Fan remembered each one carefully. After a short walk, the two of them passed through a corridor naturally formed by intertwined vines and arrived at a secluded forest full of greenery. In the clearing of the forest, there was a huge and ancient mirror placed. Occasionally, cultivators hurried through the mirror, heading who knows where. There were also cultivators coming out of the mirror, leaving directly. This mirror is our 10,000 Immortals Alliance's Tiangshuan Mirror 1. It is said that before the immortal ancestor preached, this Tiangshuan mirror was just an ordinary mirror. Later, after the immortal ancestor preached, this mirror reflected the immortal ancestor's law and unexpectedly gave birth to its own consciousness. It then began to cultivate like a regular cultivator and gradually evolved into its current state. Most things for us cultivators in 10,000 Immortals Alliance are handled by this Tiangshuan mirror. It is said that this treasure bears grudges. Be careful not to speak carelessly. He Zhenghao cautioned Li Fan in a low voice. Then He Zhenghao pulled Li Fan into the mirror. Inside was a separate space with no other cultivators in sight. It was as if they were in the void, surrounded by nothingness and darkness. This person is a newly joined cultivator. He has come to 10,000 Immortals Island to join our 10,000 Immortals Alliance, He Zhenghao said, pointing at Li Fan. Recommending a cultivator at the Qi condensation initial stage, categorized as a middle-grade merit, equivalent to 50 contribution points. Current total contribution points, 920. A voice sounded in the space. He Zhenghao remained composed. Li Fan was lost in thought. He Zhenghao received the contribution points, his face showing happiness. Now that the young friend is here, I can finally put my mind at ease. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the Tiangshuan mirror. Generally speaking, it will provide you with detailed answers. I still have island guarding duties, so I won't accompany you further. After saying this, He Zhenghao hurriedly left, leaving Li Fan alone in this Tiangshuan mirror. A flash of light flickered in the darkness around, then extinguished. Sensory fluctuations recorded. Independent space generated. Cultivator, please state your name. A somewhat strange voice sounded. Li Fan replied. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. As a reward, you will be given 20 contribution points for free. You can use these contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, martial techniques, magical treasures, and more. You can obtain contribution points by submitting materials, completing tasks, and trading with others. Similarly, if you encounter problems you can't solve, you can spend contribution points to post a reward. Your current total contribution points, 20. As a newly joined member of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, you can reside in the Tiangshuan Mirror for free for 30 days. After 30 days, you will need to pay contribution points to continue your stay. The accommodation fee is 10 contribution points for every 30 days. Of course, you can also choose to spend contribution points to purchase your own cultivation abode on 10,000 Immortals Island. The Tiangshuan Mirror tirelessly explained to Li Fan about the daily life in the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. If I can't find success in the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, can I choose to leave and join the Five Elders Association? After listening for a long time, Li Fan suddenly asked. As if being choked, the Tiangshuan Mirror abruptly stopped speaking. After a moment of silence, the Tiangshuan Mirror continued. Those who have joined the 10,000 Immortals Alliance cannot join the Five Elders Association, and vice versa. If violated, they will be jointly pursued and killed by both parties. Now it was Li Fan's turn to be silent. I haven't agreed to join your 10,000 Immortals Alliance, have I? Once you enter the Tiangshuan Mirror and your consciousness is recorded, you are considered to have voluntarily joined the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Can I leave the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, not join the Five Elders Association, and choose to be an independent cultivator? Li Fan asked again. The Tiangshuan Mirror fell silent again. After a while it responded, yes, but if you choose to leave, everything you have obtained in the 10,000 Immortals Alliance will be forcibly reclaimed. Please decide carefully. Can gold and silver be exchanged for contribution points? Yes, you can. Please refer to the exchange list for specific exchange rules. Li Fan asked the Tiangshuan Mirror one question after another, tirelessly. After a long time, he finally stopped. I don't have any more questions for now. All right, cultivator. If you have new doubts, feel free to call me at any time. You can also check it yourself through your consciousness. The space became quiet again, and with Li Fan's manipulation of his consciousness, this space transformed from the dark void into an ancient room. The decorations and items inside were almost identical to those in the Imperial Advisor's residence. Li Fan touched the decorations and items in the room with his hands, almost unable to perceive any difference. Tiangshuan Mirror, it really is an extraordinary treasure, Li Fan silently said in his heart. Through the previous questioning, he gained a rough understanding of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Opening the martial arts exchange menu with his consciousness, Li Fan saw that even the simplest martial arts for the Qi condensation stage required 1,000 contribution points. Then he opened the task list and filtered out the tasks available for the Qi condensation initial stage. The rewards for these tasks were all 5 or 10 points. It really is difficult to cultivate immortality. An inexplicable emotion arose in Li Fan's heart. You have a new image transmission. Please check it in a timely manner. Just at this moment, the voice of the Tiangshuan Mirror sounded again. One Tiangshuan Mirror translates roughly to Heaven Abyss Mirror, Heaven Profound Mirror, or something like that. Li Fan was a bit surprised. He had just arrived on this 10,000 Immortals Island not long ago, and someone was already sending him a video transmission. After opening it, a somewhat familiar figure appeared. It was Xiao Heng. At this moment, he looked almost like a different person compared to 4 or 5 years ago. Wearing a white robe, his long hair flowing, he exuded a sense of detachment. Brother Li, you're finally here, Xiao Heng said with a smile. When I was on the Liulai Island before, I was greatly indebted to your care. I've always been unable to repay it. I left abruptly when I broke through to the Qi condensation stage that day, and I felt even more guilty. Upon arriving on this 10,000 Immortals Island, I learned that it's difficult to find cultivation techniques in the current cultivation world. Especially for new members who have just joined the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, it often takes 1 or 2 years to accumulate enough contributions to exchange for Qi condensation stage cultivation techniques. That was the case for me back then. Fortunately, as your strength grows, the ways to gain contribution points will also increase, and the situation will gradually improve. Since I started cultivating, I've had many adventures. A year ago, I just broke through to the late Qi condensation stage, and now I've encountered a bottleneck again. I intend to go to the central region of the Kongyun Sea, where the remnants of the cloud water heavenly palace lie, to find heavenly treasures and achieve foundation establishment. These treasures are hard to find. If I go, it may be several years before I can return. Before leaving, I left a water-attributed cultivation technique for you. 10,000 Immortals Island is located in the Kongyun Sea, where the water element is the strongest. Cultivating water-attributed techniques here is the easiest, and their power is quite impressive. Brother Li, remember to cultivate diligently, and it's best not to rashly leave the island before reaching the middle chi condensation stage. When I return, we must have a good drink together. Xiao Heng's figure gradually disappeared, leaving behind a jade slip. Minor Yan Water Technique, a chi condensation stage cultivation technique. Current number of practitioners, 0. Li Fan checked and saw that the Minor Yan Water Technique given by Xiao Heng only had the part up to the middle chi condensation stage and was not complete. Even so, the Tiangxuan mirror still required 800 contribution points to exchange for it. This kid, Li Fan felt a warmth in his heart. When it came down to it, Li Fan hadn't done much for Xiao Heng. Back then, he just buried Su Changyu and helped him find a slightly better place to stay on Liulai Island. He also provided the correct information about the Starry Sea quicksand to Li Fan, but Xiao Heng had always kept this small favor in his heart, even though his realm of cultivation had far surpassed Li Fan's now. Looking at it this way, Xiao Heng's character was indeed quite good. Of course, perhaps part of it was because Xiao Heng thought they were both people from the land of immortal extinction. Regardless, Li Fan made a mental note of this matter. He, Li Fan, wasn't one to forget kindness. Along with the Minor Yan Water Technique, another small jade slip appeared. It was the Tai Shang primordial scripture, something that Li Fan had heard Ku Hong mention a long time ago. Practicing this technique allowed one to easily dissipate their cultivation and lose minimal progress, making it a must-learn for every cultivator in today's cultivation world. With both the Minor Yan Water Technique and the Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra in his possession, supplemented by the Tai Shang primordial scripture, Li Fan quickly made a decision. Outwardly, he would cultivate the Minor Yan Water Technique to deceive others, while secretly practicing the Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra. Of course, it would be best to find a reason to leave 10,000 Immortals Island before practicing the Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra. Although the Tiangxuan mirror might not pay attention to a small chi condensation stage cultivator like Li Fan, it was always wise to be careful. Li Fan had just entered the cultivation world and was ignorant of many things. He needed to catch up and learn a lot. Thankfully, all the information related to common knowledge was freely available in the Tiangxuan mirror. So for several days, Li Fan stayed in the Tiangxuan mirror, eagerly reading the relevant information. Atlas of the Kongyun Sea described in detail the geography, special products, and history of the various islands in the Kongyun Sea. Treatise for Cultivation explained some of the things that needed attention before officially practicing a technique after entering the chi condensation stage. This included the basic use of spiritual consciousness and manipulation of spiritual energy. Techniques, wealth, partners, and homes introduced the 4 essential elements for cultivation: cultivation techniques, wealth, spiritual companions, and cultivation abodes. It particularly emphasizes the scarcity and importance of cultivation techniques in today's cultivation world. It sternly warns young cultivators not to casually disclose their cultivation techniques to others, as it could lead to unimaginable calamities. Ancient Secrets of Cultivation narrates in the first person the story of an outer disciple of the Great Tao sect, explaining how they went through various trials to become an inner disciple, core disciple, elder, and ultimately the sect master. Tiangxuan Mirror Shopping Guide lists several items worth prioritizing for exchange within the Tiangxuan Mirror for cultivators. For example, storage rings, protective garments, and more. Li Fan spent 7 or 8 days reading all these free books. Next, he was eager to read books like Theory of Formations, Introduction to Alchemy, Basics of Artifact Refining, Treasure Guide of the Cultivation World, but they required a large number of contribution points for exchange. Li Fan was new and a bit tight on funds, so he had to wait for a while before he could get them. Taking advantage of the remaining free stay time in the Tiangxuan Mirror, Li Fan began to practice the Minor Yan Water Technique. He already knew the benefits of cultivating in the Tiangxuan Mirror. By spending contribution points, he could activate the auxiliary cultivation mode in the Tiangxuan Mirror. In this mode, the density of spiritual energy in the Tiangxuan Mirror would increase several times compared to the outside world, almost comparable to top-tier sanctuaries. Moreover, it could be converted into an endless amount of the corresponding attribute of spiritual energy needed by the cultivator, allowing the cultivator to practice without worrying about insufficient spiritual energy. Furthermore, the Tiangxuan Mirror would grant the cultivators who practiced inside the mirror an enlightenment state. In this state, their comprehension ability would greatly increase, making it easier for them to practice cultivation techniques. Spending 10 contribution points, Li Fan exchanged for a day of auxiliary cultivation. With a large influx of spiritual energy, Li Fan started practicing according to the minor yan water technique. Soon, he felt the enhancement of his cultivation speed brought about by the Tiangshuan mirror. The spiritual energy seemed to be compressed and accelerated, spontaneously converging into Li Fan's body. The cryptic and profound sentences in the minor yan water technique became clear to him at first sight, and he instantly knew how to practice it. The spiritual energy followed the initial path of the cultivation technique and seemed as if it had been circulating smoothly countless times before, incredibly smooth. This super cultivation state almost made Li Fan feel as if he was a natural genius. Practicing had become a kind of enjoyment. Li Fan immersed himself in it and couldn't extricate himself. A day passed quickly. When the time was up, Li Fan suddenly retreated from that incredibly smooth cultivation state. When he started practicing again, he deeply felt the difference. The speed of cultivation under the auxiliary cultivation mode was more than 30 times faster than when he practiced on his own. This profound difference made Li Fan almost unable to resist exchanging for another day. But looking at the remaining 10 contribution points, Li Fan forced himself to endure it. Such a treasure, it should belong to me. Greed suddenly surged in Li Fan's heart. Unfortunately, Li Fan could only think about it for now. The Tiangshuan mirror was the treasure of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, its foundation. It was not something a small chi condensation cultivator like Li Fan could covet. Better to accept missions and earn contribution points more realistically. Suppressing the greed in his heart, Li Fan clicked on the contribution points mission list. He filtered out the missions for the early chi condensation stage that had little danger. At a glance, these were all odd jobs and errands, with most of the rewards being just 1 or 2 contribution points. Moreover, they often disappeared after a moment, obviously being taken by others. After removing the condition of low danger, many new missions appeared. These tasks often required visiting various islands in the Kongyun Sea to accomplish something, but because the tasks dealt with mortals, there was no need for combat, and the danger was not too high. The rewards for these tasks were around 5 to 10 points, and using the teleportation array of the 10,000 Immortals Island also required contribution points, 1 point per use. After deducting the 2 points needed for a round trip, not much of the reward from a mission was left. Earning enough contribution points to stay in the Tiangshuan mirror and occasionally cultivate was not an easy task. Although it became easier to earn contribution points as one's strength increased, the contribution points required to activate the auxiliary cultivation mode also increased as the cultivation level rose. In this way, one had to work hard to earn contribution points. Furthermore, exchanging for cultivation methods also required a large number of contribution points. Li Fan suddenly understood why the Tiangshuan mirror had opened up this auxiliary cultivation feature. For cultivators who had experienced this kind of super cultivation mode, it was hard to refuse in the future. Moreover, under the premise of spending the same amount of time, opening the auxiliary cultivation mode after accumulating contribution points would be faster in overall cultivation progress than practicing alone. Cultivation methods, resources, auxiliary cultivation. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance indeed had a tight grip on cultivators. Thinking about this, Li Fan looked for tasks that suited him while considering how to earn contribution points. Earning contribution points was secondary. Li Fan's main purpose was to find an opportunity to go out and take out the Taiyan boat hidden in the truth. There were still many gold and silver treasures in the Taiyan boat, as well as a heavenly treasure, the stone tablet of prohibition. It was estimated that he could exchange for a lot of contribution points. As for why he didn't directly release it on the 10,000 Immortals Island, he was not stupid. Doing so would be directly telling others that he had a valuable item on him. Li Fan believed that every inch of land on the 10,000 Immortals Island was within the surveillance range of the Tiangshuan mirror. If he attracted the attention of the other party, it would be troublesome. Although the truth could turn reality into an illusion, he still had to think to activate it. What if a powerful being directly locked his divine sense, making him unable to think? Then he would be at the mercy of others. He wouldn't take such a risk, no matter what. In any case, caution was Li Fan's first principle of action. Just at this moment, Li Fan suddenly saw a few familiar words in a pile of tasks. Liulai Island. He was delighted and immediately accepted the task. Then he carefully examined the contents of the task. It turned out that within the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, the special product, Liulai beads from Liulai Island, had been exhausted, and according to the regulations, the next submission would have to wait until 6 months later. In urgent need of alchemy materials, the alchemy room issued a commission, recruiting people to go to Liulai Island and fetch at least 20 Liulai beads. The reward is determined by the quality and quantity of Liulai beads. Li Fan had heard about these Liuli beads since he arrived on Liuli Island. They were occasionally born within the bodies of Liuli fish. However, he didn't know what kind of pill they were used to refine. But this task was perfect for him. After spending 5 contribution points to buy the smallest storage ring for cover, Li Fan didn't delay. He left the Tiangshuan mirror and headed straight for the transmission square. Returning the same way, Li Fan arrived at the statue he had visited before. By now, Li Fan knew that each of the 10,000 statues on the transmission square corresponded to an island in the Kongyun Sea. The teleportation array was connected to the guardian arrays of each island. The stone statue in front of him, symbolizing Liuli Island, was a leaping Liuli fish. After deducting 1 contribution point, Li Fan activated the teleportation array. This time, the dizziness was indeed much weaker, and soon Li Fan recovered. I wonder who this friend is. The voice of He Zhenghao faintly came. Why is it you? He Zhenghao looked a bit puzzled when he saw the person clearly. Li Fan immediately recounted the task he had taken and the matter of coming to get Liuli beads. Liuli beads, I'll have someone take you to get them, He Zhenghao said, nodding without much concern. You're adapting quite quickly, going out to do tasks in such a hurry. Life forces me to, Li Fan said, pretending to be a bit helpless. He Zhenghao immediately had a knowing look. Following the servant to Liuli Mansion, Li Fan met the finance manager in charge. The finance manager respectfully fell to the ground, and it wasn't known if he recognized Li Fan. After all, Li Fan had previously been in charge of a fleet on Liuli Island, and he had crossed paths with the finance manager. However, even if he recognized Li Fan, the finance manager probably would pretend not to. In any case, in their eyes, a cultivator was a high and mighty existence. After receiving the order, the finance manager quickly took out all the Liuli beads stored on the island. Reporting to the Immortal Master, there are currently only 23 Liuli beads left on the island. This is all we have been able to collect recently on Liuli Island. If the Immortal Master still needs them, it may take about a year or so. The finance manager said somewhat anxiously. Oh, what happened? Li Fan asked. I dare not deceive the Immortal Master. According to the feedback from the island's fishing fleet, it seems that due to overfishing, the encountered groups of Liuli fish have become fewer and fewer. It may take some time for them to recover naturally before they can be caught again, the finance manager said. Li Fan nodded upon hearing this. However, in his mind, Zhang Heiabo's words suddenly emerged. I understand this matter. Li Fan put the Liuli beads into the storage ring and didn't return immediately. Instead, he first went to his home. Entering the house, Li Fan waited for a while, released his divine sense to ensure that He Zhenghao was not secretly watching, and then released the Taiyan boat. Then he quickly transferred the gold and silver as well as the stone tablet of prohibition inside the Taiyan boat. After doing all this, Li Fan returned to the guardian array. Just as he was about to return directly to the 10,000 Immortals Island, Li Fan heard a voice behind him. Young friend, please wait. Li Fan's hair stood on end, and he turned around, looking at He Zhenghao with a vigilant gaze. He Zhenghao was puzzled and didn't understand why Li Fan had such a reaction. Fortunately, He Zhenghao didn't dwell on it and looked at Li Fan with a smiling face, saying, there's no need to be nervous. I just wanted to ask if my young friend is interested in guarding an island. Of course, not this Liuli Island, but the Taiyan Island to the west of Liuli Island. The guardian of Taiyan Island has a good relationship with me. Currently, he is facing a bottleneck in his cultivation and wants to go out to seek opportunities. However, due to his responsibilities, he can't leave on his own, so he asked me if I knew anyone suitable to recommend. It's a coincidence that I met you, He Zhenghao explained. To guard an island, at least foundation establishment cultivation is needed, right? I've just entered the qi condensation stage. Can I really take up this guardian position? Li Fan asked, somewhat surprised. In the Kongyun Sea archipelago, as long as there's a certain valuable specialty product nearby, there will be cultivators guarding it. The guardianship can range from 10 to 100 years. Because one has to stay on the island all the time and cannot easily leave, the restrictions are significant, so the rewards are substantial. Depending on the size and scale of the island, the annual contribution points one can receive range from a few hundred to over 1,000. Therefore, the job of guarding an island is indeed quite attractive, and it's impossible to do it without certain connections. Moreover, the guardianship of those rich islands is even more so. Often, they are arranged in advance long before the previous guardian leaves. It's not a formal guardian position. It's just that my friend has issued a targeted commission for you to temporarily take over the guardian role for him on Taiyan Island. Moreover, Taiyan Island is not a large island, and with the guardian array, a qi condensation cultivator is sufficient to take care of it for a while. You don't have to worry, young friend. And as the referrer, I will naturally receive a certain reward, He Zhenghao explained warmly to Li Fan. During the temporary guardianship, how long can I leave at most? Li Fan asked again. The guardian array generally operates every 5 days. If you have to leave for something, it's best to return within 5 days. It's not advisable to leave more than 3 times within a year. Thinking Li Fan was worried about delaying his cultivation, He Zhenghao added, after receiving your contribution points each year, you can exchange for 5 days of assisted cultivation time in the Tangshuan Mirror. These 5 days often can be equivalent to half a year of ordinary hard cultivation. Li Fan knew this was a good thing and agreed immediately. But I still have to wait until I return to the 10,000 Immortals Island and complete the task, Li Fan said. Naturally, young friend, you go first. When things are ready on Taiyan Island in a few days, I'll go to the island to find you. Afterward, Li Fan bid farewell to He Zhenghao and returned to 10,000 Immortals Island. He didn't need to go to the pharmacy, he just needed to hand over the Liulai beads in the Tangshuan Mirror. After a while, the pharmacy received the 23 Liulai beads. Because the quality of these Liulai beads varied, Li Fan received a reward of 21 contribution points. Current total contribution points, 26. It's too little, only enough for 2 days of cultivation. Li Fan shook his head. Taking out the gold and silver from the storage ring, as well as the stone tablet of prohibition, Li Fan requested an exchange of contribution points. After a moment, the Tangshuan Mirror provided the results. Batch of gold and silver, convertible to 235 contribution points. Heavenly treasure, stone tablet of prohibition. Quality, flawed, convertible to 1968 contribution points. Li Fan opened the Tangshuan Mirror's exchange menu and looked for heavenly treasures. He found that an undamaged heavenly treasure would require at least 4,000 points. The recycling price provided by the Tangshuan Mirror was directly halved. It was too much. Although it had some flaws, it shouldn't directly reduce the price by half. Li Fan's face twitched, but after thinking about it, he chose to exchange it. The Tangshuan Mirror didn't provide anonymous trading. To trade with other cultivators, you had to reveal your true identity. But if a cultivator in the qi condensation stage like him took out this foundational treasure without thinking, it would surely attract a lot of attention. It might bring unnecessary trouble. Li Fan twitched his face, but when he thought about it, he chose to exchange it directly with the Tangshuan Mirror. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance was vast, and there were countless cultivators who had encountered opportunities. Li Fan, a qi condensation cultivator, possessing a heavenly treasure might be extremely rare in the Kongyun Sea, but in the entire cultivation world, it wasn't such a big deal. Confirm exchange. The gold, silver, and stone tablet of prohibition slowly disappeared, and Li Fan's contribution points reached 2229. Having suddenly become rich, Li Fan didn't immediately choose to spend extravagantly. Instead, he first consulted the Tangshuan Mirror about his concerns. Will there be any disasters in the Kongyun Sea area soon? Li Fan relayed all the various abnormal occurrences that Zhang Heabo had told him to the Tangshuan Mirror. The Tangshuan Mirror fell into silence. After a long time, it finally replied, "Please don't worry, fellow cultivator. These are all normal celestial and terrestrial phenomena. According to the calculations, there won't be any major disasters within the next 10 years. Since the Tangshuan Mirror said so, Li Fan felt relieved. Afterward, he thought for a moment and searched for information about the Liulai pill. The Liulai pill was an auxiliary pill, commonly used from qi condensation to foundation establishment stage cultivation. After consumption, one's mind would be as clear as a crystal, pure and transparent. It could produce effects similar to enlightenment, increasing the comprehension of techniques and the speed of cultivation. Furthermore, the effects could stack with the Tangshuan Mirror's assisted cultivation. The majority of the cultivators in the 10,000 Immortals League were constantly traveling outside, accumulating contribution points, and cultivating time was precious. Thus, the Liulai pill, which could enhance cultivation efficiency, became even more precious. The Liulai pill was very popular among qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators, and its price fluctuated between 5 and 6 contribution points per pill. Li Fan checked and found that the current price was 6 points per pill. The near extinction of Liulai fish for unknown reasons will definitely drive up the price of Liulai pills. Li Fan thought to himself. Therefore, he spent 2,100 contribution points and purchased 350 Liulai pills from the Tangshuan Mirror all at once. Afterward, he reported to the Tangshuan Mirror about the near disappearance of the Liulai fish population on Liulai Island. The Tangshuan Mirror fell silent, emitting slight fluctuations. After a while, Li Fan received a reward of 1 contribution point. This was the Tangshuan Mirror confirming the authenticity of the information. Yes, providing information to the Tangshuan Mirror could also earn contribution points. The higher the value of the information, the more rewards one could receive. Logically speaking, the value of the information Li Fan provided should be more than just 1 contribution point. Perhaps the Tangshuan Mirror viewed Li Fan's hoarding behavior as somewhat unfavorable, so it only gave him 1 point as a reward. Li Fan didn't mind. His purpose had been achieved with this operation. First, he confirmed that the Tangshuan Mirror was unaware of what happened after he left 10,000 Immortals Island. In other words, as long as he left 10,000 Immortals Island, he didn't need to worry about the Tiangshuan mirror's prying. Second, he confirmed that the Tiangshuan mirror indeed had its own will. This was evident from only giving him one contribution point, showing its displeasure with Li Fan's behavior. Third, naturally, it was to seize this opportunity to make a good profit. The market's response was quite swift. The price of Liuli pills suddenly skyrocketed in a short time, surging from 6 points per pill to 9 points per pill. The prices of items sold in the Tiangshuan mirror are not fixed. The prices are regulated by the Tiangshuan mirror and are directly related to the number of people buying the items. For example, at this moment, the news of the depletion of Liuli beads and the temporary halt in Liuli pill production immediately triggered a frenzy of purchases among some individuals. Some genuinely needed the Liuli pill to accelerate their cultivation, but many, like Li Fan, wanted to hoard and make a significant profit. As a result, the price of Liuli pills surged from 6 points to 9 points in a short period. This sudden change in price also caught the attention of those who were unaware. After some inquiries, they found out about the imminent extinction of Liuli beads. These individuals hastily joined the buying frenzy as well. The price of Liuli pills continued to rise, temporarily reaching an astonishing price of 12 points per pill. Li Fan thought it was enough and chose to sell all the Liuli pills he had on hand. Naturally, he sold them directly to the Tiangshuan mirror. Due to the high demand, the Tiangshuan mirror's purchase price was not as low as when it bought the stone tablet of prohibition, almost halving the price. Instead, it was at a high price of 10 points per pill. Li Fan wasn't greedy and readily sold all 350 Liuli pills he held. He received 3,500 contribution points, adding to the previous 129 points, bringing Li Fan's total contribution points to an impressive 3,629 points. After Li Fan made his move, the market's fervor gradually cooled down. The price of 12 points per pill obviously exceeded the true value of Liuli pills. After all, the effectiveness of Liuli pills was not irreplaceable. There were many other pills with similar functions. The reason Liuli pills were popular was their low price. The sudden surge in the price of Liuli pills was just due to people in the market being stimulated by the sudden news, temporarily losing their rationality. When everyone calmed down, the price of Liuli pills returned to a relatively reasonable and stable rate, 8 points contribution per pill. At this point, Li Fan bought another 100 Liuli pills for his own cultivation. He spent 800 points, leaving him with 2,829 points. Through this series of actions, Li Fan not only increased his contribution points by 600, but also managed to acquire 100 Liuli pills essentially for free. 600 contribution points were equivalent to the annual savings of an ordinary qi condensation cultivator who diligently focused on tasks, not to mention the 100 Liuli pills, which were like hard currency. Li Fan sighed. However, his size didn't affect the spending speed of Li Fan, the beneficiary of the situation. Theory of Formations, Introduction to Alchemy, Basics of Artifact Refining, Treasure Guide of the Cultivation World, and other books, whether useful or not, Li Fan bought them without hesitation. Body-protecting garments, hidden chi talismans, basic composite formations, starter alchemy sets, and other commonly used items by cultivators, Li Fan bought them all generously. As the storage ring gradually filled up, and as his contribution points rapidly decreased to 346 points, Li Fan wasn't the least bit distressed. After finishing his spending, he swallowed a Liuli pill, activated the auxiliary cultivation mode, and began practicing the minor yan water technique. The abundant water attributed spiritual energy surged out, and Li Fan once again experienced what it was like to have a genius cultivation speed. Auxiliary cultivation mode of the Tiangshuan mirror, combined with the effect of the Liuli pill, made Li Fan's progress in cultivation incredibly rapid. In just 2 days, Li Fan broke through to the early qi condensation stage. Following that, in 3 more days, he successfully cultivated minor yan water technique to the mid-qi condensation stage. No bottlenecks, everything flowed smoothly, and Li Fan was thoroughly enjoying the process. Li Fan was deeply immersed in this form of cultivation. So when the later stages of minor yan water technique were missing, and the cultivation automatically stopped after reaching the mid-qi condensation stage, he felt profoundly disappointed and empty. Fortunately, the mid-qi condensation part of minor yan water technique was priced at 600 contribution points, which helped calm Li Fan down a bit. As he pondered whether to sell some Liuli pills to acquire the following techniques, he received a visit request from He Zhenghao. After considering it, Li Fan put on the hidden qi talisman he had just bought and allowed He Zhenghao to enter. As soon as He Zhenghao saw Li Fan, he said excitedly, "I've already arranged things for guarding Taiyan Island. Next, I'll take you to meet him and accept the commission." After that, He Zhenghao handed a spiritual talisman to Li Fan and said, "Wear this on you. Remember, when we meet later, say as little as possible and leave everything to me." Li Fan took a look at the talisman and couldn't help but grimace. If he hadn't bought an identical one not long ago, he would have had trouble recognizing what it was. This talisman was called the False Authority Talisman, and its effect was the opposite of a concealment talisman. While a concealment talisman hid one's cultivation level, the False Authority Talisman was used to disguise oneself as a cultivator of a higher realm. He Zhenghao gave Li Fan this False Authority Talisman to make him appear as a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Indeed, the claim that a qi condensation cultivator was adequate to guard an island was just a ploy to deceive Li Fan. He Zhenghao had planned all along to have Li Fan masquerade as a Foundation Establishment cultivator and take on the commission to guard Taiyan Island, thereby earning the price difference. It was worth noting that the cost of hiring a Foundation Establishment cultivator and a qi condensation cultivator was vastly different in terms of contribution points. He Zhenghao didn't notice Li Fan's expression and cheerfully introduced the guardian of Taiyan Island, Zhou Qinggang, to Li Fan. Li Fan couldn't expose He Zhenghao's plan, so he could only smile and greet Zhou Qinggang reluctantly. This person must not be closely associated with. Li Fan glanced at He Zhenghao, who had a smiling face and silently criticized. Zhou Qinggang looked at Li Fan and seemed quite satisfied. Immediately, he directly issued a specific commission to He Zhenghao. After accepting the commission, He Zhenghao turned to Li Fan and issued a commission to him. During Zhou Qinggang's search for opportunities, substitute for him in guarding Taiyan Island. Reward 800 contribution points per year. Fortunately, He Zhenghao didn't skimp too much on the reward. At this point, Li Fan had no choice but to accept this task. Zhou Qinggang handed a jade token to He Zhenghao, then left in a hurry to seek his own breakthrough opportunities. Seeing this, He Zhenghao breathed a sigh of relief and handed the token to Li Fan, saying solemnly, "This is the guardian token of Taiyan Island. With this, you can control the island's protective array. Please take good care of it and don't lose it." Li Fan accepted the token, and then the two of them used a teleportation array to arrive at Taiyan Island. Taiyan Island was not as grand as Liulai Island with its thousands of peaks. Taiyan Island looked more like a bustling city. What set it apart was that the residents of the city were all fruits with human faces. These fruits lived and worked in this formation-defended city, just like real people. They would live out their entire lives. This is the specialty of Taiyan Island, the Taiyan fruits, He Zhenghao explained to Li Fan as they strolled through the city, pointing to the bustling crowd. When these fruit-like people die, it means the Taiyan fruits have ripened. Consuming a ripe Taiyan fruit can add 5 years to the lifespan of a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment stage or below. It only has an effect the first time a person consumes it, He Zhenghao regretfully added. The stipulated annual amount of Taiyan fruits to be submitted is 30 pieces. Any extras can be kept for yourself. Consider it a perk for serving as a guardian. On average, you can save about 2 Taiyan fruits per year. In the Tiangshuan Mirror, the price of Taiyan fruits generally ranges from 90 to 100 contribution points. So all in all, the compensation for acting as the guardian is indeed not low, He Zhenghao explained to Li Fan with a chuckle. Li Fan nodded. Although He Zhenghao used some tricks, what he said was not untrue. On 10,000 Immortals Island, earning 1,000 contribution points per year at the qi condensation stage was definitely quite rare. He Zhenghao enjoyed the benefits while Li Fan got a little share of the pie. "I appreciate your help, Senior," Li Fan said, clasping his hands in gratitude. "No need to be so formal. You were born on the island I'm guarding, and it's only right that I guide you. As long as you advance in your cultivation in the future, my efforts won't be in vain." He Zhenghao was speaking when suddenly he stopped. He made a soft exclamation and looked at Li Fan with a slightly surprised tone. "You've advanced to the mid-qi condensation stage." Li Fan was startled. He hadn't expected that even with a hidden qi talisman, the other party could still tell. He nodded and openly admitted, "Yes, I have a close relationship with Xiao Heng." Before he left behind a water attribute technique for me. "The technique suits me well, and my progress in cultivation has been rapid. I just broke through a few days ago." You're quite cautious. If it weren't for my unique technique, I might not have noticed." "You used a hidden qi talisman?" He Zhenghao asked. Li Fan nodded. "It's understandable. Caution is never a bad thing, especially in the cultivation world where there are many with ill intentions." He Zhenghao was speaking when he suddenly noticed that Li Fan was giving him a peculiar look. He quickly laughed it off and changed the topic. "I didn't expect you to have such a good relationship with Xiao Heng, and he even left a technique for you. Xiao Heng is indeed a rare talent, practicing for only a few years, and he's about to reach Foundation Establishment. His future is limitless." Obviously, He Zhenghao had been paying attention to Xiao Heng, and at this moment, he spoke with a mix of emotion and envy. Reaching the Golden Core stage and even the Nascent Soul stage in the future is not impossible. Your close relationship with him is truly a blessing, He Zhenghao continued, sounding increasingly enthusiastic. "It's a fortunate encounter to meet a senior like you as well," Li Fan praised casually. He Zhanghao heard this and burst into hearty laughter, quite pleased. At this moment he paused, turned to look in a certain direction in the city, and said, coincidentally, a Taiyan fruit has ripened now. I'll demonstrate to you, young friend, how to pick a Taiyan fruit. Li Fan nodded and followed He Zhanghao to a house. Even before entering the courtyard, they could hear cries. When they went inside, Li Fan saw a dozen or so human-faced fruits kneeling on the ground, dressed in white, wearing mourning clothes. In the center of the room was a coffin-like structure with a human-faced fruit lying in it, appearing as if asleep. The fruit had its eyes closed, a crooked mouth, and a slightly eerie smile, remaining completely still. None of the human-faced fruits in the house noticed the arrival of Li Fan and He Zhanghao. They were grieving for their departed loved ones. The scene in the room looked somewhat absurd and terrifying. Li Fan got closer, and a strange fragrance wafted from the coffin. He Zhanghao came to the side of the coffin, chanting words and gently tapping the center of the human-faced fruit inside. A soft light enveloped it, and the human-faced fruit slowly floated up from the coffin, hovering in the air. Then it shrank slowly, turning into a small, bright red fruit. As the Taiyan fruit took shape, the fruit-faced entities dressed in mourning robes suddenly quieted down. Their white mourning clothes gradually disappeared, and their grieving expressions transformed into confusion. They looked around blankly for a moment, and then, in silence, these fruit-faced entities dissipated. How was it? He Zhanghao handed the Taiyan fruit to Li Fan, quite peculiar. Li Fan found the scene of picking the Taiyan fruit a bit eerie, and he answered reluctantly. Li Fan held the Taiyan fruit in his hand and observed it carefully. The fruit resembled an apple in shape, but its color was even more vibrant red, almost dazzling, and a continuous fragrance kept emanating from the Taiyan fruit. This fragrance seemed to penetrate deep into the soul. Li Fan involuntarily swallowed when he smelled it. Young friend, you haven't tasted the Taiyan fruit before, right? Why not try it? He Zhanghao suggested. Items that increase one's lifespan naturally hold great allure for cultivators like us. The longer the duration, the greater the temptation, He Zhanghao said with a smiling expression, seeing Li Fan's hesitation. Indeed, the effect of the fragrance seemed to accumulate. With Li Fan's indecision, the fragrance became increasingly intense. Under the influence of the fragrance, a sense of hunger welled up from deep within. So after a while, Li Fan hesitated no more and swallowed the Taiyan fruit in one go. The hunger instantly disappeared. Even though it was just a small fruit, Li Fan belched as if he had just finished a large meal. Li Fan checked his truth panel and saw that the upper limit of his physical age had increased by 5 years. Smacking his lips, Li Fan reminisced about the taste of the Taiyan fruit. This miraculous item that increases one's lifespan, it's truly extraordinary. It just looks a bit strange, resembling a person and making one nervous. He Zhanghao responded with a smile. The Taiyan fruit is indeed derived from humans, hence the resemblance. Li Fan's expression froze. Suppressing the churning sensation in his stomach, Li Fan asked in horror, are all the Taiyan fruits in this city real people? He Zhanghao wasn't too concerned about Li Fan's reaction. However, considering Li Fan had only recently entered the cultivation world, he could understand, so he continued to explain, strictly speaking, Taiyan fruit is a type of fruit, not a human being. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief at hearing this, but still had reservations. What do you mean by derived from humans? This goes back to the origin of the Taiyan fruit, He Zhanghao said, leading Li Fan back to the city above as he spoke. 500 years ago, Taiyan Island was just a very ordinary island. The surrounding area had no valuable special products, and the island had only a few thousand ordinary people living there. Such small islands are numerous in the Kongyun Sea, but one day, everything suddenly changed. First, the ordinary people on the surrounding islands noticed that they hadn't seen any residents of Taiyan Island for a long time. Occasionally, merchants from the island used to come and go, but they hadn't seen them for over a year. Driven by curiosity, some people sailed to Taiyan Island to find out what was going on. But unexpectedly, several waves of people who went there never returned. Realizing something was wrong, the people quickly reported this to the guardian of the island at the time. At that time, the guardian was already a golden core cultivator. Even so, upon seeing what had happened on Taiyan Island, he fell into deep fear. The ordinary people on the island had all disappeared. The city where they once gathered had now become a forest of lush trees, resembling a primitive forest. On the branches of those trees hang numerous Taiyan fruits. When a gentle breeze passes by, the fruit's human faces reveal an eerie smile. As He Zhanghao narrated, Li Fan felt as if he could see countless human faces smiling at him. Thinking about how he had just eaten one of these fruits, Li Fan involuntarily felt a shiver down his spine. He Zhanghao continued speaking. The Golden Core Guardian, after recovering from his shock, went down to investigate the city. There wasn't a single ordinary person left on the entire island. They had all turned into smiling fruit. However, the Golden Core Guardian couldn't figure out why this bizarre event had occurred, so he had no choice but to report it. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance sent someone to investigate, but no one knows what the specific results were. However, all the trees in the city were later cut down, and the city was restored to its original appearance. The human-faced fruits acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to live in the city in the same way. Generation after generation, they've reproduced until now. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance has also constructed a great formation here, and dedicated individuals guard and harvest the fruits. Upon hearing this, Li Fan couldn't help but say, in this case, aren't these Taiyan fruits essentially human? He Zhenghao shook his head, saying, how can they be human? They have no consciousness of their own and act solely on instinct. At most, they retain some remnants of human desires. Li Fan pondered for a moment and ultimately didn't argue. This matter was too extraordinary, and he didn't know how to categorize these Taiyan fruits. However, once the effect of prolonging one's life was discovered by cultivators, these details became unimportant. Not to mention these Taiyan fruits, even if they were genuine ordinary humans, if consuming them extended one's lifespan, they couldn't escape the fate of being consumed. Li Fan fell into contemplation. He Zhenghao also seemed to recall something and fell into silence. After a long while, the two of them finally snapped back to reality. Next, He Zhenghao briefed Li Fan on some matters to pay attention to regarding guarding the island. Li Fan remembered them all. The Great Formation covers the entire island, and each operation of the formation extracts a trace of spiritual energy from the ordinary people within it. The amount extracted is very small and won't have any significant impact on ordinary people. However, when these traces of spiritual energy gather and accumulate, the quantity becomes considerable. This energy, after conversion, can enhance the density of spiritual energy within the formation. Hence, while cultivating within this island protection formation isn't as efficient as using the assistance cultivation mode in the Tiangshuan mirror, it's still considerably faster than regular cultivation outside. Finally, He Zhenghao smugly revealed a secret known only to those who had served as island guardians. After some more advice and telling Li Fan to contact him if he had any questions, He Zhenghao left contentedly. With the island guardian token in hand and the array's enhancement, Li Fan's consciousness enveloped the entire island. The ordinary people on the island and the Taiyan fruits in the central core formation were all busy living their lives. After observing for a long time, Li Fan sighed. Harvest the essence of the world to serve one's cultivation. If possible, Li Fan naturally wanted to do something. Unfortunately, he was currently just a small qi condensation stage cultivator. Currently, the only thing he could do was to work hard in his cultivation. Li Fan suppressed various thoughts in his mind. From then on, Li Fan stationed himself on Taiyan Island. It had to be said that being an island guardian was relatively relaxed. The ordinary people on the island wouldn't disturb the immortal master for trivial matters. The only thing Li Fan needed to do was to check the island protection formation from time to time and harvest the ripe Taiyan fruits, among other such trivial tasks. During the rest of the time, Li Fan had his own discretion. Li Fan wholeheartedly devoted himself to diligent cultivation. 100 techniques of spiritual qi usage, basic understanding of spells, surefire secrets of winning duels. Strike first and be strong. Victory is in being swift. Starting with this fundamental cultivation knowledge, Li Fan gradually grasped some simple minor spells. Techniques like breath holding, feigning death, flight, and temporary strengthening, among others. While learning, Li Fan couldn't help but marvel at how the 10,000 Immortals Alliance held monopolies on knowledge. These techniques were the knowledge he bought from the Tiangshuan mirror, and using them for personal learning posed no problem, but teaching them to others after learning them was not allowed. Unless your strength surpassed the Tiangshuan mirror, and naturally could decipher the restrictions embedded within. Li Fan didn't know the specific strength of the Tiangshuan mirror. However, judging by common sense, it should be at least not below a soul transformation stage cultivator. The might of a soul transformation cultivator was far beyond what Li Fan could speculate at present, so even if he was dissatisfied, he could only accept the reality for the time being. After finishing these books, Li Fan started attempting to read about alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and related topics. Compared to the previous section on spells, these contents were much more complicated. It was a vast and complex field, and Li Fan didn't know where to start. Just reading through the basics of alchemy in Introduction to Alchemy, which included the harvesting of various herbs and their effects as well as identification and analysis, took Li Fan a full 10 days. Not to mention what came after, choosing and controlling the alchemical fire, furnace control, and alchemy practice. Li Fan estimated it would be impossible for him to fully read through all this in less than a year, knowing that learning these skills often required being guided by a master. After some hesitation, Li Fan finally chose to temporarily give up. So he temporarily set aside distracting thoughts and started practicing Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra. This ancient technique from the Tianji sect was truly obscure and difficult to comprehend. It was entirely different from the minor Yan water technique that Li Fan had practiced before, not belonging to the same system at all. Even with the assistance of Liuli pills to enhance his comprehension, Li Fan still spent nearly half a year just to barely grasp the basics. The hardship made Li Fan contemplate going to the Tangshuan mirror and practicing Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra in the super-assisted cultivation mode. But in the end, he suppressed this thought. Ultimately, Li Fan couldn't let go of his concerns about the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Judging from their way of doing things, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance was clearly not a benevolent group. If he aroused the interest of the Tangshuan mirror and exposed the nascent soul technique, it wouldn't be much of an issue. But if the existence of truth was exposed, that would be a genuine disaster. So Li Fan chose to cultivate slowly, despite his numerous frustrations. And so, a year passed. Li Fan returned to 10,000 Immortals Island and received the reward for acting as the temporary guardian, 800 contribution points. He then exchanged these points for the later stages of minor Yan water technique. After practicing for 5 days in the assisted cultivation mode of the Tangshuan mirror, he reluctantly returned to Taiyan Island. 5 days of rapid cultivation made Li Fan faintly feel that he was not far from the later stages of qi condensation. On Taiyan Island, within the protective array, a bottleneck, heavenly tribulation, Li Fan browsed through the purchased miscellaneous records of cultivation, his brows slightly furrowed. Since returning from 10,000 Immortals Island a few days ago, he hadn't stopped his cultivation for a moment. He had initially thought of seizing the opportunity to break through to the later stages of qi condensation. But even though he had clearly felt that he was close to a breakthrough, no matter how hard Li Fan cultivated, he always felt like he was just a tiny bit short. It was as if this tiny difference was an insurmountable chasm. After perusing the miscellaneous records of cultivation, Li Fan finally confirmed that he had encountered a bottleneck. During ancient times, there were mentions of cultivation bottlenecks. These were points in the cultivation process where progress seemed to halt. In today's cultivation world, these bottlenecks had an even greater impact on cultivators. Starting from the middle stages of qi condensation, every cultivator would inevitably encounter bottlenecks when advancing through various stages. Breaking through these bottlenecks was not only about hard work. It required finding an opportunity that resonated with one's current cultivation, allowing them to break through successfully. These opportunities could be as simple as seeing a painting, drinking tea, sudden enlightenment, or flashes of insight during life and death struggles. It could also be something someone casually mentioned or the careful guidance of a senior. In essence, these opportunities were unpredictable and could only be perceived through fate. These bottlenecks significantly slowed down a cultivator's progress, as if a heavenly disaster had descended to obstruct their cultivation path. For this reason, cultivators referred to it as a heavenly tribulation. Now, this heavenly tribulation had descended upon Li Fan. His plan to break through quickly had fallen apart due to this obstacle. Sitting in the protective array for several days, Li Fan hadn't sensed any opportunities to break through. Knowing that he couldn't rush this process, he didn't feel anxious. He temporarily set aside the cultivation of the minor Yan water technique and started practicing Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra. Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra consisted of 5 layers, corresponding to the 5 major realms of ancient times: innate, qi condensation, foundation building, core formation, and nascent soul. The innate realm was a unique existence in some ancient sects' cultivation methods during ancient times. It focused on cleansing the impurities acquired after birth to return to a state of innate purity. According to these sects, starting cultivation from the innate realm would make it easier to comprehend the heavenly Tao, allowing for faster and higher cultivation progress. However, with the advent of new cultivation methods that emphasized expedited cultivation, few people practiced the innate realm. Despite this, the foundation of the Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra was in the innate realm. So what Li Fan needed to do was use qi condensation to replace the innate realm, completing the first layer of cultivation. Normally, substituting a higher realm for a lower one would be smooth, but in this case, the differences between ancient and contemporary cultivation systems posed difficulties. Moreover, Li Fan had only been practicing for a few years and had a limited knowledge base. This was why it had taken him a considerable amount of time to just grasp the basics, despite the help of the Liuli pills. He persisted in his studies despite the difficulties, one word at a time, and contemplated the insights. According to the description of the Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra, after successfully cultivating the second layer corresponding to qi condensation, one would be able to master the divine ability of discerning variations. Discerning variations was the ability to distinguish and sense the various auras of heaven and earth. This was also the foundation of the 1,000 Mechanisms Jade Huan Golden Chapter. Only by first distinguishing and sensing these auras could they be captured and refined afterwards. The difficulty of practicing the second layer was even more difficult than Li Fan had imagined. If the minor Yan water technique was simple and clear in telling you how to cultivate without a single shred of nonsense, the Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra was intentionally obscure and esoteric, leaving the reader to puzzle things out themselves. Not only that, random ideas and dated analogies of the ancient cultivation world randomly intruded. With this unreasonably dense and incomprehensible text, Li Fan was quite frustrated. Fortunately, Li Fan was not a person who gave up lightly. Even if it was difficult, Li Fan was patient and slowly studied word by word. A year passed by in his diligent cultivation. His progress in Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra had been minimal. Li Fan didn't despair. When he went to 10,000 Immortals Island to collect his guardian compensation for the second time, he exchanged his 800 contribution points and 5 mature Taiyan fruits, which he had saved for 2 years, for some insights into ancient cultivation techniques. He then used the enhanced cultivation mode of the Tiangshuan mirror to read these insights without actually practicing the techniques. He compared them to his own experiences from the past year. This process allowed him to clarify many doubts and questions he couldn't understand before. He was overjoyed at some points, and now he felt he had finally understood some of the most confusing parts. 5 days passed quickly. Having gained insights, Li Fan hurried back to Taiyan Island and resumed his seclusion. This time he found that his cultivation was remarkably different from before. The obscure aspects of the cultivation technique had become clear, and there were no more hindrances. Li Fan soon immersed himself in his cultivation. Time passed unnoticed during his practice. One day, a golden mist of spiritual energy, entirely different from the water element, suddenly appeared in Li Fan's danshan. Li Fan opened his eyes abruptly, revealing a look of delight. "I've finally mastered the second layer of Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra." Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he looked at the time, feeling somewhat dazed. He hadn't expected that this seclusion would last a full year. However, in Li Fan's perception, it felt like he had only slept for a short while. Nonetheless, hard work always bore fruit. Li Fan's eyes lit up as he gathered the golden spiritual energy in his eyes, activating the Discern Variations ability. "Let me see what the so-called heaven and earthly auras are like." Li Fan was excited to test his newfound power. He looked towards Taiyan Island. What he saw, however, sent shivers down his spine. A dense black aura, like a thick layer of dark clouds, shrouded the entire Taiyan Island. The oppressive death aura made the island look like the underworld, even in broad daylight. Li Fan dispelled the technique and then used it again. After several repeated attempts, Li Fan could only confirm that he wasn't seeing things. How could this be? Li Fan was filled with disbelief. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and quickly cast the Discern Variations technique to examine himself. In the reflection, the accumulation of death aura on his head was hundreds of times denser than that on the island's ordinary people. "What's going on?" In shock, Li Fan's Discern Variations technique shattered. His mind was in chaos, a whirlwind of thoughts. After a while, Li Fan slowly regained his composure. Could there be something wrong with this Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra? His immediate reaction was that there might be an issue with this cultivation technique. The so-called discerning variations might no longer be applicable in the changed world of cultivation after the earth-shattering events of the past. After all, Li Fan was currently within the island defense array of Taiyan Island. Taiyan Island was located in the central area of the Kongyun Sea, within the sphere of influence of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. It had been safe and peaceful before, so how could disaster suddenly loom upon closing the gate? However, sensing the dense death energy around him, Li Fan couldn't convince himself that it was that simple. The unease in his heart grew stronger. Making a quick decision, regardless of whether it was true or false, he decided to head to 10,000 Immortals Island to avoid any potential disaster. So he immediately tried to activate the teleportation array to go to 10,000 Immortals Island. But what made him frown was that the teleportation array didn't respond. Li Fan's face darkened. He took out the communication charm that He Zhenghao had given him, attempting to contact He Zhenghao. After channeling spiritual energy, there was still no response. The situation was becoming clear. Something indeed strange had happened. Staying on Taiyan Island would be a dead end. He couldn't just sit and wait for disaster to strike. Li Fan summoned the Taiyan boat, took out Atlas of the Kongyun Sea, and prepared to personally navigate the flying boat. The original spirit stones powering the Taiyan boat were almost depleted, but fortunately, Li Fan acquired many spirit stones during his extravagant shopping spree. Li Fan estimated that it would take about 2 to 3 months to fly from Taiyan Island to 10,000 Immortals Island. The spirit stones would definitely be enough. At this point, Li Fan no longer cared about the task of guarding the island. he directly steered the flying boat, preparing to leave. Just as the Taiyan boat was about to fly out of the island defense array, Li Fan suddenly sensed an endless murderous intent from the outside. Like countless sharp swords, it pervaded the heavens and the earth. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately halted the Taiyan boat. His premonition told him that once he stepped out of this island defense array, he would undoubtedly die. Li Fan squinted, looking at the calm sea, not knowing where the danger was coming from. In the end, Li Fan chose not to take this risk. He put away the Taiyan boat and decided to first ask the ordinary people on the island what had happened recently. However, after his divine sense swept across the entire island, he was astonished. The residents of the entire island were reduced by a third, and the remaining ones all seemed to have inexplicably become thin and emaciated, as if they hadn't eaten for a long time. Knowing that something significant had happened during his closed-door cultivation, Li Fan's face darkened. He quickly flew to the residence of the island manager of Taiyan Island. During his tenure as the acting guardian, Li Fan had always been in seclusion, hardly paying attention to the affairs of the island. He had only met the island manager a few times before. At this moment, when the island manager saw Li Fan, he knelt down directly, continuously knocking his head and wailing. "Immortal Master, have mercy, save us." The island manager wept bitterly to the point where his head was about to bleed from the knocks. "What happened exactly? Speak quickly." Li Fan's face was extremely grim, reporting to Immortal Master, "We can't bear these days anymore. It has been nearly half a year since it last rained. The fresh water and food on the island are almost exhausted. If this continues, we will all starve to death," the island manager said while knocking his head and weeping. No rain for half a year. Li Fan recalled what Zhang Heabo had told him several years ago. Drought has come. But why did the Tiangshuan mirror tell me previously that there would be no major changes? Could it be that the Tiangshuan mirror doesn't take such a scale of drought seriously? The island manager continued to cry out. The fish near the coast have all been caught, and the weather is extremely hot. The fishing fleets headed towards the deep sea have not returned alive. Everyone is on the verge of starving to death. Immortal Master, have mercy, save us. Li Fan was annoyed by this person's cries and noticed that although the island manager had become a little thin, he was still plump. He was enraged and said, "Half of the island's ordinary people are starving, but why haven't you lost weight?" The island manager turned pale, preparing to defend himself. However, after Li Fan scanned the kitchen in the island manager's residence with his divine sense, he was even more furious. Without waiting for the island manager to speak, he slapped him, reducing him to a pile of flesh. Feasting on the dead, guilty as charged, Li Fan snorted coldly and used the power of the array to transmit his voice throughout the island. "The island manager has been killed by me. The rest of the officials come to the island manager's residence to see me." A few moments later, several ordinary people came to Li Fan, trembling in fear. Seeing that they also hadn't had enough to eat, Li Fan suppressed his killing intent. Amidst the tearful pleas of these people, Li Fan finally understood what had happened during the year of his seclusion. The drought began half a year ago. Initially, it hadn't rained for many days, but people didn't pay much attention. It was only when 2 months passed without a drop of rain that the people on the island began to panic. The island had a source of fresh water, but with the passing days and no rain, it had gradually dried up. Initially, they could sustain themselves by catching fish near the island, but as the weather became hotter, they could no longer catch fish around the island. Moreover, after the fleets that went to the distant seas to fish never returned, Taiyan Island plunged into famine. In just a month, a third of the island's population had died, and no one knew how many tragedies had occurred. The remaining survivors were struggling to survive. If Li Fan had come out of seclusion a bit later, he was afraid that he wouldn't even find a few living people. With things at this point, Li Fan couldn't stand idly by. When he left the land of immortal extinction, besides a few cabins filled with gold and silver treasures, the rest of the Taiyan boat was filled with grain. Originally, it was just a precaution due to his cautious habit of exploring the unknown world. He didn't expect that it would come in handy almost 10 years later. The Taiyan boat had a purification array, so the food wouldn't spoil. Li Fan immediately enlarged the Taiyan boat and ordered the ordinary people on the island to move some of the food out for emergency use. Seeing that the Immortal Master had brought life-saving food, everyone on the island knelt down in excitement, continuously knocking their heads. Li Fan didn't pay attention to them and allowed them to rejoice. The food inside the Taiyan boat would last the people on the island for a few months if they ate sparingly. The main thing was to solve the issue of fresh water. With water, they could survive. Li Fan went to the main freshwater source on the island, a medium-sized lake in the center of the island. The lake had long been guarded by dedicated personnel to prevent ordinary people from approaching. Due to the long period without rain, the lake had significantly shrunk, leaving only about a tenth of its original size, and it was about to dry up completely. When constructing the island defense array, I never expected to encounter a water shortage like this. Holding the Taiyan Island Guard order, Li Fan shook his head helplessly. It seems that I need to create a purification array to cleanse seawater. Half a month later, a rudimentary seawater purification array was completed. With sufficient drinking water and food once again, the surviving residents of Taean Island bowed in gratitude, thanking the immortal master for saving their lives. However, Li Fan was not as elated as they were. Instead, he felt somewhat worried. After personally constructing an array, Li Fan had barely stepped onto the path of array techniques. It was then that he realized the island defense array of Taean Island was deteriorating at an abnormal speed. Generally, island defense arrays could operate for over 100 years. However, at the current rate of deterioration, in another 2 to 3 years, the array would completely lose its effectiveness. After careful investigation and consulting theory on formations, Li Fan found the cause of the array's damage. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth had become extremely turbulent and fierce. This fierce spiritual energy seemed to possess its own will. When absorbed by the island defense array, it gradually eroded the critical nodes of the array. The island defense array now resembled a machine with crucial components slowly rusting away. Each operation reduced its lifespan. While Li Fan identified the problem, he had no effective way to salvage the situation. The island defense array was too complex, with over 10,000 critical nodes, each typically composed of dozens of microarrays. When it was originally constructed, it was a collaboration of numerous nascent soul stage array masters from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Given the complexity of the issue, Li Fan, a beginner in array techniques, couldn't hope to solve it. Moreover, the main issue lay in the spiritual energy absorbed by the array. Even if he temporarily repaired the array, as long as the ferocious nature of the spiritual energy outside remained unchanged, it would merely be a short-term fix. Staying on Taean Island is a death sentence. I need to find a way to leave this place, but the outside world is engulfed in an unknown calamity, and the ferocious spiritual energy makes venturing out a perilous path. Caught between a rock and a hard place, it seemed like he was in an impossible situation. So this is a heavenly tribulation. Li Fan stared at the sky outside the island defense array, feeling like a flying insect trapped in a spider's web, unable to move and struggling on the brink of death. Yet Li Fan didn't choose to use truth immediately. Using truth would waste over a decade of charging time. Moreover, without understanding what had truly happened, he would likely face death once again the next time. Even if he fled far away from the Kongyun Sea, could he guarantee that he wouldn't encounter new crises? The malevolence of the heavenly Tao in this world was pervasive and omnipresent. Li Fan didn't believe that merely changing his location would guarantee safety, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't choose to directly give up on this world. In the following period, Li Fan continued to cultivate and search for a breakthrough. However, the ferocious spiritual energy outside showed no signs of calming down. In fact, it became even more violent with the passage of time. Under its relentless assault, the island defense array became increasingly precarious. It could collapse at any moment. There's no way out. Li Fan felt somewhat helpless. Ending this life in such uncertainty left him somewhat unwilling, yet it seemed like there were no other options. Should he use truth? Li Fan hesitated, looking at the mortals below gradually recovering their vitality. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The ferocious spiritual energy outside didn't seem to affect ordinary mortals. According to the description of the island's residents, apart from the hot weather, there was nothing particularly dangerous beyond the island defense array. The heavenly tribulation seems to target only cultivators. If I become immortal, I should be safe. Li Fan remembered the Tai Shang primordial scripture. With this peculiar technique, even if he transformed his cultivation back to a mortal state, he wouldn't lose much progress. As long as he found a safe place, it wouldn't take long to return to his original realm. So this is what they call emerging from a desperate situation. Thinking of a solution, Li Fan felt a sense of relief. Then he naturally started to consider more. He is currently practicing 2 cultivation techniques. One is the minor Yan water technique, exchanged within the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, and the other is the Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra from the ancient Tianji sect. One is a new technique, and the other is an old one. The practice method of the new technique involves plundering and seizing the heavens and the earth. Because of this, it triggers the malevolence of the heavens and the earth. Now, the heavens and the earth have set up layers of killing intent, targeting cultivators who practice the new technique. What if he were to only dissipate the minor Yan water technique and retain the realm of the Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra? Would the killing intent in the heavens and the earth decrease? Li Fan was a decisive person. The great array could collapse at any moment, so he made a prompt decision. The spiritual energy circulated within his body as he activated the Tai Shang primordial scripture. Follow the nameless supreme, return to the beginning. As the technique operated, the water attribute spiritual energy obtained from practicing the minor Yan water technique slowly dissipated like melting snow, transforming into pure energy and settling in Li Fan's dantian. In just half a day, the minor Yan water technique had been completely dissipated, yet Li Fan didn't feel any discomfort. This Tai Shang primordial scripture is indeed extraordinary. Li Fan sighed and flew to the edge of the island defense array. Indeed, this method is effective. Sensing the sudden weakening of the pervasive killing intent in the outside world, Li Fan felt a sense of joy. Unfortunately, the Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra is still practiced through the Tao of Plundering Heaven, although due to the intent of the technique, the malevolence of the heavens and the earth has decreased significantly compared to before. It has not completely dissipated. Realizing that even after leaving, there would still be a threat to his life, Li Fan made up his mind and chose to continue dissipating his cultivation. Soon, another surge of pure energy filled his dantian. The two energies were originally derived from different cultivation techniques, but now they could harmoniously merge without conflict. According to the description in the Tai Shang primordial scripture, these pure energies obtained from dissipating cultivation can last in the dantian for about 100 years. Li Fan's realm at this moment had reverted to that of Immortal. However, he wasn't particularly worried. As long as I return to 10,000 Immortals Island, I can quickly recultivate to my original state. At that moment, Li Fan no longer hesitated. He steered the Taiyan boat and slowly flew out of the island defense array. The violent and scorching spiritual energy swept through, tinting the distant sky in shades of orange-red. But Li Fan was now a mere mortal, and this rampant spiritual energy merely roared past without launching an attack. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief, set his direction, increased the speed of the Taiyan boat to the maximum, and flew toward 10,000 Immortals Island. On the way, Li Fan passed by many islands. All the mortals on these islands had perished, devoid of any signs of life. Li Fan was secretly alarmed. His traveling speed became even faster. 3 months later, Li Fan arrived at the location where 10,000 Immortals Island used to be. He opened the map and compared it 4 or 5 times, yet he still couldn't believe his eyes. The once vast 10,000 Immortals Island had completely disappeared. There was only a giant, empty black hole stretched across the ocean. The surrounding seawater continuously poured towards the black hole, but evaporated into water vapor when it reached the edge of the black hole. Due to the extremely high temperature around the black hole, the air was distorted. Covered by the rising mist around, it formed a strange sight of alternating black and white. Li Fan piloted the Taiyan boat and while hovering in the air watched this scene. Suddenly, he was shrouded in endless fear. 10,000 Immortals Island had been obliterated. Scenes from the past on 10,000 Immortals Island flashed quickly in his mind. The square where countless cultivators passed by the towering statues, the grand buildings at the center of the island rumored to house nascent soul realm powerhouses, all gone like this, not even a speck of dust left. What kind of power could achieve all this? The malevolence of the heavens? Li Fan didn't know. In the face of this highly impactful scene, Li Fan's mind was in chaos. Cultivation, seeking immortality. Li Fan's lifelong goal now seemed so laughable. In the face of this sudden disaster, cultivators were now no different from ordinary people like ants. Once the fear settled in the heart, it was impossible to restrain. Escape from this cursed place. Li Fan's eyes turned red. He drove the Taiyan boat and desperately fled towards the western part of the Kongyun Sea. He wanted to escape to the land, far away from this hellish sea area. And so Li Fan flew for an unknown duration in a state of mental chaos. Boom! The Taiyan boat seemed to collide with something and was forced to a stop. Fortunately, there was a protective array, preventing immediate destruction of the boat and harm to its occupant. With the intense impact, Li Fan suffered some minor injuries but gradually calmed down. He looked out of the Taiyan boat, but there was nothing. In the distance, there was a continuous coastline, not far from the mainland. Li Fan manipulated the Taiyan boat, attempting to fly forward. Boom, something was blocking Li Fan. Li Fan tried to move in other directions, but it was the same. An invisible barrier separated the Kongyun Sea from the nearby mainland. No entry, no exit. Li Fan was dumbfounded. He suddenly thought of a phrase, a frog in a well. After a long time, Li Fan laughed. He looked up at the sky. How ruthless. Then he became somewhat lost. Should he summon truth and return to the initial anchor point, or should he look around some more? Li Fan became somewhat helpless, losing his sense of direction. He piloted the Taiyan boat, drifting above the sea of clouds. He passed by Night Island, a place now like the rest, displaying a post-apocalyptic scene with no survivors. He passed by Liulai Island. The island defense array was shattered, and He Zhenghao was nowhere to be found. The island was strewn with corpses, devoid of any signs of life. Flowing Cloud Island, Zhangqiu Island, all turned into wastelands. When he occasionally encountered a cultivator who survived like him, he found that they had all gone insane. They treated Li Fan as if he were a ghost, screaming and fleeing upon seeing him. In the end, Li Fan somehow found himself back on Taiyan Island. Here, he felt a long-lost vitality. Perhaps on the entire sea of clouds, only this little bit of humanity remained. Li Fan walked through the streets, observing the mortals on Taiyan Island. They were still unaware of the changes beyond Taiyan Island, still wearing smiles of relief on their faces. Little did they know, a looming disaster awaited them. However, perhaps ignorance was a form of bliss. Witnessing scenes resembling the end of the world, they would probably have nightmares every night. Li Fan couldn't help but laugh at himself. He continued to walk, and suddenly, he heard devout prayers. May the immortal master save us from suffering and calamity, ensuring good weather and abundant harvests in the future. May the immortal master protect my daughter, Yu, and let her grow up safely. Li Fan was momentarily stunned and turned to look. In Taiyan Island, a temple had been built at some point. Inside the temple, there was a statue, and on the tablet in front of the statue were the words Immortal Master of Salvation. The statue seemed to bear a faint resemblance to Li Fan, with slightly lowered eyes, looking compassionately at the people kneeling in front. Immortal Master of Salvation. Li Fan fell silent. After a long time, he sighed. All right, let's see how long I can protect you all. However, protecting mortals under the malevolence of the heavens and earth was evidently not an easy task. Originally, Li Fan thought this disaster had passed. What he didn't expect was that the true calamity had only just begun. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. There was still no sign of rain from the sky. The sea level began to drop, and the sea gradually moved away from the islands. Even with the seawater desalination array, the islanders on Taiyan Island found it increasingly difficult to obtain water. Each time, they had to walk a very long distance to find water. They didn't know why such a disaster had befallen them, but they feared that the Kongyun Sea would eventually completely dry up. So every family began to worship the wooden statue of Li Fan, praying day and night. Li Fan could only helplessly watch. In the face of such a drastic change in the world, he couldn't contend with it. The only good news was that in these 3 years, perhaps because most of the cultivators in the Kongyun Sea had died, the killing intent towards cultivators in the heavens and earth slowly dissipated. During this time, Li Fan took the opportunity to cultivate back to the middle chi condensation stage. When the day comes that you all stop worshipping me, I'll return to the anchor point. Being prayed to day and night by a group of mortals was indeed a peculiar experience. He activated his discern variations technique and observed the increasingly dense death chi above the heads of the mortals. He made up his mind in secret. Wait, why is there a faint white light hidden within this black death chi? Li Fan was stunned. Since his cultivation had recovered, Li Fan had been examining the aura of Taiyan Island daily. This time, for some reason, he discovered a thread of vitality he had failed to detect before. Where was this vitality coming from? Li Fan activated the Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra to its limit and realized that the vitality of the people on Taiyan Island was actually resonating with him. Perplexed, he further confirmed. The source of this vitality was indeed him. But it wasn't Li Fan himself, it was an item on his body, an item he had almost forgotten. Heavenly treasure, Kanghai Pearl. As it hadn't fully formed yet, Li Fan had kept the Kanghai Pearl in a corner of the Taiyan boat. It was only today, under the reflection of spiritual energy, that Li Fan remembered it. Unlike when he first saw it over a dozen years ago, at this moment, it had turned completely blue, exuding a rich mist of water vapor. It was as if a vast ocean was incubating within it. From the abyss comes the sea, from the sea comes life. Li Fan looked at the Kanghai Pearl in his hand, suddenly recalling something. He raised the Taiyan boat and flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters, looking down. Beneath, the Kongyun Sea, due to the prolonged drought, revealed vast stretches of exposed seabed. One after another, the underwater mountain ranges gradually revealed their true appearance. And the original islands of the Kongyun Sea were actually the peaks of these mountains. In his mind, Ku Hong's enthusiastic face suddenly flashed. He had said to Li Fan, "No worries. If Taoist friend manages to get out, you can find me at Lingshan City in the Kongyun Mountains." Li Fan smiled. Kongyun Sea, Kongyun Mountains. They turned out to be the same place. In the previous life, when Li Fan's life was about to end, he broke through the seal of the immortal extinction array by a fortunate coincidence and came to the world of cultivation for the first time. At that time, what he saw were continuous mountain ranges and a towering city suspended in the air. But in this life, after Li Fan arrived in the world of cultivation, he found himself above a vast ocean. Before this, Li Fan hadn't thought much about it, assuming that something had gone wrong during the transmission. It wasn't until today when Li Fan saw the depleted Kongyun Sea and witnessed the birth of the mystical object, the Kanghai Pearl, that he finally understood. There was no mishap, he had indeed arrived at the same place after passing through the immortal extinction array. The only difference was the timing of his arrival in the world of cultivation. In his previous life, when Li Fan arrived in the world of cultivation, he was already 85 years old, which corresponded to 65 years after the anchor point. In this life, Li Fan entered the world of cultivation at the age of 40, after reaching 100 progress for the recharge of truth, only 20 years after the anchor point. a 45-year gap, encountering the ocean in one life and mountains in another. It's no wonder Li Fan didn't think along these lines. Without experiencing it personally, even if someone had warned him in advance about such a vast change in the world, he still would have doubted. So Li Fan smiled. First, he laughed at himself for still being unable to completely rid himself of a mortal mindset. If he could link the various anomalies that Zhang Heabo had warned him about with the differences he had observed twice, he might have been able to foresee this massive change in the world in advance. Second, he was relieved because he finally saw the hope for the end of this calamity. In the 50th year after the anchor point, Ku Hong and Dao Xuanzi broke into the land of immortal extinction. At that time, they claimed to be from Lingshan City in the Kongyun Mountains. Presumably, before that, this drought disaster had already passed. The dried-up oceans would transform into thriving mountains. Now, 34 years have passed, not far from the end. The most agonizing wait is a hopeless one. However, knowing the final result, this seemingly endless calamity no longer seemed so frightening. Li Fan calmed down and returned to Taiyan Island. Seeing the anxious and numb mortals who prayed incessantly day and night, Li Fan transmitted his voice across the entire island, telling them that this calamity would eventually pass. Following the instructions of the immortal master, the residents on the island were overjoyed and once again ignited the hope for survival. Li Fan, on the other hand, went into seclusion and took out the Kanghai Pearl. Is the ray of hope in this? Li Fan observed this azure mystical object. His divine sense poured into it, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, disappearing in an instant. It seems that I'll need to put in some effort to use it, Li Fan thought as he saw this. Heavenly treasures were key to achieving the foundation establishment stage. Finding and using them were precious opportunities. The exchange price in the Tiangshuan mirror was also extremely high, requiring nearly 2,000 contribution points. At the moment, Li Fan could only explore it on his own. Next, Li Fan made several attempts. He infused spiritual energy, nurtured it with divine sense, and even tried external force impacts. Finally, he attempted to refine it with a drop of blood. However, the Kanghai Pearl remained unmoved, unable to activate the immense water vapor it contained. In the end, Li Fan had a flash of insight and remembered the method from the Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra to sense and refine the aura of heavenly treasures. He immediately used his Discern Variations technique and looked at the Kanghai Pearl. A deep blue light surrounded the Kanghai Pearl, ancient, profound, and vibrant. Although the Kanghai Pearl was small, its aura was more complex and powerful than all the creatures on Taiyan Island. However, it was currently in a state of nurturing and dormancy, so without careful observation, it couldn't be easily distinguished. Li Fan carefully sensed the aura of the Kanghai Pearl. Upon contact, Li Fan felt as if his body had disappeared. It was like he had suddenly arrived above the 9 heavens, looking down at the ocean below with an overlooking perspective. The Kongyun Sea has existed for eternity, nurturing countless living beings. But one day a certain spirit of the heavens and earth suddenly descended, and thus the ocean began to head towards its death. Heaven creates, heaven kills, such is the way of the Tao. Heaven intended to burn the sea, and the sea was powerless to resist. However, it refused. Thus, although the ocean seemed to die, another ocean was born. Boom! Li Fan snapped out of that strange state. Before he could savor the scenes he had seen, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness, almost stumbling. Upon inspection, Li Fan was horrified to discover that he had developed a strand of white hair and fine wrinkles on his face at some point. This was just a momentary connection with the aura of the Kanghai Pearl. Li Fan then opened truth and was even more astonished. Name, Li Fan. Realm, Qi Condensation, Middle State. Physical age, 89, 199. Mental age, 517, 2280. In just that instant, Li Fan's physiological age jumped from 54 to 89. It was as if he had crossed 35 years in the blink of an eye. No wonder that even in the ancient Tianji sect, there are very few practitioners of this technique. Just interacting with the consciousness of a certain ocean rapidly consumes one's lifespan. If it weren't for the rapid consumption of my lifespan and the body's automatic warning, I would have been assimilated by the consciousness of the Kanghai Pearl in such a bewildering manner. At that point, it wouldn't be easy to activate truth. Li Fan realized what had just happened and was somewhat alarmed. No, this is definitely not the method used to control a heavenly treasure. Li Fan knew he must have misunderstood the method. A human time scale was not even on the same level as that of the heavens, the earth, mountains, and oceans. Even those powerful cultivators who could live for several thousand years were still far from comparable. Touching it with human consciousness would only result in being assimilated. So how exactly could one manipulate heavenly treasures? Li Fan held the Kanghai Pearl, his face changing in expression. Days went by, and Li Fan still hadn't figured out how to use the Kanghai Pearl. Weather became hotter and hotter, seemingly preparing for the final purification of the Kongyun Sea. The ordinary people on the island gradually lost the strength to even pray. Li Fan knew that if this continued, these ordinary people might not survive until the end of this calamity. Dying before dawn was despairing. Li Fan couldn't help but become a little anxious and had many mixed thoughts. To calm his mind, he involuntarily activated the long unused Venerable Heart Refinement mantra. Ever since becoming a chi condensation cultivator, most of his energy has been used to cultivate the minor Yan water technique and Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra. The Venerable Heart Refinement mantra had not been deliberately practiced for a long time, because it didn't significantly help with the essence of cultivation, and even if he didn't practice it actively, it would run slowly on its own. So Li Fan put it aside. Now, as the Venerable Heart Refinement mantra circulated, all the negative emotions in Li Fan's heartunace, fear, impatience slowly disappeared and became nourishment for strengthening his Tao heart. His mind became calm again, and suddenly, Li Fan felt something. The opportunity for his breakthrough was also embedded in the Kanghai Pearl. Li Fan had been trapped in the chi condensation stage for several years, unable to make any progress. After cultivating both of his techniques to the chi condensation stage, he still couldn't find the key to his own destiny. At this moment, as Li Fan looked at the Kanghai Pearl, he suddenly sensed an opportunity to break through from the depths of his consciousness. That was, as before, to perceive and understand the Kanghai Pearl. Li Fan was naturally aware of how dangerous this was. It was essentially tantamount to walking towards death. In miscellaneous records of cultivation, there were many records of cultivators sensing their own destiny. Although there were certain risks, opportunities also coexisted with them. Why didn't he sense it before, but it suddenly appeared now? Li Fan instantly understood. Venerable Heart Refinement Mantra. Perhaps operating the Venerable Heart Refinement Mantra could help Li Fan resist the assimilation of the Kanghai Pearl's will. A decision was made. Li Fan held the Kanghai Pearl with both hands and slightly lowered it to his danchan. Cross-legged, Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra and Venerable Heart Refinement Mantra operated simultaneously. Initially, it was a bit uncomfortable for Li Fan to multitask. But since the Venerable Heart Refinement Mantra didn't involve the operation of spiritual energy, only tempering the mind, there was no conflict between the two techniques. After hundreds of attempts, Li Fan gradually mastered the method of running both techniques at the same time. His mind felt a bit absent, as if he had turned into the vast sea, watching the changes in the world from that perspective. Sunrises and sunsets, the rotation of stars, clouds drifting and rain dissipating. All of this accelerated thousands of times, quickly flashing before Li Fan's eyes. With a single thought, it felt like he had passed through hundreds of years. A sense of ancient, and desolate aura gradually permeated Li Fan's consciousness. He began to get used to seeing the world from the perspective of the ocean. He began to gradually forget that he was a human. At this moment, a cool breath suddenly surged. It was like a clear spring in the mountains, slowly washing away the mottled marks of time. Li Fan gradually regained his consciousness. It really worked. Confirming his speculation, Li Fan was neither sad nor happy. Although the Venerable Heart Refinement Mantra could reduce the assimilation of the Kanghai's will to some extent, compared to the Kanghai's will, he was still too insignificant. The consumption of lifespan remained many times that of normal cultivation, and emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and joy were infinitely diluted. Of course, there were advantages. At this moment, he could already mobilize a trace of the Kanghai Pearl's power. His divine sense was strengthened 1,000-fold, gently moving, easily covering the entire Taiyan island. Without stopping, Li Fan's consciousness spread rapidly like ripples. He saw one extinct island after another in his mind. Through his divine sense, he saw that under one of the islands, a volcano that had already been extinguished was reignited due to the influence of the scorching disaster. He saw, not far from Liulai Island, a giant fishbone lying among numerous human corpses. In the center of the fishbone, a huge glass bead was shining in the sunlight. He saw that in various hidden corners of the Kongyun Sea, there were still several cultivators whom he thought were already extinct. He saw many secrets hidden in various corners of the Kongyun Sea that would only be revealed in the face of such an apocalypse. However, all of this was irrelevant to him. There was no greed in his heart. His divine sense quickly retracted, and he activated the Kanghai Pearl, drawing in the residual water vapor between the heavens and the earth in the Kongyun Sea, converging it above Taiyan Island. Thus, the surviving humans on Taiyan Island saw the gradually forming dark clouds in the sky. Boom. With the onset of heavy rain, people wept tears of joy. They embraced each other and rolled in the rain. The heavy rain lasted for half an hour. There was still a faint trace of clouds remaining above Taiyan Island. This was manipulated by Li Fan every half-month. He would spontaneously extract the moisture from the Kongyun Sea using the Kanghai Pearl to bring rain to Taiyan Island. This ensured the survival of the island's inhabitants. After doing all this, Li Fan looked at the sky quietly. The reason he had no greed for the many hidden treasures in the Kongyun Sea was not because he suddenly became extraordinary, but because he had found something more worthy of pursuit, an opportunity to connect with the will of heaven and earth. The most ideal state of the Jade Cosmos Thousand Variations Sutra was to sense and refine the aura of heaven and earth. The aura of heaven and earth, as the external manifestation of the will of heaven and earth, was immense. When an ordinary cultivator comes into contact with it, a slight mistake would lead to a rapid depletion of lifespan, like what happened to Li Fan before. Losing oneself and becoming a puppet of the heavenly Tao was quite common, but Li Fan now had such a rare opportunity to come into contact with the will of heaven and earth while retaining his own consciousness, because he was no longer just an ordinary qi condensation stage cultivator. A part of his consciousness was already connected to the Kanghai Pearl. To speculate on the heavens and earth as a cultivator was like seeking a dead end. However, speculating on the heavens and earth using the Kanghai Pearl might not be a dead end. Li Fan's excitement began to grow. This was the true way to find the Tao. He transformed into the Kanghai and silently observed this world, feeling the various spiritual energy flows circulating between heaven and earth, feeling the will of the heavens and earth. 1 year, 2 years. The passage of time was no longer important to Li Fan. The more he gazed at the sky, the more insights he gained. His previous notions were overturned one by one. He thought that the pervasive killing intent in the Kongyun Sea had gradually disappeared. But now he realized that the killing intent of heaven and earth had never diminished and still existed. The wild killing intent he sensed before was not from the will of the heavenly Tao itself. The killing intent of the heavens and earth would not be detected by ordinary cultivators. It wasn't violent, angry, or filled with emotions. It was just a pure will, a pure rule. It was the impartiality of the heavens and earth, treating all living beings as mere ants. In its eyes, mortals, cultivators, and the Kongyun Sea, there was no difference. Cultivators plundered the heavens and earth, and the heavenly will generated killing intent. However, the heavenly will would not directly intervene because cultivators themselves were also part of the heavenly way. Instead, corresponding rules would be set in response. For example, cultivation techniques couldn't be cultivated simultaneously, and more, what Li Fan saw at this moment. In the sky above the Kongyun Sea, a transparent crimson figure looked down coldly. In their hand, a small flame was constantly flickering, roasting the Kongyun Sea. Sensing Li Fan's gaze, the crimson figure turned its head, locking eyes with Li Fan. The seawater in the Kanghai Pearl boiled in an instant. Fortunately, it only took a glance and then retracted its gaze. Li Fan's consciousness was preserved. Because of this glance, Li Fan also understood its identity, the heavenly spirit, Crimson Flame. Upon seeing the crimson figure, numerous pieces of information suddenly appeared in Li Fan's mind. A heavenly spirit is the embodiment of a certain law of the world. When a specific condition is met, a heavenly spirit will come into being and appear in a certain area. If the heavens emit killing intent and set a plan to eliminate cultivators, then the heavenly spirit is the executor of that plan. They don't have their own thoughts and only act according to predetermined instincts. They are the very embodiment of the law itself, slaughtering cultivators like slaughtering chickens and sheep. Their mission is to eradicate those cultivators who defy the heavens and the earth. For cultivators, the heavenly spirit is extremely dangerous. Once targeted, it basically means a certain death situation. But at the same time, as the incarnation of the heavenly Tao's laws, the heavenly spirit also represents a tremendous opportunity for cultivators. One could sacrifice a heavenly spirit to merge with the Tao. Once a cultivator was able to sacrifice a heavenly spirit, regardless of their previous cultivation level, they could immediately achieve the Tao integration realm. It is the cultivator's natural enemy, but at the same time, it holds an unparalleled allure for them. At this moment, witnessing the crimson heavenly spirit, an inexhaustible greed welled up from the depths of Li Fan's heart. Kill it. Killing it will allow me to comprehend the Tao, and I'll ascend immediately. It was as if a person starving to death encountered a sumptuous delicacy, or as if a traveler who had been walking in the desert for days encountered clear lake water. This greed whispered like a demon, constantly speaking in Li Fan's ears, driving and tempting him to rush towards the crimson figure in the sky. While Li Fan eased the intense sensation coming from the Kanghai Pearl, he madly operated the Venerable Heart Refinement Mantra to dispel the surging greed in his heart. He knew that he could currently observe the heavenly spirit, Crimson Flame, only by using the Kanghai Pearl. In the eyes of the Crimson Flame, Li Fan was merely the unformed consciousness of the Kanghai Pearl. Therefore, even if the Crimson Flame noticed Li Fan's gaze, it only took note and then no longer paid attention. However, if Li Fan were to lose his reason and attack the Crimson Flame, revealing the identity of a cultivator, he would undoubtedly be mercilessly killed by it. Reason and desire tore at Li Fan's soul. The two extreme thoughts were almost tearing his consciousness in half. Li Fan could only barely maintain the operation of the Venerable Heart Refinement Mantra and preserve his Tao heart. He didn't know how long had passed until the storm caused by greed gradually subsided. Li Fan was still trembling, not daring to probe further. To glimpse at heavenly secrets and still maintain a clear consciousness was already a great fortune. Li Fan had obtained a great harvest already. As his consciousness was about to leave the Kanghai Pearl and return to his own body, he discovered an extremely awkward situation. It turned out that resolving the madness of greed brought by the heavenly spirit had actually taken Li Fan nearly half a year. He used the Kanghai Pearl to observe the crimson flame, which led to the greed. Resolving it took up a significant portion of his time. The time he spent merging his consciousness with the Kanghai Pearl had far exceeded the limits a chi-refining cultivator could endure. At this moment, his consciousness was still connected to the Kanghai Pearl, which was all right. If he returned to his body, it wouldn't be long before he aged and died. Just a fleeting glance had brought about such dreadful consequences. Perhaps his cultivation journey in this world was coming to an end. Although Li Fan felt some regret, he had no remorse. He had learned the truth behind the Kong Yun Sea's dramatic change, encountered the heavenly spirit Crimson Flame, and personally experienced the mysteries of the heavens and the earth. Li Fan's gains were undoubtedly substantial. Even if this life were to end now, he could accept it. Moreover, he currently didn't plan to activate truth and end this life. Since he was already trapped within the Kanghai Pearl, he might as well take this opportunity to once again comprehend the secrets of the heavens and the earth. As long as he didn't recklessly probe the heavenly spirit Crimson Flame and simply focused on comprehending, it should be safe. Now his body's lifespan had ended. Without a body to nourish his consciousness, he was like water without a source or a tree without roots. His consciousness would gradually dissipate within the Kanghai Pearl. According to Li Fan's estimate, he could sustain for a dozen or so years at most. If he could make good use of this time, he might still achieve something. Li Fan invoked a pure strand of power from the Kanghai Pearl, protecting his body from decay. Afterward, his consciousness once again immersed itself in the perspective of the Kanghai Pearl. He observed the circulation of the heavenly Tao and the rising and setting of the sun, moon, and stars. He watched as the remaining life in the Kong Yun Sea continued to pass away. He felt the cold and indifferent, eternal, unchanging killing intent within heaven and earth. In this way, in the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. After 40 years, the Kong Yun Sea had long since completely dried up, truly becoming a lifeless place. Only Taean Island, which was under Li Fan's protection, still harbored a small number of ordinary people. On this day, Li Fan suddenly had a feeling and looked towards the sky. That crimson figure that had stood in the sky for over 10 years had finally disappeared. Its mission was completed, and it naturally dissipated. No one could predict where it would reappear in the cultivation world someday. Li Fan stared in the direction where the crimson flame disappeared, and his consciousness once again sank into the Kanghai Pearl. As time passed, Li Fan's consciousness became weaker and weaker. His thoughts also became increasingly sluggish. He lost the ability to think for himself and could only silently observe this world through the perspective of the Kanghai Pearl. In the second year after the disappearance of the Crimson Flame, several cultivators dressed in blue Taoist robes arrived at the Kong Yun Sea. After various spells were cast, rain finally fell from the sky after a long absence. More cultivators arrived thereafter. Blue light blossomed on the dried seabed. Vegetation representing the breath of life appeared on the land. A gentle breeze passed by, and trees sprouted from the ground. In just a year, the once scorched land had once again become vibrant. The scene of the crimson flame boiling the sea, which had happened not long ago, seemed to have gently dispersed like a nightmare. The Kong Yun Sea had also completed its transformation into the Kong Yun mountain range. A city, standing tall in the sky, began to be built above the Kong Yun mountain range. Once completed, it attracted more and more cultivators from all directions. The Kong Yun mountain range became even more lively. Occasionally, some cultivators would come out of curiosity, visiting the only surviving island in the calamity, attempting to find opportunities. But through Li Fan's instinctive concealment, they found nothing. After 48 years, a foundation establishment cultivator returned to the Kong Yun Sea. He arrived at the former Liulai Island, now the Liulai mountain range, with a sorrowful expression. Li Fan's consciousness scanned over, seeing this scene, and also felt a wave of emotion. This person, Li Fan knew him. He was Zhang Heabo, who had decided to migrate from the Kong Yun Sea due to his inner unease. 20-plus years had passed, and through various unknown circumstances, this man had actually become a foundation establishment cultivator. Scenes from this life flashed rapidly in Li Fan's mind. His consciousness was about to dissipate. Before completely disappearing, Li Fan's consciousness returned to his own body. Over a dozen years of understanding the aura of the heavens and the earth allowed the bottleneck hindering Li Fan's breakthrough to suddenly dissipate. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and Li Fan's cultivation instantly broke through to the later stage of qi condensation. A slight smile appeared on Li Fan's face but quickly froze. His body rapidly aged, and with a gust of wind, he turned into dust, dispersing into the heavens and the earth. Only a set of white bones remained lying there quietly. Truth, before dissipating, Li Fan called out in his heart. Simulation ends. You can choose one of the following to keep: an item you possessed during this simulation, your cultivation realm during this simulation, the simulated memories of a person closely related to you in this simulation. These memories will be inherited by that person. Abandon the above choices and accelerate the recharge progress. Slowly regaining consciousness, Li Fan felt the youthful body of 20 years old and looked around at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses. In his previous life, despite only experiencing 48 years, Li Fan felt it was longer than the sum of his 9 previous lives. Apart from the splendid and complex experiences in the cultivation world, the crucial reason was the assimilation he experienced with the will of the Kanghai Pearl. Of course, his first foray into the cultivation world yielded significant gains. Li Fan looked at the first option, the choice of an item. The storage ring he purchased from the Heavenly Mirror and various scriptures needed no mention. The extraordinary items like the stone tablet of prohibition and the Kanghai Pearl were what caught his eye. Li Fan's mind focused on the Kanghai Pearl, realizing that choosing the Kanghai Pearl would grant him the mostly formed Kanghai Pearl that he had in his previous life, just before his lifespan was about to end. Having been in sync with the consciousness of the Kanghai Pearl for over a decade, Li Fan was well aware of its formidable power. Although tempted, Li Fan resolutely chose the second option to retain his own cultivation realm. After all, cultivation was fundamental. A mere mortal holding heavenly treasures was a path to disaster. Moreover, Li Fan knew that the Kanghai Pearl was still at Flowing Cloud Island. He could go get it when the time was right. As Li Fan made his decision, 2 familiar auras appeared in his danchan out of nowhere. At the same time, Li Fan's expression changed. He suddenly realized that, at this moment, he was just a mortal. His body was still filled with the essence of immortals and mortals. If this sudden influx of aura conflicted with it, it could be extremely detrimental. Fortunately, what Li Fan worried about did not happen. An inexplicable fluctuation descended upon him. After a moment, the aura in his danchan surged like a river, sweeping across Li Fan's entire body, remodeling his physique and elevating his cultivation realm. Qi condensation initial stage, Qi condensation middle stage, Qi condensation late stage. In just a breath, he had achieved the realm that he had painstakingly reached in his previous life. Li Fan's breath gradually stabilized. However, he wore a look of inexplicable shock on his face. Not because he had achieved Qi condensation late stage in the blink of an eye, but because of the inexplicable fluctuation that had descended. Li Fan keenly felt that since that fluctuation had arrived, the essence of immortals and mortals within his body had completely dissipated in the blink of an eye, disappearing thoroughly. The effect far exceeded the previous life's expulsion using the pure body spirit pool. This kind of fluctuation. Li Fan carefully recalled the fleeting fluctuation and vaguely felt it was familiar. It's the will of heaven and earth, the power of laws. Li Fan suddenly realized. In his previous life, after observing the changes of the heavenly and earthly auras for over 10 years through the Kanghai Pearl, Li Fan, although far from mastering and controlling it, could at least recognize it. If the immortal mortal miasma is the will of heaven and earth to permanently separate immortals and mortals, then the fluctuation just now is completely the opposite. The immortal mortal miasma that has plagued the cultivation world for thousands of years actually disappeared so easily. Indeed, it's really unbelievable. If I could master this method of purifying the immortal mortal miasma. Li Fan's thoughts surged for a moment. After a long time, he gradually calmed down. A great monument is built on a stable foundation. With my cultivation at the Qi condensation stage, replicating the power of those laws just now is nothing but a daydream. I have to take it step by step. Li Fan opened Truth to review his previous life. Name, Li Fan. Realm, Qi condensation late stage. Physical age, 2199. Mental age, 531 2300. Virtualization progress, 0. Anchor charging progress, 51. Current anchor points, 1. Bound items, Jade Cosmos 1000 Variation Sutra, Taiyan Boat, Stone Tablet of Prohibition damaged. Techniques, Venerable Heart Refinement Mantra, Minor Yan Water Art, Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra. The path of cultivation is indeed difficult, especially in the cultivation world, where cultivators plunder the heavens and earth, and the world is filled with killing intent towards them. In his previous life, as soon as I entered the cultivation world, I encountered Su Changyu. I thought he had a strong will and was devoted to the Tao, and was destined for great achievements. Little did I know he would inexplicably die within a few days. It was instead the inconspicuous Xiao Heng by his side who possessed exceptional talent. In just a few years, he was close to forming his foundation. He and He Zhenghao both believed he would surely achieve foundation establishment within his lifetime, but who would have thought? The world had long set a murderous trap. All the beings in the Kongyun Sea, whether successful or not, be it cultivators or mortals, were destined to face death sooner or later. Only the ordinary fisherman Zhang Heabo, after escaping, had a different encounter, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. There is nothing more unpredictable than this. Li Fan recalled his previous life and was filled with many emotions. Then, a hint of doubt arose in his mind. Just like what I told Zhao Heng before, if the government wants to hunt down bandits, they wouldn't let the bandits know in advance. The heavens and the earth and the cultivators here are just like the government and the bandits. So when the heavens released the killing intent to exterminate cultivators, naturally the cultivators couldn't perceive it. This is also why, when I asked the Tiangshuan mirror if there were disasters, it answered there weren't any. The disaster was just obscured by heavenly machinations. But how did the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce detect it early and order all their subordinates to evacuate the Kongyuns? And why didn't they warn the 10,000 Immortals Alliance and instead watched countless beings lose their lives? There must be something fishy going on. If I get the chance in this life, I'll definitely figure it out. After careful consideration for a long time, Li Fan made plans for this life. The cultivation world is extremely dangerous. It's better not to step into it rashly until the virtualization is completed. Now that I'm cultivating the venerable heart refinement mantra, the charging speed has greatly increased. It won't take me 20 years like before to complete the charging. Within 10 years, I should be able to reach 100. In this way, the time I arrive in the cultivation world should be several decades earlier than the previous life. I remember that during these decades, something major seemed to have happened in the Kongyun Sea. It's a good opportunity to plan ahead. After the Kongyun Sea dried up in his previous life, I saw the hidden treasures on various islands. Now they are all ripe for the picking. If I get the chance, I'll collect them all. The Venerable Heart Refinement Mantra has repeatedly helped me break through bottlenecks in my previous life. This technique is truly extraordinary, and there seems to be a hidden secret behind it. I need to cultivate it well and not slack off. As for the boiling of the ocean, whether I choose to escape alone or reveal it to the public, I can only adapt to the situation when the time comes. In his previous life, Li Fan plunged into the unfamiliar world of cultivation. He only managed to cultivate to late-stage qi condensation, enduring for 48 years before meeting his end. But in this life, with foresight and perception, Li Fan believed he would go much further. Grand Chuan Kingdom, Mount Zili. The mountain rose thousands of meters high, shaped like a split blade piercing the sky. On the steep mountain path halfway up the mountain, two teenagers were walking one after the other. In front was a slender young man, wearing a straw hat with a determined face. Following him was a younger-looking but burly teenager, with thick eyebrows and an honest expression. At this moment, the burly teenager wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat down with a sigh. "Erlang, let's take a break. We've been walking for most of the day, and I really can't walk anymore." The frail teenager turned around and handed him a water bottle, saying, "Wild beasts occasionally appear in these mountains. It's not safe to rest here. I know there's a hidden cave not far ahead. If you're really tired, we can rest there." The burly teenager took the water bottle, took a few gulps, and after a deep breath, he curiously asked Erlang, "Are there really immortals in these mountains?" "Definitely, I've seen it with my own eyes," Erlang said confidently, looking up at the mountaintop hidden in the clouds. The burly teenager, however, seemed skeptical. "Since 5 years ago, you've been obsessed with this and constantly sneaking into this Zili. I don't know how many times you've run back and forth, but I haven't seen you find a real immortal. In my opinion, you should give up on this idea. Seeking immortality and enlightenment is too elusive. In my opinion, you should focus on martial arts like me." The burly teenager was interrupted by Erlang, who furrowed his brow. "Wang Xuanba, why are you being as nagging as my mother? If you keep saying these useless words, you can go down the mountain by yourself." The burly teenager awkwardly touched the back of his head and wisely kept silent. The two continued to climb towards the mountaintop along the path. Not long after they walked, a chilly wind suddenly blew through the mountains. Wang Xuanba's ears twitched and his face changed. He took a step forward, grabbing Erlang and gesturing for silence. "There's something up ahead." His eyes narrowed slightly, about to speak up to warn, but he froze instantly. A drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. On the mountain path ahead, accompanied by rustling sounds, a giant white python was slithering down the mountainside. The white python had a massive body, with only a section of its head exposed, which was easily 7 to 8 meters long. The rest of its body was concealed among the grass and trees of the mountain, and they had no idea how long it might be. The white python had a face as thick as a wash basin, and its huge crimson eyes emitted a chilling red light. It released thin trails of poison and raised its head as it moved along the mountain wall, heading towards the cliff below. Seeing this terrifying creature, Wang Xuanba and Erlang were both terrified, unable to move, not even daring to breathe. The massive body of the white python dragged on the ground for a long time before slowly disappearing from the sight of the two. Phew! Wang Xuanba heaved a sigh of relief and was about to speak, but he heard another rapid noise. The enormous snake head suddenly reappeared from below the cliff, staring intently at the two. Wang Xuanba and Erlang were petrified once again. Hiss! The white python swayed its head and moved slowly, approaching the two. Its massive mouth opened, carrying a wave of foul odor. Shrouded by the shadow of the white python, it seemed like their heads were about to be swallowed in a single gulp. Wang Xuanba couldn't bear it any longer. Let out a loud roar, his muscles bulging all over, and his entire body expanded in an instant. He flipped and jumped up, raising his fist and smashing it towards the white python's head below. Ding! The impact sounded like metal clashing. At this moment, Erlang also moved. With a step, the rocks beneath his feet turned to powder, and his figure became blurred. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the white python. Forming a fist, he fiercely punched the back of the white python's head repeatedly. Ding, ding, ding! The collision sounds echoed in their ears. However, their attacks didn't even manage to break the white python's skin. The white python roared and its body twisted, hitting Wang Xuanba. Bang! Wang Xuanba was sent flying and crashed into the mountain wall, sending rocks flying. The python didn't pursue Wang Xuanba, but instead turned its head, and with its mouth wide open, bit towards Erlang. Erlang couldn't dodge in time and could only extend both hands, firmly holding the python's mouth shut. The white python let out a strange roar, suddenly exerting force. Erlang's body almost disappeared into the white python's huge mouth, but he let out a muffled groan and managed to hold on. After holding the stalemate for quite some time, the white python, unable to swallow the small human, became furious. It continuously swung its body, constantly slamming Erlang against the mountain path and the mountain itself, trying to shake him off. With each hit, Erlang's fingers became like sharp swords, piercing into the white python's flesh. After a long time like this, the mountain path was marked with traces of Erlang colliding with the rocks. The white python's eyes flashed red, and a dark brown liquid sprayed from its mouth. Erlang barely dodged his head, but he was still sprayed with the venom. Sizzle. As the venom corroded, Erlang's flesh appeared to have a faint golden glow. He let out a muffled groan, finding it increasingly difficult to endure. The white python suddenly swung its head, spewing a dark brown liquid from its mouth. Erlang barely avoided getting poison on his head, but the rest of his body was drenched. Sizzle. As the venom corroded his flesh, Erlang's skin emitted a faint golden light. He grunted but could no longer hold on. He was thrown to the side by the white python, falling together with the unconscious Wang Xuanba. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he struggled to prop himself up and looked at the approaching white python, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Ever since that evening in Mount Zilei, witnessing the extraordinary figure of an immortal flying through the air, he couldn't forget the idea of seeking immortality and enlightenment. Countless times he ventured into the mountains, all to find this immortal and become his disciple. For this, he even had conflicts with his mother, who would have thought that instead of finding the immortal, he would meet his end in the mouth of this beast. He, son Erlang, was born with divine strength and was proficient in all martial arts, yet ended up with such a fate. How could he be willing? But now, shrouded in the shadow of the white python, his body devoid of strength to resist, Erlang could only despairingly close his eyes. Just as Erlang resigned himself to fate, a clear crane cry suddenly came from the distant mountains. Hearing this cry, the white python, as if encountering a natural enemy, lifted its head and released poison, tightly staring at the direction from which the sound came. Erlang, seeing a chance, opened his eyes. He saw a white crane flying from somewhere in the mountains, engaging in a fierce battle with the white python. The white crane dodged the attacks of the python with agility, simultaneously pecking at the snake's body with its pointed beak drawing blood. Although the python was not as agile as the white crane, it had tough skin. Despite being hit by the crane dozens of times, it suffered no loss of vital energy. But just one counterattack by the python would be enough to fatally wound the crane if it landed. Gradually, the white crane found itself at a disadvantage. Erlang watched these two extraordinary beasts fight a difficult battle as the surroundings faded to the back of his mind. He struggled to stand up and tried to pull Wang Xuanba to escape. At this moment, there seemed to be a tide-like sound coming from the mountains. Erlang was stunned. He looked up and witnessed a strange scene. In the sky, countless birds flocked from various parts of the mountains, like a dense cloud flying towards this direction. On the mountain, rodents, reptiles, primates, tigers, leopards, and countless animals Erlang had never seen before suddenly emerged from various places, forming a tide of beasts rushing towards the place where the crane and python were entangled. Erlang realized the situation and his face turned pale. In this tide of beasts, there was no chance of survival for the two of them. The red-eyed white python also sensed the danger and no longer fought with the white crane, trying to leave the area. However, the white crane would not let it go and fought relentlessly as if it had an irreconcilable enmity with the python. Even if it was covered in blood and shattered, it refused to let it escape. In the blink of an eye, the birds in the tide of animals arrived. They ignored the white crane and Erlang, and their target was only the giant python. The white python let out a terrified cry, surrounded by countless wild animals. It was truly a situation where there was no way to escape. All the birds and beasts, one after another, pledged to gnaw the python to the end. They wouldn't stop until it was dead. The white python was overwhelmed by the tide of beasts, and its struggle gradually weakened. After who knows how long, there was no more sound. After this, the beasts gradually dispersed, but there was nothing left behind of the massive red-eyed white python, not even a single bone. Witnessing this eerie scene, Erlang stood still, stunned, unable to speak for a long while. After swallowing hard, it took him a long time to come to his senses. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and shouted loudly, looking around, "Immortal Master, is that you? It must be you, right?" In his view, the unusual tide of beasts just now must have been the work of the hermit Immortal residing in Mount Xyli. Erlang was a little excited and eager. Unfortunately, his voice was almost hoarse, and he still couldn't see the trace of the Immortal Master, so he fell into deep disappointment. And not far from him, Li Fan was watching him with a smile. The Immortal was right in front of him, but the mortal couldn't see him. This kid is not bad, his physique seems to be somewhat special, and his determination to seek the Tao is quite firm. Li Fan looked at Erlang with a hint of approval in his eyes. Unfortunately, I have not gained a firm foothold myself, so how can I teach you? Li Fan shook his head with a smile. It's better to wait and give you a chance in the future. He lightly pointed towards Erlang. Son Erlang suddenly felt confused, and then looked around in a daze, and finally carried the unconscious Wang Chuanba and left. Watching the two leave Mount Xyli, Li Fan then looked at the crime scene where the white python was devoured, feeling a bit pleased. All the effort I've put into studying for these 9 years isn't in vain. This formless killing intent is indeed extraordinary. In this life, since he had already reached late-stage chi condensation, in order to avoid the influence of the immortal mortal miasma, he simply came to hide in Mount Xyli. While waiting for truth, he practiced diligently. Due to the absence of spiritual energy in this desolate place, most of his time was spent comprehending the heavenly aura that he had observed and felt in his previous life. Night and day for 9 years, with great effort and persistence, he finally comprehended a formless killing intent. Once this formless killing intent was applied, it could disguise itself as the killing intent of the heavens to a certain extent and in a certain range. There were various forms of killing intent in the heavens, each leading to different calamities. When locked onto by this formless killing intent, one would fall into calamities without Li Fan having to personally take action. Just like the white python just now, when locked onto by Li Fan's formless killing intent, it became the target of heavenly calamities within the range of Mount Xyli. The heavens and the earth nurture all things, and the will of the heavens and the earth governs the vast majority of beings in the world. Countless animals thus formed endless killing intent towards this white python as well. This killing intent would only disappear when the white python died completely. Using a false heavenly manhwaedit is the formidable aspect of the formless killing intent. Not only is its power remarkable and its methods treacherous, but the concealment of the formless killing intent is also extremely high. The formless killing intent itself is like the killing intent of the heavens and the earth, akin to a pure will and rule. Ordinary cultivators are fundamentally unable to perceive it. Having so many advantages, it is truly an essential product for killing. No wonder Li Fan is so satisfied. Of course, the initial test subject for the formless killing intent was an ordinary beast in the mountains, so the momentum was quite grand. As for the specific effects on cultivators of the same or even higher cultivation level as Li Fan, it would have to be personally tried by Li Fan in the future to know. After the experiment with the divine ability, Li Fan returned to the thatched hut in seclusion at the peak of Mount Xyli. After a simple tidy-up, Li Fan checked the progress of the recharging of truth. It was already at 99. It's time to set foot in the cultivation world again. At this moment, Li Fan summoned the Taiyan boat and flew to Xuanjing City. With the power of an immortal, just like in his previous life, he looted a large amount of treasures and food. After filling the Taiyan boat, Li Fan arrived outside Qian Hong's tomb. Now with his cultivation, the restriction of the stone tablet of prohibition could no longer harm him. Entering Qian Hong's tomb, Li Fan took out the bound stone tablet of prohibition from truth. The two stone tablet of prohibitions merged into each other, forming a brand new stone tablet of prohibition. It didn't look as old as before, with just a few cracks on the stone body, but in terms of quality, it seemed to still be lacking that tiny bit. Li Fan didn't mind. After experiencing the immense power of the Kanghai Pearl, he was already a bit indifferent towards this stone tablet of prohibition. Anyway, it would be sold to the Tiangshuan Mirror in exchange for contribution points. Bringing the two martial arts manuals from Qian Hong's tomb and the damaged Tai Yan boat along with him, Li Fan was about to leave on his own boat. After flying a certain distance, he returned again, collected Qian Hong's remains, and prepared to take them back to the cultivation world to fulfill his dying wish. At this moment, Li Fan was no longer obstructed, smoothly passed through the immortal extinction formation, and returned to the cultivation world. Seeing the azure ocean of clouds once again, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of being in a different world. He took out Qian Hong's remains, turned them into ashes, and scattered them in the sea. Above the sky, a strange phenomenon occurred. Petals fell from the branches, drifting with the wind endlessly. Foundation Establishment cultivator Qian Hong practiced the Tao for 265 years, achieving foundation establishment with the extraordinary object, drifting plum. Wandering outside for 3,670 years, now his soul returns to his homeland, and his Tao returns to heaven. The strange phenomenon lasted only for the time it took for half a jaw stick to burn, then disappeared without a trace. After the vision disappeared, Li Fan keenly sensed that something inexplicable had changed within himself. However, upon closer inspection, he couldn't quite figure out what this change was, but it probably wasn't a bad thing. Li Fan decided to temporarily put it aside and just keep this matter in mind. After determining his current location, Li Fan noticed that it was slightly off from where he appeared in the immortal cultivation world in his previous life. But the difference wasn't significant. The closest place from here was Liulai Island, so Li Fan decided to go there first. After all, in his previous life, he spent a long time on Liulai Island and was quite familiar with it. He Zhenghao, though a bit greedy, was relatively reliable in his actions. Compared to others, Li Fan preferred to interact with acquaintances and minimize uncertainties. After choosing the direction, Li Fan didn't manipulate the Taiyan boat much, but instead used a wind-controlling technique to fly towards Liulai Island. The role Li Fan wanted to play now was that of a loose cultivator in the Kongyun Sea, who, by a stroke of luck, had cultivated to the later stage of qi condensation. He wanted to break through to the foundation establishment stage, but couldn't find a way, so he wanted to join the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. In the current cultivation world, life for loose cultivators could be described as extremely difficult. Unlike members of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance and the 5 Elders Association who had fixed channels to obtain techniques, loose cultivators often had to risk their lives exploring various ancient sect ruins to find a technique. Not only did they have to face the dangers and traps within the ruins, but they also had to be careful of fellow cultivators who were also eyeing them. One misstep could lead to a fatal end. Despite all this, these loose cultivators were still unwilling to join the 2 major organizations. They simply didn't want to be bound by others and work for them. For loose cultivators, freedom was above all. Different choices were just a matter of differing perspectives, and it was hard to say what was better or worse. Therefore, the Taiyan boat was a bit ostentatious for a loose cultivator's identity. To avoid unnecessary trouble and suspicion, Li Fan chose to fly on his own using wind control. It was a bit slower, but Li Fan was in no hurry, and it was a good opportunity to adapt. During his time in the Grand Xuan Kingdom, Li Fan had a vague sense that his affinity for spiritual energy had inexplicably increased in this life, but because there was no spiritual energy in the land of immortal extinction, he couldn't verify it. When he arrived in the cultivation world and sensed and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, Li Fan finally confirmed that his premonition was correct. If in the previous life he forcibly absorbed spiritual energy through the root of heaven and earth like a water pump, then in this life, with just a thought, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would enter his danshin cooperatively, without the need for coercion. Although it still couldn't compare to the intimacy with spiritual energy that Xiao Heng mentioned, it was much better than before. Li Fan speculated that the reason for this change was likely due to the root of heaven and earth. The root of heaven and earth in the previous life was cultivated through emotions like greed, fear, anger, hatred, and selfishness. However, in this life, the root of heaven and earth in Li Fan's danshin was directly manifested through truth. If the root of heaven and earth cultivated through the 5-spirit qi sensing method was filled with negative emotions such as brutality and darkness, then the root of heaven and earth bestowed by truth was balanced, peaceful, and natural. Unexpectedly, inheriting the cultivation from the previous life through truth also came with such benefits. In the midst of his joy, Li Fan also faintly felt that there might be even deeper reasons for this. However, before he could contemplate further, his expression suddenly changed. Because in Li Fan's perception, a murderous intent appeared in the distance, firmly locking onto him and rapidly flying towards him. Moreover, the opponent's aura was powerful, at least at the foundation establishment stage. Although it felt somewhat inexplicable, Li Fan didn't hesitate. He directly summoned the Taiyan boat and increased its speed to the maximum, fleeing to the nearest Liulai Island. The opponent seemed to be caught off guard by Li Fan actually having a treasure like a flying boat. At first, there was a moment of astonishment, but then the speed increased even more. Inside the Taiyan boat, Li Fan's face turned grim. The distance was too far, exceeding the range covered by his divine sense, but judging from the slowly approaching killing intent, the speed of the opponent was definitely beyond his piloting of the Taiyan boat. After hesitating for a moment, Li Fan headed towards the opponent and released formless killing intent. Suddenly, everything around him dimmed and he heard a faint murmur. The surroundings became hallucinatory and distorted. It seemed like there were countless pairs of eyes secretly watching Li Fan. Fortunately, this hallucination-like scene came and went quickly. It was just a momentary blur, and things returned to normal immediately. Li Fan was aware that the previous illusion was a side effect of using the formless killing intent across realms. The formless killing intent was like borrowing the mandate of heaven. Since it was a borrowed mandate, it naturally carried risks. Even when mortals falsely conveyed the emperor's edict, they could face severe punishment, not to mention pretending to control the mandate of heaven. The greater the difference in cultivation level between oneself and the target of the killing intent, the more likely it was for the will of heaven and earth to sense it. Fortunately, at the moment, it seemed that just crossing a major realm didn't pose a significant problem. After releasing the formless killing intent, there was no immediate reaction. But soon, Li Fan sensed a sudden wind in the air. This wind kept swirling on the path of the opponent's advance, quickly forming into a tornado. The tornado carried a faint green light and resembled a huge dragon, roaring towards the opponent. Caught off guard, the person was hit squarely by the tornado. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fan accelerated his escape. Soon, a deafening roar came from behind. It seemed that the opponent managed to escape the tornado and was flying towards Li Fan's direction even faster. The killing intent intensified. Just as the person was about to approach Li Fan, a giant shark leaped high from beneath the sea surface and devoured him in one bite. The shark then fell back into the sea, splashing high water sprays. Bang, a burst of flames erupted from the sea. The shark was burnt to ashes, and the person appeared somewhat disheveled as he flew out of the sea, looking somewhat frustrated. Sensing Li Fan's whereabouts again, he accelerated his pursuit. But every time he got close to Li Fan, he encountered unexpected situations. So the two of them chased each other all the way. Although he was much faster than Li Fan, he couldn't catch up with him. Finally, Liulai Island was in sight. The person cautiously looked around for a moment, and seeing that there seemed to be no more unexpected events, he breathed a sigh of relief, his expression serious, and was about to use his techniques to kill Li Fan. In the sky under the clear daylight, a sudden thunderbolt struck down, directly hitting him. If it weren't for a light that lit up on his body at a critical moment, offsetting most of the damage from the thunderbolt, he probably would have lost his life. Even so, the person was charred all over and hardly resembled a human. Seeing this, Li Fan quickly flew towards the Central Guardian array on Liulai Island. The person hesitated in mid-air for a moment before recovering. Startled and angry, he shouted loudly, "He Zhenghao, come out and help me kill this little thief." From Liulai Island came the familiar voice of He Zhenghao, Protector Wan. "How did you end up in this state?" Li Fan, who was flying towards Liulai Island, heard the conversation between the two and immediately stopped. Surrounded by the two, with no way to escape, Li Fan cursed inwardly. Then he silently recited in his mind, "Truth." The simulation ends. As Li Fan regained consciousness, he was still somewhat speechless. The previous life was the shortest one he had experienced. It was forcibly ended after just 9 years. Originally, he had ambitious plans and various strategies. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the cultivation world, he was inexplicably targeted and hunted down. What was even more absurd was that the pursuer was a member of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. He didn't know the identity of the other party, yet he still wanted to seek refuge with He Zhenghao on Liulai Island. As a result, he ended up being surrounded by 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. The opponent came from 1,000 miles away with a clear target, to kill Li Fan. Li Fan didn't believe that the other party would reveal the reason for hunting him down if he asked. And facing 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, he had no chance of survival. So he decisively chose to start over. Why would a member of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance hunt him down? And shortly after he had just entered the cultivation world, Li Fan furrowed his brows, deep in thought and perplexed. Without resolving this issue, all his future plans would just be empty talk. The Kong Yun Sea was currently under the control of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, and they could clearly lock onto his position through some means. Where did things go wrong? Could it be because he brought back Qian Hong's remains to the cultivation world? Or perhaps, Li Fan carefully examined and eliminated each item he possessed. In the end, he pinpointed the target, minor Yan water technique. Li Fan thought it over and found that this cultivation technique had the highest suspicion. After all, he currently had no connection whatsoever with the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Only this cultivation technique was inherited from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance in his previous life. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while, and he already had an answer in his heart. The minor Yan water technique, and all other cultivation techniques must be under constant surveillance by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. If they suddenly discover that a certain technique has not been exchanged and the number of cultivators practicing it has increased by one, they will know that the technique has been leaked. No matter how it is leaked, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance will definitely reclaim the technique. As for the method of reclamation, it's simply to kill. Why can they directly lock onto my location? Cultivators who practice the same technique can sense each other and perceive each other's positions. To reclaim a qi refining stage technique, they actually dispatched foundation establishment cultivators. Judging from the way he spoke to He Zhenghao, I'm afraid his cultivation level is higher than He Zhenghao's. At the very least, he is in the mid-foundation establishment stage, or possibly the late foundation establishment stage. He could imagine the scene. In the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, thousands of pieces of information about cultivation techniques were arranged in order, densely packed like a high wall. And in front of the high wall, a pair of eyes were staring intently. Every change in these cultivation techniques was captured by these eyes. Once the number of cultivators practicing a certain technique suddenly changed from someone to zero, or if a technique that was originally not being practiced suddenly had someone practicing it without being exchanged, the owner of these eyes would calmly make arrangements. Guardian. So this is the role of a guardian. Li Fan clapped and praised. Looking at the options that still appeared vividly before his eyes, Li Fan calmed down and chose to retain the cultivation level he had in his previous life. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the qi condensation stage. After that, Li Fan didn't hesitate at all. He operated the Tai Shang primordial scripture and converted the cultivation level of the minor yan water technique from qi condensation stage into pure energy. After that, he did exactly what he had done in his previous life. After 9 years, Li Fan returned to the cultivation world. Passing through the immortal extinction array, Li Fan waited in place for a while. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Without cultivating the minor yan water technique, he didn't attract the pursuit of the Guardian from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Only then did Li Fan slowly head towards Liulai Island. When flying near the sea area of Liulai Island, a certain scene from Li Fan's memory suddenly flashed. He immediately stopped and looked below. His gaze pierced through the barrier of seawater, reaching the depths of the sea. There, groups of Liulai fish were dragging the bodies of mortals they had found from various parts of the ocean, which had fallen for various reasons, and offering them to a giant golden Liulai fish. This golden Liulai fish swayed its bloated body, one by one, consuming the human bodies collected by its subordinates. After chewing and spitting out the broken bones, it revealed a somewhat dissatisfied expression. It greedily looked at the sea surface. It seemed that there were more fresher mortals there. Li Fan looked at this scene and snorted. The formless killing intent acted accordingly. Beneath the deep sea, the Liulai fish that were originally crowded around the leader, diligently offering food, suddenly froze. The golden Liulai fish was a little dissatisfied, about to teach its little brothers a lesson, but suddenly realized that the school of Liulai fish around it had become somewhat abnormal. Their eyes were glowing red, all staring at the giant golden Liulai fish. The golden Liulai fish felt something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Countless Liulai fish went mad, surrounding it. The figure of the golden Liulai fish disappeared within the school of fish. Streams of golden blood slowly floated to the surface. Li Fan held a glass bead the size of a pigeon's egg in his hand, observing carefully. Unfortunately, it's not a rare heavenly treasure, but just carrying it has effects similar to swallowing a Liulai pill. It's still quite extraordinary. Li Fan, satisfied, put it away and continued to fly towards Liulai Island. As he approached Liulai Island, Li Fan stopped in mid-air and released his spiritual energy. In just a moment, a voice came from afar, which fellow Taoist is coming to my Liulai Island. Along with the voice, the figure of He Zhenghao appeared. Although He Zhenghao had a foundation establishment cultivation level, in the face of a qi condensation stage cultivator who came uninvited, he did not act arrogantly, addressing him as a fellow Taoist. I have met fellow Taoist he. Li Fan cupped his hands. I am Li Fan, a wandering cultivator from the Kongyun Sea. Reaching the qi condensation stage was already extremely difficult, and I know I have no hope of reaching foundation establishment as a wandering cultivator. So I wish to join the 10,000 Immortals Alliance and seek a foundation establishment technique. Li Fan paused and continued, I have long heard of fellow Taoist's sense of justice, generosity, and kindness, so I came to pay my respects. I hope fellow Taoist can recommend me. Once successful, I will surely return this favor. He Zhenghao was a bit stunned when he heard that Li Fan wanted to join the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. He never expected that one day he would encounter such a stroke of luck. When Li Fan mentioned repayment in the future, He Zhenghao was even more delighted. Oh, fellow Taoist, you're too kind. We cultivators all know that cultivation is not easy, and if we can help, we will. Rest assured, your matter of joining the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, I will take care of it. Li Fan smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist's reputation as a generous benefactor is indeed well deserved. I admire you. He Zhenghao was about to explain that he didn't have a reputation as a generous benefactor, but he thought about it and felt that this description was quite appropriate. If it could spread, it would greatly benefit his cultivation in seclusion, so he didn't deny it. The two of them smiled at each other. Li Fan stood by, observing Liulai Island on the 9th year after the anchor point. At this moment, Liulai Island was far from the prosperity Li Fan had seen in his previous life. The population was less than a third of what it would be 10 years later, lacking much vitality. Traces of the devastation caused by the hurricane could still be faintly seen at the edge of the island, and the faces of mortals rarely showed smiles. Liulai Island had not yet recovered its vitality from the massive hurricane 5 years ago. If the charging speed of truth could be further increased, there might be a chance to witness it, Li Fan contemplated inwardly. When he was still immortal, he heard about the power of the hurricane, which could cut away 2/3 of Liulai Island. Li Fan deeply felt the terror of the power of nature. However, Li Fan later witnessed scenes like the boiling of the sea and its transformation into mountains within a dozen years. In comparison, this hurricane didn't seem as significant. Li Fan was currently waiting for He Zhenghao to return from 10,000 Immortals Island. According to He Zhenghao, cultivators with a cultivation level of foundation establishment, or above, would be autonomously attacked by the 10,000 Immortals array if they went to Liulai Island without permission. So He Zhenghao went ahead to arrange the passage permit for Li Fan. However, he didn't make Li Fan wait for long. Soon, He Zhenghao returned. Fellow Taoist, leave your own aura on this passage token, He Zhenghao said. Li Fan took the token and infused it with spiritual energy. On the Chinese letter character of the token, a light flashed and then disappeared. Seeing this, He Zhenghao nodded. That should be enough. Then he reminded, after you officially join our 10,000 Immortals Alliance, remember to return this passage token. It must not be lost. Otherwise, you'll have to compensate with the corresponding contribution points. He Zhenghao seemed to recall a very unpleasant event and twitched his face, saying, such a small token actually costs 100 contribution points, it's really. He stopped halfway when he saw Li Fan looking at him with interest. Fellow Taoist, forgive me if you find it amusing. He Zhenghao coughed lightly, and his expression returned to normal. Leading Li Fan to the interior of the island protection array, He Zhenghao activated the teleportation array. After a moment of dizziness, Li Fan finally returned to 10,000 Immortals Island. On the transmission square, the statue of an old man with a tall crown and long beard stood silently, overlooking 10,000 Immortals Island. Cultivators rushed back and forth, using various teleportation arrays to go to different places in the Kongyun Sea. At this moment, who among them could anticipate that everything here would turn into nothingness shortly? Li Fan felt somewhat emotional. He Zhenghao assumed he was astonished by the spectacular scenery of 10,000 Immortals Island and didn't pay much attention. Just like in the previous life, he was introducing various things to Li Fan. This is Transmission Square, built to commemorate the immortal ancestors' teaching of the Tao. Li Fan nodded as he listened. Following the path, the two arrived at the location of the Tiangshuan Mirror. Fellow Taoist, you were previously an independent cultivator, so there are things you might not know. Members of my 10,000 Immortals Alliance can recommend independent cultivators from the outside to join. Depending on the recommended member's cultivation level and potential, will receive corresponding contribution rewards. Before entering the Tiangshuan Mirror, He Zhenghao seemed to have remembered something and turned back to Li Fan and said, so the fact that you came to ask for my help also benefits me. I see. I was worried that it might be difficult for fellow Taoist, but I overthought it. Li Fan looked suddenly enlightened, then solemnly said, regardless, I won't forget fellow Taoist's assistance. He Zhenghao smiled and nodded, quite satisfied with Li Fan's reaction. Afterward, the two entered the Tiangshuan Mirror. This person is the Qi Condensation Cultivator I previously reported who wishes to join our 10,000 Immortals Alliance, He Zhenghao said, looking at Li Fan in the space of the Tiangshuan Mirror. After a moment, a voice sounded within the space. Referring a late-stage Qi Condensation Cultivator, recorded as first-class merit, equates to 300 contribution points. Current total contribution points, 1340. He Zhenghao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He stared at Li Fan for a while and asked, may I ask, how old are you now? Li Fan thought for a moment and then replied, 29, I suppose. He Zhenghao took in a sharp breath, looking shocked, a 29-year-old late-stage Qi Condensation independent cultivator. Then he was overjoyed, fellow Taoist, your talent is truly unprecedented. He immediately took out a communication token shaped like a mountain peak and handed it to Li Fan, saying, you've just arrived and you'll encounter many problems. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. I will tell you everything I know. You run into any trouble that you can't solve, you can also ask for my assistance. Although my cultivation is only at mid-foundation establishment stage, I have quite a wide network. In the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, I have some influence." Li Fan nodded gratefully. After He Zhenghao gave a few more instructions and left with an excited expression, Li Fan regained his composure. "The treatment this time is much better than the last life," Li Fan said, storing He Zhenghao's communication token. In the cultivation world, most cultivators are solitary. Someone like He Zhenghao is indeed quite rare. Besides, it's just that my cultivation talent is a bit better. He might be a bit too enthusiastic, Li Fan thought for a moment but couldn't find a clear reason. He had a vague feeling that it might be related to the cultivation technique He Zhenghao was practicing. However, he could sense that He Zhenghao had no ill intentions, so he didn't dwell on it. Divine sense fluctuations recorded. Created an independent space. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to join the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. As a benefit, you will be given 100 contribution points for free. You can use contribution points to exchange for spiritual stones, cultivation techniques, magical treasures, and more. The Tiangshuan mirror began to explain relevant matters. Although he was already very familiar with it, Li Fan still listened carefully while comparing the situation with his previous life. Li Fan found that after advancing to the late stage of qi condensation, the contribution points required to activate the auxiliary cultivation mode increased from 10 points per day to 30 points per day. The higher the realm, the more resources needed. This is reasonable. It seems that I'll have to gather a large number of contribution points first. Accumulating contribution points slowly by doing tasks wasn't something Li Fan was interested in. In fact, he had a plan on how to earn a large number of contribution points quickly. Spending 10 contribution points, he purchased a slightly larger storage ring. Afterward, Li Fan used the teleportation array to go outside for a trip. In a deserted place, he stored all the gold, silver, and treasures he had scavenged from the Tai Yan boat into the storage ring. Then he quickly returned and requested the exchange. A batch of gold and silver can be converted to 863 contribution points. Heavenly treasure, stone tablet of prohibition, quality, flawed, can be converted to 1968 contribution points. After a moment, the notification from the Tiangshuan mirror popped up. One Chinese letter means 1,000, as in 10,000 Immortals Alliance. In the previous life, Li Fan spent a significant portion of the treasures he had scavenged by salvaging and whitewashing to obtain a spot in the pure body spirit pool of Liulai Island. In the end, he was left with only 235 contribution points. In this life, with a total value of 863 contribution points, Li Fan understood why some cultivators sneakily helped ordinary people smuggle into the cultivation world. Li Fan had only raided a few corrupt officials and rich families and already earned over 800 contribution points. It was reasonable to assume that those cultivators could easily earn over 1,000 points in one outing. It is important to note that a cultivation technique costs just over 1,000 points. If done once every decade, it could be considered a substantial income. Wealth moves hearts. Li Fan sighed and took out the golden Liulai pearl he obtained from the giant Liulai fish. Golden Liulai pearl can be converted to 850 contribution points. After some thought, Li Fan realized that this giant Liulai pearl was a weakened version of the Liulai pill. Its effects were slightly inferior, but it didn't deplete upon use. Considering its potential usefulness in future cultivation, Li Fan chose not to exchange it and instead kept it. Looking at his total of 2,831 contribution points, Li Fan shook his head. It was still not enough, it was too little. After all, heavenly treasures cost over 2,000 points. Li Fan realized when he was chased by the guards of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance that although he had the cultivation level of late qi condensation, his actual combat strength was quite low. His primary cultivation technique, Jade Cosmos 1000 Variations Sutra, lacked effective means of offense. Apart from the formless killing intent he comprehended, he had no other means to defend himself. While the formless killing intent was formidable, it had a fatal flaw. It often required some time to take effect. It was more suitable for sneak attacks rather than facing an opponent head-on. In a battle or under siege, Li Fan could only choose to run. Moreover, he only knew the most basic flight technique, so he likely couldn't outrun others. Unable to win in a fight and unable to escape a tragedy was inevitable. Therefore, Li Fan wanted all the combat techniques, escape arts, defensive techniques, artifacts, formations, and elixirs available in the Tiangshuan mirror. As many as possible. However, this amount of contribution points was simply insufficient. After pondering for a moment, he started to look at the bounties posted by other cultivators in the Tiangshuan mirror. In his previous life, when he assimilated with the Kanghai Pearl's consciousness, he saw many hidden treasures and secrets within the Kong Yun Sea. Some of them were within his current capabilities to obtain, such as the giant Liulai Pearl. there are still many things that are extremely dangerous and not easy for even foundation establishment cultivators to obtain. Instead of letting these secrets rot in the sea, it's better to choose some to sell early on and quickly turn them into one's own strength. His gaze quickly swept through. When he saw one of the tasks, Li Fan suddenly stopped. His divine sense moved, and he checked the task details. Elder Chen from the medicine hall lacked a certain auxiliary material for alchemy blue blood coral. Now he's offering a reward to all in the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, 1,000 contribution points for providing relevant information, and 3,000 contribution points for directly providing the blue blood coral. Li Fan looked through the other tasks, but this one was the most prominent one and had the highest known reward. So Li Fan took on this task. In the northwest area of the Kongyun Sea, about 200 miles west of the Mist Crow Island. I've seen this coral on the sea. Unfortunately, there is a sea snake guarding the coral. I'm not sure about the specific strength of the sea snake, but even from a distance I felt a fatal danger. Li Fan fabricated a set of words and submitted the task. He believed that with the efficiency of the 10,000 Immortals Island, the authenticity of the information he provided would soon be confirmed. Sure enough, just half a day later, Li Fan received the task reward. However, interestingly, the reward task for the blue blood coral was not cancelled but still hung there. It seems that Elder Chen needs a considerable quantity of blue blood coral. I wonder what pill he's trying to refine. Just for one ingredient, he was willing to spend 3,000 contribution points. Obviously, the pill he intended to refine was extraordinary. However, Li Fan was just curious. Elder Chen was said to be the chief elder of the medicine hall of the 10,000 Immortals Island, a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage. At that level, Li Fan was still far from reaching it. Suppressing the curiosity that surged within him, Li Fan focused on one of the most prominent bounties among the many. This was also the reason why Li Fan was eager to improve his own strength. Task, bounty for the Cloud Water Map. Reward, 100,000 contribution points. Just two simple lines with no other explanation. But that number of 100,000 contribution points made all the cultivators who saw it tremble in excitement. That was 100,000 contribution points. Many cultivators in the 10,000 Immortals Alliance might not accumulate this much in their entire lifetime. With these 100,000 contribution points, reaching the golden core stage would be a breeze. Countless cultivators looked at these two lines repeatedly, daydreaming about the glorious scenes after completing the task. Unfortunately, the bounty task had been hanging there for over a decade, never reaching completion. Even the nature of Cloud Water Map was unknown to anyone, and the task issuer was also extremely mysterious, never showing up or making any statements. It seemed to signal that if you knew, you knew. If you didn't, speaking wouldn't help. The Kongyun Sea, at present, nobody knows where the Cloud Water Map was, except for Li Fan. The Cloud Water Map is in the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, Li Fan kept repeating in his mind. This Cloud Water Map, worth a whopping 100,000 contribution points, was in the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. The Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, or rather the ruins of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, was the place mentioned by Xiao Heng in the letter, where he went to search for heavenly treasures. The reason why nobody knew this secret yet was simply because the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace had not yet manifested in this world. In the previous life, Li Fan became interested in the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace only because of Xiao Heng's message. Then, he recorded this upcoming event in his mind. The ruins of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace would emerge. It was said to be the most powerful sect within the Kongyun Sea in ancient times. When the great calamity of heaven and earth arrived, the disciples of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace fought each other, and only 1 in 1,000 individuals survived. The surviving individuals decided to activate a protective array to hide from the world. Since then, the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace has been concealed by the array and hidden in the central sea area of the Kongyun Sea. It was only the 11th year after his anchor point that the array was broken, and the hidden Cloud Water Heavenly Palace reappeared in the world. However, the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace that chose to hide from the world had also not escaped the fate of destruction. When the cultivators of the Kongyun Sea entered, they discovered that the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace had long turned into a ruin filled with bizarre scenes. At that time, the first group to enter the ruins of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace consisted of over 100 cultivators, most of whom were in the foundation establishment and chi condensation stages. They thought it was just an ordinary ruin, but to their surprise, the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace was filled with anomalies. Under this unexpected turn of events, the casualties were severe. In the end, less than 1/10 of them managed to survive. Among them was a person named Sikangye. This person only had a cultivation level of late chi condensation stage and seemed quite ordinary. Everyone thought he had merely survived by luck. No one expected that it was this inconspicuous Sikangye who, upon returning to the 10,000 Immortals Island, submitted the Cloud Water Map and received the reward of a whopping 100,000 contribution points. After receiving the reward, Sikangi used a long-distance teleportation array and disappeared from sight of everyone in the Kongyun Sea. Since then, Sikangi never appeared again. Search for information related to anomalies and sect ruins. Li Fan recalled memories from his previous life and spoke to the Tangshuan mirror. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of pieces of information emerged. However, the majority of them displayed only the initial few sentences. To obtain complete information, one had to spend a certain amount of contribution points. Li Fan didn't hesitate and immediately spent 100 contribution points to purchase the most popular guide, Survival Guide for Sect Ruins. The author of this guide was named Chi Yunju, a wandering cultivator. He had been exploring various ruins for many years and had reached the Golden Core stage before joining the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Being able to consistently survive perilous sect ruins, Chi Yunju naturally had exceptional qualities. The survival guide for sect ruins he wrote was highly praised and regarded as a must-read by many cultivators. The ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace were treacherous and dangerous. Although Li Fan had prior knowledge, he didn't dare to be careless. He carefully read the guide. In ancient times, when the Great Calamity arrived, countless sects were destroyed, leaving only remnants and ruins. Some of these ruins had already been explored countless times by cultivators over the years, and they were left clean, devoid of anything valuable. Others remained unexplored due to the extreme danger and vastness of the ruins. Even now, many cultivators venture in annually, seeking either techniques or breakthrough opportunities. Then there were those sects that had remained hidden from the world, shielded by arrays and subworlds. These were untouched virgin lands and were considered treasure troves. Once revealed, they would undoubtedly attract nearby cultivators. The experiences outlined in the survival guide for sect ruins were tailored for these latter two categories. The guide mentioned that in today's cultivation world, all valuable and worthy to explore sects could be divided into two main types. One was those without anomalies, the other was with anomalies. For those without anomalies, as long as one was cautious and watchful of array formations, there generally wouldn't be any particularly huge danger. However, if there were anomalies, extreme caution was required. The term anomalies referred to the various bizarre phenomena within the ruins that couldn't be measured by common sense. These peculiarities seemed to not belong to this world and often had their own unique set of rules. These anomaly rules also varied in strength. In the world of cultivation, it was conventionally agreed to classify the intensity of these anomalies. According to the highest realm of cultivators they could affect, they were categorized into Chi condensation level anomalies, Foundation establishment level anomalies, and Golden Core level anomalies, among others. Cultivators within the range of the anomalies rules had to follow these rules if their cultivation level was lower than the rule's strength. If they violated these rules, death was inevitable. If their cultivation level was higher than the strength of the anomalies rule, they might be unaffected by the anomaly and escape death. However high your cultivation level is, you cannot change the nature of the phenomena. Even strong individuals in the nascent soul stage cannot alter the anomalies of the Chi condensation level. It is even more difficult to save a cultivator who violates the anomaly rules within. Once living beings enter the range of the anomalies, the rules will be triggered. Only when the death toll reaches a certain number or the anomalies are unraveled can the cultivators inside be able to leave. The guide provided an example. 150 years ago, an unnamed island near the western part of the Kongyun Sea suddenly had a cave appear. Since its appearance, rays of light would radiate from it, illuminating the sky for hundreds of miles. Many cultivators were attracted by the treasure light and entered to explore. After a careful search, the cultivators discovered that this cave was built by a nascent soul stage solitary cultivator from ancient times, Senior Hongjai, before his death. The cave contained over a dozen cultivation techniques and countless magical treasures. Filled with joy, these cultivators started to seize the treasures. At this moment, a horrifying event occurred. All the cultivators who had smiled due to obtaining a technique or magical treasure suddenly had their heads fly off for unknown reasons. Their smiles were frozen in place. In an instant, more than half of the cultivators present died. The remaining cultivators were also frightened, thinking that there might be restrictions on the techniques or magical treasures. Fearing to disturb the treasure scattered all over the ground, they fled the cave. After the news spread, some cultivators who didn't believe in superstitions came to test the anomaly. After holding the treasures for a while without triggering any restrictions, they also revealed disdainful or joyful smiles. Immediately after, their bodies were dismembered and their heads fell to the ground. Only a naturally poker-faced cultivator survived the catastrophe. However, even he was frightened by this terrifying scene and hastily grabbed a magical treasure and fled. The news of another group perishing shocked all the covetous cultivators nearby. The naturally poker-faced cultivator who survived and obtained the cave's treasures drew everyone's attention. However, no matter how they questioned him, the poker-faced cultivator claimed not to know how he survived. Later, a clever young man, after pondering for a long time, revealed the anomaly. In this cave, it was forbidden to smile. Regardless of the reason, if one smiled, their head would be severed. Although this incident sounded absurd, after the clever young man calmly walked into the cave and took out a technique with a calm and unharmed face, all the cultivators believed it. So they followed suit and took out all the treasures from the cave. The incident in Senior Hangjai's cave was the most typical and simplest form of the anomalies, containing only one rule. In reality, the anomalies within those sect ruins often comprised multiple compounded rules. These anomalies were incredibly dangerous. Without understanding their rules, a slight mistake could lead to death. However, once the rules of the anomalies were understood, the risk posed by the anomalies became almost negligible. Based on his personal experiences of surviving multiple times from the anomalies, Chi Yunju summarized dozens of pieces of advice. First, maintain calmness at all times. Under the anomalies, unbelievable events could happen. Second, don't act recklessly. In the absence of understanding the rules of the anomalies, the faster you acted, the faster you died. Third, if you want to explore the anomaly, gather as many people as possible. The most effective way to understand the anomaly's rules is to sacrifice lives. Just pray that you won't be the first to die. Li Fan carefully read through the survival guide for sect ruins and felt his 100 contribution points were well spent. With these experiences, he would have more confidence when exploring the Cloud Water Palace 2 years later. In his previous life, after Sikang Yi found the Cloud Water map from the Cloud Water Palace and gained 100,000 contribution points. The news spread and ignited the enthusiasm of the cultivators in the Kangyan Sea for exploring the Cloud Water Palace. Even though the Cloud Water map had been taken, the Cloud Water Palace was so vast, and there were definitely more treasures inside than just the Cloud Water map, right? With this thought in mind, the cultivators of the Kangyan Sea surged towards the Cloud Water Palace, regardless of life and death. Even solitary cultivators from distant continents were drawn here. Their thoughts were indeed correct. In his previous life, until the 27th year, the Cloud Water Palace had still not been completely explored. From time to time, news would spread about cultivators obtaining treasures from it, making others envy them. And precisely because so many people kept exploring, most of the anomalies inside the Cloud Water Palace were no longer a secret. Li Fan had heard of some of these things in his previous life. However, regarding how Sikang Yi had obtained the Cloud Water map back then, there were various speculations, but no conclusion had been reached. Therefore, the best way for Li Fan to plan for the Cloud Water map in this life was to secretly follow Sikang Yi and snatch it when he was about to succeed. There were 2 years before the Cloud Water Palace opened, so he could first investigate Sikang Yi secretly and learn about his enemy. At the same time, he needed to improve his strength as much as possible. Li Fan set his sights on a group of Qi condensation stage killing techniques within the Tiangshuan mirror. The price of killing techniques was much higher than that of ordinary techniques. The minor Yan water technique he had previously cultivated only cost 1,200 contribution points, while the price of killing techniques was generally around 1,500 points. Li Fan quickly browsed through the technique introductions, selecting the technique suitable for him. Flowing water sword technique, minor planetary wind sword, red flowing star. Suddenly, Li Fan's eyes stopped at a technique, netherworld spirit illusion technique. After carefully reading the introduction to the technique several times, Li Fan's heart was stirred. According to the technique's introduction, this was a technique mainly focused on illusion arts. By cultivating an illusionary spirit in the mind, one could release the illusionary spirit to confuse the enemy when encountering them. Once the illusionary spirit became powerful, it could even enter another person's sea of consciousness and directly launch a spiritual attack. This technique was tailor-made for him. Although he didn't know how his spiritual power compared to other cultivators, after centuries of continuous reincarnation, combined with the Venerable Heart Refinement mantra, it shouldn't be too weak. Furthermore, visualizing and cultivating the illusionary spirit, a crimson figure appeared inexplicably in Li Fan's mind. If he visualized it based on the crimson flame as a prototype, the resulting illusionary spirit should possess considerable power. Li Fan pondered to himself, immediately deciding to purchase this technique. However, the price, Li Fan took a look and his eyes widened. 2,500 points. It's almost the same price as a slightly inferior foundation establishment technique. No wonder this technique, despite looking so powerful, has remained unsought here. Actually, Li Fan had some misconceptions about this. The reason Netherworld Spirit Illusion technique was priced so high was not because it was extremely powerful, but simply because illusion-based techniques were relatively rare. In the current cultivation world, the spiritual power of the vast majority of cultivators was not significantly different. After all, before the Great Calamity arrived, there were very few techniques specializing in strengthening spiritual power. Not to mention now, where one couldn't simultaneously cultivate in different methods. Without means to strengthen and enhance spiritual power, the spiritual power of most cultivators remained on a similar level. In such a situation, very few would choose to use spiritual attacks against others, because this often meant mutually assured destruction. This was also why the Netherworld spirit illusion technique appeared somewhat mediocre to other cultivators. To put it plainly, this was just an illusion technique. It was a method of using spiritual power, not enhancing it. One wouldn't easily use spiritual attacks just for a bit of illusion, who would be willing to spend 2,500 contribution points. It was precisely because Li Fan possessed the venerable heart refinement mantra and had personally seen the figure of the crimson flame, the heavenly spirit, that he resonated better with the path of visualizing the illusionary spirit. Therefore, in his hands, the Netherworld spirit illusion technique could exert multiple times the effect others could achieve. Regardless, Li Fan eventually gritted his teeth and purchased the Netherworld spirit illusion technique. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan's contribution points were reduced to 1321. Contribution points came quickly, but they also left quickly. Originally, he wanted to purchase another escape technique, but he was a bit short, so he could only consider it later. The most pressing matter was to cultivate the Netherworld spirit illusion technique to the late Qi condensation stage. Activating the auxiliary cultivation mode of the Tiangshuan mirror and placing the golden Liuli pearl by his side, Li Fan began his cultivation. His mind was as clear as a mirror, and the profound technique's words, double enhanced, seemed as simple and understandable as an elementary school textbook to Li Fan. The pure cultivation base from the minor Yan water technique in his Danshan dissolved into pure energies, propelling the Netherworld spirit illusion technique to progress at an astonishing rate. In less than a day, the Netherworld spirit illusion technique was cultivated to the mid-Qi condensation stage. In the mid-Qi condensation stage, he could visualize the illusionary spirit in his mind. Although it was an illusionary spirit, it couldn't be created out of thin air. It had to be based on things that truly existed in the cultivation world. His thoughts flowed slowly, and past events reappeared one by one before his eyes. Li Fan felt as if he had returned to the moment when he witnessed the crimson flame burning the sea in his previous life. A faint shadow gradually formed in Li Fan's sea of consciousness. Even though it was an unformed shadow, Li Fan suddenly felt a sharp rise in his body's temperature. Sweat poured down from his body like raindrops. Frowning, Li Fan forcefully activated the venerable heart refinement mantra, suppressing the scorching sensation. He continued visualizing the figure of the crimson flame. As the illusionary spirit of the crimson flame gradually took shape, the temperature of Li Fan's body rose. If before it felt like being in a desert under the scorching sun, then at this moment, it felt like being placed under a blazing fire. As Li Fan continued to visualize, the scorching sensation became more and more terrifying. Finally, when the temperature reached its limit, the clothes on Li Fan's body spontaneously ignited. Poof, he couldn't maintain the visualization state anymore, and the phantom in his sea of consciousness instantly dissipated. Li Fan spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. The blood seemed to have an extremely high temperature, evaporating into a white mist before it could touch the ground. Li Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, not disheartened. He purchased a healing pill from the Tiangshuan mirror and restored himself for a moment before continuing his visualization. As Li Fan's body temperature increased, the image of the crimson flame in his consciousness became clear once again. However, even though Li Fan pushed the venerable heart refinement mantra to its limits, he ignored the faint sense of scorching emanating from his body. At the moment when the crimson flame's illusory spirit was about to take shape, for some unknown reason, Li Fan withdrew from the visualization state. Could it be because it's too hot, exceeding the body's endurance limit? Li Fan contemplated this and began searching in the Tiangshuan mirror for medicines that could resist heat. Spending 10 contribution points, he purchased an ice heart pill. After consuming it, Li Fan attempted once again. This time, as the fiery sensation brought about by visualizing the crimson flame appeared, a cold breath emerged from his Danshan at the same time. This cold breath circulated throughout his body, suppressing the heat. Without the need to distract himself to suppress bodily discomfort, Li Fan focused all his energy on condensing the illusory spirit resembling the crimson flame. However, it didn't work. The illusory spirit shattered just before it was about to take form. It seemed like something deliberately obstructed the process, making it impossible for the illusory spirit to take form. After several attempts, the effect of the ice heart pill began to fade. Li Fan stopped. The heavenly spirit is indeed extraordinary. Even condensing an illusory spirit based on it is impossible. There must be some unknown rules or restrictions within this. Li Fan pondered for a moment and began searching for information about the heavenly spirit in the Tiangshuan mirror. As expected, the Tiangshuan mirror informed him that his permissions were insufficient to view it. For a moment, Li Fan's idea of condensing the illusory spirit, resembling the crimson flame, fell into a dilemma. However, he didn't intend to give up. The greater the restrictions, the greater the harvest once successful. The might of the heavenly spirit was clear. Even obtaining 1,000th of it would be extraordinary. However, he needed to carefully consider how to proceed. Thus, Li Fan maintained his auxiliary cultivation, in a state of enlightenment, quietly closing his eyes to contemplate. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed day by day, and his contribution points gradually burned away. Finally, after 7 days, Li Fan opened his eyes. The heavenly spirit was a manifestation of a certain law in the world. If the flames of crimson flame represented a law related to fire, what special significance did the red color of crimson flame have? Besides the flames of crimson flame, were there any other flames? Li Fan immediately began to experiment. Still visualizing the heavenly spirit, the aura and appearance of the figure were exactly the same as the red crimson flame he remembered. The only difference was that the color of the figure changed from red to green. This time the illusory spirit formed successfully. However, it was extremely weak, seeming like an empty shell without any power to harm enemies. He dispersed the newborn illusory spirit in his sea of consciousness. Li Fan attempted once more. This time it changed from green to black. The black flames were similar to the red flames, and the illusory spirit couldn't take form. However, unlike when visualizing the red flames, there was no searing heat during the visualization of the black flames. Li Fan tried another color. Li Fan attempted all the colors he could think of. He found that there were 4 scenarios. The first was like the red flames, unable to take form, and during the visualization process, he would feel a roasting sensation. The second was like the green flames. Although it could take form, it was empty and lacked any power. The third was like the black flames, unable to take form, and during the visualization process, no peculiarities occurred. The fourth was the most special. In Li Fan's sea of consciousness, a virtual image almost identical to the red flames slowly condensed, except this time it was azure. As the illusory spirit of azure flame gradually appeared, the temperature around Li Fan began to drop significantly. Layers of ice flowers began to spread from the ground where Li Fan stood, moving outward. His hair and eyebrows were frosted, and his body gradually stiffened like ice. Even the venerable heart refinement mantra, which had been operating silently, slowed down under its influence as if it would stop at any moment. Li Fan's heartbeat slowed down and his breath rapidly diminished. Yet Li Fan's consciousness fell into a strange state. It was like an out-of-body experience, observing the various changes in his own body as if he were an onlooker. There were no emotional fluctuations. Li Fan had a premonition. In this state, even if his body were destroyed and he faced death the next moment, he wouldn't feel any fear. It was a state of absolute calm and rationality. It was in this state that Li Fan silently watched as his body was completely encased in ice. It was like being in absolute zero, plunged into absolute silence. At the same time, in Li Fan's sea of consciousness, the illusory spirit of azure flame finally took shape. The temperature didn't rise, but vitality rapidly appeared on Li Fan. It was as if the absolute coldness could no longer affect him. Li Fan's consciousness moved, and the azure flame in his sea of consciousness flickered. The extreme coldness on his body quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan returned to his original appearance, and he emerged from that state of absolute rationality. The extreme coldness seemed like an illusion, leaving no trace. So this is the power of azure flame. In his sea of consciousness, the young azure flame illusory spirit fell into a deep sleep, but Li Fan knew that he could awaken it at any time and recreate that state he had just experienced. Encountering 4 different situations when visualizing flames of different colors should correspond to the condition of the heavenly spirit. After some contemplation, Li Fan made his own conjecture. The heavenly spirit was the embodiment of the laws of heaven, and practitioners could also sacrifice a heavenly spirit to achieve the Tao integration realm. So in the previous visualization process, those illusory spirits that could form but lacked any power should represent a lack of this particular type of heavenly spirit. As for those that couldn't take form, like the red flames, they should still belong to the system of heaven and earth's laws. Although Li Fan could invoke their power, he couldn't possess them. For those like the black flames, they should have already been refined by Tao integration cultivators and were no longer within the system of this realm's laws. Then what did this azure flame represent? A law of what is yet to be born. In other words, in the near future, in some part of the cultivation world, the true heavenly spirit, the azure flame, will descend. Li Fan fell into deep thought. After a long time, Li Fan took a deep breath and buried his various speculations about the heavenly spirit deep in his mind. Regardless, although he hadn't condensed the illusory spirit of red flames, he accidentally visualized the illusory spirit of azure flame. The 2 attributes were completely opposite, but the power of the azure flames seemed to be no less than that of the red flames. Feeling delighted, Li Fan began to practice the netherworld spirit illusion technique again. He attempted to nurture and strengthen the illusory spirit of azure flame, aiming to use it for psychic attacks. Time slowly passed as he practiced. Not long after, Li Fan suddenly stopped the auxiliary cultivation mode. It turned out that due to the prolonged practice, his contribution points were now just a little over 100. Before entering seclusion, Li Fan had set a minimum contribution point threshold of 100. If it dropped below this number, the auxiliary cultivation mode would forcibly terminate. It felt like he had just woken up from a beautiful dream, abruptly disturbed. Li Fan felt a momentary annoyance, but he quickly suppressed that emotion. These contribution points are depleting too quickly. The days when he had over 3,000 contribution points seemed like they had just passed yesterday, yet in the blink of an eye, they were gone. The opening of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace is still about 2 years away. Before that, I need to figure out how to earn more contribution points and strengthen my power. He once again browsed through the task page of the Tiangshuan Mirror. Li Fan chose to ignore the official tasks posted by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Even in the late Qi condensation stage, the official tasks he could undertake were still all low-yield and low-risk missions. For instance, assisting alchemists, craftsmen, or talisman makers, or helping to maintain and inspect arrays scattered throughout the Cloud Sea. Although these tasks were safe, they earned contribution points too slowly. If Li Fan had an interest in learning alchemy, craftsmanship, or talisman making, they might have been considered. But for now, the most important thing was to obtain the Cloud Water map. Unfortunately, Li Fan's luck seemed to be lacking this time. He couldn't find any suitable tasks even after searching for a long time. After thinking for a moment, Li Fan took out the communication talisman given to him by He Zhenghao and sent him a message. May I ask, fellow Taoist He, if there are any fast ways to earn contribution points? I've been searching the Tiangshuan Mirror for a long time, and most of the tasks only offer a few dozen points. I need 30 points of contribution every day just for my cultivation. At this rate, when will I be able to exchange for a foundation establishment cultivation method? Li Fan complained in his message. After sending the message, he placed the communication talisman aside and continued his cultivation. Even though he didn't have the assistance of the Tiangshuan Mirror, his cultivation speed had improved somewhat. After 3 days had passed, He Zhenghao finally replied, "Ha ha ha, that's how it is in our 10,000 Immortals Alliance." Newly joined cultivators often need several years of hard work to exchange for a cultivation method. It's the same for everyone. But He Zhenghao's tone suddenly changed, and he continued, "Since fellow Taoist Li joined through my recommendation, I naturally want to help you. After all, I hope fellow Taoist Li can enter the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. However, this matter isn't convenient to discuss through a communication talisman. If fellow Taoist Li is willing, you can come to Liulai Island. We can talk face to face." Originally, Li Fan had just asked casually, not expecting He Zhenghao to respond so readily. It's quite timely. However, there must be a reason behind this, Li Fan thought, considering that He Zhenghao had always been generous to others in both his lives. He was indeed an anomaly among cultivators. Without hesitation, Li Fan left the Tiangshuan Mirror and headed straight for Liulai Island. Inside the protective array of Liulai Island, He Zhenghao sat in a pavilion on the mountaintop, sipping tea. He seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. "It seems that fellow Taoist Li couldn't wait any longer," He Zhenghao said with a big smile. He clapped his hands, and suddenly the ground beneath their feet began to shake. Shortly after, Li Fan saw the surrounding mountains rise in unison. However, he quickly realized what was happening. The other mountains weren't rising, it was the mountain Li Fan was on that was descending. The mountain rapidly sank and soon descended below the ground, entering a space filled with silver clouds and mist. Li Fan looked up, and the continuous group of mountains within the protective array seemed like stars, floating above his head. The mountains were dispersed, yet they seemed to form a whole according to some rule. It appeared stationary, but was in constant motion. Seeing Li Fan's expression, He Zhenghao showed a hint of satisfaction. "How do you find my mountain star formation, fellow Taoist?" Li Fan hadn't seen the true face of the Liulai Island protective array even in his past life, so now that he witnessed it, he sincerely said, "The mountain star formation is quite extraordinary. However, why does Liulai Island's protective array seem?" He Zhenghao already knew what Li Fan wanted to ask and spoke even more proudly. "That's because I personally constructed Liulai Island's array, so naturally, it's different from arrays on other islands." Li Fan was astonished. "I didn't expect you, fellow Taoist, to be proficient in formations." But he was also somewhat puzzled. "Is it possible for a foundation establishment cultivator like you to build such a vast mountain star formation?" He Zhenghao coughed and said seriously, "Naturally, there were others assisting on the side. However, the arrangement of the formation was mainly done by me. I won't hide it from you, the foundation establishment treasure I possess is the mountain and river vein formation diagrams. Hence, I have a talent for formations that ordinary cultivators can't compare to. If we talk about formations without considering cultivation level, even a typical nascent soul stage formation master might not surpass me." He Zhanghao spoke confidently. I see. Li Fan nodded and then asked, I wonder what exactly you invited me for, fellow Taoist. Why is it so secretive and elaborate? He Zhanghao grinned and said, it's not a big deal, I'm just being a bit cautious. Do you know that many years ago, mortals in the cultivation world were once collectively banished to various small worlds? Li Fan narrowed his eyes. I've heard a bit about it. He Zhanghao continued, in these small worlds, there are many valuable things that can be exchanged for a lot of contribution points, but gathering them by yourself is quite time-consuming and laborious, and is not worth the effort. However, often those influential ordinary people in these small worlds scheme to return to the cultivation world. So, Li Fan already understood what He Zhanghao was planning, so we can make it a condition for those ordinary people to help us collect resources. Coincidentally, I know of a small world called Dali, which is quite vast and has several precious treasures. There are even quite a lot of starry sea quicksand. Starry sea quicksand is a common material for arranging formations, and often, a pound of it costs between 2 to 3 contribution points. He Zhanghao explained nonstop, but he noticed Li Fan's eyes looking at him becoming stranger and couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. He then said, don't look at me like that, I know what you're thinking. As cultivators, how could we lower ourselves to do such things, right? But fellow Taoist, you don't know that even if you don't do these things, others will. A small world every dozen years can yield over 2,000 contribution points. If you have several worlds like this, doesn't it mean you can get over 2,000 contribution points for free every year? You see, after I explained it like this, you find it quite reasonable, don't you? As he listened to He Zhanghao's lengthy explanation, Li Fan gradually saw the resemblance between He Zhanghao's figure and the cultivator who had saved the group when he first entered the cultivation world in his previous life. So you were the one responsible for the smuggling. No wonder Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has been engaging in the illicit passage of mortals right under your nose, and nothing has happened. Even in the last life, the rumors of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion smuggling mortals were widely known across the island, and it didn't bring any trouble. Thinking carefully, it made sense. Given He Zhanghao's greedy personality, how could he possibly let go of such a lucrative opportunity? Li Fan was somewhat speechless, but quickly accepted the reality. So what do you mean, fellow Taoist? Seeing that Li Fan didn't object, He Zhanghao became very pleased. This matter is simple. You just need to run an errand for me to the land of immortal extinction and bring back the materials that I had the people from the land of immortal extinction collect 10 years ago. After selling these materials, we split the contribution points earned equally. I need to guard Liulai Island and can't leave. Originally, I was planning to cooperate with someone else, but since you messaged me, I decided to contact you. After some consideration, this matter indeed carried little risk. Over 1,000 contribution points in 30 days, which far exceeded the tasks one could usually take. I wonder how long it will take for a round trip. This must be clarified in advance. I don't want to miss the opening of the Cloudwater Celestial Palace. Don't worry, it will take at most 20 to 30 days, and it won't delay your cultivation, fellow Taoist, He Zhanghao assured. All right, I'll accept this. He Zhanghao smiled in satisfaction and handed a small wooden boat to Li Fan. After obtaining the materials, just give this to the mortals in the land of immortal extinction. Don't worry about anything else. Li Fan took a look at it. The wooden boat resembled the Taiyan boat, but was far less exquisite. It's just an ordinary wooden boat with a few inscribed formations, not a magical tool. However, it's enough to help those mortals pass through the immortal extinction formation and come here, He Zhanghao explained. Of course, the strength of the formation on the boat only supports one crossing. After arriving in the cultivation world, the formation on the wooden boat will deplete its energy and dissipate on its own. This is to prevent those mortals from replicating it. Fellow Taoist, you've really thought this through, Li Fan said. He Zhanghao laughed heartily, not minding. He then took out a talisman, somewhat reluctant, and handed it to Li Fan. No matter what, helping to smuggle mortals is not something that should be exposed. In case it's seen by other cultivators, it's not only a matter of losing face, but you might also face the reprimand of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. To be cautious, fellow Taoist, keep this concealing form talisman with you to avoid being recognized. Li Fan nodded and accepted it. This concealing form talisman can hide your form and aura. It's an advanced version of the concealing aura talisman. Even a golden core realm cultivator can't see through eye. It's a must-have item for us cultivators when going out. He Zhanghao paused for a moment and said somewhat regretfully, it's a pity that the materials needed to make this concealing form talisman, such as spirit mist grass, are relatively rare, resulting in the high price of the talisman. It costs 50 contribution points for one. However, if you need it in the future, you can go to 10,000 Immortals Island and find a cultivator named Jiao Ziayuan. He has many defective concealing form talismans, said to be eliminated from the 10,000 Immortals Island's Talisman Pavilion. Although they're considered defective, they can still be used normally. It's just that the effect is not very good and can only prevent foundation establishment cultivators from seeing through. But fortunately, they are reasonably priced, only requiring 20 contribution points. Fellow Taoist, if you go out in the future, you might want to prepare some. He Zhenghao enthusiastically shared this information with Li Fan. Afterward, He Zhenghao detailed to Li Fan the precautions and various situations he might encounter when going to the land of immortal extinction. With everything prepared, Li Fan was ready to set off for the land of immortal extinction. He aimed to leave and return as soon as possible. However, before setting off, Li Fan couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist, there's something I've been puzzled about. I'm not sure if I should ask." He Zhenghao was taken aback, then said, "Feel free to ask. Fellow Taoist, you are a foundation establishment cultivator and hold the position of guarding Liulai Island. Moreover, you are an expert in formations. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be lacking in contribution points. Why are you so stingy?" Li Fan pondered for a moment and asked tactfully. He Zhenghao thought Li Fan was worried about his future prospects in the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. He smiled bitterly and explained, "Fellow Taoist, you have misunderstood. Although foundation establishment cultivators still don't have complete freedom in terms of contribution points within the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, it's not as destitute as my situation." "Oh, fellow Taoist, is there something you find difficult to discuss?" Li Fan asked in surprise. "To be honest, I have set my eyes on a nascent soul cultivation technique. This technique is highly compatible with my foundation treasure. If I could cultivate that technique, I am sure I could achieve the golden core stage within 100 years, and even reaching the nascent soul realm would be almost certain." He Zhenghao's eyes flashed with desire. "Unfortunately, a genuine nascent soul technique is extremely rare and precious. Even if I've saved up for a long time, I'm still far from the required contribution points, so I can only save as much as I can in my daily life," he sighed. "Even so, I don't know when I'll be able to exchange for it. I also don't know if the cultivation technique I've been longing for will be exchanged by someone else before that." He Zhenghao sighed. Then he remembered something and said to Li Fan, "By the way, you're already in the later stage of qi condensation. When selecting a foundation establishment cultivation technique, if possible, remember to choose one that is compatible with your foundation treasure. This way, not only will you find it easier to cultivate in the future, but there will also be many other benefits. Due to the limitations of the Tiangshuan mirror, I can't tell you too much. Just remember this and you won't go wrong. A compatible foundation treasure and cultivation technique." Li Fan nodded slowly upon hearing this. He Zhenghao then sighed. "Actually, the cultivation technique I'm currently practicing is also extraordinary. I obtained it by accident when exploring an unnamed cave in my youth. It contains various incredible methods. However, the difficulty of cultivating it is a bit too high. It takes decades or even hundreds of years to advance a small realm. Foundation establishment is already so difficult. If I forcefully continue practicing this technique at the golden core stage, I will likely exhaust my lifespan before my breakthrough, and I'll perish before achieving success. Switching to another cultivation technique is also quite difficult." He Zhenghao finished speaking and then fell into deep silence. Li Fan listened and respectfully clasped his hands before heading towards the land of immortal extinction. He Zhenghao watched Li Fan's departing figure and sighed once again. There was actually one thing he hadn't mentioned. While it's true that assisting junior cultivators from the sidelines could yield benefits, cultivating the Tao was just too difficult. Over the years, he cast his nets everywhere, nurturing young cultivators. However, the vast majority mysteriously died not long after, without reaching even the foundation establishment stage. Encountering someone like Li Fan, a young genius who had already reached the later stage of qi condensation, was already a great stroke of luck. After all, in this world, how many geniuses would he be able to